The story begins in a very bright place where a god sat on a throne and said loudly that the hour had struck. Other gods stood next to him and listened silently. The god raised his hand and said loudly that it was time to begin Ragnarok. The girl began to blow the horn and many angels flew to the ground. Many warriors also appeared on the ground and attacked the people who could not do anything against them. Among them was a huge monster who easily lifted a large column and broke it. The surprised people screamed loudly out of fear and said loudly that they needed to run. The monster threw many large stones in different directions, and the girl tried to run away with her son. She noticed that a stone was flying at her and pushed her son away to save him. The boy fell to the ground and his mother was crushed by large stones. He ran to her, began to pull her hand and called for his mother in a worried voice. He tried to pull her out from under the rubble, and she said that the monsters were advancing. She said with tears in her eyes that he should listen to her and quickly run away from here. If he runs, he can save himself. A monster with a sword in his hand was slowly approaching her from behind. This monster started swinging and screaming loudly, which caught her attention. The monster started to strike with his weapon, but at the last moment, the protagonist ran to them and attacked the monster with this attack, using energy. He cut off the monster's head and saved the girl. The boy looked at the guy with a surprised expression on his face, and the monster's head fell next to him. The protagonist named June started to use his magic and said that they should get out of here. His comrades are standing behind him with this magic. He healed the girl's wounds, which surprised her very much. She stood up, hugged her son, and said that she was grateful that he saved them. The boy looked at her, called out to his mother, and said that that guy had a black robe. June smiled and started to take off his hood and was about to say something. He looked at the big crowd of monsters that were surrounding him. He had eyes of different colors. He looked at the monsters with a smile and asked, "Is it time to start right after that?" Crowds of monsters ran towards him and started screaming loudly. June kept looking at them with a smile and used his magic on his sword. He ran up to a huge dog and defeated that monster with one blow. He turned around and saw a crowd of other monsters running towards him. Jan dodged the monster's sword attack. He raised his hand, created a ball of energy, released it, and destroyed that monster. Right after that, he turned around and looked at the other monsters that were running towards him, and one of them immediately struck with a weapon. June swung his sword and knocked the weapon out of the monster's hands. He struck with his sword very quickly and ran on. He ran towards a huge monster that was holding a large fragment of a pillar in its hands. June jumped high into the air and the monster stared at him. He created a platform with magic, jumped off, and flew towards the monster at high speed. He flew past it very quickly and attacked with his sword. This is a story about the fight for life and a man who defied fate. It all started with the absorption of an artifact. A raider is someone who hunts monsters, gets paid for it, and protects people. It's a dangerous job, but at the same time, they are revered as heroes, and heroism does not live without Ini, making people's hearts beat faster. That's what it means to be a raider. However, when a raider's heart beats fast, it means that his death is near some time ago in a cafe. The attention of the customers was attracted by the fact that June loudly asked, "Is he completely crazy? Is he offering him to be a human?" Shield Young Wan was sitting in front of him with a slightly worried look and said that he should take it easier. After all, he himself said that he needed money. Jan calmed down and thought that it was no wonder that he was luring him to raid the dungeon. The guy in front of him was called Wang. He was from the Raider Bureau and gave jobs to looners like him. When he called him, he thought that he had finally gotten a good deal. However, just hearing the assignment was to stand in the vanguard while clearing the dungeon of the dead. He wasn't some kind of meat. He asked why there weren't any other assignments. Even guys with a lower rank found work, Wang said with a slightly worried look that he knew that himself. Regardless of rank, combat class raiders were rarely given assignments. June asked with a displeased look. Does that mean no one needed him because of his class? He raised his voice and said loudly that he was sorry for being so useless. Wang said that in fact that was true. Recently, magicians had occupied all the workplaces. Others find jobs with varying SU success. Warriors are more likely to get injured, so employers avoid them so as not to have to deal with compensation. John thought that this was the reality. Unlike mages who fight monsters from a distance, warriors will have much more injuries in close combat, and it goes without saying that mages are superior to everyone else in teamwork. He understands this too. He doesn't know what it was like 10 years ago, but now there is no place for raiders of his class anywhere. He should have become a mage back then. 11 years ago, in his third year of middle school, he got a good result on the predisposition detection, so he was able to enter Millis Academy, a professional institution for training raiders. Then, his magical ability rose to 97%. San, who is now at the peak of her magical skills, had 92%. You could say his indicator was incredible, even though his martial arts aptitude was only 34%. He still chose the path of a warrior. There was no good reason for it, it's just that, back then, his personal assessment of mages was categorical. Their ranks were made up of useless buffers who couldn't even kill a cockroach without the support of warriors. However, now it's the other way around. The martial classes have sunk into a pit, and the magic classes are at their best. If he had chosen the path of a mage, would his life have been better? Usually a raider's development stops at the age of 20. There's no point in regretting the past. He can't change anything anyway. Wang said that such an opportunity doesn't come along often. He was going to offer this job to others. But after thinking about his problems, he came to him. Jun clenched his hand and thought that there was a time when his talent made mages jealous. But now he's a worthless Derank warrior. The difference between his past and present is too great. He agreed to this offer, and it surprised Wing a little. Jun thought with a dissatisfied look that he immediately understood that he had no choice to survive in this swamp. You can't refuse even such a job! Wing said with a happy smile that he made the right choice. They will see each other tomorrow morning. He will tell you about the meeting place later. He should not be late. Jun got up from the table and said that he had a lot of work. He does not need to think about it. He can do his own thing, Wang said with a smile that he will also need to go there the next day. A large crowd of people gathered at the large portal discussing something with each other. The protagonist stood alone by the tree with his equipment and looked away. He looked at the time and said, "That woman to see him today?" He put his phone away and thought that it would be better if he said right away that he would not come. He looked at the people around him and thought that it was much more profitable for him to work with more capable raiders. He's only a D rank. And Human is an A rank mage. He doesn't even know what this raider bureau is for. He can join any guild. Why waste time in a place like this? He would do much more in his place. The protagonist didn't finish his thought because he remembered how the unknown man called him trash. He was brought out of his memories by someone walking towards him and loudly calling him Jan. He saw a man in armor waving at him and saying that they met again. The protagonist called him Yungo and asked if he came too. He agreed with a smile and said that there hasn't been any work lately. It's a dangerous business, of course, but at least they pay. Well, Jan agreed and was about to say something, but they started to leave and asked if their brother had anywhere else to work. Except here he agreed right after all. People don't have the same passion for combat classes as before. What's the honor of throwing some fireballs from behind your comrades? Backs. John looked down with a dissatisfied expression and thought that this passion is worth nothing because he is now dying of hunger. Yongo approached him with a smile and said that they must do everything well. After that, they can drink a bottle of soju. Does he agree? Jun said that it sounds good, although he is currently having a problem with money. The eyes refused and said that last time he paid, he looked at and said that he understood everything. But this is the last time, Jun said with a confused smile that he felt somehow awkward. He was indebted to him again. He thought that he was so simple a man in a suit standing next to the portal said loudly that everyone should gather at the entrance to the dungeon. They would enter in half an hour. Yongo calmly began to leave and said that it was time for them to get ready. Jan calmly looked at his phone and thought that during the campaigns, a raider needs to remember two things. The first is blind luck. Luck that can inspire any of the raiders. Most often paralyzes the brain and becomes fatal carelessness the moment a person stops soberly assessing the situation. The dungeon immediately begins to test his strength. What the raider has now. Is it luck or a tragedy hidden behind it? He did not have time to finish his thought because Aw called his name and asked why he was standing there. Is he looking at his phone all the time? Again, he noticed that he always does this before going out. What is he looking at? So, engrossed looking at a photo of his girlfriend friend John, looked at him and said that he was not looking at anything like that. He looked at the photo with a smile and told his mother that he would be back soon after. That he put his phone away and went to the rest of the raiders. After that, all the raiders entered the teleporter and found themselves in the dungeon. Crowds of monsters began to run. Towards them, one of the mages with a serious expression loudly called out to the vanguard and said that they must hold their shields tightly and maintain the line. They must hold the line even if they are dead. Jun held back the crowd of monsters with his shield and thought that he had no more strength. The mages, who stood behind the warriors, shone the shining light of Alheim. The fierce flames of search should destroy the enemy. In front of him, the mages simultaneously used their spells and released magical energy. Because of this, the monsters that were standing in front of the warriors were blown up. John looked at the burning bodies of the monsters that were in front of him. With a dissatisfied look, he looked at the mages that were standing behind him and thought, I think their guild was called Meteor, right? It's a rookie mage guild that is quickly gaining popularity with them. He most likely won't die hereafter. A while, the raiders took a break and began to discuss something with each other. Yongo happily drank something from his mug. He asked with a calm expression, Now there is only the boss room left. He put the mug in his inventory and said with a smile that if he knew about this, he would have trained more when he was young and raised his level. June sat next to him and said that he is still young, plus he has a higher level. Yongo turned to him with a smile and asked if he received any items. This dungeon drops good items because it is a rank J. He unopened the system window and said that he is not sure about it, he will check it. Now suddenly his system window started to change, and a lot of interference appeared. Because of this, he felt a strong pain. He grabbed his head and thought, what just happened? A system window appeared next to him, which said that the ear system is down, connection with the user was lost. June thought is his system down. This has never happened before. The system notified that for an unknown reason, the launch of the ear system was cancelled. He looked at this and thought, what does this all mean? Small magical particles appeared next to him, and a voice told him that he should follow the light. John was surprised. Because of this, and started to look around the system, notified that an unknown object invaded the Uri system recovery to safe mode was cancelled. John looked at this and thought, what was that voice he just heard? He asked quietly, should he follow the light? Heard it, and asked what he was talking about. Jan turned to him and said nothing like that. He was surprised when he noticed a particle of light that was between them. He looked around and noticed many other magical particles. He looked at it and thought, should he follow this light? M called his name and said that he was acting strange. Maybe he has a fever. John continued to look at the light and said that he was okay. He thought no one can see this, right? He needs to check. He stood up and started to leave, and Yungo asked where he was going. Jan said that he should wait. He will be right back, he thought with a serious look. What is going on here? He walked through a cave that was illuminated by particles of light. System windows appeared in front of him, which said that the system is not working, unable to load the characteristics window. John looked at it and said that it doesn't seem to be working. He clicked on the system window and it changed, and it said that a function corruption has been detected, safe mode recovery. He scratched his head and asked, what the hell was going on here? He thought that he became awakened at the age of 10, and in all these years the system has never crashed, no corruption or recovery. The voice he heard was somehow connected to Olive. This an unknown object penetrated and the system crashed. A strange voice telling him to follow the light. It is possible that some changes are happening. The ear system, presumably the name of the system comes from the word Aces, which was the name of the Asgardian gods, Odin and Thor. The ear system is the last hope for humanity. It was 20 years ago. That year was rich in disasters. A tree of unimaginable size grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. One day it blossomed and covered the entire sky with leaves. In 9 days, some said that this was a harbinger of the apocalypse. Others considered it a blessing from God. In reality, it was Yggdrasil, the world tree from an old legend. On the end day, when the tree finished growing, the land was engulfed in fires and a monster. Invasion began. Many were doomed to die at the hands of the monsters, and the survivors suffered from hunger and plague because of this. People fell into despair, however. They soon found hope. The first awakened a person with godly power among the awakened. There are raiders who hunt monsters. The ear system is a powerful weapon controlled by such people. However, if there are changes in the system, it is difficult for him to think optimistically. After some time, Junon reached the end of the cave and asked, "Is this a huge door?" A wide smile appeared on his face, and he thought that this was the gate to treasure. It is a hidden room that appears extremely rarely in high-ranking dungeons. Usually special or even rare items can be found there. It seems like the price of a single item from such a treasure trove would be over several 100 million won. If an A-class item or higher appeared here, he would be able to say goodbye to the dark days of his life. June started to open the door and said that he really hoped that God would send him an A-class item or higher. He entered a dark room and suddenly torches started to light up on the pillars. He saw the sky and an item in the center of the room. John looked around and said that he couldn't even believe that there was such a space hidden inside. What they were talking about on TV was not an empty fantasy. He looked at the center of the room with a smile and said that it looked like an item. He came closer and asked how good an item it was. He reached out his hand to the item and a bright light engulfed his hand. The system announced that part of the system's functions had been successfully restored. A new piece of equipment had been received. Would he like to look at the information? John looked at it with a happy smile and said that this was great news. He thought that the system had recovered at the most opportune moment. Good news never comes alone, so they say. He picked up the item and the system notified him that it was the lost eye of Odin, a mythical class. The supreme god of Asa sacrificed his eye to gain knowledge from the source of Mimir. When used, it can learn runes, reverse magic block, or destroy this magic. The only mythical class item in the world. Please note when used, it is assigned to the user. John rubbed his eyes in surprise and looked again at the system window which contained the description of this item. The system notified him that this item had the following effects. First, learning the skill, absolute counting. Second, thanks to perfect knowledge of runes, the user can use magic without casting. Spells. Third, casting an enemy spell using an empty card. In the case of casting a skill, a penalty is not taken when learning a skill. One empty card is consumed. June was very surprised by this and asked, "Is this all real?" He thought that, out of all the items he sold at the auction, the best one was the S-Class. Quickly went for tens of billions of won. As soon as he registered it, he can set the price for magic items himself. But this is a mythical class, the only one in the world. He won't have to try so hard anymore. Guilds will stop ignoring him. There's no need to be cannon fought in dungeons anymore. He can say goodbye to this rate of life, now since this eye is his. Now why not try this? When else will he be able to hold a mythical class item in his hands? The system notified that when used, the item is assigned to the user. Does he want to use it? Jae-hun was embarrassed by this, loudly began to refuse and said that it should cancel it. Now he sat down, sighed, and said that he almost lost everything. There is no need to wear this anymore. If he sells the eye on the black market, he will earn hundreds of billions of won. He put the eye in his inventory and thought that he no longer has the desire to get dirty in dungeons. After turning over 20, he can no longer level up. He doesn't think the eye will be of any use. A system crash is definitely an anomaly or an unexpected change. However, he has long been accustomed to such incidents. Now that dungeons have become a reality, incidents are not uncommon for raiders. Unforeseen situations usually come down to either luck or tragedy. After that, he asked, "Is it time for him to set sail at the same time?" Looking worried, said that he thought he would show up very soon. Apparently, he went off on his own business. He asked them to wait a little longer. He looked away with a happy look and said that he had arrived. He called Jan and said that he should hurry up because they were already leaving. He approached them, bowed, and said that he apologized for being late. The mage said that one cannot act rashly in this situation. He hoped that something like this would not happen again. Jae-hun agreed and said that he would be careful after that. The mage turned around and walked away from them, looked at him and didn't say anything. For a few seconds, he started patting him on the back, called him by name, and said that he shouldn't be so desperate. June turned to him and said with a smile that he misunderstood everything. "It's okay," he started walking, and said that he would pay for the soja tonight. He couldn't just drink at his expense all the time. Yongo looked at him with a confused look and thought, has he gone crazy at 27 years old? June walked with the others and thought with a very worried look that he was lucky they were inside a dungeon. There were no laws or rules here. Everything would stay within these walls. Bragging about finding an expensive thing was tantamount to suicide. It would be wise to sell the eye after the raid was over. The most important thing was not to attract attention. The magician calmly said that since the formation was reorganized, they should continue. He didn't have time to finish because the ceiling of this cave collapsed unexpectedly for everyone. June was very surprised when he noticed this and was able to jump to the side. At the last moment, his shield fell out and he rolled a few meters on the ground and asked loudly, "What was that?" He opened one eye to look around and wondered what was going on here. His attention was drawn to the fact that a dark purple smoke was spreading through this cave. He looked at the magicians who were standing nearby and noticed that they started coughing and asked loudly, "What was that?" John immediately covered his mouth with his hand and wondered if that was poisonous smoke. He stood up and thought that if he breathed this and he would die, he needed to get out of here. Yungo came up to him and called out his name loudly. He also covered his mouth with his hand and said loudly that they needed to run. He thought that the smoke was dangerous. Jan turned around and called out loudly to the others and said that they needed to leave. Now he heard a loud sound and turned around to see Na being stabbed in the back with a sword. The unknown person pulled out the sword and John called out his name loudly in a worried voice. He looked at what happened. With a very worried look and couldn't say anything, he realized that he needed to run and immediately started running in the other direction while he was running. He remembered the past and thought that those explosions, toxic smoke and dead people, it wasn't monsters who did this. He was sure that the dungeon thugs were involved. Their goal was to destroy the Meteor Guild. If he went to the exit, he would run into toxic fumes and there might be assassins waiting at the entrance. It was better for him to stay inside now. Why was everything going so badly? June stopped and thought that now was not the time to think about it. Did they really think that he would die so easily when he found a mythical item? An unknown hooded man was slowly approaching him from behind. The unknown person created a weapon out of magic and attacked him sharply. But June heard the sounds, turned around, and noticed it. He managed to jump back at the last moment, and a magical explosion occurred next to him. The hooded guy said with a smirk that he knew he would survive. Jan was shocked because he recognized his voice and called him woman. He came closer to him and said with a smirk that he told him he would come today. John looked at him with a serious expression, called him by name, and asked if this was his doing the poisonous smoke and the attack on the meteor. Right, W agreed with an evil smile and said that he understood everything correctly. Jan was shocked because of this and thought that he should calm down. He needed to figure out the situation. He asked why he did this. A man spread his hands and said that this was the request of his sponsor. Besides, there are many people who hate the Meteor Guild. When you disrespect other guilds, you can quickly earn a bad reputation. Jae-hun thought that the dungeon thugs were using the narrow passages of the caves to carry out dirty contracts. He was sure that the attack on Meteor happened in a blind spot. Will he be able to handle it? Most likely it is impossible because he is an A rank mage, which is only 2% of the entire population of the country. He is a D rank, he is not weak, but he cannot be called strong either. He was not their target, he just needs to remain silent since the ear system is broken. He is not sure if he can escape. Running away is certainly dishonorable, but he has no other choice. He would like to avenge everyone he fought shoulder to shoulder with. But now it is impossible. He called out his name and said that he would pretend that he did not see anything. June thought that with the appearance of Idrisil, the world has become so cruel that there is no room for the weak anymore. He was about to say something else but stopped because Weing started using magic and called his name. He threw a very fast magic strike near him, and because of it a magical explosion occurred. John looked at the direction where the strike landed with a worried look and thought that if he had reacted a second later he would have already been dead. Wuming pointed at him with a cruel smile and said that the target was not only the Meteor Guild. He created several chains of energy and immediately sent it towards him. At high speed, June started to run away from him and the magical attacks hit the ground near him. He looked away with a worried expression and thought that he needed to run away from here. He dodged Wum's attacks and thought, why would he need someone like him? He is a simple drank raider after all. What did he do and who wants him dead? He wiped the blood off his face and wondered who it could be. He remembered the person who called him trash and said his life was worthless again. John asked with a serious expression. Was it his father who did? This man was very surprised that he asked and stopped attacking him. He couldn't help but laugh really loudly. He looked at him with a smile and said that he should listen to him. He was a good guy and he liked him. June started remembering a photo of himself with his mother and said with a serious expression that he wanted to ask something. He remembered the past with a serious expression and asked, was this his errand? 5 years ago, in the winter too? W looked at him with a wide smile and said that he never thought he would guess. It was amazing. He walked towards him and said that he didn't understand how he could do this to his wife and then to his son. He released a magic chain that flew past Jen's head. Man pointed at him with a smile and said that this was too much, he thought, so. Too right, he released a few of these chains and said that it was time for them to say goodbye. Jae-hun stood silently for a few seconds, sighed, and a system window appeared next to him, from which a mythical class item climbed out. Man put his hand to his ear and asked if he wanted to say something at the end. He was very surprised because he noticed how John was being enveloped in magical energy and wondered what kind of mana. It was getting stronger with each passing second. What should I understand by this? He had a bad feeling about this. He needed to finish quickly. He pointed his hand at him with a serious expression and said that his jokes were enough. He had to die. Right after that, he released his chains. Towards June, who was calmly standing in place at the last moment when this chain flew very close to him, he looked at it with his eye, which turned yellow. This magic attack did not reach him and was completely destroyed. Wang was very surprised by what happened and silently looked at him. The system notified that the item Lost I-1 was used. The item was assigned to the user, June said with a small smile, that he would not be able to sell it now. The system notified that he had one empty car. Wang said loudly with a dissatisfied look that this could not be what just happened. Did his magic dissipate? June began to walk towards him and calmly called out his name. The system notified that the effect of Lost I-1 was activated. One empty card was absorbed. He looked at him with a very serious look and said that he would kill him in the most brutal way. The system notified that the active skill Ultra Speed Chain was being created. Immediately after that, he created several magic chains that he used. Woman was shocked by this and asked how he could use this spell. He thought that it took him years to master this spell. How did a D-rank warrior raider end up with it? He said with a serious expression that he didn't know how he managed to learn the ultimate spell. But he didn't stand a chance against him. June started to control these chains and said that he wouldn't know until he tried immediately after that. Juan also created several magic chains that he started to block his attacks. He couldn't block all of the attacks. And one of the chains hit the ground next to him. Jan continued to attack with magic, and he started to run away from him with a worried look. He gathered energy in his hand with a serious expression and released the chain again. June looked at him with a serious expression, used magic, and the system notified that the skill Absolute Counting was activated. He destroyed his spell and immediately sent his chain at him. At high speed, Woman called him a name with a displeased expression, raised his hand and created a magic shield around himself. Jan calmly looked at him and used the skill Absolute Counting again because of this. The magic shield immediately disappeared. And Wang was very surprised because of this. He looked at the chain that was flying towards him very quickly and thought that he would not be able to dodge. The magic chain reached him, and a powerful explosion of energy occurred because of this. Wing fell to the ground and began to cough up blood, and he walked up to him. He was about to beg for mercy but did not have time to finish because Jaehyun mercilessly attacked him with his magic. Blood flowed from his mouth and he asked, "Is it over already?" After that, he fell to the ground next to Whelming due to fatigue. He looked up with a tired look and thought that he had no mana and stamina left. He began to close his eyes and said that he never thought that his end would be like this right after a successful find. No wonder he was lucky today. He found himself in the dark and thought that Death was a girlfriend on a date with whom a raider cannot fail to show up. She turned out to be very cold. After that, he finally lost consciousness and closed his eyes. The system notified that a new control system was installed. Does he want to download it when loading a new system? The user is transported to a point in the past to which he wants to return. June opened his eyes and thought, "Does it say about moving to the past?" He asked, "Does this mean that he will be saved?" He thought another change, but what will it be? Luck or tragedy? He agreed to it and thought that if this is the only solution, then so be it. The system notified that the Norner system is starting up. After that, he moved to a bright place where he was met by 3 girls with halos above their heads. They looked at him and said something in a language unknown to him. The girl who stood in the middle extended her hand to him and said something in the same language. He extended his hand to her in response, and she said something else. The full system notified that from this moment on, he was an enemy of the great ASA. The passive skill attracted the attention of the gods, was received the passive skill of the eyes of the absolute god, was received the gods of Asao. Watching him, after that June opened his eyes and stood up abruptly in his room. He looked around and wondered what was going on. He looked at his hands and a system window began to appear in front of his eyes. It appeared and it said that he had successfully returned to the past. John looked at this with a worried look and wondered, was it a dream? He remembered everything that happened to him and wondered, does that mean he returned to the past? He remembered the photo of him and his mother and thought that it was definitely a dream. He came to his mother and thought that this dream was so long that he didn't want to interrupt it. He ran to his mother, hugged her, and started crying. The system announced that the current date was November 15th, 2020. Time travel completed. Some restrictions on user actions have been imposed. The body has been restored to 20%. June clutched his heart and asked with a tense look, "Is he still sleeping?" He looked around his room and said that he used to live in this apartment. The system announced that a new quest was received, rest, a secondary quest. He was seriously injured in the battle. You need to restore your stamina to 80%. The difficulty level is F. The reward is 1 blank card. Jan tried to calm down and took a deep breath. He thought that he needed to figure something out. He didn't die in the battle with Wing, but for what reason? He remembered the notification he received back then and thought that it was still because of the new system. It returned him to the past. However, such twists and turns do not surprise him because strange things have happened to him before. If what happened can give new knowledge, then he will be able to adapt to similar situations. That is the main thing. The system moved him 11 years back in time. Now he should be in the middle class. In the 3rd year of study, Nornire, is this the name of the new system? To be honest, what is happening still seems like a dream. He took the calendar from the shelf, looked at it with a smile, and said that he is sure of one thing. There was a day marked on it, and it was written that it was the day to apply to Millis Academy. It was necessary to choose a martial arts class. June took a pen and crossed out the item about the martial arts class. He looked at it with a smile and thought that he had a chance to become a mage. After some time, he sat at the table and ate rice with tears in his eyes. His mother looked at him with a worried look and wondered if something was bothering him. She remembered how he hugged her and thought that her son had always been steadfast. But now he was crying bitterly. She put the chopsticks on the table, called his name, and asked if something had happened to him. June smiled and said that it was not so, he just had a nightmare. He remembered the past again and said that he needed to tell her something. His mother looked at him with a smile and said that she felt it. She continued to look at him and thought, is he afraid to enter Millis Academy? That's right, the raider profession is very dangerous and there is serious competition among them. If he doesn't want to go there, then let him continue his education in a regular school. Millis may be considered a prestigious academy, but if he refuses to enter there, then so be it. June calmly said that he thought it would be better to transfer to the magic department. His mother agreed to this without thinking, but when she realized what he said, she was very surprised. She thought about it. Who always said that he would choose the warrior class? He is a thoughtful guy. She doesn't think that he would change his mind without a reason. She touched his face and asked if he was sure about it. June agreed with a smile and said that he had weighed everything. She calmly said that he could do as he saw fit. She would like him to think not about money, but first of all about what he will do in life. The main thing is to find his calling. She will always support him in everything he knows. June was very touched by her words, began to wipe away tears, and thought that now is not the time for this. He remembered Manhwa and thought that in order to take revenge on his father, an Akon rank raider, he must become stronger. After some time, the system notified that the rest quest was completed. The reward was 1 empty car. Jay noticed this while doing one-arm push-ups and said that it was great he had completed the quest and got the map. He wiped the sweat off his head with a towel and said that it was not clear yet what kind of Norner system this was, but it was already possible to benefit from it. He thought that he knew the future. He knew both the hidden parts and the ruins that he could capture. He has a good memory. He even served as a guide in a dungeon. Once June got dressed and started to sit on the chair and said that the problem was his abilities. With the exception of absolute calculation and super speed chain, he only had combat class skills, however. That was nothing surprising since he was planning to become a warrior. Can anything be done about it? A system window with his information appeared in front of him. It said that he was 16 years old and level 7. Stat strength, 4 points agility, 2 points. Mana, 10 points endurance, 5 points free, 21 points passive skills attracted the attention of the gods at max level, absolute gods. I at max level, Han swordsmanship at level 17. dexterous step at level 15, flexible movements at level 14, first aid at level 18, active skills, absolute calculation at max level, super speed chain at max level. June looked at it and said that the level had dropped and so had the stats. Why are only the passives the same? The system announced that due to the skill effect. That attracted the attention of the gods. The user's passive skills remain the same as they were before the time. Jump, this is an X rank skill. God's blessing accelerates the user's development. The effects are first after returning to the past. All passive skills are retained. Second, with each new level, all stats increase by 1 point. John was very surprised by this and asked, "Does it increase stats?" He thought that, by the way, the gods are watching him. I wonder what's up with the other skills. The system announced that the passive skill is the Eye of the Absolute God, rank X. It allows you to see through illusions and discern the truth. The active skill is super fast, chain rank. A very fast chain that attacks the enemy can paralyze the enemy. The more chains released, the more mana is consumed. John looked at the system windows and said that he didn't really understand what the Eye of the Absolute God was for. However, the super speed chain is a serious spell. As for the characteristics, physical strength is not so important for a mage, but agility will not be superfluous. There is nothing to say about mana. However, Victory L loves preparation and endurance. The system notified that he increased agility by 2 points mana, by 5 points endurance, by 14 points. Jae-hun thought that endurance, unlike mana and strength, does not increase combat power but increases the fatigue threshold in the case when the same action is performed repeatedly. If you invest in endurance now, the effect will be felt at each new level. June took out an empty card from his inventory and said that he figured it out and now he had a question: what should he study? He thought that for now the super speed chain would be enough for an attack. Even if he copies a high-level enemy spell, he won't be able to use it due to lack of mana. He looked at the card and said that it means he needs healing as far as he remembers. Now in 2020, mages are treated like trash. However, if a raider has some kind of healing, his attractiveness increases dramatically. Such people have always been valued. You don't have to be a raider to do this. You can go into medicine, for example, or some else, because there are many places where the skills of a healer are in demand. John looked at the card in his hand and said that if he learns to heal, he will raise his authority. He thought that the problem is that meeting an Awakened with such skills is not an easy task. Besides, the fight with Woming showed that you should use blank cards as wisely as possible. It is unknown exactly how many cards the system gives out, but he is sure that it will not give out. This one often doesn't. He have any other choice? Someone called him, which caught his attention, and he asked who it was. Jae-hun looked at his phone and was very surprised when he saw that Kim Yong had called him. He thought that she was his childhood friend. They lived in the same area, so they often walked together. She also dreamed of entering Millis Academy and becoming a raider. He remembered how she died in his arms. He calmed down a little and thought that everything was okay. Now he can change the future. He has to change everything. John looked at the phone with a smile and said that she is. As he remembered her, Yu Yun texted him. What is he doing? Yun is about to give a lecture downtown. He will go listen to it, right? He has to answer faster. She really wants to go with him? Jen said with a smile that he remembers this girl, the Holy Virgin Yun. Her magic is called sacrifice. He got up from his chair and said that there is nothing to worry about. He got dressed, started to leave, and told his mother that he would be going out for a while. She said that she understood him, but he should be back before dark. John left the house and texted his friend with a smile that he would be there soon at the same time, in an expensive car. The man said that today she had to give a lecture to the raiders in the city center, then a raid on the BA rank dungeon in the Songbuk district. After that, they were expected in Wju, followed by a flight to the United States. Is she sure that she can cope in this condition? He called her the chairman and said that her health had worsened. Sunan said with a small smile that nothing serious had happened. She just didn't get enough sleep, the man said that it was all because of the lack of rest and a busy schedule. She knew that the sacrifice took her life. He thought that if only someone else had such a skill to cure the chairman. Sunan called out to Shjae with a smile and said that they had agreed not to talk about this. He looked at her with a worried expression and thought that if this continued, the Holy Maiden of South Korea would soon leave them. After some time, Ying led Jian by the hand with a smile through the crowd of people and said that they should move. There was a real crowd. He followed her and said that he understood she did not need to drag him. They stopped, and he said with a smile that she should answer his question honestly. She invited him because she was afraid of getting lost. Yu Yun turned to him with a displeased look and said that it was not true. Why did he decide that June said that? Then she should let go of his hand. She continued to hold his hand and looked down with an embarrassed expression. He asked with a smile, "Why, an excellent student, an outstanding athlete, forgot the way." Every day Yu Yang let out a disgruntled and said that thanks to her he would be able to listen to the lecture. Does he really think that it is so easy to see Sunon in person? John looked at her with a smile and thought that she was right. It would be nice to copy the sacrifice magic because it would be very useful in the future. Who knows, maybe he will have better connections in South Korea. They sat on the chairs like the rest of the people, and Yoon happily waited for the lecture. John looked at the stage and thought that it was really her. The master of the Lotus Guild, the Holy Maiden Sunon. She is famous not only in Korea but also abroad at the time when raiding was not so common. The Holy Maiden fought in the front lines, treating the wounded. Sunon came out on stage, greeted everyone, and said her name. Jae-hun looked at her with a serious expression and thought that in a couple of months her condition would worsen. This will happen during the raid on Idwan. The magic of sacrifice will be the reason for this. There is only one way to help her. Yu Yun, looking very happy, called out loudly for her and asked her to look here. June, looking a little displeased, sat next to her and said that he was shocked. Sunon, looking calm, said that the world was going through an era of disasters and decline. They're citizens who gave their lives in the fight against monsters. Of course, after the first raiders appeared along with the Awakened, their situation improved greatly, however. Of the Awakened who are currently alive, only a fifth of them are willing to join the ranks of the raiders and protect humanity. After some time, she said that their future is not yet decided. The struggle for existence continues. Many people even now are dying. For monsters, she wants to say that they need their courage. The Awakened from all over the world must gather their courage and stand up to fight in front of the common enemy. She bowed and said that she hoped that they would enlist in their ranks and fight for world peace. The Lotus Guild would help them with the determination. She would personally help them. She raised her head and everyone who was listening to her started to applaud. Yuang held back her tears and said that she spoke so coolly. June thought calmly that she was right. Most of the Awakened were afraid of raiding after all. Fighting monsters is quite a difficult task. Before the time jump, he was going to sell the eye to end all this. Ying said with a smile that Sunon still had the right to become her role model. June said that it seemed like she wouldn't like that right very much. She turned to him with a displeased expression and said that he should stop. Ruining her mood, he looked away and said that he had somewhere to, so he should probably go. Ying was very surprised by this and asked what about her. Jan turned to her and said that she didn't suffer from topographical cretinism. She got angry because of this and asked, does he like to tease her so much? He smiled and said that it was just a joke. He already called her mother. She would be arriving soon, so she should wait a little. Yang asked with a slightly worried look. What was his business? He could go with her, right? June turned to her and said that he had decided Ed to choose a magic class. Someday he would teach her magic. They would start with the theory, step by step. Yu Yang, with a surprised look, said that she didn't need that. He started to leave, and she asked loudly why he changed classes. He should tell her first, and then he can leave. He didn't tell her anything, and she asked, did he decide to leave her alone after that? Jan walked down the street, started looking around, and said that he clearly remembers how she went that way. He noticed Sunjae, who was standing next to the C-car, and immediately went to him. He noticed him and said that he apologized, but the chairman was not accepting gifts. Now Jan said with a smile that he came to see her son's side with displeasure and thought, is this another fan who is obsessed with raiding? He looked at him with a displeased look and said that he should listen. His zeal is commendable, but you can't show up so unceremoniously. He will put the chairman in an awkward position. He did not have time to finish because Jaeyoon said that he should listen to him. He knows that Sunon is terminally ill. However, he can cure her. Sunjae was really angry about what he just said. He grabbed his clothes and asked him loudly where he heard about this. He asked again how he knew about the chairman's illness. Jae-hun looked away with a calm expression and said that he shouldn't shout about it to the whole street. SJ noticed that they had attracted the attention of people passing by and was about to say something else. Sunon opened the car window, called his name, and said that he should wait. Can he take responsibility for his words? Jae-hun took Son's hand away from him with a smile and said, "That of course he can cure her?" Sunun thought with a calm expression that if it was a lie, he would have been exposed right away. However, this guy acts. Confident, does he have anything to rely on? Asked how much time is left before leaving. Sunj turned to her and said that there were still 2 hours. Sunon said with a smile that he should get in the car, since it was better for them to talk in a quiet place besides. There were too many years here. After that, they arrived at the office and she offered him a seat. June sat opposite her and thanked her for it. Sunan said in a calm voice that she wanted to start from the beginning. How did he know about her illness? He apologized with a calm expression and said that, however, he couldn't say it. Of course he could if that's what she wanted, but in that case, he wouldn't treat her. Sun-on smiled because of this and said that he was so impudent. Well, she agreed. The next question was, how would he do it? June looked at her Cly and said that he would say it right away. He was going to copy her sacrifice skill. She was surprised because of this and asked what he just said. Sunj slammed his hand on the table and said loudly with a dissatisfied look that there was no need to listen to him. Does he even understand what the sacrifice skill is? It's the chairman's unique ability. How is he going to copy magic that even they don't fully understand? The Formula 4, Jan thought, that a unique ability is a skill that is only one step higher than S rank. A kind of skill SC. It can only be obtained from an ancestor or by self-discovery. Normal spells can be mastered with formulas, but the formula for a unique one cannot be understood. Such an ability cannot be copied. Only the owner himself or his family can have it. At least that's what everyone thinks. He said that he didn't need to get so excited. If he couldn't cure the chairman, he wouldn't have come here. Sunon said with a small smile that they should listen to this young man. In other words, he wants to heal her with his own sacrifice skill. Did she understand correctly? June agreed and thought that in order to heal the wound received due to the spell, use penalty, a healing of a higher rank or the same as the spell itself was needed. The cause of her illness was her unique skill. A healing of a higher rank simply does not exist, and she unfortunately cannot heal herself with this skill. So his option is the only correct one. Sacrifice means to offer a gift to God. Therefore, she has a limitation that does not allow her to heal herself. You cannot sacrifice your life for your life. Sonon said with a calm smile that since he says so, she agrees. She began to emit her energy and said that he must prove it. Sunjay became very worried about this and loudly called the chairman. John looked at her with a small smile and thought that everything was going as he planned. He took out his card and the system announced that he can learn a new spell. Does he want to use the empty card? He agreed to this, and the system notified that the blank card had been used. The sacrifice spell had been learned. June said with a calm expression that it seemed like she still didn't trust him. In that case, he would have to earn her trust. He began to emit exactly the same energy, and the system notified that the sacrifice spell had been activated. What was happening surprised everyone present, and they stared at him intently. June squeezed his hand and asked with a smile, "Is she ready to begin the system?" Notified that the active skill was sacrifice. The rank was unique. First, it creates a healing wave that restores the stamina of allies and dispels negative effects. Second, when used on the dead, it becomes the attack skill. Judgment of Light. Since the spell was cast using a blank card, there is no penalty. Sonon asked with a calm expression what he wanted from the guild. She thought that the ability to cure her illness alone was enough for negotiations. However, he is an ordinary kid from middle school. She can't believe that this guy is so bold as to directly tell the chairman about the negotiations. This is quite interesting, June said with a calm expression that he would like to ask her to be his sponsor. Son asked if he means to help him succeed in corporate rating. He agreed and said that it was his dream, but in order to grow quickly, he needs money connections and many other things he is asking for. Such support from her. Sanon agreed with a smile and said that she thinks he is quite bold. There is definitely a point to such an investment, and he is not lacking in ability. However, she will have a condition. June thought that for her, he is the only hope for recovery. She must be in a desperate situation but still maintain her composure. He asked what kind of condition is that. Sunon said with a serious expression that, as far as he knows, her illness is a personal issue. It has nothing to do with the Lotus, and he will need not only her support but also the entire guild. This is help without any basis, Jan said with a smile that he understood she was talking about unfair treatment. What is she proposing? He thought that in any case, if she refuses, she will lose more. She will not be able to come up with such a lever to manipulate him. Sonon asked with a smile. If there is a guild he would like to join? Jan was surprised by her question and thought, are they trying to recruit him now, he asked. She is not joking now, right? Sonon said with a smile. That of course she does not know how to joke at all. There are several reasons why she asked about this. Firstly, he knows about the illness of the chairman of the Lotus Guild. This information was known to a very small circle of people, apparently. He either has good informants or big gears. June, with a slightly worried look, thought that his informant was here. This is a leap into the past, but he cannot say about it. Sonon said that, secondly, he perfectly replicated her sacrifice. She had never heard of anything like it, and she didn't think anyone else could do it. There were an infinite number of skills he could copy. John looked away with a slightly worried smile and asked, is there a third reason? Sonon agreed, stood up from her seat, and said that this reason was the most romantic. She walked up to him and said with a smile that he was in front of her, but he didn't even raise an eyebrow when a child acts like that in front of the Lotus Guildmaster. It's charming. She sat back down and asked, is this enough to hire him? June thought that after her health deteriorated, Lotus began to rapidly lose its position, but nevertheless it is still the best guild among others. If he joins them now, he will be in good standing and will be treated with respect. In addition, by joining the guild, he will begin to develop faster. He said that as far as he knows contracts with minors are considered illegal. Sonon asked with a smile, if he has heard anything about preferential negotiating rights. John was surprised that she said that and thought that this was a loophole for underage raider cadets to receive support from guilds. When the newbies grow up, they are given a full-fledged contract as investors. This is usually done to extremely talented kids he never thought that he would be one of them in the past. He managed to get kicked out, even from a low-level guild. Sinon continued to smile and thought that there was still something cute about him. She said that they would send the contract to the address he left. He should think carefully before giving an answer. June stood up from his chair and said that he should take care of the treatment. First, he thought that this was indeed a great opportunity, but there was no need to decide right away. It was better for him to focus on the immediate problem and think about the rest. Later, he stood behind her, pointed his palms at her, and said that he would start then. Sangan said with a calm expression that she was counting on him. Sunjae looked at him with a serious expression and thought that he couldn't understand what was happening here. He saw the effect with his own eyes. There was no reason to doubt it. They consulted so many healers about the chairman's illness, however. Even those who dedicated their entire lives to recovery magic couldn't help them. He doubted that it would be that easy. June started using magic, and the system notified that the sacrifice skill was activated. A healing wave was entering her body. Sunan looked at the energy that engulfed her body with a surprised expression, and Sunjae thought that the chairman's health was being restored. Could he really be able to heal her? He bowed to him and said that he apologized for his behavior. He trusted the chairman to him. John continued using the spell with a calm expression and said that it was okay, he wouldn't trust the child either. Sunj said with a serious expression that he would apologize profusely for his rudesse. Later, the system announced that he had successfully healed the subject. The passive skill first aid had reached level 19. Jan said with a smile that everything was ready, she should try. Walking, Sonon stood up and walked to the window where the bright sunlight was shining. She raised her hand and said with a tear of joy on her face that all the symptoms had disappeared. She wiped her face with her hand, turned around, thanked him, and asked if he wouldn't get a penalty for this. The system announced that since the spell was cast using a blank card, there would be no penalty. June said with a smile that it was fine if anything happened, she would only have to heal him. Right, Sanan agreed with a happy smile and said that she would do it as much as he wanted. She handed him a business card and said that she would try to prepare everything he asked for. He can call her any time. And, regarding the contract, she expects him to respond positively. Jan took the business card, looked at it, and said that, however, he had one more small request for her. The next day, Sunj arrived outside the city, opened the door, and said that he could go out after June got out of the car. He said that here it was the low-level dungeon of the Lotus Guild. He looked at the entrance to this dungeon and thought that many cool people would gather at Millis Academy, and in order to be on equal terms with them, he needed to level up a little. Sunj said that they had already prepared recovery items and tools for him. These were the guild's surplus equipment, so he could use them as he saw fit. John picked up the staff and said that he was grateful for the work done. Sunj looked at him and asked if he was sure he could handle it. The dungeon is ranky, but it's still dangerous to go in there alone. Does he really have to go in there alone? June said with a smile. That he needs to level up. Sunj took out a small stone from his inventory and said that in that case it would be better if he took something else with him. It's a warp stone. If it breaks, it will return him to the entrance of the dungeon. He gave it to him and said that he should use it in case of extreme danger. He said with a kind smile that it was his apology for being rude yesterday and his gratitude for curing the chairman. He hopes that this stone will help him. Jen thanked him for it with a smile. After that he went into the dungeon and thought that he could feel the energy coming from there. There shouldn't be any problems. Sunj said that he should remember that if something happens inside, he should use the warp stone. John looked at him with a smile and said that he would remember this and go inside. He entered. The portal and the system notified that he had entered a dungeon. Suddenly, the system window began to be covered with interference, and the energy of the portal immediately changed, which surprised him very much. Hands of dark energy began to grab him, and he asked what this was. The system notified that the Norner system was moving him through space. His location was Helheim, the land of the dead. At the same time, Sunan was sitting in her office and wondered with a worried look, will this guy cope yesterday? John said that he was asking to let him into one of their low-level dungeons, and he also wanted to go there alone. She thought that the location was only rank, but for a newbie raider, it was almost possible to clear it alone, even though he has a unique ability. He is still young, he seems to understand this very well, and yet he wants to enter the dungeon alone. Sunan smiled and wondered, what is his plan? Girl knocked on her door and told the chairman that it was her Parkana, she said with a smile, that she could enter immediately after receiving permission. She entered the office and Sunu asked with a smile how her assignment was going. Hannah handed her a folder of documents and said that this was what. She asked for Jen's profile. Sunan thanked her for it, took the folder and began to read it with a calm expression. Hannah looked at it with a serious expression and thought that it was rare for the chairman to hire someone personally. She had already found out what his specialty was. Sunan continued, reading the documents and asked with a surprised expression, did he want to choose a martial arts class? Then where did he get such magic? She calmed down and continued to read his file. After that, she asked with a serious look. Is this true? Hannah said that unless there was some kind of error in the technique, then it was definitely true. After some time, Sunan called Shay on the phone and said that he should tell Jan as soon as he came out of the dungeon that they needed to meet urgently. He was surprised by this and asked what she was talking about. She said that she wanted to personally test his abilities. At the same time, Jan fell to the ground with great speed and cried out loudly in pain. He sat up, felt something, and started coughing loudly. He got to his feet and worried. They wondered what was going on. There was a skeleton standing next to him in the forest, aiming an arrow at him. Jun noticed an arrow flying towards his head, and at the last moment he ducked his head. He looked to the side and saw a skeleton about to shoot him again. He looked at his wound and wondered, is this a paralyzing poison? He used the sacrifice spell to heal himself, and said with a serious look that he would have to try. Suddenly, dark energy began to appear next to him and zombies crawled out of the ground. The skeleton shot a bow, but Jan caught the arrow, broke it, and said that it was enough to drive you crazy at the same time. Yu-Yong was lying in her room and said that John better not get in her sight because she would kill him. She thought that he knew perfectly well how easily she gets lost on the street and still left her. She began to beat the pillow out of anger and said that it was not surprising that he so easily agreed to go to this lecture. He probably wanted to make fun of her. She laid down on the bed and said that she could not understand him at all, he said. He didn't like crowded places and calmly agreed to attend a lecture. He always walked her home. But now he abandoned her and disappeared somewhere. Yum continued to lie on the bed and asked, did he mention that he chose the magic class? What does all this mean? He kept saying that he would become a raider of the martial arts class. If he had a reason to change direction, then it must be compelling enough to give up all his efforts. She had no other explanation. He is a very reasonable guy. It has always been difficult for him to make a decision, so much so that even in a restaurant he spends 10 minutes choosing food. However, in one morning he became a different person. Yujing took the phone and texted Jan. Did he forget about dumping her back then? As soon as he shows himself to her, She will immediately kill him at the same time. He stood in the dungeon with a painful look and wondered, is it because of the monsters that he feels an ominous energy? There are 4 Rees here, 1 skeleton archer, and a Draugr. He smiled and asked, does he need to break through them? He looked at the staff and said that it was good that he took this. At least the system announced that it was an equipment item, a cheap Lotus Guild staff. Class C June started using magic and thought that Helheim in Norse mythology is one of the 9 worlds, the world of the dead ruled by Loki's daughter Hel. The dungeons were created in the image of the 7 worlds, except Midgard and Asgard. Niam is a world of eternal ice and darkness. Musum is a world of fire. And Light Jotunheim is a world of giants. Alheim is a world of elves. Sofum is a world of dark elves. Vanim is a world of the Vor, the coldest, deepest place of Niam. Helheim, this place is not for beginners. The undead are terrifying without holy power. It is better to avoid direct confrontations, however. Everything is not so bad in Helheim. He will be able to test his new ability. Sacrifice is considered a healing skill, but in a fight against the undead, it becomes a form-able area of effect weapon called the Cord of Light. Jun used the staff and reflected the arrow that was flying at him. A driver ran towards him to attack, but he struck with the staff and threw it back. He began to use magic with a serious look and thought that, however, he should not rely only on this weapon. He attacked with magic and the system notified that the flight was destroyed. 70 points were received. Other monsters flew towards him and dealt a quick blow which Jan dodged. He thought that now he has no experience being a mage. He created a chain of magic, and the system notified that he had destroyed 2 wraiths, receiving 140 experience points. Jan looked towards the forest with a smile and said that he couldn't miss such a chance. He ran very quickly towards the skeleton and thought that he could handle it even at his current level. As soon as he ran up to the monster, he immediately struck with his staff. He was surprised because his weapon broke, and the system notified him that he had destroyed the skeleton. Archer and received 50 experience points. The equipment item, the chief staff of the Lotus Guild, was destroyed. He was very unhappy about this. He remembered how he had fought and thought, by the way, how did magicians fight? He sighed with displeasure and said that he shouldn't have said that he would gain experience. He only lost his weapon. He waved his hand and said that, although the result would not change anyway, the system notified that the sacrifice skill had been activated. The system recognized the dead. Sacrifice becomes an attack ability. The judgment of skill has been activated. He destroyed the Dreyer, gained 100 XP. Points. He destroyed the Reese, gained 70 XP points. Level up, body recovery started. June smiled and said that he was a little arrogant. If not for the new level, everything could have ended badly. The thing is that this is an S-rank skill. It is not enough to register it in an empty card, the trick of the magicians. Without it, you should not count on blind luck. He went further and asked, is this a transition dungeon? Though he would not be allowed here without notifying him about it. Obviously, all this is because of the Norner system. Should he use the warp stone? June felt the dark energy and asked, what was that? He even got goosebumps. A strong wind rose and he thought that something was approaching him. He knelt down, grabbed his throat and thought that he could not breathe. Who is even coming here? He squeezed the broken staff in his hand and thought that for now he was sure of only one thing. He stabbed the staff into his leg and thought that if he did not start moving, he would die. He covered his mouth with his hand and thought that he should not make noise because someone might be nearby. First, he needed to find traces. There was a large monster standing behind him and he asked, is that a shadow? June turned to this monster and the system notified that Nightshade, the boss of the dungeon, had appeared. The difference in level changed the status to dangerous warning. He must leave the dungeon immediately. June thought with a smile that this was beyond his strength. He immediately opened his inventory and took out the warp stone. He took it in his hand with a worried look and was about to use it, but Nightshade ran up to him and attacked with his hand. He fell because of this and dropped the warp stone. The system notified that the number of health points changed the status to dangerous. He should use recovery items immediately. Jan sat on the ground while the boss of this dungeon was quickly approaching him. He closed his eyes and thought that he can't dodge. He opened his eyes and thought with a surprised look that Nightshade had stopped. A girl with demonic horns walked towards him and told the monster that he can't do this. She personally brought this guest here? John looked at her with a surprised look. She extended her hand to him with a smile and said that it means that he is a child with the fate of a sworn enemy. He looked at her with a worried look and wondered, who is this woman? He looked at Nightshade and asked, is this her doing? The girl with a thoughtful look said that she thought there was a great warrior here who would kill him, but he turned out to be a boy and an ordinary body, although he has good mana. It is not enough to challenge the gods of Asa. And why did Loki choose him? John was breathing heavily and thinking, is he losing consciousness because he lost a lot of blood? Will it really end here? The girl looked at him with a smile, and he thought that in that case his plan would collapse like a house of cards. He won't be able to take revenge on his father and become a mage. His dreams must come true. He must hold on. He needs to think. Of something the girl said with a smile that she liked the sparkle in his eyes. She touched his face and told this child that however he was too weak and his end was near, he must gain strength even faster. She grabbed him by the throat and said that if he failed and that hell repeated itself, she would be the first. To kill him, she began to disappear, and June wondered with a worried look, "Who is she?" The girl began to leave and said that he was very important to them, so she would give him a chance. He must become stronger, expand his power, and destroy Nightshade, who was standing in front of him. Then he will receive a special gift from her. But he must remember he has very little time. The system notified that the main quest, Hell's Ordeal, had been received. She said with a serious look that he must crush Nightshade in 2 months. The system notified that he must destroy Nightshade and earn Hell's recognition difficulty level. C. Reward a gift from her remaining time, 52 months. Penalty for failure death. Dark energy began to appear around Jen, and he said that he must remember if he fails, he will die. She wishes this child chosen by Norner good luck in battle. John was teleported, and he remembered the angel who extended her hand to him and said something in an unknown language. He opened his eyes and asked with a calm look, "Is this the entrance to the dungeon?" He got up, checked his body, and thought that his wound had healed. Did she do this? Who is she? She clearly does not look human. A system window with a quest appeared in front of him, and he thought that it was not a dream. Hell is the goddess of death, ruling in one of the 9 worlds, June asked. Does this mean he met the goddess? He remembered what she told him and thought that he had heard something similar when he received the Norner system. He took a deep breath and said that he did not understand anything. Why exactly did he return to the past? Who is the sworn enemy, she mentioned, and what does she want? He clenched his hand and thought that he was sure of one thing he needs to level up. Let's say Hell's words are true. Then if he fails, she will kill him. He stood up with a smile and asked, does he need to crush Nightshade in 2 months? It will not be easy for him. He thought that the situation is, frankly speaking, bad problems begin even at the preparation stage. Right now, he is not able to fight as a mage, and he still does not have a low-level spell in order to move forward. It is necessary to know the basics. He took out his phone and SJ texted him. He greeted him and wrote that Chairman Sangun wants to meet him. Is he ready to receive her tomorrow? She also wants to hear his answer about the contract. John looked at this with a smile and said that it was just in time he wrote that. In that case, they will meet tomorrow. He agrees to the contract, but he would like to ask for one more request. The next day, John came to the guild building. He followed Sanjay and thought that they must have contacted first because they saw his profile, which was a predisposition to magic of 97%. Even if you search the entire world, there might be a few people with that figure in the past. He chose the martial arts class, which was clearly not suitable for him due to his indecisive nature. Everyone around him only talked about the warrior class and openly despised the magic class. In such a situation, the choice was obvious. He entered the large room where Sangun was already standing. She turned to him with a smile and said that here he is. She was waiting for him. June greeted the chairman and said that he was glad to see her. Sunun approached him and asked what he thought about the contract the offer was. Very tempting, June agreed, and thought that he would be given an allowance and unlimited B-class equipment. There would be no penalties in the event of loss of property and the raid. Treasures would be distributed depending on his contribution to the common cause. All this plays into his hands. Such offers are used to lure raiders of a rank. And above, he said that as he had already told manager Sunj before signing, he would like to voice one more condition. Suwon looked at him with a smile and said that he could voice it. June said that it seemed like she had already studied his profile. It hasn't even been a month since he switched from a combat class to a magic class, and he has trouble controlling magic, so he wants her to personally teach him. Sunum looked at him with a smile, and he thought that the first rule of a raider survival is to play the best card at the moment when it can have the greatest effect. Sunj looked at him and thought that this guy is not easy. He felt it even when they first met. The chairman is the master of the Lotus Guild and an S-rank raider of which there are very few in the world. It is simply unbelievable that he is asking the chairman to become his teacher. John said that if she agrees to this, then they can sit down to sign the contract. Sunan smiled and said that this is very interesting. She agrees to this after all. She is genuinely interested in him. June smiled and said that he asks to love and favor him. Sunan said that, however, before that she would like to evaluate his talent. He is not against it. Is he? June thought that this was to be expected. Ed, surely the Lotus Guild would also want to see how strong he was. Sunj noticed the expression on the chairman's face and thought that he should prepare himself mentally. John said with a calm expression that, in other words, she wanted to test his abilities. She agreed. And he asked what was required of him. Sunan snapped her fingers with a small smile. Immediately after that, a large amount of energy appeared behind her. She said with a smile that he needed to handle the mana cube. John looked at it with a surprised expression and thought, "Is this a manic cube?" Sunan looked back and asked, "Isn't this just right? Since he will be signing a contract with the Lotus, he should be able to do at least this much." Right? John thought that this was usually used by bank mages to see their sensitivity to mana. For him, such a test would not be easy at all. Out of all the magic class raiders, only 7% can pass. The mana cube! Will he succeed? He said. It looked like she wanted to break him. Sunan asked with a smile. Why he thought so. Even if he lost, the contract would still be signed. The conditions wouldn't change. The master of the Lotus Guild would guarantee him that. Jen thought with a slightly worried look that there was no way out. He couldn't retreat. He only had to move forward. Sunan walked up to Sanjay and politely asked him to prepare everything. He asked the chairman if she was sure about this. Even the current raider mages would have a hard time dealing with the mana queue. Besides, he was only a teenager. Sunan asked if he was an ordinary teenager. She thought it was worth a try. Son. Jane nodded and went to the control panel on the wall and pressed the button. John looked at the manic cube in front of him and thought that he had heard about it before the time travel, but in real life, this magical power was simply monstrous. Sunan happily wished him luck and asked if he was ready to start. June walked up to the manic cube and took a deep breath. After that, he went inside. Sanjay turned around and said that, to be honest, he was a little worried. He understood her interest, but he was a child. Sunan smiled and said that he would definitely succeed. SJ turned to her and asked why she was so sure of it. She turned around and said with a smile that she just felt it. So, how long will it take him to get out of there? June found himself underwater and wondered, is this an ocean of mana? It seemed like he could breathe normally. He was afraid that he would get poisoned. Mana in this world is like oxygen. Without it, it is impossible to use skills and abilities. But if there is too much of it, then the lungs and heart may fail, which will lead to inevitable death. He should not waste time. Perhaps the symptoms of poisoning have not yet appeared. The main thing is to find a way out. If he remembered correctly, there was only one way to get out of the cube. He had to find the door that connected to the outside. Inside the endless swirls, Jun closed his eyes with a calm expression and thought that he needed to concentrate. He could feel the waves of energy. The path was within this. It would lead him outside. He stopped and thought that he felt something strange. He looked to the side and wondered, is this a crystal? He could feel an incredible magical power. It was as if all the power of this place was contained there. Sanjay asked if she thought Jayun would get out of the cube. Sanan said with a calm expression that of course she thought so. He wondered if this would be too much for him. Everything she had shown him before was stunning. He asked how long such a test takes. Sunan said that it took her 40 minutes, the best time in the country. Sanjay stood there thoughtfully and remained silent. He looked at the manic cube and said that he had two options. Either he wouldn't get out at all or he would set a new record. Sunan said with a smile that she thought so too, but for some reason she thought that he would get out of there. She didn't have time to finish because something caught her attention. She covered her mouth with her hand, in surprise called his name and said that he should look at it. Sunji turned around and was very surprised when he saw that the manic cube had started to crack. The cracks continued to appear, and he asked with a surprised look, did the cube crack? They looked at each other. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket and thought that 10 minutes had passed. In such a short time, a rift opened in the cube. What was going on inside? At the same time, John looked at the crystal and thought that powerful energy was spreading from this object. Is This, the core of the cube? If so, then he will be able to choose by destroying it, and he will not need to look for a way out. He took the crystal in his hand and broke it with his hand. The space around him began to crack, and the system announced that the passive skill of mana manipulation had been acquired the Manic. Cube completely broke, which surprised the people outside. Sanjay looked at it in surprise and said that he couldn't believe it. He thought that only 7% of the Raider mages get out of the cube, but it takes them about 3 hours for Raiders above rank B. It's about 2 for rank A, it's 1.5, and for Shranks, it takes about an hour. The previous record was held by Camilla from the Union of Europe. She's a genius at magical practices, and it took her 36 minutes to get out of there. He just broke that record by 26 minutes. Sanj walked up to June, grabbed his hands, and said loudly, with a joyful expression, that it was incredible! He did it in 10 minutes! Sonan walked up to him and called out his name. She calmly asked how he was able to get out so quickly. June looked at her and said that he found some crystal inside and broke it. Sunan, with a very surprised look, walked up to him and asked loudly, "Did he break the crystal?" She thought that the crystal of the Manic Cube is a vessel that stores all the energy of the magical space. An ordinary awakened one cannot even find it, much less destroy it if he was able to break the crystal. It means that his mana is much greater than the energy of the cube. She turned around with a happy expression and called his name. She said that in the name of the Lotus Guild, and her word of honor she would teach him is, "He ready for this?" After a while, Yu Yun said with a dissatisfied look that he was still not there. Junk's mother was standing next to her. She agreed and said that he was late and not answering his calls. A car came to them and stopped next to them, which attracted their attention. Sanjay opened the back door and June got out of the car. Ying looked at this with a surprised look and asked, "Isn't this a very expensive car? Why did he get out of it?" SJ said that then they will meet tomorrow. June noticed the girls and waved at them with a smile. His mother asked with a very, very worried look, "He didn't start doing something bad, did he?" After a while in his room, Yu Yang sat on the bed with a serious expression and asked, "So the martial arts class is not suitable for him, and he decided to become a mage, J." Hun agreed and said that he had already finished the preparations and signed everything. He was already sick of the martial arts class. Yu Zhang said that just a few days ago he was saying that magicians had no future prospects. Maybe he had a fever, or was he going crazy? June said that a person is like a chameleon, always changing his views. Like that one changing his color. Yu Yang said that she never thought she would hear something like that from him. Is he sure about this? After all, he chose the martial arts class because of his mother. Despite his magical talents, being a magician is an unprofitable business and takes a lot of energy. He remembered that in the past, women said that warrior raiders have a hard time finding work because the chance of getting injured is too high and employers do not want to pay the costs. Yu Ying said that he wanted to support his mother. Jan closed his eyes and said that they should close. This topic. What is she doing here? How are her parents on a business trip again? Yu Yang laid down on the bed, agreed, and said that was why she came to visit the aunt, said that she could stay overnight. June looked at her and asked what she liked so much about their place. Her house was really spacious, unlike theirs. He thought that she was the only daughter of a very wealthy business family. Her parents were engaged in processing the remains of monsters and then selling them on the world markets because new monsters sometimes appear in other countries. They have to arrange business trips, that's why she is often alone. Their parents are friends, and her spending the night at his house is a usual thing. June said with a smile that if that was the case, he would like her to teach him the basics of magic. Yu Ying looked at him with a displeased look and asked, "Should she do it for free?" June said with a little displeasure that she can say whatever she wants and he will think about it. She thought about it and said that she hadn't thought about it at all. She turned to him with a smile and said that he had to fulfill absolutely any wish she had. If he didn't agree, she wouldn't teach him. June reluctantly agreed and said that the agreement was only for a year. If she didn't come up with a wish, the deal would be broken. Did she agree? Yu Yang agreed with a displeased look and said that he was such a jerk. June sighed with a small smile and thought that in a year she would probably forget about it. He asked what was wrong with her. Face did she come up with some kind of dirty line? Yan got really angry because of this and loudly asked what he said there. Was he tired of living? She squeezed the pillow tightly in her hands and with an angry expression said loudly that he left her alone. Back then it was time for him to die. She started hitting him with the pillow and Jan loudly asked why hit him on the head. They stopped for a while. Because his mother said that they should go eat, she put the dishes she had prepared on the table with a smile. Yoon hit him with a pillow again, with a happy smile. June chuckled and thought that he couldn't say that he was happy. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, Sono stuck his sword into the head of a huge snake, and there were bodies of other killed monsters lying next to him. A man in armor approached him and called his name. He said with a smile that thanks to him, they got it done quickly. It had been a long time since there had been such a fun raid. He was grateful to him for that. Sono ignored him and pulled the sword out of the snake's head. The man said that if he joined their guild, a strong and powerful alliance could be formed. What would he say about this? Sono apologized and said that, however, he had no such plans for now. The man approached him and said with a smile that the Scarlet Guild would provide him with better conditions. Sono began to emit ominous energy and said that he was annoying him. The man looked at him with a worried look and asked for forgiveness. Sun used magic on him, and he felt like his body was bound by a chain. He looked at the man with a frightening look and asked, "Is this vile greed of theirs only inherent to humans?" He began to disappear and said that it is not only humans who are infected with these. When he completely disappeared, the man came to his senses and asked, what was he doing here? After some time, Sunon said, with a smile, that before they start training, she wants to see his fighting skills. This means that they need to have a training duel. Jan looked at her with a slightly worried look and asked, "Isn't this too much?" Sunon said. That she didn't think that the person who figured out the Manicube in 10 minutes should worry. About such a trifle, she pointed her hand at him and said that he should try to attack her. John looked at her with a serious look and thought that it was not for nothing that he noticed her fighting outfit. She had planned this from the beginning. He got into a fighting stance and looked at her with a serious expression. He thought that he should put his left leg forward, bend his knee, and lower his shoulders as much as possible. This is a typical warrior stance that can be used to dodge an opponent's attack and counterattack. Jun ran up to her very quickly and delivered a strong punch. He was very surprised when he noticed that Sangun was able to stop his punch. She let go of his hand with a smile, and he immediately jumped back a few meters away from her. June stared at her and thought that he would be able to land at least one punch. But the chairman is an S-rank raider and a healer at that. Simon walked towards him and said that she would just call him by his name. She asked if he wanted to choose a martial arts class, right? He agreed, and she said with a thoughtful look that she saw that he had not gotten rid of his old habits. A mage see attacks so thoughtlessly. Does he know what the main difference is between a martial arts class and a magic one? June said that it is different in distance, close combat and long-range combat. Sonon nodded and said that this was the correct answer. Raider magicians weaken the enemy at a distance and only then go on the attack. He tries to close the distance to the enemy immediately with such tactics. Any magician is doomed to defeat. She was not serious, but now she will complicate the task a little. He needs a visual example to understand how real magicians should fight. This time, she will also start attacking him, but not in such a way that he gets seriously injured at worst. She will patch up the injuries with recovery. She started using a spell and said that he is capable of more, so he must fight with full dedication. Jaehyun looked in surprise at the magical energy she concentrated in front of her. She released a powerful beam of energy, but he jumped to the side and dodged this attack. He rolled and stared at her. Intently, Sunon stood still and said that it was his turn. June immediately used magic, and the system announced that the skill Ultra Speed chain had been activated. He released several magic attacks that reached her very quickly and caused a magical explosion. Sunon dodged the attack and said that it was an A-rank skill moreover. Ultra Speed chain, it turns out that it is full of surprises. She was about to say something and used a similar spell. John looked at it in surprise and thought that it was too fast. Her attack caused a magic iCal explosion, and she said that no matter what spell he knew, it would be of no use if he couldn't hit the dust. From the explosion slowly began to clear, and she saw Jan, who was standing up. Sonon was surprised by this and said that it was very interesting. Of course, she didn't put even a fifth of her energy into the attack, but she didn't expect him to stay up. She used magic again and asked, "Then, how did he like it?" John looked at her and his eye began to change. Sunon launched her spells at him, and the system notified that the skill Absolute Counting was activated. Destruction of the skill's sacred arrows. Because of this, the magical energy dissipated, and Sunon was very surprised because of this. She thought that this couldn't be. He was able to reverse her spell and destroy it, she said with a smile, that this is not the first time he makes her surprised. What else is in his arsenal? June cast the spell again and asked with a smile. Who knows? He released a super fast chain from the ground next to Sangun, and she was surprised when she noticed it. At the last moment, she managed to put up a magic barrier and block his attack. She noticed that her hand was shaking and thought that he was really fast for someone who hadn't learned magic and had such power. Jae-hun looked at her with a serious expression and released several magic chains again. Sunan continued to block his attacks with magic and wondered how he did magic without chanting for mages. This is a mandatory ritual. Only skilled mages can cast spells silently as a mage. This guy is still unskilled. Then how can he use magic without chanting? Jun clenched his hand into a fist and looked at her and thought it didn't work. He almost ran out of mana. She is a real monster. Sonon walked towards him with a smile and said that he had a lot of talent hidden within him. She ran up to him very quickly, attacked him, and said that however he was still too illiterate. Jundai fell to the ground and thought with a shocked expression, "What was that?" Sunon leaned towards him with a smile and asked if he really thought he could defeat her. She helped him up, and June thought about her last attack and thought that he didn't even notice her last blow. This is what an S-rank raider is. He remembered the battle and thought that when a person dedicates himself to martial arts classes, he only gains experience in close combat. However, there are endless magical attacks and their incredible speed. Sonon looked at him with a smile and thought that maybe he really can do it. She said that during the fight, she remembered something. Everyone has thought about this at least once. She talks about a fighting style that no one has ever mastered, but she thinks he can do it. She's intrigued him, right? June stood there quietly thinking. Is there a fighting style that only he can? Master Sonon said with a smile that he can call her teacher. She congratulates him on being her student. Now after a while, John sat at the table with a thoughtful look on his face, pen in hand, while Ying screamed to get his attention. She called his name and he came to his senses. She was eating something with a dissatisfied look and asked if he was listening to her. June agreed with a dissatisfied look and said that he was listening, but she shouldn't talk with her mouth full. He asked about the tuition. Isn't she tired of it? It's already the 4th tub of ice cream. Yu Jung said with a satisfied look that she was not at all bored because every time the taste was different anyway. It was time to get back to the conversation. She started drawing and said that there was combat magic, buff magic, and healing magic. There were other categories, but these were the main ones. The system notified that the level of magic proficiency had increased. The effectiveness of magic had increased by 5%. Jan looked at it and thought, did it appear now too? With any progress, the system sends him notifications. It was as if it was happy with his success. Yu Jung looked at him and said that this was simply amazing. Is he really from the martial arts class? In 2 days he learned spells that take more than a month to learn. John calmly looked at his notebook and asked why she was surprised. After all, she learned it herself. In 3 days, Yu Jung said with a displeased look that he should address her formally. Jan agreed with a displeased look, called her teacher, and quietly said that she was annoying. She asked with a displeased look, how could it be any other way? She started crying and said that she had started mastering the magical arts before him. At this rate, he would catch up with her very quickly. June calmly sighed and told the teacher that nothing could be done about it. Because he had a predisposition, he thought how could he do otherwise when his life was at stake. Yuang took a jar of ice cream and said that she hadn't told him, but when he said that he was choosing a martial arts class, she was very surprised. And it's okay that the magic class is not in demand. How could he bury his talent in the ground? It's stupid, isn't it? Jen said with a displeased look that she herself knew how magicians were treated. Now he was gripped by a feeling of fear. The spirit of his father appeared next to him, and he wondered if he really chose the path of a warrior of his own free will. Yu Jing asked, by the way, does he practice magic? Jan agreed and said that he was doing it with another teacher. She said that something was missing at the end of the sentence. He agreed, called her teacher, and wondered what that was. Did he imagine it? It was like he heard someone's voice. He remembered that he had to defeat the dungeon boss in 2 months and thought that he couldn't get distracted. He remembered the guy who said that he wanted this medicine to become a faithful assistant for raiders all over the world. Jan thought that he needed something like a potion that would solve all problems after some time. Sunj walked through the training ground called Parkin and said that he bent his back when swinging his sword. He called Kong Jane and said that the spell chanting was too slow. If she didn't use the healing in time, her comrades might die. He walked up to Sunon and said that it seemed like they were all doing pretty well compared to last year. The average was higher. He called the chairman and she apologized and said that she was just thinking about something. SJ asked with a smile. Is she thinking about Jan? Sunon said with a smile that she was right. It was hard to fool him. He said that if he remembered correctly, she was going to teach him something that many raiders had tried to learn before him, but none of them had ever managed to achieve significant results. Sunon asked with a smile. He had seen his abilities right. Sunjit agreed and said that his movements were perfect, like a skilled master. Sunon said with a smile that if an S-class race appeared among the magicians, it would definitely be Jan. She thought that in Korea so far, she was the only one who had managed to reach the S rank of magic. However, she was still a healer. Her combat magic was weak. However, what would happen if Jun joined their ranks? She said with a smile. That the magic class would be in for a major change at the same time. He thought that he needed a man-increasing potion, a powerful elixir that infinitely increases the mana of an awakened one. A Mughal raider would definitely be interested in something like this. Jun tried to make the potion, but it didn't work out, and he looked at it with a very dissatisfied look. He threw away the ladle and cried out loudly in a dissatisfied voice. He grabbed his head and asked, "How many times is this?" Already, he used up too many ingredients. He might run out of money. He was absolutely sure that the liquid should turn white in the first step. He also had no one to ask how to do it correctly. Jun sat down on the floor and sighed in irritation. He thought that November 2020 was the present time at the moment. No one knows how to make a mana-increasing potion. It will only be created in 5 years right now. Only he knows what ingredients are needed and how to mix it before he returned to the past. The recipe was published by one of the world-class alchemists. He once said that he wanted this elixir to become a reliable support for raiders from all over the world. Jae-hun stood up from the floor and said that his attempts were useless. He was just wasting raw materials. He smiled and said that he should change his approach. Lee Jae saying it seems that he should find the creator of this potion. He thought that even if the potion fails, it would not hurt to meet him. He has nothing to regret. He got dressed and asked. The alchemist is currently a first student at Millis Academy, right? Then he should visit him after some time. His mother came home, called his name, and was about to say something, but was very surprised when she saw the dirty dishes that he left behind after his attempts to make the potion. She looked at it with a frightened look and wondered what happened here. She looked around the room and wondered if she should call the police. Although nothing seemed to be missing, she picked up the frying pan and wondered if thieves could really cause a stir in the kitchen without taking anything. At the same time, June thought that there were a few individuals who had taken the lead the fastest with the appearance of Igel and the monsters. One of them was Swift Sword Lee Jason, the first South Korean raider of ranks who took the place of the first awakened after his disappearance. The one he needed to meet was Jae Sing, Swift Sword's youngest son, the girl working at the academy. Asked where he was going. June politely said that he needed a portal to TIU. He thought that this place was considered a closed area due to the threat of monster attacks. All sorts of monsters appear there all the time, so every step in this place could be your last. It's not very well equipped for fun. But if anyone was heading there now, there was only one reason. The girl asked with a slightly surprised look. Is he a student at Millis Academy? Jun said with a smile that it wasn't like that he was preparing to enroll. He teleported to Taeyu and thought that in a little while the main gate of the academy would appear. There were many memories associated with this place, but there was no point in it now. He walked towards the large barrier and said that he had to go and there was no time to talk. He thought that the surrounding area was unsafe. Monsters were lurking around every corner. After some time, Jaehyun entered the academy with a temporary P class and wondered where Jae Sing was. Now he was studying in a martial arts class, but he had no martial talent. It was unlikely that he would use fighting combinations. He continued down the corridor and thought that he should look in the lecture hall. His attention was drawn to the fact that a large crowd of students had gathered in the hallway nearby and were discussing something. He walked closer and heard some of them asking if it would be better to stop this. What if they turned on them when they found out that they helped that stuttering guy? John wondered if they mentioned the stuttering guy. His face became serious and he thought that he would have to make some noise. He walked past the two guys, looked at them with displeasure and thought that they were all standing in one place anyway. He opened the door to the restroom and immediately Jae Sang bumped into him. Having been pushed hard, June caught him. after which he immediately moved away and apologized. He noticed another guy who looked at him with a calm expression and asked who he was. Did he have some business with his friend? Jing was breathing heavily and looked at Jen, who thought that he finally found him. He called him H and asked if he was okay. Jen was confused by this and asked who he was. The guy came up to June, put his hand on his shoulder and asked, "So he knew this stutter, he didn't even know that he had a relative. Only, they were not at all similar. It seemed to him that he didn't talk about his family because they all died by the way he was actually talking to him here. Now he should leave here if he didn't want to get beaten up." Jan didn't listen to him and with a sharp movement of his hand removed his hand from his shoulder. His behavior really surprised everyone present. He said with a smile and a calm look that it would be better for him to go to the medical center. He can go right. Jason was very surprised by what happened and couldn't answer him in any way. The guy was very angry because of what he did, grabbed him by the clothes, called him a freak, and said that he tried to solve everything in a good way, but he didn't understand it. Is he tired of living? Junai looked at his with a very annoyed expression and said that this happened for the second time. Jae-sang looked at him with a worried expression and tried to say something. June raised his hand and said that he had been grabbed by the collar. Very often he remembered what he had been taught and thought that first. He needed to imagine an image, then come up with a formula, construct it, and put it into action. This is the basics of magic. The image he imagines is a flash of light, flying like an arrow. The system notified that the Holy Arrow skill was activated. He created a spell that attacked this guy's hand. Because of this, he felt a lot of pain and screamed loudly. Jae-sang looked at this, was surprised and wondered, did he really use a spell without words? The students who were standing nearby asked, what happened there? Did anyone see him use a spell? How can a simple holy arrow break the hand of someone who is going to become a martial arts class raider? Maybe this arrogant guy is actually a complete weakling. All he can do is pretend to be cool. The guy got angry because of this and thought that this rate he will lose his authority. He doesn't know who this freak is, but he won't get off that easy. He looked at him with a very angry expression on his face and took out a weapon from his inventory. Jae-sang noticed this and said loudly that he should be careful. The guy began to attack with his weapon with a sharp movement of his hand. Jan stood in place with a calm expression and watched this. He remembered that Sunan had told him earlier that for the force field he must evenly envelop his body in mana, and then sharply release the force. The system notified that the force mana field skill was activated. The guy hit him with his sword at that moment and was very surprised when his sword fell out of his hand. Because of this, he looked at his sword with a very scared look and couldn't say anything. Because of the shock, Jun grabbed his head with a sharp movement of his hand and squeezed his hand tightly. He looked at him with a frightening expression and asked, "Is he done already?" The guy was about to insult him, and the system notified that the Sacred Arrow skill was activated. He fired this spell at his face and knocked out several teeth. Due to such a strong blow, he fell off his feet and fell to the ground. Jae-sang looked at him with a surprised look and wondered who he even was. John, with a calm expression, shook his hands and looked at him. Jae-sang was very scared because of his look and screamed softly. John calmly walked past him to the guy he'd just knocked out. He looked at his face and said that it was a good blow. Almost like before, he took out a potion from his inventory and said that he certainly bought this thing for another occasion, but he can't do anything about it. Jae-sang was very surprised to see this bottle of potion. Jan opened this bottle and poured the potion on the injured guy's face. Because of this, his face immediately returned to normal. And one of the students who was watching this said that he did not know who made the potion, but the effect was simply incredible. Jaeon turned to Jae-sang, who was trembling with surprise and fear, and asked, "Can they go now? They need to go to the infirmary." After some time, the two of them walked along the corridor of the academy, and he, with a slightly worried look, said that he should wait. Because the infirmary is on the other side, he did not have time to finish because Jaeon stopped and got scared again. He stood with his back to him and said that there was no one nearby and no one would hear them. Jang lowered his head and thought that he knew it. "He probably knows who he is," he asked in a confused voice. Was it by any chance his father who sent him? John looked at him calmly and thought that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between them. He shouldn't irritate his vigilance. He looked at him calmly and said that it wasn't so. How could he know his father? He noticed the face Jason was making and thought that he definitely didn't believe him. He asked, then why did he need him? June came closer to him and said with a smile that he had a favor to ask. He needed to brew a potion. He didn't have time to finish because Jason loudly asked what potion he was talking about. He didn't know how to do that, Jan. Started to take a bottle out of his pocket and asked what he meant. He knew alchemy. He showed him the bottle and asked, he sold this potion on the black market, right? Jason was very surprised by what he heard and asked how he knew. He started to panic a lot and wondered how he found out it was impossible to track him down through the black market. Jan thought calmly that it was written all over his face. He probably thought that he couldn't be identified through the black market, and he was right. The market really is a system that carefully hides the name of its participants. Both sales and purchases are done through the ear system, so confidentiality is completely maintained. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have thought of selling the eye. There's no point in talking about it anymore. Anyway, the good thing is that the black market operates in the Norna system too. Otherwise, if he hadn't bought the potion, things would have been really bad. June smiled at him and asked, "This is his creation, isn't it?" Jae sang, looked away with a very confused look and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. June said that he was not good at lying. He understood that he wanted to remain in the shadows, but he didn't have time. Jae sang thought back to the pat and wondered if he had made a mistake when he put the potions up for sale. He never thought that things would turn out like this. He just needed money. He closed his eyes with a scared look and thought that if his father found out he would be finished, he needed to somehow get out of this situation. He bowed his head and said that he asked him to keep this a secret from the others. June put his hand on his shoulder and said that he didn't bring up the topic of potions to threaten him. He gave him an empty potion bottle and said that he just needed an excellent alchemist to brew something. Jang looked at him and thought that it didn't seem like he was lying. Surely his father didn't send him, right? He still didn't trust him and asked him confusedly who he was. June said with a smile that he was a future student of Millis Academy. After that, he told him his name. Jae sang calmed down a bit and said that he was ready to listen to him. After a while, they entered his room and Jayen said that it was a pretty cozy workplace. Jae sang looked down with a confused look and thanked him for that. They sat in silence opposite each other. For a few seconds, he gathered his resolve and asked, "So what does he need?" June smiled and said that he needed a secret remedy for increasing mana. A potion that would allow raiders to replenish their energy non-stop. Jae-sing was very surprised when he heard this. He stood up and asked loudly, "Does he mean replenish his energy non-stop? Is that even possible?" John looked at him and thought that of course it was possible after all. He was the one who created this potion. Jae-sang stopped stuttering and asked with a thoughtful look, "What ingredients should be used to achieve such an effect?" "Mandri, root yenim, spring water, this is still not enough." John was a little surprised by this and thought that the atmosphere had changed drastically. He stopped stuttering and also named most of the ingredients required. A smile appeared on his face and he thought that he was a real genius. He should make him his supporter. Jae-sang stopped and asked with a little sadness if it wouldn't be better to ask another alchemist to create this masterpiece. June grabbed his shoulders and said with a happy look that he wanted him to do it. He would provide him with everything he needed for this. He thought that he didn't know. Maybe other alchemists could also create the potion if they had the recipe, but their skills were nowhere near his skill, so he should definitely fight for this guy. He asked if he could help him. Jae-sang agreed and said with a depressed look that it was true he couldn't promise that everything would go well. Jun said that failure was just a stepping stone to success. Jae-sang asked with an uncertain look if he was sure about this. If nothing works out, he will lose a lot of money. June calmly said that it is not scary. He believes in his abilities. Does he really think that investing is easy? It is not, but he is ready to take a risk. He thought that he would never be able to create such a potion anyway. He smiled and said that in general he relies on him. Jen agreed with tears of joy and thought that for the first time someone believed in him. Jen thought with a smile that he had made another new connection. After some time, Jan sat in his room and sadly remembered what Jan told him earlier. He wondered if anyone relied on him at all. Unlike his other brothers, he lacked talent. He was always cowardly and lonely. His mother passed away early, and his father never recognized him as a son because he did not stand out from the others. Jason said that he said that is okay to make mistakes. He started to cry and thought about why he was trusted for. The first time he wiped his tears and thought that it touched his heart sometime later when there were 11 days left for the quest given by Hell to end. John was in the training camp and easily dodged the spell. Sunan stood in front of him and created several sacred arrows with a smile. John watched her with a calm expression and dodged several attacks. She fired several more spells, but he created a barrier and blocked that attack. He used several spells at the same time, and the system notified that the Sacred Arrow skill was activated. He fired all those arrows at the same time, but Sunon blocked it with her barrier. With a calm expression, she looked at her barrier and thought that cracks had formed in the barrier. This is such a fast progress. After that, both of them started to emit very powerful energy and were about to attack each other at the same time at the last moment. Before the attack, SJ stopped them and said that time was up. They both worked hard. He looked at the destroyed training ground and thought that he couldn't believe that the ground made of a special metal was almost in disrepair. It's hard to even leave a scratch on these stones. If it weren't for him, this place would have turned into beautiful ruins. Jun stopped, using his magic, and took out a glass to drink. Sunon said with a smile that his development speed is incredible. Even now he can use different spells, the power of which sometimes surprises. Does someone teach him theory? Besides their training, Jen agreed and said that his friend does. Sunon said with a happy look that he exceeds all expectations, to be honest. She was worried about it because she doesn't have time for lectures at all. His friend is very smart, Jun said with a slightly annoyed look that in general you could say that he thought that he couldn't argue with Yu Jiang's intelligence, but his personality, Sonon, called his name with a smile and said that she heard that he was going to go to the dungeon again. Jun said with a calm expression that he wanted to test his skills. She continued to look at him with a smile and said that it seemed like he could handle an E-rank dungeon. She wished him luck. Jun thought that a dungeon of that rank would be perfect. He needed to stay calm, but would he be able to do it? He remembered the dungeon boss and thought that his enemy was AC rank in the past. He would never have defeated that monster alone, but would he be able to win? Now he slapped his face with his hands and thought that the preparations were serious. There was only a fight ahead. He could do it after some time. Jen greeted him with a very tired and sleep-deprived look. He held a big pill in his hands and Jun asked with a happy smile, was it hard for him? The system notified that it was a consumable item, a mana-increased potion. The alchemist. Skill increases the potion's effect. He asked if it could be consumed right away. Jae sang, smiled and nodded in agreement. Jan ate it and the system notified that a mana-increased potion had been used. The stat was increased by 15 points. Jun was very surprised by this and thought that this was an incredible effect. It was so excellent that this bitter pill was like a candy. Alchemy is a very complex science. The effect of the same potion can change depending on the alchemist's skill. If he had given the ingredients to someone else and asked them to make something similar, they would have brought him a potion that increased the stats by 1 or 2 points, but not by 15. He smiled and said that as he had already said, he had real talent. Jang thanked him with a smile and said that it was all thanks to him. Jan said that he should be the one thanking him. He should rest, since it seemed like he hadn't slept well in the past few days. Jae sang agreed and said that then if he needed anything, he could call him. John left and thought that the preparations were over. He would crush Nightshade tomorrow at the same time. Hel smiled and petted the big wolf she named Garm, and said that she had a feeling that they should expect guests today after a... While Jae-hun stood in front of the dungeon entrance and the system notified that he had an equipment item, the name was Valky Apprentice Ring, Class C Valky Apprentice Pendant, Class C Valky Apprentice Earring. Class A, the apprentice set of 3 out of 3 items was assembled. The passive skill Monosteel was activated. Jan said that this equipment would be enough. He felt great. He turned to SJ and was about to say something. He just nodded to him with a smile, and immediately after that he walked into the portal. The system notified that he had entered the dungeon. The Norner system transports the user to a specific location. The current location is Helheim, the land of the dead. Jun landed on his feet with a calm look and thought that he didn't understand last time, but this bad energy is everywhere. It seems to belong to Nightshade. By destroying it, he will be able to meet Hel again. A skeleton was aiming at him. But Jun didn't pay attention to it and called Loki and Norner. He deflected the skeleton shot with a barrier and said that he had a lot of questions. He turned around and saw several monsters appearing next to him. He ran towards them and remembered that Sunan had said earlier that she would teach him how to fight as a battle mage. The martial arts class calls such people magic swordsmen, but that's not the main thing. The hybrid stance itself is important, in which he combines magic with martial arts. However, no one has managed to do this. Yet long range is not suitable for the magic class, and short range is not enough for The martial arts class June attacked the monsters and thought that it was a kind of middle position where either of the two directions was specialized. He remembered that Sangun touched him and said with a smile that, however, if they were talking about him, then it was a different matter. After that many system windows appeared which notified that he had defeated various monsters at the same time outside. Sun Jae heard a sound and thought with a serious expression that someone was nearby. He took out a weapon from his inventory and thought that he hadn't heard that someone else would come here. Besides him, a car came. To him, and the girl who was driving said that he had gone quite far. She got out of the car and said that she was already tired of looking for him. Sunj hit his hand with the weapon behind his back and asked, "Is it her, Yeonju?" She fixed her hair and calmly said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He put the weapon back and asked what she was doing here. "Doesn't her guild have enough work?" Yanu wrote something on her phone and said that she was dealing with it along the way. Besides, she wanted to meet him. However, she had to come here since she couldn't find him in the guild itself. Sunjay sighed and thought that it was a lie. Since he hadn't heard anything from her at all since graduating from university, he said that he was also glad to see her. He thought that she wouldn't come all this way just to say hello. Yan looked around and asked if he was monitoring this dungeon. Sunj said with a calm expression that there was no need for outsiders to know. She said that it was strange since it wasn't his jurisdiction. Did he really get demoted? He didn't answer, and she said that, to be honest, she was curious about something she's talking about, the rumors about Chairman Sanjian's illness. "Is it true?" Sunj said with a very serious expression. "That of course it wasn't. Where did she even hear about that?" Yan looked at her nails and said that there were a lot of ears around. How did he know her guild's curator was full of that? Sunj stared at her and wondered if she was just casually saying that she had planted a spy among them. He sighed and said that he was grateful to her for telling him, thanks to her, he would have more work when he got back. If is that all, he just had to go clean up? Yan looked at her phone and said that she had one last question. She showed him a photo of Jan next to Sunan and asked if he happened to know this guy. She walked up to him and said that she thought he had been dropping by their guild quite often lately. It seemed that he had met the chairman more than once. She thought maybe he knew what was going on. Jay said with a serious expression that she as an outsider shouldn't be interested in this. Yeonju started to leave and said that, to be honest, she didn't expect him to tell her. She turned to him and said that she knew very well how prim and unbending a person he was. Anyway, the guild paid her to come so she wouldn't pretend she got into the car and said that now she would go, they would meet again. She left, and SJ said that first he should report this to the chairman. At the same time, John was sitting on a mountain of monster corpses and said that he finally showed up. The system notified that the boss of the dungeon Nightshade had shown itself. He immediately fired a sacred arrow at this monster and said that they hadn't seen each other. For a long time, he used many of these spells with a smile and said with a smile that this time it would be different. Nightshade got very angry because of his attack and immediately struck with his hand. Jan easily dodged this attack with a jump. He fired several sacred arrows with a serious expression. He hit the monster's body with these attacks because of this. Nightshade grabbed his head with his hand and made loud sounds. He raised his head and many of his eyes lit up. He used a spell and spikes started to appear from the ground. June noticed this and thought that he should take one step to the left, dodged these attacks with a calm expression and watched the monster's actions. Nightshade swung his hand and struck but missed him. John watched his actions closely and thought that he should take 2 steps to the right, tilt his head, and now a wide lunge to the side. He started to use the spell and asked. He was confused because everything is not going as he planned. The system notified that the skill super speed chain was activated. He calmly created several chains from his energy, which he immediately launched at this monster. Many attacks hit Nightshade, and he received damage because of this. John calmly controlled these chains using hand movements. He shackled this monster with these chains. He used the spell's sacred arrow and thought that it was not enough. He launched several spells and hit the monster's eyes, because of which he began to scream loudly in pain. John, with a serious expression, looked at this monster which began to emit dark energy. Nightshade broke the chains he used, and the system notified that the dungeon boss was enraged. His strength and agility were increased. Jaehan looked at the system window that appeared next to him with a surprised expression. He was engulfed in a strong dark energy, and The system announced that a death seal had been cast. If the user does not remove the seal within 10 minutes, an instant death penalty will be cast on him. The condition for removing the seal is to destroy. Nightshade J thought with a surprised expression that he had never heard of such a thing. The system announced that the skill absolute calculation had been activated. He tried to cancel the effect of the seal several times, but the death seal was cast on him again and again. John loudly called out to Hell and asked why she was interfering. The system announced that there were 9 minutes and 28 seconds left until the instant death penalty. He ran towards Nightshade and thought that he had no choice. He needed to end this quickly. The boss began to quickly move away from him at high speed, and he wondered if he was running away from him. Immediately after that, he used the Sacred Arrow spell and tried to hit the monster. The system notified that there were 8 minutes and 32 seconds left before the instant death penalty. June noticed that Nightshade was looking at him with a sly smile, and this made him very angry. He thought that this freak was mocking him. He decided to just drag out the fight. He began to emit energy and said that then he needed to deliver a powerful blow that he would not be able to dodge. Nightshade made a very loud sound which surprised Jan very much, and he stopped using his energy. He fell to his knees, grabbed his throat, and the system notified that the resistance did not work. He felt the fear effect. Nightshade very quickly got to him and delivered a strong blow with his hand. He began to cough up blood, and the system notified that the fear effect was dispelled. John was thrown a long distance and spat out blood with a serious expression. The system announced that there were 7 minutes and 11 seconds left until the instant death penalty. He wondered, is the boss unable to use crowd control multiple times in a row? He wasn't sure about that. He might be able to interfere with him again if he tried to use light judgment. He would just end up wasting his mana and being disarmed in that case. If he recalled, he had hit him in the eyes. His vision should have gotten worse. The system announced that the Wonder Boost skill had been activated. Jen thought with a serious expression that he should turn off the lights on this bastard completely. First, the system announced that wind energy was passing through the user's body. Agility was temporarily increased. Noticed this and immediately jumped away from him. A long distance, he stopped and noticed that Jan had started to direct a large amount of energy upward. He asked calmly, "Did he just think he was going to pounce on him?" He laughed and said it was very easy. The system announced that the flash bomb skill had been activated. Jan created a very bright flash of light which blinded the monster. Immediately after that he used the super speed chain spell and immobilized Nightshade. He climbed on top of the monster very quickly and said with a serious expression that this freak would finally die. He dealt a strong blow, and the system announced that there were 4 minutes and 11 seconds left until the instant death penalty. June noticed the monsters that appeared nearby and said that this was already starting to irritate him. Is he still capable of anything? He is sorry, but it is too late. The system announced that the sacrifice skill had been activated. The system has detected the dead. The spell switches to attack mode, the Judgment of Light. Skill has been activated after some time when there were a few seconds left before the penalty was activated. Jan stood in front of the body of a huge monster. He said with a calm expression that he did it. The system notified that Nightshade was destroyed. The title of the one who endured the first suffering was received. Hel laughed with a smile and said that it seemed that his choice was not accidental. She called this child and said that he should come to her. She will wait for him in her temple. The energy around June disappeared, and the system notified that the effect of the Seal of Death was removed. 3,000 experience points. The core of Nightshade and Shadow Armor were received. 3 new levels were received. The user's qualification is being checked. The check is complete. The Hell Temple calls the user. Jan moved and found himself in front of the entrance to the temple. He looked at it and said that here he was in the temple. He was very surprised when he felt a dark aura. And immediately after that, a huge wolf named Garm ran out to meet him. This huge monster immediately ran towards him to attack, and Jan immediately started emitting energy, preparing to use a spell. This huge monster stopped because Hel called him and said that he should escort the guest. G stood still and looked at him. For a few seconds, he turned around and started to leave, and June stopped using energy and thought that he was finally here. He went with the huge wolf to the temple. They entered the hall, after which he called Hel and said that he came to her. Garm lay down next to him and looked at him, and she said that she didn't think that he could handle it. Right after that, she appeared next to the wolf and said with a smile that she congratulated him. The opponent of evil. He brilliantly passed her test. Jan asked why he received the Norner system. Why was he forced to go through all this? What was the reason Hel manipulated the magic particles and said that all this was to make him the enemy of evil? John looked at her and asked what it meant and why him. She continued to smile and said that it was because this was his destiny. She raised her hand and said that the enemy is Aser, the one who will kill Odin. This is what Loki and they want. John looked at her with a slightly displeased look and said that he did not understand what she was talking about. Hel said that he did not need to understand. They did not expect him to understand. He said something with an angry expression, but she flew to him, covered his mouth with her finger and said that he must feel some kind of injustice. The reasons why a person is forced to play by the rules of the gods are incomprehensible to his mind. She looked at him with a serious expression and said that he should remember that this does not only concern the gods who are Aser's opponents. She used magic to send June flying, which surprised him greatly. He quickly moved away from Hel, and she said that the world was on the brink of an apocalypse. Odin wanted to take over everything, and they needed his power to stop him. He called out to her loudly and said that she should wait because he had not asked everything yet. Hel looked at him with a smile and said that he should become stronger by their next meeting. He teleported, and she asked with a serious expression how long he would continue to watch. She did not remember inviting him here immediately after that. June found himself at the entrance to the dungeon and looked up with a very dissatisfied look. He covered his face with his hand and said that something strange had happened again. He had so many questions, but no answers. The system notified that a gift from Hel had been received. Passive skill, Hel's patronage skill, rank X. All abnormal conditions of the user are removed at the same time. A ball of magical energy appeared in the temple and said that he apologized for being rude as soon as he found out about their meeting. He could not resist. He noticed Scar's behavior, laughed, and said that she had such a loyal friend. How was it for her to meet him in person? Hel said with a smile that she should not rush to conclusions because he only made the first step. The voice asked, what does she think? It seems to him that she clearly liked this guy. Hel laughed and said that she admits that he exceeded all expectations. He managed to pass the test and appear before her. This is a rather pleasant misunderstanding. The voice said that in this case he is glad, and his soul became calmer. Hel called him Mimir and asked, is that why he came? She is sure that he has something else to say. He said that he does not understand what she is talking about. Hel called him a cunning old man and asked, will he continue to pretend to be stupid cunning under the guise of a simpleton? And this he reminds her of her older brother. The principle of the enemy of evil was changed. Did he really think that she would not notice? If so, then she was sorry because he could no longer be called a giant of wisdom. She was about to say something else, but Mimir interrupted her and said that she should not be so angry. It seems that she cannot be fooled. Hel said that she was not finished yet about his left eye as far as she knew. Odin dedicated the eye to the source of wisdom. Could he tell her what his plan with Loki is? Mimir apologized to her and said that he would like to tell, but it is too early. Such is fate. Hel, with a smile, said that it is understandable. She is used to waiting, but she will not sit idly by. Mimir said that it seemed that a good idea had occurred to her. She went to the window and said that the enemy of evil is still weak according to the prophecy. Many trials await him. She began to concentrate her energy and said that he would need a guide, someone who would always show him the right path, even if that path was full of dangers. Sometime later, when there were 7 days left until entering Millis Academy, John was standing in the shopping mall and sighed with a slightly dissatisfied look. Hannah was standing next to him, looking at him, and said that he seemed a bit confused. Was something bothering him? June denied it and said that it was nothing special. She said that in that case they had shopping to do and they should go. He followed her and thought that if it could be considered a concern, then after everything he had been through, there were only more questions. However, there was still some catch. He looked at the system window with his passive skill that he had received from Hel. He thought that he had a few more X-rank skills. There were no such ranks in the ear system. In other words, skills of this rank are beyond the scope of ear, since the other skills were so hidden. The eye of the absolute God should be the same. The opponents of the ASA gods didn't just give him all of this for nothing. Jayun remembered what Hel had told him and thought that it seemed like it would do. What caught his attention was Hannah standing next to him discussing something with the clerk while pointing at a dagger. He looked at the price tag and saw that the dagger cost 299 million won. She paid for it with her card, and June thought with a shocked expression, a mana knife that costs almost 300 million won. Why spend a fortune on something that will only be thrown away? Anyway, Hannah looked at her phone and said that Millis Academy mainly provides items like this, but the quality of the equipment for first-year students never ceases to be poor. He will need to buy sacred equipment. She scrolled through a very long list and asked what next. John looked at it with a very surprised expression and thought, is this the entire shopping list some time ago? Hannah bowed to him, told him her name, and said that she is a member of the Lotus Guild. The chairman wants to give him a gift for entering the academy. John wondered, did she decide to give him some of her time? After that, he walked through the mall with many bags in his hands and thought it would be something like a couple of miracle drugs or artifacts. Although the Lotus Guild is on a completely different level, Hannah walked ahead and said that now they need to find armor. Jae-hun followed her and said that she should wait a second. He put all the purchases in his inventory with a calm expression and said that there is no need for it since he already has a set. A system window appeared in front of him which said that the equipment item is Shadow Armor Class B. This is the shadow that Nightshade was shrouded in after the death of the boss. The darkness dissipated, but the waves of it can still be felt, mastering the skill concealment when used. Jun looked at it and thought that there was no better armor than the B-class defensive gear here, especially considering that it gave a rare ability. He said the name of the skill out loud, and Hannah asked, does he need an artifact with a concealment effect? She said with a thoughtful look that every raider would want such an item. It would be difficult to get it here. Jae-hun refused and said that he just said it like that. She should not pay attention to it. Besides, there are not many raiders who study concealment. Such things can be found in dungeons, and even then if you are very lucky. Hannah said that he was right in their country. Only her older brother had concealment. John looked at her in surprise and asked who she was talking about. Hannah turned to him and said with a calm expression that she meant Sanji's manager. Didn't he know Junai? Was very surprised by what he heard and immediately remembered him. She went further and asked if they were skipping the armor. Could they go for the weapons? June followed her and thought, was she serious? He would never have thought of that. Suddenly his eye began to glow and he saw particles of light the system, notified that there was a resonance with the user. June grabbed his head and thought with a surprised expression that it was similar to what he saw at the treasure gate. He quickly ran along the path of those particles. Hannah noticed this and called his name. Jan continued to run and loudly said that she should wait. After that, he entered the room and saw something. The system announced that the eye of the absolute God looks through false vision and recognizes the truth. The lower skill of the eye of the absolute God is unlocked. The active skill. Recognition is obtained. Recognition X rank, the first effect. Recognizes an unknown object. The second ignores the ability to hide an illusion. John looked at it in surprise and asked, what is this? At the same time, an unknown man was fighting with wooden swords and blocked a blow with a very worried look. He looked at his opponent with a very scared look. The young man with a very serious looked out many very fast blows with his sword after that. The referee said that the duel was over. The winner wasn't home. His skill is simply amazing. The other man said that he was right, although his opponent also had good skills. Everything was decided by the difference in talent. No wonder he is called a new generation S-class raider. A man passed by him and said that he was good. Hoon looked down with a dissatisfied expression and thanked his father. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he shouldn't be too happy since he was obliged to win the fight. He went on and said that since the fight was over, it was time to do other things. He should quickly take a shower. They had to go get something else. Hai went to the shower, leaned on the wall with his callous hand and thought that he felt discomfort and disgust. He didn't feel like a human but a robot. He wanted to become a different raider. At what point did everything change at the same time? The system notified that an equipment item, Melan, no class possible development was detected. The Mel toe branch that killed Odin Baldur's son, it grows with the user and has an unknown amount of mana. Mastery of mana perception when used passive skill mana perception rank. A increases the ability of mana perception to the maximum level. Analyzes the nature of mana increases sensitivity to it. John looked at it and asked, is this another thing of the Norner system? Hoyong passed by him, and it caught his attention after a while. His father pointed at the items and told the shopkeeper that he asked to count these things. H stood by and asked why so many. His father took the sword, looked at it and said that it was all for his development. A future Shrank Raider can't save money on equipment, Hoang asked. But what about his mother's hospital bills for this month? His father looked at him with a displeased look and said that he would deal with it and he should continue training. Hoang agreed with him, looked down and thought, what was he doing here? People passing by recognized him and asked why would he be here. He covered his face with his cap and thought, is this the life he dreamed of? He feels like a monkey in a zoo cage the day he discovered his powers. His mother kept stroking his head and smiling at him. That's when he realized he wanted to become a raider. He was a light in the pitch. Darkness, however, his father quickly found a use for his powers that he thought were right. Now he's more of a robot than a human, just his father's tool will. He be able to last 3 years at the academy. Suddenly an alarm started and the loudspeaker said that there was an announcement for visitors to the mall. A dungeon had broken open nearby, causing dangerous monsters to emerge onto the streets. The association had already dispatched raiders. All shoppers should remain calm. H was surprised by this and asked, had a dungeon broken open and monsters had appeared in the city? The mall workers were loudly shouting that the citizens should come this way. The raiders would be arriving soon. They didn't need to panic. His father calmly walked after the others and asked Hwang why he was standing there. He is a genius who will hold all of South Korea in his fist if he gets injured. His position in the academy will be shaken. He won't gain anything by interfering. H thought that he was right. The raiders from the association will deal with the monsters themselves, however. What will happen to the civilians before they arrive? He thought that this was his chance. He ran to the exit and his father loudly asked him what he was planning. He should go back. Now Hoong didn't listen to him and thought that he had to prove to himself that he was a real raider. He ran down the street and thought that he wanted to make sure whether he had chosen the right path or if it was a mistake. He ran to the place where the rift occurred and saw a crowd of goblins looking at him. A strong feeling of fear came over him and he couldn't move because of it. Hwang thought that only his eyes could tremble. In fear! One movement of his fingers, one short step, he couldn't do anything. He kept trying to move and thought that he knew where he was going. A large crowd of goblins ran towards him, and one of them jumped in front of him to attack with a sword. Hoong looked at it in horror and thought he dreamed of becoming a raider, but he was scared of some lowly monsters. Jan landed in front of him and pinned the monster to the ground. Hoong was very surprised by what happened and fell to the ground. He turned to him and asked, isn't he Ho a while ago? Jun bought Milan with his own money and spent 50 million tong. One on it, Hannah ran to him, called him by name, and asked what was the matter. Why did he go towards the unidentified objects, and what kind of stone is in his hands? Jan put it in his inventory and thought in the eyes of outsiders. This thing looks like an ordinary stone. He said that it is nothing special. Thought that although it would be weird if everyone could see the system structure. He said that he thought that there was no need to buy weapons either. Hannah was breathing heavily because she was tired while running after him and asked what he said at that moment. A dungeon rift was announced, and this immediately attracted Jen's attention. He ran very quickly. In a surprised Hannah loudly called his name. He ran down the corridor, jumped out the window, and attracted the attention of many goblins who were standing on the street. Jen, with a serious expression on his face, used sacred arrow spells in fight he directed. All these spells at the crowds of monsters, and because of this magical explosions occurred, he landed, looked around with a serious expression on his face, and thought that there were more of them than he thought. Perhaps there would be casualties. He used magic and attacked the crowd of monsters. After that he jumped very quickly on the walls of the buildings and quickly headed down the street. He saw a crowd of monsters that were running quickly and immediately jumped on one of them. June looked at him and asked, is he home? He looked at him with a calm expression and thought that he never thought to see this guy hereby. The way he is also entering Millis Academy, he said that he needed his help. Hoong noticed that a monster was trying to attack him from behind and loudly warned him about it. Jan killed this goblin with a calm expression and said that he knew about it. We can't let the monsters get to the residential buildings. How long is he going to sit still? He needs to get ready and take a weapon, Han. Quickly came to his senses and said that he understood him. He thought that strangely enough, but after his words, his trembling stopped. That's right, a real raider stands in front of him. All he has to do now is save people. John looked at the crowd of monsters in front of them with a serious expression and asked if he could use provocation. If he came to his senses, he should distract the monsters. There are a lot of goblins, so he should try not to miss anyone. They need to provoke as many monsters as possible. He can do it, right? Han looked at the same side with a serious expression and thought that he can hesitate. He took out a sword from his inventory and thought that he should do what he can do. He stabbed the sword into the ground, a large night spirit appeared behind him, and he activated the provocation cry, "Skill the system." Announced that all the monsters within a 50-moment radius had turned their attention to him. The damage taken from all types of attacks is reduced by 30%. He activated this skill several times, causing all the monsters in the area to look at him and their eyes to glow red. John looked at him and thought that the effect of the provocation cry was much stronger than that of a normal provocation skill. He can't even believe that Hen can already use this several times in a row, although what else can you expect from a genius? However, he only managed to become a rank berater. He doesn't know what the matter is, his psychological state or something else, but the fame quickly destroyed his personality. That's why he was called a genius with a sad fate. However, what difference does it make? He used the spell and thought that his weak character could be corrected, and he is an extremely useful ally. Let his progress serve his purpose. Otherwise, there will be difficulties. Jun used several spells and said that they should finish quickly. Hung ran forward with a shield and sword in his hands and said loudly that he understood him. They continued to fight the monsters together and were able to defeat all the goblins. A man came to them with a cigarette in his hand and asked what all this meant. The two of them looked at the man who was looking at them with a calm expression. He greeted them and said his name was Park Kang-gun. He was from the management staff of the National Raiders Association. The two of them destroyed all those goblins. Han looked at John, who was standing next to him, and agreed with this. Kyung-hun looked at him and thought, his eyes and hair are ashen. Is that Hang? Of course, he heard that he was called a genius, but at this age he just entered high school. The second guy looked the same age as him. How did these two kill? So many monsters! He sighed and asked what should he report to the management. Jun said with a calm expression that he wanted to talk about, that let everyone think that the association dealt with the monsters. No one would believe that they did it anyway. Konun looked around thoughtfully and said that, however, this was an offense. Jun looked around and said that if there were eyewitnesses, that would be a different matter. Kyun said that as far as they knew, they were equivalent to state organs, so he couldn't act outside the regulations if they didn't want attention. They shouldn't have such a noisy fight. That would be given a reward. Jae-hun pointed at Hang with a calm expression and said that this was unnecessary. They should give him all the money, and they should just keep quiet about his participation. He thought that he had enough money from the Lotus Guild anyway. Now that he was about to enter the academy, it was better not to attract attention. It would be more profitable for him to give all the laurels to him. Kyun asked. There won't be any more conditions, Hung said with a dissatisfied look that they should wait. After all, he was the one who killed all those monsters. Jun said that he had his own circumstances. He looked at him with a smile and thought that before entering the academy, he didn't want to catch his eye before returning to the past. His martial arts talent was bad, so there was nothing to worry about, but now the situation has changed a lot. He doesn't know that he changed his class to a magician if his plans become known. Unnecessary problems will arise, so it's better to stay in the shadows. His revenge will be cold. And silent, he will become stronger, and even power won't help him. He will wait for the right moment and deal the fatal blow. Hen thought with a slightly worried look. What should he do? He couldn't do everything alone. You can't take credit for others' achievements, but he could help his mother with money. He wanted to become a raider that she would be proud of. But if he misses the moment and she is gone, will he be able to bear it? He doesn't think he is thinking about pride. There is too much sadness in his eyes. What is the reason for his doubts? Jun looked at him and thought that he should help him with his choice. He said that he should think carefully. His actions were as important as his. If it weren't for his determination, one of them would definitely lose their lives. So it's all fair? Hang looked down, thought it over, and said that he was right. He thought that there was nothing to think about. What's the point of a dream if he will lose someone close to him because of his insecurity? He said that he will definitely pay him back someday. Kyung-hun looked at him and thought that he was quite good at communicating with people. This is not an easy guy, he said, that they agreed he would do as he asked. John thanked him and wished them all the best. He was about to leave, but stopped because Hoang asked if he could at least tell him his name. June turned to him with a smile and said that he didn't have to worry because he would find out soon. They were entering Millis Academy, so they would see each other. Often, Hoong was very surprised by this and asked loudly, so that means they were the same age. Jum left and thought that this is how his preparation for the academy ended. Sometime later, when the day of entering Millis came, several students looked in one direction and asked, "Is this the genius of the martial arts class? It's Hong, he seems to be from another planet, and who is that beautiful girl?" Jan also noticed her and thought that it was Xie. She is already gathering everyone's gazes in the future. Her name will be at the top of the raider list if he can win her over. Then he will have more aces up his sleeve. But she is a difficult case. It's better not to overdo it now because he already has Ham Sonon, and Jiang Yu Ying stood next to him with a displeased look and asked if she knew she was pretty and all. But why was he looking at her like that? June got angry at this question and asked what she was saying. A man came up on stage and said that he welcomed everyone who was applying to Millis Academy. He was the director of the Academy Guchayan. John looked at him with a serious expression and thought that it was finally starting. That was exactly what his face looked like. Now he remembered the past related to Yu Zhong's death. He said with a very serious look that she should be prepared for anything because you never know what could happen at the academy, she asked with a smile. Why was he so worried about her? He can rest assured she can handle it. John looked at her and thought that after she was accepted, she ranked 3rd in the magician rankings. This time, he can't let her die. Chen said that now it's time to start the entrance ceremony. He wanted to say that, but it seemed like they weren't interested in formal speeches. He had a big smile on his face and said that he was sure that they already knew that something special had been prepared for the entrance ceremony. That's right, it was a game they had to steal the name tags of their new comrades. The hunt began right after that. Magic circles appeared under the students which caught their attention. Yu Yong looked down with a surprised expression and screamed loudly because of it. She slipped and started to fall, and June reached out his hand to her and loudly told her that she should be careful. He was able to grab her hand, and they were teleported to an unknown place. At the same time, Sunji said that today was that day he meant Jen's admission to Millis Academy. Sonon asked with a calm expression, "Did time really fly by that fast?" She wanted to wish him good luck before he entered. However, they won't see each other anymore. This time it will last for 3 days, right? Sunj said that if she was talking about hunting, then it would be in the subspace zone. Un looked down with a sad expression and said that she was sorry that she couldn't contact him. Sunj said that, to be honest, he had expected this to happen, so he sent a message for her yesterday. Yester Suan asked what he said to that. He took out his phone with a smile and was about to say something else at the same time. Jayan, who was teleported to an unknown space, and asked if she was okay. Yu Zhong came to her senses with a surprised expression and screamed. He turned around and looked at AA, who was next to them. He thought that she had black hair and hazel eyes. Her affinity for magic is 92%. She will change the current understanding of the magic class in front of him, is the future S-class raider, who will become San's follower at the same time. Sun showed the screen of his phone and said that he asked him to tell her not to worry about him in the central office of Millis Academy where many people had gathered. The man looked at the screens and said that this year they had many talented students. The promising Ham, who is also famous abroad, AA, Yu Zhong, and Suyak. Each of them has a predisposition of about 90%, the profiles of the students who decided to change. Their direction have not yet been updated. He did not have time to finish because the man called Kim Suki and said that he should stop. Chain sat on the chair with a smile and said that if they decided to change the class now, then everything is understandable. Such students do not study for long. He thought that basically all the applicants of Millis Academy have outstanding skills. However, among them, there will be those who are many times superior to the rest, for example. Huang Chain said that raiders of average talent become like servants for real geniuses, therefore, they should give them a chance. He thought that sometimes awakened ones who face mortal danger get a lucky chance. A reawakening, he must make one. A rank raider, even if it requires sacrificing a 100 SE. Ranks a raider must constantly prove himself, and those who fell are obviously not capable. Of this, his role is to find the jade, which he will dedicate to him. He can't hold out any longer. John thought that the field where the rookie hunt takes place was created using subspace magic. The spatial restrictions stop inside side. Here, what is real is what is impossible in reality. About 5% of applicants fail in the hunt every year. That's how difficult this stage is. It shows the limits of what's possible. he can't relax. Especially in front of AA. Chain's projection appeared in the sky, saying that, so they should let him explain the rules of the hunt. This subspace is created in such a way that it only allows skills up to rank C for each badge they take off. They are awarded points if a student takes a badge from a newbie. He is given 10,000 points. If a newbie takes it off, he gets 100,000 points since points are used everywhere in the academy. The more the better, right? John thought with a serious expression. Since only skills of rank C and below can be used, then his super fast rank. A chain is blocked by the way. Nothing was said about unique skills. Chain said that for everyone's safety, they reduce the power of their spells by 10%. So they don't have to worry since they won't get hurt too much. June sighed with a satisfied look and thought that what nonsense he said. He didn't say anything about unique skills and stat limits. It's clear that they want to weed out the weak and identify the most talented. He called Yu Zhang and said that it was time for them to go. They would have to spend 3 days here. The first thing they needed to do was find a shelter. He thought that in this subspace there were various areas with surprises, traps, a source of healing, a forest of nightmares, an ecosystem that provided food, shelters, and so on. In order to survive, shelter was first necessary since it was much easier to prepare for battle with a stronghold. June called his name and asked if they should take her with him. June noticed that she was pointing at Ino and asked if he was talking about her. She said that she seemed to be from the magic class. Wouldn't it be better if there was one more person on the team? June wondered why she only said reasonable things at important moments. Honestly, teaming up with her would be the most beneficial. However, she is a variable that cannot be calculated. He once read about an incident involving her. It was reported that she lost her mind, went berserk, and endangered a large number of people. Jun said with a serious look that such a decision cannot be made so quickly. Is she sure that she won't betray them? Besides, judging by her look, she doesn't trust them. Yun looked at Ino and asked if he really thought so. She remembered him when they were kids and said that she thought she was a bit like him. When she was kids, she went to her and, surprised, John said that she should stop. Yugun walked up to her with a smile, said hello, and asked if she wanted to join their team. She and that guy are both mages in this hunt. Their situation is not very good as newbies, and it is easier for mages to fight in a team. Ino looked up and said that she thought this issue should be postponed at that moment. 2 people landed next to them, and the guy said that they had already found 3 newbies. He felt that the piggy banks would be filled with points this year. There were Shinjun sang and Quan Soil, she said with a calm expression that she only sensed 2 of them. She looked at Jayun with a surprised look and wondered what was going on. She didn't sense anything from him. He looked at the 2 with a serious expression and thought that he remembered them. Ying said with a worried look that they were from the martial arts class. Wouldn't it be better for them to just run away? June refused and said that they would have to catch them because they wouldn't be able to hide from them. He thought that this girl had an interesting ability. She could lock onto a target from 300 kilometers away. If you don't take it away, now there will be serious problems later, Junin said with a wide smile that he will get drunk and be able to eat well. Soy looked at him with a displeased expression and said that he should not let his guard down because that guy is not simple. Junon took out a sword from his inventory and said that it makes no difference because he is a beginner. In her opinion, this is their first time participating in a hunt. He quickly ran towards them and loudly said that she should watch carefully. He will deal with him soon. June stared at his MVE movements, jumped back and dodged his blow. This surprised them very much, and Soy asked what this idiot was doing. She thought that she warned him that something was wrong. John, with a calm expression, said that it has been a long time since anyone swung a sword at him. The smile on Johnson's face disappeared, and he thought that it was just an accident. He can't help but know the face of a newbie who can dodge his blade. He ran closer to him and started attacking with his sword. And June dodged all of his attacks with a calm expression. June Sang started getting tired from all the attacks and thought, what is this? Why can't he even touch him? John caught the blade of his sword with a calm expression and called his name and said that this is just incredible. He leaned towards him with a scary expression and broke his sword with his fingers and asked how he survived. With such a big weight, he completely destroyed the blade of the sword, and AA looked at what was happening with a surprised expression. June said that he won't hurt him if he gives him his badge. He has 3 seconds. He has to give him his badge and get out of here. Jun Shang looked at him with a very scared look and thought that this is impossible. Why is some young mage looking at him with such eyes? June said that he gave him an opportunity, but he missed it. After that, he delivered a very strong punch to his face because of this. He flew several meters and fell to the ground, which surprised Soil a lot after that. A column of energy rose up, and the system announced that participant Jun-san was eliminated. Suki said with a serious expression that an invader had finally appeared among the rookies. The system announced that participant Jaeyoon earned 100,000 points. The girl was surprised by this and asked, "Wasn't it Huang who did this?" "Who is this?" She called instructor Park Kejun and asked if he was sure that everything was correct. He agreed with a worried look and told instructor Young ISU that the calculations were the most accurate. He called instructor Kim Gon and was about to ask something but stopped because she said that she was also fine. Chain repeated Jen's name again with a smile. Smile at the same time. Soil asked loudly with a very surprised and worried look, "Who is he?" He calmly called Yang and said that she should get ready because now they need to deal with her. He sent her an invitation. She should accept it. She agreed, took out a weapon from her inventory, and thought, "Was he always this strong?" AA looked at this with a calm expression and took out a weapon from her inventory. Soil seriously thought that Jun Sang was a complete idiot and ruined everything, even if this guy wasn't such a monster. A fight of 3 against 1 is too risky. She started to take out a knife and thought that she would take out one of them and run away from here. After that, she ran very quickly to Yoon, which she didn't expect, and it surprised her a lot. Jae-hun looked at this with a calm expression and thought that this was a good decision. She planned to create chaos with a surprise attack to open a corridor for her to retreat. This is the best option for her. However, this tactic would only work if she were an ordinary person. Yu Jong dodged her attack point, her staff, towards her and used the skill bind. Soyel grabbed several of her knives and immediately threw them at her. Yu Jong managed to react to this attack and put up a barrier to block the attack. June started using magic with a calm expression and thought that, however, she was still no match for an academy student. He had to help. He immediately stopped using magic when he heard A.A. Stark chanting the sacred light of Alheim would become a radiant sword. June looked at her in surprise and thought that this was her unique skill, the Sword of Allah. Time A.A. created several swords from her energy and attacked Soil with them. She was very surprised that she was defeated and thought that all 3 of them were real monsters. The system announced that a participant was eliminated based on the amount of damage dealt the Academy Awards participant, Young 50,000 points. A.A. looked at them with a calm expression and asked, "Did she interfere?" The system announced that based on the amount of damage dealt the Academy Awards her 50,000 points. Yujun said with a smile that of course it wasn't so. She helped her a lot. A.A. asked, "Is their offer still on?" Jae-hyun looked at her with a calm expression and thought that it seemed like he should adjust his assessment of her personality a little. She was quiet, distrustful, and curious. The system announced that a team of 3 had been formed. Leader June members Yang and AA. After some time in the Nightmare Forest, the outskirts of the hideout, several guys found tracks and one of them said that someone had passed. Through here, the tracks led to the hideout. He said that they should stop searching and stay and observe. He thought that the hunt would last 3 days. Even those crazy rookies who killed Soil and Jun Sang wouldn't be able to hide for that long. It was time for them to get to know their rookies better. Ying stood next to them and peeked out from behind a tree. She used a spell that killed one of them, and the system announced that member Kim Sunun had dropped out. The guy standing next to him noticed that she started running away and loudly warned about her location. Right after that, they all ran after her. Together, Yu Ying looked at them with a calm expression and thought, "Are there about 5 of them?" She took a deep breath and thought that everything was going according to plan. She asked loudly with a smile, "Isn't it shameful for them to attack one person in a crowd?" The guy who was chasing her got angry and loudly said that she should stop immediately. Yun continued to run away from them and thought that they were so naive. Sometime before that, John said with a serious look that they should listen to him. The shelter is a safe place, but they can't sit it out. They need to get food and earn points. The girls were immediately about to say something about it, but he foresaw this, agreed, and said that from now on, they will hunt the students. Yun continued to run away from the crowd of guys who were running after her. Very quickly, she ran past the mushrooms and the system notified that there was a living creature with abnormalities nearby. This caught her attention and she thought that she had managed to lure the students into a trap as he had planned, but her stamina was already running out. She used the wind enhancement skill and thought that she would rely on him for the rest, but if he couldn't handle it, she would beat him. The system notified that they had entered the area of the spore, like paralyzing mushrooms some time ago. Jae-sing asked. He was curious about how to deal with the paralyzing mushrooms while hunting. He said with a thoughtful look that it seemed that ash tree sap would be the best it could. Be found in the nightmare forest, however, it would only cure him, and the paralysis itself would not be removed if he suddenly encountered such spores. He didn't get to finish because June thanked him with a smile and said that it was enough for now. One of the guys stopped and loudly told the others to do the same. They were looking at the many windows of the system which were notifying that they had entered the area of spore-like paralyzing mushrooms. One of them called out to Jin-hook and said that it was dangerous. Maybe they should turn back. One of them was looking at Yoon, who quickly continued to run away, and the system notified that they should be careful because there was a chance of ending up in an abnormal state, they asked. So he was suggesting that they surrender if something goes wrong. They were done for. They should end this pursuit. The guy with a really angry expression on his face said that she just killed Soo-hoon. What is he even talking about? The guy with a worried look said that if they were paralyzed, everything else would be meaningless. He thought that the paralysis radius was about 50 mm. Jin-hook looked forward with a serious expression and said that he would also hook that girl he called Sun. Hook, and said that he should stay here and cover them and the others would follow him. They all ran together, and he thought that he couldn't fool them. He definitely decided to use his gang as bait trap them and attack. He wants to say that he underestimated him. That freak shouldn't have been so arrogant. After some time, their group ran out to the clearing where Yu-young was standing, and one of them said loudly that they finally caught up with her. These insects are so much trouble. Where will she run? This time she smiled and said, "Welcome. They can consider this the end for them who was insulting her just now. The guys ran towards her very quickly and loudly called her a parasite." Yoon continued to smile and thought that now was the perfect time she hit the mushroom with her staff, and the system announced that the paralyzing spore mushrooms had exploded. All living things within a 50 m radius were paralyzed for 2 hours. Yoo-jung remembered that she had said a while ago that he had said that there was something important here. Only she couldn't see anything here except for the trees. June looked at the test tube in his hand and said that they were in place and that she should wait. They had noticed that the conditions for the martial arts class had been improved, hadn't they? AER agreed and said that being able to use C-rank skills and below was a serious limitation for mages. She was about to say something else, but Jan interrupted her and said that for students with good physical fitness, it doesn't matter. Yoo-jung said with a displeased look that all her attack skills were blocked. At least the unique skills could be used. Only the basic abilities were left. What the hell was that? June said that they would have to use the existing arsenal she knows about the replacement skill, right? Ying asked with a smile. Has he already forgotten? That she was his teacher. AA asked this skill is for changing location. But why does he need it now? John continued to look at the test tube in his hand and said that everything is ready. He got ash sap. If you combine this with the replacement skill, you can come up with interesting manipulations at the present time. Jan saw a bright explosion and said that it was time for them to go. AA stood next to him and agreed with him at the same time. Jin-hook said loudly that she blew up the mushrooms. Yun used the replacement skill, apologized, and said that however she played her part, June jumped with 1 foot on the head of one of them and calmly said that now it's his turn. Because of this strong blow, one of the guys hit the ground hard. He looked up with a scared expression and asked, does he really think that everything will be as he planned? What kind of idiot would jump into paralyzing mushrooms? That's why he left his fighter outside. When the mushrooms were off, they'll all be gone. Jan asked him for forgiveness with a calm expression and said that, however, he won't be coming. Jinhoo asked who he was trying to fool. However, he didn't have time to finish because he heard a loud scream in the distance. The system announced that Participant Park Sun Huk was eliminated. Team John Yoon and AA earned 100,000 points. June stood calmly in front of him and said that he had warned him that he couldn't expect help from him. Jin Heap got really angry about this and said loudly that no matter what, they were in the same situation for 2 hours. The paralysis would wear off and then he would definitely get it. June walked towards him and asked if he really thought they were in the same situation. Why did he even think that Jin-hook looked at him with a very surprised expression and wondered why he could move? He said in a scared voice that it was simply unimaginable. Jun walked up to him, raised his leg to kick, agreed, and said that he could hand over all his grievances. God, the system announced that Hell's protection protects the user from abnormal conditions. Jin-hook was very scared because of this and loudly asked him not to come near him. June started, kicking him mercilessly while the other paralyzed guys watched and heard him scream loudly in pain. The system announced that participant Oh Jin-hook was eliminated. Team John Yoon and AA earned 100,000 points. He looked at the other guys with an ominous smile and asked if there were only the three of them left. They loudly asked him to stop, but that didn't stop him, and the system announced 3 times that his team had earned 100,000 points. ISU looked at the monitor with a surprised expression and said that she couldn't believe her eyes. The system announced that in the rookie ranking, Jan was in first place, Yu Yong. Anda were in second and third place, Hang in fourth place, Lisak and Chayu won in fifth and sixth place, and Zhang hang in seventh place at the same time. Ying drank some ash juice and sighed in relief. AA looked at her with a slightly worried expression and asked if she was okay. She said that she felt a little better. She looked away with a calm expression and asked. So it was time for them to head to the designated Place Yuzhong, agreed with her, began to warm up her arms and looked around. AA looked at her and asked, was it her imagination or did Jan know a lot about magic? Even textbooks don't write about this method. Of using substitution, Yuang said with a smile that it was unlikely to be so, because he had only changed direction 3 months ago. She was helping him with the theory. IA was a little surprised by this and asked, so he wanted to get into the martial arts class, why? Jung said with a serious expression that recently he was obsessed with the martial arts class and he had no interest in magic at all. She was more surprised that he knew about the ash sap. She walked along the path and asked how he knew about this. After some time, they came to the right place and called Jan, who was standing by the tree. He looked at them with a smile and asked, is she okay after the paralysis? They look okay. Jang said with a happy look that she just used a spell. She turned to AA and asked, how is she feeling? She said that she is okay too. Yu Jang said that he came up with a cool idea with that tactic. It seems like even an idiot like him can still show off his intelligence when needed. June got angry because of this, grabbed her face and asked, what did she just say? He feels like she is saying the wrong thing right now. AA looked at them with a calm expression and thought, she wouldn't call him idiot because he is smart and seems cute. She felt embarrassed by this and wondered what was she even thinking. She should be more careful after some time in the safe zone. AA looked at what Jun was cooking and asked, what is that? He kept a close eye on the cauldron and said that it was an energy recovery potion. He learned it from an acquaintance. He remembered how his training went and thought that it was true. There were hundreds of failures before success. Yoon asked with a smile, how did he suddenly have an acquaintance? He never had any friends. John continued to watch the cauldron and hurt her by saying that she spoke as if she had many friends. She asked with a displeased look. Did he at least realize that this was low? AA called out his name and said that he was incredible. She would never have thought that they were the same age. She felt like he had lived about 10 years longer. John was a little surprised by this and thought, was she always this perceptive? She even said the time correctly. Ying stood up and said with a smile that they should stop talking if they wanted to continue hunting. They needed to eat. They should wait. She will cook something for them now. June refused with a dissatisfied look and said that it would be better to just eat fruits. Why, Young asked if he didn't trust her. Asked if she could answer the question, what color were the cookies she made in middle school? She thought about it and asked, they were purple, right? AA imagined normal cookies and asked, did she add blueberry jam? Jaeyoon remembered how he got food poisoning and said that she just didn't know how to cook, just like him. AA looked at him and said that she knew how to cook. Maybe she should cook something. He called her by name and asked if she was a good cook. She said that when she lived with her grandmother, she had to cook every day. After that, she pulled her hair back and was about to start cooking. Jan looked at her with a calm look and thought that little was known about her family since she said she lived with her grandmother. Then where were her parents? After some time, AA cooked the dish, tasted it and said that the food was ready. They all came up to her, tasted it and were pleasantly surprised. Yu Jang happily hugged her and said loudly that it was very delicious. Jaean was also surprised and praised her and said that he didn't think that he would be able to eat something good in such conditions. AA felt embarrassed because of this and thought that she hadn't had this feeling for a long time at the same time. Saki said that Hen, who had high hopes, was only in 4th place in the rankings. What was surprising was that the first places were taken by magicians. I asked if there was an error in the system or was there another explanation? Shane looked at the screen with a shocked look and thought that this was unthinkable only Marshall. Arts class raiders could achieve such results, but what were they seeing now? A group of 3 mages crushed them all and pulled ahead. He called Instructor Gon and told her to bring up the image of the paralyzing mushroom fields on the screen. He saw the video of June fighting and thought that his decisions, skills, and absolute calmness were capable of incapacitating a raider warrior. He couldn't believe that this guy was an ordinary mage, but it was even harder to believe that he was a rookie. Jen's documents were lying on his desk, which contained his focus and affinity percentage. Hajun called the director and said that they had received his profile, but he wasn't sure if everything was written correctly. Chan turned to him and asked what he meant. Hajun looked away with a worried look and tried to say something, but couldn't. He looked at him and told him that he should calm down and tell him what the problem was. How? Handed him the profile and said that he had. 97% Shane took it in his hands. Looked at it and the instructor said that Jen's predisposition to magic is 97%. Shane stared at the document and grabbed his head in surprise after that. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that this is wonderful now. He wanted to personally check what this guy is made of. Saki asked if he really wanted to interfere in the competition. Shane looked at Huan through the monitor with a smile, agreed, and said that they should add spectacle to the event. Saki said that in that case, he would prepare everything. After some time, Jen's team defeated another student. The system announced that his team earned 100,000 points. Jen said with a smile that they had a little more than 1,000,000 points. Jen walked calmly next to her and said that this is great, they are guaranteed first place. She turned to him and asked if they had to leave the shelter. He said that there was no other choice since no one would come to the Nightmare Forest anymore. AA said that he was right. They needed to take matters into their own hands and earn points. Yujang stretched and said that in that case they should get ready. By the way, what was the record? Among rookies. AA said that the record was 140,000 points. Jae-hun looked at her and thought that he was surprised by how curious and greedy she was. He needed to remember that he asked, "Are they ready to move on?" He felt something strange nearby, saw a bright flash approaching them, and said that they should be ready. Since something was approaching, a magical wave was flying towards him very quickly, and he managed to notice it. June stepped aside, and the wave flew past them very quickly. He calmly looked towards the direction from which the attack came, and thought that it was something that significantly exceeded the power of C-Rank. The system announced that the connection to the subspace was unstable, and the restrictions placed on the participants were lifted. AA noticed something and was about to say something, but she stopped. Yun called John with a worried look and asked if he was okay. Why did the new attack his comrades? He called Hang with a serious expression and said that he never thought that they would meet under such circumstances. What should he understand? By this, he didn't answer and just looked at the ground with a serious look. Jan looked at him and wondered what was happening to him. Maybe he couldn't hear him. AA said with a serious look that they should be on guard because it seemed like he was out of his mind. It was as if he had been hypnotized. June was surprised by this and thought that he seemed to understand what was going on. Chain's doing something like this had happened in his past life. Millis Academy Festival a day. That was supposed to be a warm memory for the newly arrived students turned into a bloodbath. The cause of the tragedy was Jay's unique skill brainwashing. After his crimes were exposed, he was threatened with imprisonment, but even under the public eye, he still managed to escape. Many students died. Jaeyeon was missed, and Yoon gave her life for him. The first thing he needs to do is bring Huan to his senses. A system window appeared in front of him which said that he received a side quest to save a student from a hypnotic trance. It is necessary to break the hypnosis spell difficulty level C. The reward is 1 blank card. The remaining time is 2 hours. No penalty for failure, June thought with a smile. Does that mean he will get a blank card? Yoon called him and said that she will help. He stood with his back to her, refused, and said that they should get away from here and as far away as possible. If they succeeded, they should earn more points. Yuong was very surprised by this and asked, "Doesn't he know who he is? He is a genius of the martial arts class. He won't be able to handle him." June turned to her with a smile and asked, "Does she really think he can handle it?" A looked at him intently and a barely noticeable smile appeared. On her face, she said that she understood everything. They should leave. Ying turned to her and asked in surprise what was wrong with them. She grabbed her head because of the misunderstanding and was very unhappy with what was happening. She calmed down and said that she would do as they wanted and they would think of something about the points. She turned around and said that he should not be hurt. She started to run away, grabbing AA with her, and loudly said that they were leaving. He understands, right? That he can do whatever he wants, but he must come back. Jae-hun stood there with a calm expression, smiled and said that he would. Finished quickly earlier in the forest, Hwang defeated one of the academy students. He turned around and asked, didn't he already earn 600,000 points? After all, he lasted these 2 days, there was one more day left and the hunt would end. A system window with the rookie ranking appeared in front of him. Hoang sat with his back to the tree and said that he felt like he was giving it his all. It seemed like it would be hard for him to get to first place, even with the restrictions. The lead in the race belongs to the mage. Moreover, his team occupies the entire top 3. He remembered his meeting with Jan and said that this guy is amazing. He stood up and said that however he can't lose, he still has time, so he should continue. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, from which Chain was looking at him, and greeted him. H looked at this with a slightly surprised look and called out to the director. His eyes started to glow with dark energy, and he said that he would be happy if he did him a small favor. This spell affected Hoi. His eyes were filled with the same energy, and he dropped all his equipment. The system notified that an unknown user had invaded his mind. Han lost control of his body, grabbed his head, and asked what he was doing here. The system notified that his consciousness had been captured. Hung thought with a serious look that he did have a task. At the moment, he delivered a very strong blow with his sword and released a wave of magical energy. Jun calmly jumped to the side, and this attack flew past. Hoang emitted a powerful aura and used the A-rank skill. Ultra Instincts. Immediately after that, he ran very quickly towards Jun to attack again. He was able to dodge his attack and thought that a few days ago when they met, everything was different. He became so strong that it was even difficult to recognize him. He kept dodging his attacks and thought that Hong was physically superior to him. It was a very awkward opponent. Jun jumped on his shield, pushed off, and flew a long distance. He landed on his feet, and the system notified that he had activated the wind enhancement skill. He looked at him with a very serious expression and ran away in the other direction with incredible speed. He ran behind Han and immediately started using magic. John fired several magic attacks, but he was able to react to it and jump to the side. This caught his attention, and he thought that his body reacted before he even noticed the movement. He closed his eyes and thought that this was an innate sense of combat. He said that it looked like it would be very difficult for him. He opened his eyes and thought that with the absolute calculation skill, he could figure it out in a few seconds. But the problem was that they were being watched. It's obvious the director must have been disgustingly rolling right now, waiting for his fight against Hwang. A smile appeared on his face, and he thought that the culmination of the hunt should be interesting. If he wants a spectacle, then so be it. But the price for it will be high. ASU looked at the monitor in surprise and asked, were her eyes deceiving her? Not only does a mage fight like a martial arts class raider, but he also surpasses his opponent. A real genius! She grabbed her hand tightly and said that this is unimaginable. Abel, she gritted her teeth and thought, who is he? A mage cannot win in an open fight against a warrior. This is the truth that she realized while walking the path of magic. Why did he succeed then? At the same time, Hung fell to his knees and began to cough up blood. John looked at him with a calm expression and said that he did not want things to come to this, but he is a strong guy, so he will recover quickly. He was about to say something with a smile and used the flash bomb skill because of this. They stopped showing the image, and the surprised instructors asked what's going on there, what happened to the screen. Chain, with a very unhappy expression on his face, grabbed the remote control and started switching between the cameras. No matter how many times he tried, the cameras showed nothing. Gon was standing next to him and said that it was obvious that the participant used a spell to block the broadcast. It was a flash bomb. Shane, out of anger, broke the remote control with his hand and said that he realized it. He called instructor Sokka, turned to him and said that as soon as the event was over, Jen should be standing in his office. He was surprised by this and asked the director if he was rushing things too much. Chain walked up to him with an angry look, put his hand on his shoulder and asked why he thought he used that spell when his victory was obvious to everyone. He looked at him with a very angry expression, squeezed his hand tighter, and said that he knows how to raise his price, right after using the spell. Jun walked up to Huang, he put his hand on his head, and used the skill still absolute calculation. The system notified that the brainwashing effect was removed from the subject right after that. Hong's eyes changed. He raised his head and was about to ask something. Jun stood in front of him with a smile and asked, "Has he come to his senses?" Hung tried to get up and say something, but he felt a strong pain all over his body, fell to the ground, and started screaming. Loudly, Jun walked up to him, apologized, and said with a smile that he just attacked him. H was surprised by this, turned around and asked why he attacked him. John looked away and said that it was all because of the mind control spell. Huang tried to remember what happened to him earlier and thought that he heard someone's voice, although he couldn't remember anything. He said that most of these kinds of spells were a class. However, in the subspace, there were restrictions on using C-class skills and above. Jen asked with a smile, who knows, maybe there was some kind of problem, or maybe someone did it on purpose. He thought that even if the subspace was glitching, there were no students who could use a class magic so professionally. H said that let's say someone interfered with the competition, then who could it be and why would he do something like that? Jae-hun started to stand up with a smile and said that he was sure that it was someone very powerful and that they would never be able to reach. He thought that he would study at the academy and understand who Ching really is. The system announced that the side quest to save the student from the hypnotic trance was completed, and he received a blank card as a reward. Hung started trying to get up again and thought that he felt really bad. He looked at Jan, who was standing next to him, and thought that he didn't even have a scratch on him. Was this his limit? He stood up and said that he had nothing to say except to apologize. Jun calmly said that he could forget about it as long as he could move, he would move on. Good luck to him until the end of the hunt. Hung asked him to wait, threw him something and said that he should take it. Jan caught it, looked at it and saw that it was his name tag. He asked what he was doing. Participants without badges are eliminated. Hoang said with a smile that it didn't matter, he had already earned enough points even if not as many as him. Besides, he lost the fight, so the badge was rightfully his. Even though he didn't succeed now, he shouldn't be too happy. He would beat him at the festival and get the badge back immediately after that. He was teleported and the system notified. That participant Huang was eliminated team. Jan earned 10,000 points. He squeezed the badge in his hand and thought that it was an item worth 10,000 points. However, it was different for him. The talent for martial arts that he had been chasing before, it was recognized by someone who was born with it. A lot had happened to him after returning to the past, but he had never felt such confidence for the first time. He felt like he was moving forward and had chosen the right path. Jun began to walk away from that field and said that in that case he needs to keep progressing after a while. The system announced that the 772-hour rookie hunt was over. A new record was set. 530,000 points were obtained. A return to reality occurs immediately after that. Many participants with tired faces all appeared in the hall. Jae-hun said with a calm expression that this was a good result. Yoon came up to him and said with a dissatisfied look that he was too little. Joy, considering that they actually broke the record, she turned to AA and asked she agreed, right? She stood there with a dissatisfied look and said that if they had just one more hour, they would have been able to collect 600,000 points. Yuong was confused by her reaction and said that those two were completely abnormal anyway. With that amount of points, you can live without denying yourself anything for some time. Jun agreed and said that if you multiply the points by 10, they will get the amount in monetary terms, so they earned 300,000. Won Yum was shocked by this, and AA asked, did they get that much? Jun said that he was in first place, and they were tied for second place with 1,480,000 points. Most likely they will also get extra points. Yu Jung was very surprised by this and asked loudly, will they also get extra points? Jun agreed and said that if he was not mistaken, they would get million points. She was very happy about this and asked loudly, did she hear that they would get another million? AA asked Ki Klai, does that mean they earn almost 25 million in 3 days? Jae-hun noticed that the members were looking at them with displeasure and said that they should stop since everyone was looking at them. Suki came to them and caught their attention by greeting them. He looked at Jae-yoon with a serious expression and said his name. Yu Young and AA looked at the instructor and greeted him. Saki said that he had something to talk about, but it would be awkward in such a crowded place. Why don't they move? Jan asked calmly if this conversation had anything to do with the points they earned. Saki sighed and was about to say something, but he didn't because he passed by and said that they should go. Then I screamed and said that they weren't told where to go. Jan turned to the instructor and said that they should go to the principal's office, isn't he right? Saki looked at him with a serious expression and agreed with him. He said their names and said that the principal of Millis Academy wanted to see them. After a while in the office, Jun sat on the sofa and asked, "So where is the principal? He called them here, but he himself is not there." Saki looked at him with a very displeased expression and said nothing. Yoon looked at Ai with a worried look and quietly asked what was wrong with him. She looked at her with a calm look and quietly said that she didn't know. He told the girls that they could sit down. The director would be here soon. Right after that, they sat down next to Jan. Chain walked into the office and asked if they were here already. He was a little late. Yu Yong immediately stood up, greeted him, and said her name. AA also stood up and said her name. Chain looked at them with a kind smile and said that he already knew about it. Juna sat in place with a calm expression and said that he was really late. He even almost fell asleep. His behavior surprised everyone present. They all looked at him and thought, "Is he crazy?" Chain was very angry because of this, but he did not say anything. He sat down on his chair and said that it was awkward. He needed to prepare for this conversation. Jen calmly said that it was awkward for them right now after all they had been in the subspace for 3 days and he hadn't even given them time to come to their senses or take a shower. Chain laughed, hiding his displeasure, and said that it was obvious that he had been rude. John looked at him calmly and thought that he had known that he would act like that. He would never believe that he felt sorry for the people in front of him. Shane said with a smile that in any case he had a proposal for them. There was no reason to worry. First, they should let him congratulate them. They, the so-called elite, took the top 3 places in the participant rankings. He especially distinguished himself by securing the first position. Jun CLE said that it was all thanks to the team. He would never have managed it alone. Chain looked at him intently and thought that it seemed like he wasn't. The boastful type, he smiled and said that he was right. He personally observed their actions during the hunt. However, he broke the record of 140,000 points, which was set almost since the foundation of the academy. This is amazing. He even finds it hard to believe AA thanked him for this with a calm expression. Jun asked, "Anyway, for what reason are they here?" Chan, with a sly smile, said that he would get closer to the matter for their success. He would like to grant them several privileges. First, everyone will have access to the deluxe rooms of the dorm. Second, all 3 can be the first to use the reserved attributes of the academy. Third, if anyone is not satisfied with the exam result, he can dispute it and then retake it. Chain took the documents that were brought to him and asked what they would say to this. With the acceptance of these privileges, they are obliged to sign a partnership agreement with Millis Academy. Jun did not let him finish his sentence and said that he had to refuse. "It's a good offer, but you can get all of this on your own in a month. This academy values skill. Besides, why would they sign some kind of contract?" He took the document from his hands and said that he should let them look at it. Jun started reading it and said that after signing a contract with the academy from the moment the raiding activities began, how awful they will have to give up 30% of their income for 5 whole years. He put the documents on the table, called the director, and said that it seemed like he wanted to force them to work for the academy. He looked at him with a very displeased look and asked, or did he misunderstand something? Shane covered his face with his hands and said that since this was the decision, there was nothing he could do. He was not forcing anyone to sign a contract. Each of their opinions were important to him. The girls looked at each other, then at the director, and said that they also refused. Chan got angry because of this and said that he was very sorry this was the only option he could offer them. He began to use his magic and said that however he advised them to think carefully about the conditions again. He called Jan and asked if there was any change in his decision. The system notified that someone was trying to invade his mind. He thought that he knew it. The system notified that the passive skill Hell's patronage counteracts the abnormal. State Jun took out an empty card with a smile, refused again, and thought that he had not provoked him in vain. The card in his hand disappeared, and he said that since that was all, he should let them leave the system, notified that the skill brainwashing was learned. It is an active skill of a unique rank. It can invade the mind and control it after mutual agreement and the conclusion of a management relationship. This skill changes to the skill submission. Jan got up from the couch and said that they should go. He was sure that they were all very tired after the hunt. Young looked at him and agreed. After that, he passed by Sokka, who was standing there with a very tense look. The girls followed him. and said goodbye to the instructor. They were left alone in the office and the director called him by name. Sokka continued to stand there with a very worried look and called him the director. Chain asked him to leave here and immediately after that asked. Some newbie was able to resist his unique ability. Said with an evil smile that this guy is very interesting. At the same time, June came outside and asked if they were sure. Young looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He said that he was about the principal's offer. They also refused. She looked away with a thoughtful expression and said that at first, everything seemed very tempting, but after his words, she decided not to sign anything. Apparently, the principal was counting on catching them on the hook, referring to their youthful naivety. AA said that, to be honest, she was also confused by this agreement. It seems that they did the right thing besides the other students will be constrained by such privileges. He said correctly that they will earn all these conveniences themselves. After some time, John thought that this was fair. She did not seem as cold as he remembered her before returning to the past. He said that this was great. He hoped that they would refuse. Yoon asked if they did not think that the principal was acting strange. His face twisted like that when they refused the contract. AA agreed with her and said that there was a serious problem in the subspace, but neither the director nor the instructor even said a word about it. Jan thought that her intuition never ceased to amaze him. AA called his name and asked if he knew anything about the director. They stood in silence for a few seconds, and Jaehyun, without turning to her, asked why she decided that. She calmly said that he was just surprisingly calm. It didn't look like a newbie at all. And when he met the Kai, director anger was clearly visible on his face. Yoon walked up to him and said with a wide smile that she was right, he should tell them. June looked at her with a small smile and said that it was difficult for him to say anything now, but he was absolutely sure of one thing. They can't trust anyone within the Psy walls of Millis, especially the director and instructors. AA walked up to him and asked, "What about him?" June was silent for a few seconds and was about to answer something. However, he didn't have time, because Yoon, standing behind her with a frightening look, said that he can't be trusted either. Not only does he look like an evil psycho, but he also abandoned her alone in the very center of the city. John was embarrassed by this and asked what this had to do with anything and why she was so vindictive. Yoon grabbed his hair and loudly asked if he even knew what she had been through. Back then, Jan was able to break free, pushed her away and said that it was time for them to go their separate ways since the sun had already set. Yuying looked at the sky and said that he was right. AA came up to him, looked down and said that they would have to split up here. They stood in silence for a few seconds while Yang looked at them. She hugged them, laughed, and asked what kind of love they had. She wanted to join too. Jaehyun turned her around with a calm expression and said that the girls' dorm was on the left side and the boys' dorm was on the right. So that was it. It was time for them to rest. Yuyun agreed and said that it was time for them to go. AA said goodbye to him and said that he should get a good night's sleep since tomorrow was the first day of school. June agreed and said goodbye to them after that. June entered his room and said that he hadn't been here for a long time. He looked around the room and thought that there was a nasty smell of mold, a creaky floor, and the sadness of students whose dreams were shattered by harsh reality. He lay down on the bed, covered his face with his hand, and said that he missed this. He would need to find a normal room for himself after class, since the hellish experience of the past was more than enough for him. The next morning, John was running through the park, stopped and said that he was done with warming up, and it was time for him to go back. After that, he would go to class. After a while, many students gathered in the large hall. A girl came out to them and said that she welcomed all the students of the magic class. Her name is Kim Gon. She is their new instructor for the basics of mana adaptation. She hopes that they will work together. John looked at her and thought that he did not know her well, because he was in the martial arts class before. He did not know much about this girl. Perhaps she is one of those instructors who will soon leave the academy. They can be understood because most awakened ones know that an instructor at Millis is an extremely difficult position. However, those who still remain in the academy are only counting on a significant handout from Chain. Gon walked past the students and said that as they could. Notice today the class was not taking place in a cramped classroom, but in a more spacious room. Suddenly, huge doors began to open, which surprised the students very much. She stood with her back to these doors and said that everything was simple. They would be checking their mana. They all looked at the doors in surprise and asked, "What was this?" They have to climb inside the manic cube. This is too difficult for the first lesson. John looked at it with a calm expression and thought that this cube was similar to the one he saw before, but the mana concentration was much lower. Gon said that they all should be quieter. In front of them now is a mana room. It is a converted mana cube that is often used in guilds. It is almost impossible for them students to handle a mana cube, so the academy converted it into a mana room. They can see that the space inside is divided into several segments. In the first one, the mana concentration is close to the Earth's atmosphere, but the further they go, the stronger the magical pressure will be. Generally, first years reach the 3rd room and graduates reach the 7th. Today, they will find out how much mana concentration they can withstand. AA looked down and said that she will finally be able to test her. Abilities Gon turned to the door and told the students that they should line up and follow her. If anything happens, they should raise their hand. The only way out of the room is with the help of the academy instructors. She entered the manor room and said that it was time to start. After everyone passed, Gon said that she saw that everyone had passed the first room, now they were moving on. After the 3rd room, several students raised their hands. She looked at it and thought that half of the class had raised their hands. She said that the 4th room was ahead. They reached the 6th room and many students raised their hands. I asked if she was already having trouble breathing. What about him? Jae-hyun stood next to her and said with a calm expression that he was fine. AA looked at him and thought that it looked like he was still okay. Okay. She looked ahead and thought that she should try hard. Gon entered the next room, looked back and thought that there were 4 students left. Jan Yoon, Cheon, AA, and Lee Sak. They all showed high results during the hunt. Jan stood out especially. It was not for nothing that the principal ordered them to keep an eye on him. Although she had no desire to follow his order, they stopped at the entrance and she said that they should enter the 7th room. The students who came out earlier looked at them and asked who they were. The instructor said that only graduates can go to the 7th room. John calmly said that they were moving on to the 8th room. Is anyone feeling unwell? All 4 students stood calmly in place and did not raise their hands after that. She entered the room and the students followed her. The others looked at them and said that they were already entering the 8th room. They entered the room and everyone felt a very strong pressure. Jan looked at them with a calm expression. He thought that starting from the 8th room, the man of concentration in the space would fluctuate every second like in a real dungeon even. Geniuses will have a hard time. Swak and Yang raised their hands because they couldn't stand this room. IA stood it, but it was obvious that she was in a bad way. John looked at her with a slightly worried expression and Gon went on and said that the next room was the 9th. They went inside and AA immediately covered her mouth and made a loud sound. June followed her and called out loudly because he was worried. Gon turned to them and was about to do something, but she stopped because she remembered that Chain had said earlier that she should remember something no matter what the situation. You can't be the first to lend a helping hand. Danger to them is an opportunity. Wouldn't it be a shame if she took this chance away right in front of the guys? Gon bit her lip and thought that this was just beautifully worded nonsense. Jan called out to AA with a worried expression and asked if she was okay. She agreed and was about to say something, but she couldn't because she started to lose consciousness. She thought that she shouldn't lose. She was always told that only the strongest survive in the world, no matter how talented she was in magic. One day, she would have to bow down to the martial arts class. The weak have no future if she wasn't accepted here. Then she wouldn't be accepted anywhere else. Before she finally lost consciousness, she said that she lost. This time after that, she was carried out on a stretcher, and Jan asked, did she say that she lost? After that, he entered the next room and Gon called him with a worried voice. She followed him and thought that in the 10th room, even she had a hard time breathing. She called him again and asked if he was okay. June turned to her with a smile and said that he was starting to feel sick. It seemed like it was time to finish. Gon said that then they should go out together. He should follow her. She looked at him and thought that she didn't even see a hint that he was feeling sick. They went out to the rest of the students and she said that they should applaud because student Jan had made it through the 10th room. His result was comparable to a B-rank raider, and maybe he was capable of more. She hoped that the others would also work hard to keep up with their comrade after that. Jan approached Sheena and asked how she was feeling. She said that she was feeling better already. She apologized for making everyone worry, Yu Yang said, that these were the usual symptoms of mana intoxication. She had really exhausted herself on the first day. June said that the good thing was that nothing serious had happened. She asked how he was feeling. He looked fine, of course, but you never know. He smiled and said that everything was fine. By the way, She should remove the towel from her neck. Yu Ying did so with a dissatisfied look and asked if she was also worried about him. Jen asked how she was feeling. Was there any pain? She raised her head with a smug look and said that she was fine. Jan looked at In and thought that it seemed like she was eager to win, but that was completely different pressure. That's what it seemed like. The good thing is that she got off easy this time, but with that kind of personality, it would be hard for her to control herself in the future. That doesn't mean he's going to keep her in line, however, since he interfered with the current events. There is a high probability that along with the future of H, Jae-sang, and Sang-gun, her future will also change. Yu Jung's future will not be the same either. She noticed that he looked at her and asked with a sparkling smile, "Is he looking at how beautiful she is?" June sighed in displeasure and asked, "Is she really okay? Judging by the nonsense she is talking, she is not AA." Grabbed Yang, who was very angry because of this, and he turned away and thought that he does not know how much his actions will change the next events in a situation where everything changes very quickly. You need to be ready to take a step forward. Said that he will have to compress the deadline. Ying looked at him with an angry look, grabbed a towel, and asked, "What is he saying there? Let everyone listen." June turned to her with a smile and thought that she has very good hearing. He cannot say anything in front of her. After that, he took a towel and ruffled her hair. He stood there smiling and looked at Yuang with her disheveled hair. She got really angry at him, clenched her hand into a fist and looked at him. She asked loudly, "Does he even know how much time she spent on styling her hair?" June was embarrassed by this, apologized, and said that however he did not notice the difference. Yoon got even more angry because of this and asked, "Is he now implying that she is ugly?" Jaehyun realized that he was in trouble and ran away from her very quickly. She ran after him, loudly called his name, and said that he should stop immediately. I said with a small smile that she came from the infirmary, but it seems that he will need it more. She looked at them from afar and said that they are so close to each other. Suyak was standing in the hallway and saw the two run past. He wondered how Jan managed to get to the 10th room. The guy called him by name and asked what he was thinking. Swak called him Kim Min-soo and said that if he knew anything about that guy, he should tell her right now. He pointed at Jan, who was caught by Yang, and started pulling his hair. MSU was embarrassed by this and thought, "Is he his servant or something?" He asked, "Does he really not know him yet?" Analyzing the powers of other students is an important task of the academy. Jan is the first mage to take leadership among the hunters. Swak said that he knows it himself. He is interested in where he came from. MSU spread his hands with a smile, showing that he does not know, Suak said with a displeased look, that this is some kind of nonsense. Something is wrong. Here he is, sure that he is hiding something. MSU remembered how Suk was when he was a child and thought that he couldn't get used to such changes. He asked, "There have already been 2 tests. What else does he want to know? He should judge for himself. How could he deceive everyone? After all, this is Melis Suk," asked with a dissatisfied look. "Then why is he stronger than him?" MSU was embarrassed because of this and thought that, besides this, he is also inferior to Yu Young and AA. He said that they should not overestimate their abilities. He will not be able to get past John. He noticed that Suk left, smiled, and called him an idiot with 8th grade syndrome. He ran after him, called him by name, and said that he should wait for him after some time. Jae-han came to the room, called the teacher, greeted her with a smile, and asked if she wanted to know how the hunt went. Jun said that he didn't think she would be surprised by the result he took. First place, Jun said that she didn't think the result would surprise her. He got first place. She looked away with a smile, and Sunj said that it was amazing, amazing news. Jan asked if her manager was with her now, right? Sonon agreed and said that he even cheered up at the news. She also thought about how fancy his apartment was for a freshman. He earned a lot of points, right? She congratulated him and said that even at Millis Academy, which is known for its difficult learning, he showed the best start. She was proud of him. Jan thanked her and said that, to be honest, he was afraid of getting second place. Sunon laughed and asked if anyone interested him in the hunt. Jay asked if she wanted to take someone else as an intern. She said that she was thinking about it. If he shared the information, there would be a reward for it, June said with a smile, that it was not difficult for him to tell. It was nothing. Isn't she being too generous? Sunan said with a smile that she just knew that next time he wouldn't agree to a reward that was 10 times bigger. Jan said that he would tell her. Then AA and Young are from the magic class, and Hoyang is from the martial arts class. He thinks that these three can be taken into the Lotus. There is also one more person, but he is not a freshman. What will she say about this? Sunon said with a smile that she would gladly accept him in the end. June said goodbye and said that he would go. Then Sonon said goodbye to him and thought about Jae earlier. She said that this name was familiar to her, if she is not mistaken. He is the youngest son of the S-rank raider. Jason Jan agreed and said that she was right. Sunan said with a thoughtful look that she heard that because of his lack of talent, he is not given attention in the family. However, blood is blood taking him. It might cause a conflict with the wind. God gilled that. His father leads. Is he sure that such a risk is worth it? June agreed with a calm smile and said that he would become a world-class alchemist in the near future at present. Sunji called the chairman and said that Miss Baek June had arrived to see her. Sunan said with a smile that she could come in immediately after that. Girl entered the office with Yeonju and she calmly waved her hand. Sunj did not look at her and took a deep breath. Sunon said with a smile that she was not a second late. June said that time is worth its weight in gold for a merchant. She extended her hand and smiled and told the chairman that they had not seen each other for a long time. Sonon said that she felt like they had never had a friendly relationship. She pointed to the sofa and said that she could sit down. June walked over to the sofa to sit down and thanked her. Sonon asked, "So what business did the guildmaster curator come to see her out?" She took off her glasses with a smile and said that she would get straight to the point. It would really be hard for them to become friends. Although she didn't need it after all, it would be possible to avoid empty talk. Suwon asked what brought her to her. June said that she heard that a very interesting specimen had come too. The Lotus Guild. How much did it cost? Sunon immediately became much more serious and looked at her with a small smile. She said that their people were not goods. They were not for sale. Why didn't she go somewhere else? Jiyoon asked with a smile. Does that guy think the same way? Suwon said that. Not everything in the world can be bought with money. She opened her eyes slightly and said that from the looks of it, she didn't seem to understand it at all. Jiyoon said that, however, she didn't expect to hear any other answer. Well, it's understandable, frankly. Her goal was just small talk as a goodwill gesture. Sunon calmly said that such gestures were uncomfortable. Jaehyun stood up and said that she was sorry. Well, in that case, it would be better for her to leave. There were a lot of things to do, and besides, she obviously wasn't looking for a conversation. Sunan said with a smile that she was surprisingly perceptive. Jiyeon put on her glasses with a smile and said that, of course, it was true since it was hard for a merchant without them. The next day, when the endurance evaluation was over, Jan stood in front of the large system window and waited. The system announced that the endurance test results were being calculated. He was in second place with 99 points, and H was in first place with 101 points. John wiped the sweat from his face and said that he still wasn't up to the level of a martial arts genius. He thought that, however, second place was also a good result. He didn't need to rush now. However, he couldn't achieve his goal yet. He walked up to his friends and Ying asked what the hell he was. Jan asked what she meant with a confused look. She asked with a displeased look, how could a mage even breathe down Hunk's neck? Especially in terms of endurance? Does he seriously think this is legal? June asked what's weird about it if he was in a martial arts class before she was about to object, but he patted her head and said that she shouldn't rely on magic alone either. Has she heard such an expression? Endurance is the strength of the state. Yu John was very angry because of this and looked at him with displeasure. AA grabbed her again and she said loudly that she would definitely rip his head off someday. Saki looked at him with a serious look and thought that the director was right. He really is dangerous. There is no way a mage would be able to show such physical endurance. What is his secret? IA looked at something and said that it looks like. Second period is starting, all the students lined up, and Saki said that they would move on to the next endurance test. This time the AR room was waiting for them. Jim thought calmly that this was it. This was the test that the students used to find out their limits. Saki said that this was the AR room, built using the Academy's cutting-edge technology. This was where they would be tested for evasiveness. Yu Ying looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, did he say evasiveness? Saki agreed and said that this measuring system modulates battles with virtual enemies. June thought seriously that it would. Definitely not be easy. Saki said that in any other case they would just be required to destroy monsters and analyze the situation. But since today they were measuring endurance, only evasive skills would be assessed. They should remember that eliminating a monster could earn them extra points. John thought that he Was right anyway. The raider profession involves hunting monsters and finding equipment, potions, and artifacts. A raider can't be called a professional if he doesn't attack the enemy. Saki handed small headphones to the students. Yujang looked at it and asked what it was. June put it on, and Saki said it was a transmitter. It helps the battle system project monsters onto reality. It seems he already knew this. Jan looked at him and agreed with it. Saki said they got the transmitters needed to project and augment ed reality. It stimulates the brain, convincing them that monsters really exist. June thought it was the AR battle system. The projector superimposes a 3D image on the background, making the monsters seem real. If you ask what the purpose of this device is, there will be one answer: it is safety. Even though the monsters materialize in their heads, they are still virtual, so they do not pose any threat. True. They take about 1 IF of the damage from each monster attack due to the stimulation of the transmitters. However, this is not done to intimidate the students, but to concentrate them and prepare them for the dungeon expedition. Saki said that they can set themselves any level from 1 to 100, but today the evaluation will be carried out within 10. There will be 4 people in each team now. He will call out the numbers of the teams and their participants. They will begin the test in turn after that. June found himself in the 3rd team. There were 2 girls from the martial arts class and 2 male magicians. The girl waved at them with a smile and said that they should try hard. He did not say anything, looked to the side and thought that this was a pretty balanced team. Sok approached him and asked with a serious expression, "Is he Jan?" He looked at him with a calm expression and agreed. Swak said that he heard that he took first place in the hunt. However, for him, all this is strange. How did the mage manage to become the leader? He said with a smile that he thought there was a special reason for all of this. Wouldn't he like to tell him his secret? John looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "What if there was nothing like that?" Suak said that. Then he would have. To find out for himself with the help of force, the girls looked at them silently and were a little nervous. And Jen asked with a smile why it took him so long. He could have just said right away that he wanted to fight him. Swat got angry and said with a smile that it was good that he was not a scared person. The girls looked at them with a confused expression, and one of them asked what was wrong with them. They were on the same team, after all. The second girl agreed and asked, "Everything will end well, right?" She approached them and said that they should listen. She didn't have time to finish because Saki called the 3rd team and said that they should go up to the field immediately after that. The boys calmed down and they all stood in the right place together. The system announced that the first stage of the test would begin in 5 seconds. When the countdown ended, the system announced that a skeleton knight was being projected. A projection of a monster appeared in front of the students. Suyak immediately jumped back and thought that he needed to move back first. June ran very quickly towards the skeleton, which made his team members surprised. The girls called out to him with a worried look and said loudly that it was dangerous. Suyak looked at this with a displeased look and asked what he was even doing. What was a mage going to do in the vanguard? Jun ran forward with a calm expression and thought that he did not expect that someone would want to challenge him, so he had no other options. He would have to show his abilities. He ran close to the skeleton, directed energy into his hand and delivered a strong blow to the monster's head. With this blow, he defeated the monster, and it greatly surprised everyone who saw it immediately after that several more skeleton knights were projected. Jun ran very quickly towards one of these monsters and delivered a kick using magic. He ran at high speed around the arena and emitted strong energy, and the system notified that the mono weapon skill was activated. John continued to quickly run towards the monsters and thought that this was a special skill that ordinary magicians could not use. It was useless for them, and besides, it could cause physical damage to them. He defeated the remaining monsters and thought that, however, in his case, things were different. His team members were shocked because of his fighting style and stood there with surprised faces. The system notified that the first stage of the evasiveness test was successfully completed. All enemies were defeated. Additional points are awarded. The efficiency of Jen's disciple is 100%. The second stage begins. A draw appeared in the arena, and John looked at it with a smile and said that he hadn't seen them for a long time. After some time there was a lot of damage in the arena after the battle, and the system announced that the 10th stage of the evasiveness test had been successfully completed. The participants set a new record. Suyak looked at him with a shocked expression and wondered how this was even possible. John calmly looked at his hand and thought that it seemed to have turned out well after he changed the fighting method, according to the instructions of teacher Sonon. His body immediately became so light he was satisfied with the result. But she got some kind of strange delight every time she taught him. He felt a little uneasy, but still. Her skill was undeniable. Swak screamed to get his attention and asked with a serious expression what he did. June calmly watched him walk towards him and said that he had seen everything himself. Swak said that not only did he rush to the front, but he also crushed all the monsters single-handedly. He seriously wants him to believe that he waved his hand and said loudly that it was impossible. John said that he had no answer to that. He saw it with his own eyes. Swak chuckled and was about to say something with a big smile, but stopped because he said in a very serious voice that he shouldn't make him repeat. Himself, if he was so interested, maybe they could figure it out right now. Suyak was scared because of this and was about to say something with a worried look, but stopped. Suki called out to those young men and asked what was wrong. He clenched his hand into a fist with a dissatisfied look and thought that if it weren't for the instructor, he would have gotten that freak. Jan turned away from him and started to walk away. Sue said that he shouldn't think that he won. He looked at him and said that, however, it didn't look like he lost. Suak looked at him with a serious look and said that he should fight him at the Academy Festival. June said that he couldn't promise him that he smiled and said that it didn't fit into his plans. After a while, H was lying on his bed in his room and remembered what Jan had said in the last test. He thought that June was still taking him for a competitor. He remembered that he said that he would return his badge. He got out of bed and thought that now was not the time to rest. He should go to the gym. He put on his jacket and said that he couldn't afford to disappoint him at the same time. Saki and two people in masks were walking down the hall. They were talking to each other. Did they see the endurance test? That's right, the rookies this year are amazing. Even June was able to set a new record, but how he didn't understand Saki remembered that test and thought that it wasn't just a matter of talent. The experience he demonstrated in battle, they entered the principal's office. Chain was sitting on his chair in front of many monitors. He turned to them and said that they did a great job. Now it's time for them to listen to the test results. Suki said that the top scorers were Hang, Cha-an, and John. What's interesting is that Jin's score is very different from the other students. Chining thanked him with a smile and said that he did a great job after that. He turned around and looked at the monitors recording the test. He smiled and said that he asked that you continue to report to him about his activities. If he notices anything strange, he knows what to do. Suki bowed and said that he will listen to him. Chining said with a smile that he is like a safe haven with him. They can finish here. They can start preparing for the next event. They bowed to him and left, and Chinen remained in the office and looked at the monitors with a smile. At the same time, Jan was on in the court, and the system announced that the 27th stage of the evasiveness test was completed. He wiped the sweat from his face and thought, 27 is this, his maximum. This is something that half a dozen C-rank raiders can do, but that's not certain. In other words, this is his level for today. Next on the schedule is the practice in Dungeon X. He needs to prepare for it. He thought back to the past and thought that the incident in Dungeon X was one of the most shameful episodes in the history of Melissa Academy and a tragic event that took many lives. He and his teammates were at the center of these events. Out of the entire team, he was the only one left alive. He had to listen to insults addressed to him, curses, and threats. But despite this, he did not quit his studies because he did not want to disappoint those who believed in him. Sometime later, John was standing in a store. The clerk thanked him for his purchase and wished him a good day. He walked out of the store and wondered if things would be different this time before he was called pathetic and useless and said that he was unable to protect anyone. He was a material, not a person, however. He had no desire to repeat his mistakes enough. Regrets sometime later when there was one day left before the practice in Dungeon X. The teacher said that the lesson was over. Yujong, together with AA, approached Chan and called him by name. She said with a smile that he should come with them. What will happen tomorrow? She had never been to a dungeon before. AA said with a calm look that she was also so worried that she had not been able to sleep normally since yesterday. June approached them and said that the first time was always like this. Yujong asked with a smile. What had he been there before? Maybe went for a walk. He said with a smile that he did not know about dungeons, but he had already met monsters. One of them was standing right in front of him right now. Yun got very angry because of this and began to hit him. AA stood to the side and watched them quarrel. She looked away with a small smile and didn't say anything. Jae-hun started to take something out of his inventory and said that if they were really nervous, they could take this. He handed them 2 bottles of potions, and Yoon asked, "Is this a potion, right?" Jun said with a smile that he took this for them too when he bought it for himself. They could use it as they wish. Yu Ying said with a smile, "That's fine, she'll forgive him this time." AA thanked him for that with a calm expression. Jun thought, with a serious expression, that if luck had affected survival before now, it would depend only on skills the next day when the day of practice in Dungeon X came. Jun was sitting in his room in a meditative pose and radiating strong energy. He thought that it was necessary to warm up before penetrating the energy. Core, even if he is a strong mage, suddenly using high spells can cause mana backlash. If mana flows in the opposite direction when using magic, the user's body will begin to deteriorate. Mages who often have to use high spells are not resistant to mana backlash. The skills Super Speed Chain and Sacrifice are high class if he does not develop mana. He himself will face this problem. Moreover, he does not know how dangerous the situation in the dungeon can be. Jun stopped emitting energy, opened his eyes, and thought that either he or his comrades will die. He got out of bed and said that the most important thing is that if you concentrate mana in the core in advance, you can instantly use it to strengthen physical abilities or spells. This is a pretty useful feature. Jae-hun remembered the system notification he saw before moving to the past and thought about it. A system window appeared in front of him saying that the main quest, the first crossroads, had been received. He had successfully traveled to the past. He would have to resolve several fateful crossroads of fate and choose what to do. Follow a new path or not interfere with the course of events. His choice could either save or destroy. Other people, the decision was up to him. The difficulty level was Unknown Route A. The same choice as last time, the reward was Unknown Route. B, a new choice, the reward was unknown. The remaining time was 12 hours. Jae-hun looked at this with a thoughtful expression and said that this was some kind of strange thing again. He thought that the Norner system definitely wanted him to develop. They needed him for some purpose. However, they were telling him to choose a route. What's the catch? Sometime later at Millis Academy at Dungeon X, Gon stood at the entrance to the dungeon and said that before entering the dungeon, they would be divided into teams by lot. Because of this news, the surprised students began to discuss it with each other. Jun calmly thought that this was an expected reaction because the teams would be unbalanced. Real monsters awaited them in the dungeon. If they were lucky, they would easily cope with the task, but if not, they would have to hang. Out with low-ranking students, Jun raised her hand to get their attention and said that this practice was part of the official test that affects their grades in this dungeon. They would only encounter low-ranking monsters that they could easily handle on their own, so they had nothing to worry about. Jun, seriously, thought that these words were a lie. In Dungeon X, most of the monsters were indeed low-ranking, just like the instructor said, but based on his past experience, he might run into a boss there too. The Cobalt Lord is a rankedy boss. It's no problem for him to take on such a monster, but he's not going to play by her rules, however. In this dungeon, he'll make a mistake that can be used against him. Gion said it was time to get started. She'll ask the named student to come forward and draw. After a while, June was walking down the hallway with AA. He turned to her and said it was good to have familiar faces. On the team, she looked the other way with a small smile and said, he was right. He looked ahead and thought she had great skills and they understood each other well. It would be easier for him to strategize that way. The other team members came up to them and greeted them, which surprised Jen. They both waved at them and said she was Kim Jina from the martial arts class and he is Park Sunwoo from the same class. He asked with a kind smile, "Aren't they in the third team? They should try hard." June remembered how they fought against the boss and said that he should run away faster and they will delay the monster. He remembered the system notification with the task and thought that now he understood what kind of choice it was. He thought with a serious look, it turns out the Norner system was aimed at this from the very beginning. He calmed down, shook Sun's hand, said his name, and said that he is a mage. He turned to AA, who was standing. Behind him said her name, and said that she is also a mage. She is a little shy. Sonu laughed and said that there is nothing wrong with it. They will become friends. Gina approached her with a smile, agreed, and said that they are sociable. They do not need to worry. June calmly looked at how they communicate with AA and thought that these two are the same as in the past. He smiled and walked up to them and asked if they should discuss strategy since they had met. Gina agreed and asked who would be the leader. Sunu refused and asked if he wanted to be the leader. Jae-an remembered the task he had received earlier and looked down after. That they sat down next to each other and he said that was it. That was the whole strategy. They should remember that no matter what monster appeared in front of them, they should not hesitate. This is especially true for the warriors in the Vanguard Sun, who said with a thoughtful look that it was amazing that was what it meant to be first in the rookie rankings. All the actions were thought out to the smallest detail. He remembered everything AA said. That she remembered it too right after that GI clapped her hands to get the students' attention and said that the time for discussing strategy was up now. They would move on to practice, the team should step forward. Jae-hun stood up and said that was it. They had figured out the plan. He looked at the team next to him and thought the leader of the fourth group is that H. That's good, at least you won't get hurt. All the teams stood next to each other and Gon said that the team members can go down to their assigned dungeon. She wishes them all good luck. Jun turned to his team members with a smile and asked, "Are they ready to go?" After a while, all the teams went to the dungeons. The girl from Hing's team said with a worried look that it was so damp and the smell was unpleasant. So, what kind of dungeons are they really? Yoon asked. Do they think kobolds will appear after all? The dungeon looks like a mine. The guy looked at the dungeon and said that most likely it will. He heard that there is a lot of ore in such dungeons. Yang said with a smile that there are probably diamonds. The guy was embarrassed because of this and asked, "Is she joking?" "Now?" she asked with a smile. How would he know? Maybe it really was. She was about to say something else, but stopped because she heard strange sounds. H heard it too and said loudly that something was approaching. They all should get into position. They all took their weapons in their hands and looked in different directions. Large crowds of kobolds approached them from different sides. Huang said with a calm look that they were weak individually, but if they attacked in a pack, then they would have to try hard. He ran to attack and said, loud, that they should finish this matter quickly. Yu Zhong began to chant a spell, and the system notified that she had activated the flash bomb skill because of the bright flash of light. The monsters closed their eyes, and Hoyong ran towards them very quickly and attacked with his sword. The rest of the team fought against the crowd of monsters from the other side. Yu Zhong chanted another spell, and the system notified that the air burst skill had been activated. She released many magic projectiles, which attacked several monsters after defeating the kobolds. Ham approached the magicians and asked if any of them were injured. They looked at him and said that they were okay. The guy from their team was sitting on the floor and was breathing heavily with a very scared look. Yujun noticed that he felt bad, ran to him and loudly called him Seo. She sat down next to him and asked with a worried look, "What happened to him?" She did not know that kobolds could use poison. Hung also sat next to him and said that first they need to calm down. Yu Jung was very surprised when she noticed a huge monster and said that it was not about poison, it was such a powerful mana H. Was also surprised when he saw this and asked where the Cobalt Lord came from. At the same time in the third team's dungeon, they all walked through the cave together, and Gina said with a smile that she of course knew that he was strong, but she did not know that he was that strong. How many monsters did he kill? June said that it was all an accident. She asked what that meant. At this rate they were guaranteed a clear passage. Jay looked to the side and noticed that AA was walking with a slightly dissatisfied look. He approached her and asked with a smile if she was uncomfortable with the other guys. She looked to the side and agreed with him. Jen thought that she was still a very shy girl, although this is not surprising. Before he returned to the past, there were rumors that she could only say 3 words a day. No more. After that, they entered a spacious room with many blue crystals. Jun thought that this place was different from how he remembered it. It was immediately obvious. That chain had put some effort into it. In that case, it can be said that he is a very interesting figure to him. He felt a very ominous and powerful aura emanating from the huge cobalt. Joan said with a calm look that the monster was already close. They should follow Plan C after repelling the attack. They will go on the counterattack. This monster is much stronger than the ones they have encountered before. They should be careful. Some with thought, he said, that this monster will be much stronger, however. He heard that only weak monsters appear here. Immediately after that, a huge monster entered this room along with several kobolds. Gina was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Is this a cobalt lord?" Sona was also shocked by this and asked loudly, "Why did the boss appear here?" AA remembered what June said before, loudly chanted a spell and cast magic armor on her allies. Sona looked at the monsters. With a worried look and used the provocation skill, he blocked the monster's attack and loudly called out to Jan. He heard him and ran forward very quickly. With a serious look, he put energy into his fist and delivered a very strong punch to the boss. AA looked at it with an excited look and thought that it was an incredible power. She did not finish her thought because she noticed the gaze of the monster that was covered by a cloud of dust. Jan was surprised because of this, but immediately after that he chuckled. He said that he knew that there would be surprises, but he never expected to meet a Cobalt Lord with regeneration. The system notified that the creature behind the Cobalt Lord was recognized. The creature was determined to be Odin. The Raven Special Quest received Raven Hunter Special Quest. Eliminate all Odin the Ravens that are putting pressure on him and Ace's opponents. Target 0 out. A 5 rank S quest reward, 1 empty card reward for complete clearing class increase, no time limit, penalty for failure is death at the same time. Outside, Gon was watching a video of John on her tablet. She wondered how a mage apprentice could do something like this. Even she with her rank couldn't do it. The third team would definitely take first place. She noticed the door opening, put the tablet in her inventory, and was about to say something. She was very surprised when she saw Hung's team. Yujong ran to her with a worried look, loudly called the instructor, and said that they were in trouble. June was worried about this and asked what happened. Han was helping Seo walk and said with a serious look that a called lord had appeared in the dungeon. She was very surprised by this and said that this couldn't be. She wondered what was going on there. Several masked people were using a healing spell on Seo, and one of them said that it was mild mana poisoning. He should just breathe. Yu Jung called the instructor and asked with a worried look, "Has the third team not returned yet?" John closed her eyes with a slightly sad expression and said that they hadn't returned yet. H was very worried about this and said that it was impossible with Jan, and in skills they would have finished a long time ago. Gon was worried about this and didn't say anything. She called the director and said her name. Chain answered the call and said that he was listening to her. He asked her with a sly smile, "What happened to?" Her Gon said that a B-rank monster had just been discovered in the dungeon. She was about to say something else, but Chain interrupted her and said that he understood her. She shouldn't worry about it. He would send his men right away. Gon thanked him, ended the call, and wondered what this uneasy feeling was at the same time in the dungeon. The 3 participants were very tired from the boss fight. They fell to the ground and were breathing heavily. John looked at the huge cobalt that was standing in the same room with them with a serious expression. This monster turned its head and looked at him with a weapon in its hand. The system notified that the creature was identified as Odin's Raven. June thought that Odin had 2 ravens, Hugin and Nunan. With their help, he collected knowledge about the world and ruled Asgard. John looked at the monster in front of him with a smile and said that this was their doing. Odin's followers. He thought that the mana here felt like it was bank. On top of that, there was also a regenerating Cobalt Lord. He was certainly strong, but he couldn't handle this so easily. Maybe he should retreat. That's right, running away would be the smartest decision. John quickly ran up to AA, created a magic barrier, and thought that he had done the same before, justifying his cowardice with the desire to live. And now his whole life is one big regret. He was given a second chance. He doesn't care if it's a test or not. However, this time he will protect his comrades. John said that they should all listen to him carefully. He will hold back this monster and they should quickly get to the exit. Sona was surprised by this, looked at him and was about to ask something but stopped. June used a spell and killed the monster behind him. He looked at them with a serious expression and loudly said that they should shut up and run from here. He won't be able to fight and protect them. He didn't notice that the Cobalt Lord ran up to him and had already started to attack his comrades. Loudly called out to Jen, and he immediately turned to face the monster. Suddenly, a magic barrier appeared around him, which completely blocked this blow. He turned around and looked at his comrades with a surprised look. AA used magic with a serious expression and said that she could help. John looked at her with surprise and thought that those eyes were full of determination. Was she also influenced by him? He agreed and said that she would stay with him and that the 2 of them should quickly go to the exit and report what happened to the instructor. Sona was about to object, but stopped when Jan said with a serious look that he was asking them to do so. Gina said with a serious look that they would not let him down. They should hold out. Right after that, they ran to the exit of that dungeon. They both turned around and looked at the Cobalt Lord who was standing in the room with them. June called out Aya's name with a serious look. She created 2 large swords out of energy and said that she would cover the rear. She waved her magic wand and attacked the crowd of kobolds. The Dungeon Boss swung his hand to start attacking. June calmly ran forward and dodged all of his attacks. His attention was drawn to a small wound on the boss's body, and he thought that his body was melting. He stopped and thought that the amount of mana that the body takes in from the outside has its limit behind. The monster there is a creature that controls and feeds the Cobalt with energy that destroys his body. His hand began to glow, and he said that perhaps this Raven Odin likes to hide behind the system. Notified that the mistletoe item was used, this attribute expands the user's field of vision, the active skill. Mana Detector has been obtained. This ability allows you to recognize the energy movement of magical creatures. June looked forward with a serious look and said that he should stop hesitating. He saw the energy movements and said with a smile that he found it. The Cobalt opened his mouth wide and began to attack with his weapon. June calmly created chains of energy and said that he would definitely kill him at the same time. In the place where the gods were, Odin called Hugin and asked what was the matter. Jen's father stood in front of him and said that they had located the misto that had disappeared from the god's treasury. The girl asked, "And where is it?" He said that it is in Midgard. "And it seems that it has fallen into the hands of the enemy of evil," she asked. "Was it really Old Mare who did this?" Thor laughed and asked, "Why worry so much? Isn't there a treaty with the idiots from us as enemies?" The angel said that he was acting too frivolously. Has he forgotten that in the last war they lost Balbear, who was killed by a branch of mistletoe Odin called Hugin, and said that he must find out whether the enemy of evil had contact with Ace's enemies? He bowed and calmly said that he would obey him after some time in the director's office chain, touching the eye ring with his finger, asked, "How is the situation?" Saki bowed and said that it seems that no one noticed anything. The director smiled and sighed loudly, said that this is very good chain smiling, maliciously thought that it was good that he managed to borrow his power, whatever he does, but the main character will soon be in his power. The director with a terrifying look said that all this is in the name of Odin and the Aesir. At the same time, energy arrows are rapidly flying towards the Cobalt. He opened his mouth with fury and instantly grabbed the arrow with his paw. The Cobalt swung his hand with great force, breaking the arrows. Chain J-Huck, with a stern look, bent back. He quickly jumped up on his hands and raised streams of smoke around him. The main character, standing on his feet, turned to AA and asked if she could block his attacks so that they do not reach him. AA, sighing tensely, said that she would try it, J. Huck thought that he was sure that AA fully understood the situation she was in. Mana recoil. Even if the protagonist kills the Kobold, she is very likely to die. But despite this, she still wants to help. Why does AA want this so much? When J-Huck was given a second chance, he promised himself that he would not trust anyone else because the world is cruel and unfair. The protagonist seriously said that it was time to finish with him. He confidently thought that he only had one chance. The Cobalt terrifyingly clenched. His teeth squeezed the chain in his hand, breaking it into pieces. J-Huck sternly looks at him, creating energy. Portals around himself. Arrows begin to come out of them. They quickly flew towards the enemy. The Cobalt clenched his teeth, swung his paw. AA tensely raised her hands, directing her energy from them. The system window notifies that the Skill Force mana field has been activated. The protagonist crouched, running under the shield. AA pressed her lips together, directing mana from her shaking hands. J-Huck looked seriously towards the beam of energy hitting the shield. The Cobalt, with a bright aura in his eyes, quickly waved his hand. The protagonist remembered the past with a serious expression, raised his finger smiling, and said that there is no worse death than death without faith in comrades. J-Huck, coming out of his memories, thought that he would prove it. He quickly ran raising smoke under his foot. The protagonist confidently jumped, surrounded by energy chains, and loudly ordered the enemy to go. J-Huck, jumping over the stream of smoke, thought that what was right. He quickly jumped and sternly looked to the side. AA was surprised and wondered, did J-Huck really use this skill to move? How thin can you control mana to do this? The Kobold, leaning his paw on the floor, looked at the protagonist with fury. His bright mana and his eyes lit up from the energy streams. The protagonist stands above the enemy, head on energy. Lightning, he quickly looks away with a bright aura in his eye. The Cobalt's weapon slid forcefully along the ground, leaving a mark on it. The enemy shrouded in red. Mana quickly raises his weapon. AA raised her hand in fear and said loudly that this can't be. It's so fast. Jehu casually looks at the weapon heading towards him. He smiled sarcastically. The chain shrouded and lightning quickly flew up. The protagonist jumped up with great speed, raising his hand and creating energy in it. Remembering his training, he thought that he needed to move from left to right. Jehu confidently raised his hands, creating energy between them, and thought that the next step was upward. He quickly pointed the sword shrouded in energy. Downward, the system window notifies that the passive skill Hone Sword Mastery has been activated. The passive skill Agile Step and Flexible Body Movements has been activated. Jayhawk said loudly with fury that this time the Cobalt would not recover so easily. He delivered a powerful blow of energy, creating a bright beam. The protagonist squeezes the hilt of the sword shrouded. In energy in his hand, the flow of energy hit the enemy with force. Huck raised his hand, holding the destroyed weapon in it. He confidently looks to the side while being in the energy flows. AA looks at the bright light with admiration. The system window notifies that the magical connection between the Raven Odin and the Cobalt Lord has been broken. The protagonist quickly landed on the ground, leaning on it with his hand. He closed his eyes, put his hand on his head, and headed towards the smoke. Jehu calmly said that it was time to look at this muzzle. The energy chains instantly broke, creating a bright explosion of light. The Cobalt screamed loudly in pain. Hugin lies on the ground, leaning on it with his hands surrounded by feathers. The protagonist stands in the bright light. He sternly looked down and asked, "What is Odin's goal?" Jehu. CS, his foot on Hugin's head. The necklace sparkled and rose to the side, a bright light enveloped Hugin's body, causing him to scream in pain. The protagonist asked how Chain was connected to him. Hugin did not answer his questions. Huck thought with a serious expression that it was obvious that he had no intelligence. It was useless to ask the enemy anything. The protagonist's leg enveloped in energy rose. Up, he casually kicked, raising rays of energy and light under it. Huck, holding his hands in his pockets, laughed and said that now AA raised her hand and interrupted him loudly, calling out the protagonist's name. He turned his head to the side in surprise and a bloody stain on his face. Jehu quickly raised his hand and loudly said that this was not the end. Mana was needed. Dark light and energy enveloped the space around AA. The system window notifies that dirty mana is accumulating in the body. They quickly bowed their heads, putting their hands on their chests in pain. The system window notifies that mana is being filtered. Huck, looking down tensely, clutched the clothes on his chest and made a loud sound. The system window notifies that the amount of mana in standby mode has been increased by 5%. The protagonist tiredly lowered his head and, putting his hands on his legs, said that everything worked out. He sternly raised his head and looked at the system window that appeared. The system window notifies that Huck has killed the first target of the quest rewards, received 5 characteristic points. 1 empty card was received and the level was increased. Health is fully restored. The protagonist confidently raised his head loudly, praised the gods, and said that he got away with it. He turned his head to the side in confusion. Before he could finish speaking, the system window notifies that this is a warning. One of the team members is in critical condition. Huck, looking fearfully at his friend lying on the ground, loudly called out her name. The system window notifies that failure to provide timely assistance may result in his death. AA lies on the ground with her eyes closed, clenching her fists in pain. After some time, AA opened her eyes slightly. She raised herself up, leaning her hand on the ground, and put her hand on her head. AA looked at the protagonist in surprise and said, "What happened?" Before she could finish speaking, she turned to Juka, the protagonist, without opening his eyes, put his hand on his mouth, and asked if she had already woken up. He, gritting his teeth, raised his hand and asked how she was feeling. AA, surprise, brought her finger to the system window and asked. For 1 second, she looked sadly at the system window. AA wondered if her mana and stamina had been restored. How did this happen? She had a mana roll. She looked at the protagonist and said that everything seemed to be fine, and how was he? Huck, raising himself, said that he was fine too. He apologized and said that he just dozed off from fatigue. Anna looked away tensely. The protagonist, walking towards the Cobalt lying on the ground, said that the monster was dead. Anna, quickly following him, asked why Huck was still here. He said with a serious look that he was waiting for her. He had something to talk about with her. AA looked at him with interest and asked what kind of talk. Huck sternly turned his head. Looking at her, she asked with confusion what other talk. The protagonist said that he wanted to share something with her. AA blushed from embarrassment, misunderstanding his words. After a while at the entrance, Yu Yong loudly ordered them to answer. She quickly headed to the side and loudly asked why they were the only ones out. Gon, quickly holding her hand, loudly asked I to stop. She loudly said that they understood that she was worried about her comrades. Yu Yong interrupted her and loudly addressed the instructor. Sun Wu, very worried, thought about what to do. Now Jan and AA couldn't die. Hung looked at the bright light in surprise. He looks at the flashes of light with great amazement. Hung loudly asked, I Jang to stop. She, with rage and tears in her eyes, loudly asked him not to. Interfere! Everyone looks at their standing comrades in surprise. People loudly said that they came back. The protagonist and AA came out of the bright room. Jae-Huk scratched his head with surprise and asked, was it really because of them that they made such a noise? Gon, very surprised, thought that it was impossible. The research team reported their death. Judging by the mana reaction, there was a boss of at least rank B in the dungeon. Yu Jang, with tears streaming down her face, opened her mouth. She quickly ran towards her friends, raising her arms to the sides. Yujun, crying hard, hugged them and said that the instructor and researchers said that they were both dead. Yujun, praising God, said that it was good that they were all okay. The protagonist, gritting his teeth in anger, asked his friend to leave him alone already. The hunters from their team looked down. Sadly, Jae-Hoo calmly turned to Sunu and Jean. He smiled and thanked them for trusting him. Sunwoo guiltily raised his head and said that it was them, the protagonist, interrupting him, said that it was he who ordered them to run so that they could call for help. It was not their fault at all, Yu Jong angrily said loudly that this could not be. How could they abandon their comrades? Jae-Huk looked at her and said that he would have done the same. He said, smiling, that so she could stop swearing. Not everyone is as brave as her. She doesn't have to be mad because of him. Ying quickly raised her hand and asked loudly, what is he talking about? He just made her laugh. Ying angrily hugged AA and said loudly that she was actually mad because of her. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and said that he understood it. The instructor was watching them. She looked at them tensely without saying anything. AA thought so. Jae-Hoo cured her. Some time ago, the protagonist raised his hand and said that he understood that he surprised her. But he can't tell everything. It's better for people not to know about his abilities. AA tensely put her hand on her cheek and asked why Jae-Huk was hiding them at all. The protagonist asked if she wanted to know why the Cobalt Lord appeared in the dungeon, he said sternly. That it was Principal Chain, he was a real jerk who used the students like puppets. The principal was not the saint the media thought he was. Chain could easily get rid of anyone who was no longer useful to him. AA asked. That was why Jae-Huk was so hostile towards him and hid his power. He agreed with her. With a stern expression, AA looked down tensely without saying anything. She asked if the protagonist remembered what he said when they left the principal's office. AA remembered the past. He told them not to trust anyone within the walls of Millis, not the principal, not the instructors. She came out of her memories. AA asked how much Juke knew about the principal. The protagonist knew from the beginning what kind of person Chain was and acted as if he knew what would happen today. AA asked with confusion. How did he know everything? She asked him to answer that. Jae-Huk looked at her in surprise and thought that he did not expect such a reaction. It is dangerous to drag AA into all this further. Maybe he should use brainwashing. This should not be done because she has a very high mana indicator and a strong spirit. His skill may not work. And moreover, this is a radical method the protagonist does not want to build friendly relations in this way. He asked for forgiveness and said that this is all he can tell. AA asked with a sad look. Why? So the protagonist seriously said that otherwise her life would be in danger. They agreed right at the present time. The instructor bowed and asked to accept her deepest apologies. She was unable to free them from the D-Dungan, and she is very sorry. It is very good that they are safe. Jae-Huk seriously looked at her and said that everything is fine. It was not she who drove them into a trap. Jian tensely raised her head. The protagonist sternly said that he would go already. He would like to rest. AA raised her hand and headed towards him and called out to Jae-Huk. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he really didn't want to tell her anything else. What if something similar happened again? Jae-Huk smiled, asked for forgiveness and said that he believed that she would keep her promise. AA looked tensely at the main character who was leaving the system window, notified that the main quest, the first crossroads, had been completed. The reward was determined. Rayleigh was chosen different from the previous one. The golden apple of Inun was received after some time. Chain, sitting on a chair, turned to the instructor and said that he had disappointed him. Saki, tensely holding his hands behind his back, asked the director for forgiveness. Chain said that he was forgiving for the first time. However, he didn't need people who didn't carry out his orders. The director asked with a terrified look if the instructor understood that Saki, bowing, said loudly that he promised that he wouldn't let him down again. The director said that he really hoped so. At the next event, this Jayhawk needs to be trained properly. Chain, with an ominous look and a red aura in his eyes, raised his hand and said that it needed to be done before his patience ran out after. Sometime in the room, the protagonist calmly looked down and dried his hair with the towel. He looked down at the clothes lying on the floor. Jayhawk, clutching the towel hanging around his neck, remembered AA. He sighed heavily and thought that in the past, Yang had died. Huang had never been able to reveal his full potential. In order to change the future, the protagonist must intervene in what is happening. However, with AA, things are different. She will figure it out herself without him. Huck, sitting on the couch, said that they should be careful. It is unclear how and what will affect the future. The protagonist, pressing his finger on the button of the remote control in his hand, thought that he would close this issue for now. The first thing he needs to do is find out how Chain is connected with the Aces. The incident in the dungeon is just the beginning. Real adventures await ahead. In order to be prepared for anything, he should speed up the learning process. The TV presenter said that the man said that in addition to the usual ones, there are other dungeons. For example, what is this? The man seriously put his hand on his head and said that there are themed dungeons. They use an unusual method of action, unlike those dungeons that a person can clear only by defeating the boss. The TV presenter asked if you could be more specific. The man said that their main feature is that you can't get out in the middle of the raid. Jay Heap got up from the couch, looking at the calendar. He quickly walked to the table and put his hands on it, the protagonist said. With a smile that he almost forgot about it, the man on the news closed his eyes and said that the raiders who got there must fulfill certain conditions, becoming dungeon characters. It is a kind of role-playing game in a themed dungeon. Raiders turn their attention to rare rewards. Jay quickly headed in the other direction and thought that these were hidden items, or as they are also called, God's gifts. These gifts are the reason why everyone strives to get into thematic dungeons, despite the intricate conditions of clearing. The main character confidently said with a smile that he will be able to get what he needs. After a while, among the tall buildings, the room is illuminated by the rays of the sun. AA holds a cup of hot drink with her hands. She sadly looked down and apologized for making them worry. Yun raised her hand, smiling and waving it loudly, said that everything is fine. The most important thing is that they are alive, she calmly said. That Jae-Huk is a bit of an idiot, to be honest. Yujong is afraid that he might behave badly with AA because the main character always behaves like that with her. AA sadly lowered her head, looking down. Yugen tensed up and loudly asked if Jae-Huk really said something to her. The friend raised her hand and, without confirming it, said that it just seemed to her that the protagonist trusted Yujang. AA thought that it would be great if Jae-Huk relied on her a little more. She looked tensely at the cup in her hands and said that perhaps she was not strong enough. Yujong looked at her sadly. She quickly stood up, leaning her hand on the table. Yujong extended her hand towards her friend. She happily smiled and told AA to forget this fool and go with her for delicious sweets. She has one place in mind. AA raised her hand in surprise and extended it to her friend. Yujong happily raised her finger and loudly said that they were going to cheer AA up. The friend quickly smiled, closed her eyes, and loudly agreed at the same time. A sparkling golden apple is in the hand of the protagonist. The system window notifies that this is a consumer item, the golden apple of Iden, a mythical class. This is one of the apples of youth, personally chosen by the goddess Iden, which helped the Aesir to maintain eternal youth. When consumed, the aging process slows down, the healing power of nature increases dramatically, and magical abilities improve, reducing the rate of aging by 50%, increasing the healing power of nature by 50%. Endurance by 20%. This item cannot be sold or given to anyone. Jae-Huk looked at the apple and thought that the prevention of aging and the healing power of nature were rare things. Billions could be made on them. He said that it was true, this item was also bound to the owner anyway. First it was Worth counting the trophies, the protagonist calmly thought that if he remembered correctly, a themed rank, a dungeon would soon open in one of the amusement parks in Seoul. The Thunder Mages of Tofi were the place where you could find the boots of speed of Thor's servant named Talafi because of the strong influence on the level of agility. All the raiders of the martial arts class wanted to get them. Jehu closed his eyes and pulled the t-shirt on his body with his hand and said that with him he would be able to achieve a balance between agility points, mana, and durability. The protagonist opened his mouth, slightly bringing the apple to him. He bit off a piece of it and a bright light enveloped the room. Jehu chewed a piece of apple and thought that it was an ordinary apple. It was even too ordinary. The system window notifies that the effect of Iden's apple has begun to act on the body, endurance, and mana. Points have been increased by 20. The aging speed has been reduced by 50%. The healing power of nature has been improved by 50%. The level of magical abilities has been changed. Jae-Huk raised his hands in amazement, looking at the bright light emanating from it. He grinned maliciously, looked at the apple, and said that it was good that the effect was not the same as the taste. The main character raised his hand, kneading it, and said that it had even become easier to move. He thinks that he can try his luck. Jehu quickly took the phone from the table. He smiled and brought it to his ear. The Mainta. Character agreed and said into the phone receiver to the teacher that it was him. Sometime later at the festival, people with children walk among the buildings, among the flying confetti. Jae-Huk looked away, smiling, and said that it was 3 times worse here. Now he headed towards the ticket office. The girl sitting behind the glass asked what kind of ticket the main character would like. Jae-Hyuk handed her the card and she looked at it. In surprise, the main character said that he was a raider from the Lotus Guild. He said with a bright aura in his eyes that a themed dungeon would appear here very soon. After some time, people were standing in the room. Gon put her hands on the reception desk and asked, "Does that mean Jae-Huk is not at the academy?" The girl tensely confirmed this and said that he came yesterday evening and asked to give him a day off. "Are there really any problems?" Gon raised her hand and disagreed, saying that there are no problems. She looked down sadly and wondered how a newly admitted student could recover so quickly after that incident in the dungeon. Whatever you say, he copes with psychological trauma. Quickly Gon smiled and wondered if the main character was really that strong in spirit. She asked if the girl could tell him that Jae-Huk should find her. The girl smiled and agreed and said that of course she would. She would tell him as soon as he returned. Gon thanked her for that. She quickly walked out of the building. She stopped, clenching her hand into a fist. Gon looked seriously to the side, holding an earphone in her hand. She inserted the earphone into her ear and put 2 fingers on it. Gon holding the glowing earphone in her ear. With her fingers set into it that she was on the line. Gon turned to Jok's boss and asked if he could hear her. He told her to speak. What did she have there? Gon said that she had managed to find out that the director was to blame for what happened at the same time. Juk, sitting on a chair, asked if she had interrogated Sokka, the head of the dungeons. The boss thought that his life would soon end. Gon should continue to watch these 2 and contact him if she found out anything. Gon looked down and said that she understood it. However, there was one more thing. The boss told her to speak. Gon said with confidence that it seemed that Jae-Huk, whom she reported on earlier, also knew something after some time at the amusement park. They said loudly into the microphone that they were repeating, "This is not a drill, they are asking all visitors to leave Neverland Park." The protagonist smiled and thought that this was prompt. No matter how you think about it, the name of the Lotus Guild is a weighty argument. He looked at his phone and said that it was starting some time ago. Sonon agreed and said that his confidence was probably backed up by something. Jae-Huk can use the guild's authority. The protagonist smiled, holding the phone to his ear, and thanked her. Sonon said that she would do it on one condition at the same time. She smiled and said that if the situation gets out of control, the first thing he should do is take care of his own safety. Jae-Huk asked if this was a condition. She held the cup with her fingers and said that she trusted his skills. Where does the protagonist find a teacher who wishes his student death? No one knows what can happen in a dungeon at the present time. The system window notifies that a themed dungeon, Abandoned Neverland, is being created. A special item will be given for successfully completing 3 missions. The Big 3 quest is open. This is a special Big 3 quest. Jae-Hyu got into the theme dungeon Abandoned Neverland. He needs to find 3 tasks and complete them. The level is difficult A, and the reward is Tal's thunderous steps. The remaining time is 23 minutes and 59 seconds. The space of the park was covered with dark spots. The protagonist looked up and said that nothing had changed some time ago. CIO and a 16-year-old conqueror of themed dungeons said that this is how she found out about this place. She smiled, put her hand on her chin, and said that in the case of the ghost house and the pyramids, it was easy as they know the skill of accelerated thinking is amazing. If you work your head correctly, then there will be no difficulties. This dungeon turned out to be very boring, and it's, pity at the moment. Jae-hyuk sighed seriously and thought that she was a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150 points. Ayan's bragging led her to a bloodbath that ended in her own death because of this. T. Ali's thunderous steps went to another raider. The protagonist, holding his hands in his pockets, said that, in that case, before he could finish, speaking, a cluster of dark mana appeared in the sky. Dark streams flew across the sky, changing the Jae-hyuk, standing in the dissolving space, surprised, said that it was better for him to take the initiative. The system window notifies that the first mission has been discovered. Does the protagonist want to start a raid on the Vikings? Jae-hyuk, smiling confidently, said loudly that this is good. He can begin the system window. Notifies that there is a movement to the Viking dungeon. He needs to change the ending of the story. The main character quickly moves to another space. A bright portal appeared in the room. Smoke surrounds the dark room. The system window notifies that synchronization is 7% complete, 20% 97, and 100% synchronization with the character is complete. Juk will play as the warrior Ji who survived the Viking attack. The first mission, JY's Revenge, is received. The main character opened his eyes. The system window notifies that this is a thematic quest, Jal's Revenge. Thor, the god of thunder, wanted to have the same fast legs as Ali. In order to make the young man his servant, he kidnapped Ji's younger sister Rasva. He needs to find the girl, becomes Ji, and take revenge. Difficulty, level B, and reward, active skill. Cry of the Lord. Failure, conditions. Death of Raz, score. Death of Ji, penalty for failure. Death. Ji is Thor's servant and the fastest man in the 9 worlds. Having lost his family in a Viking raid, he came to hate the Aesir, who were revered by the attacking sea wolves. Jae wondered what this meant. Did really hate the Aesir gods? It hadn't been like that at first. Was the split between the Aesir and the Nornir? To blame again, Frederick called out loudly to 11 and ordered him to come to his senses. The protagonist quickly opened his eyes. While sitting on the deck, he put his hand on his head and thought that this was the place, judging by everything he was on the ship that had been stolen to rescue Rias. This was Frederick who had come up with a plan to seize the ship. Jae-hyuk smiled and agreed, saying that it was fine. Before he could finish speaking, a second ship instantly hit the ship. Raising waves, they raised their hands while standing on the ship that was rapidly tilting to the side. Several ships moved to the sides under the raging waves of the sea. The men holding weapons in their hands quickly jumped onto their ship. Frederick looked at them in surprise. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that he did not know what was going on. The search for Rasa would have to be postponed for now. Jae-kui looked at Frederick and told him to leave it to him. The protagonist confidently jumped up, heading to the side. Frederick loudly called out to T. Ali and ordered him to stop. Juke flies from his shook to the enemy ship. He looked down in surprise. The sailors looked at Jae-hyuk, who had landed in surprise. The protagonist stood next to a tall pole. The sailor smiled and pointed at it, laughing loudly and saying that T. Ali should have been hiding instead of climbing onto the enemy ship, a fool who had brought his own death. Closed. Jae-hyuk looked at An, tied to the pole, with confusion. She was sitting on the enemy's deck with her eyes closed. The protagonist, remembering An, wondered what she was even doing here. The system window notified that T-Fi's younger sister Rasa had been discovered some time ago. Anne confidently put her hand on her head and thought that she was the owner of a genius mind and the greatest raider of the future. She raised her hand in admiration and, closing her eyes, said loudly that, in other words, she was a cool girl. Anne clenched her teeth and asked loudly why she was locked here. She raised her hands in defeat and looked down and said that the probability of the gate opening and a person being sucked into the dungeon was 0.6%. The probability that the dungeon would be themed and not allow the person to leave was 0.003%. The probability that out of all people she would be that loser. Ayan said irritably, with tears in her eyes, that it was time to stop thinking. She said tensely that now they needed to figure out how to get out of here. Ayan looked around and thought that the task force might have arrived by now at least. Someone should come! She looked at the protagonist standing in the distance in surprise. Ayan was hiding behind the building and wondered what this was. This guy didn't look like he was one of the task forces, so who was he? Ayan would definitely go after him. She was currently sitting tied to a pole with a rope. Jae-hyuk looked at her irritably. He lowered his head and put his fist to his head, thinking that everyone had been told to leave. How did he manage to stay with her? The men confidently raised their bows and pulled the arrows loudly, said that he should feel their arrows. Many arrows fly towards the protagonist. Jae-hyuk unwaveringly raised his hand, creating a shield around himself. He irritably lowered his head and raised his hand with energy, radiating from it, loudly asked why there were always only fools around him. The protagonist, with a terrifying look, quickly raised his fist enveloped in energy with the intention of attacking. The men came under a powerful attack and made a loud sound of pain. Jae-hyuk, with a stern look, thought that he needed to think more optimistically. Anne is impudent, but she can help in clearing the dungeon. The man standing in the dark, Smoke quickly raised his weapon with the intention of attacking the protagonist. Jae-hyuk instantly jumped to the side. Not getting hit by the enemy, he instantly looked to the side and thought that since it was impossible to drive her out, it would be better to use her. The protagonist delivered a powerful punch to the man's face. He looked to the side and thought that first of all he needed to deal with these fools. The men looked at him in fear, stepping back. Jae-hyuk closed his eyes and squeezed his neck and said that he didn't have time for them. He said with a stern look that so they could attack all at once. After some time, the men were lying on the deck among the smoke. The protagonist approached Ian and asked, maybe it was time to stop pretending to be asleep. She pressed her lips tensely. Jae-hyuk calmly asked, is she Ryasa? Ian raised her lip in irritation and made a displeased sound. She said with a confident smile that it looked like she had been exposed, and he, as she understood, was T. Ali. The protagonist smiled, crouching lower, and confirmed it. He her with great force near her face, breaking the pole. Jae-hyuk, with a terrifying look, said that he knew everything, so it was better for her to stop thinking about how to understand him, and should think very carefully. She was very scared and hiccuped, puffing out her cheeks. The system window notifies that the protagonist has successfully completed the first task. T. Ali's revenge. The system moves and calculates the reward after some time in a dark park. They are sitting at a table opposite each other. Jae-hyuk confidently crossed his arms, looking at the irritated Ayan. She thought that he was a mage, but his movements were like those of a martial arts raider. He is the same age as her, and also has a bad character. Ayan, pursing her lips, in anger, thought that as luck would have it, she had come across some freak. Jae-hyuk called out to her and asked what skills she said she had. Ayan, smiling, raised her finger and said that she could increase the level of another raider sword skills. She thought that there were few awakened ones among middle school students, so it should work. This guy was unbearable, and she would use him and then run away. The protagonist sternly said that he was sure that there were more. He doesn't like being deceived. Anne smiled and raised her finger up and said loudly that it was true. She has a D rank skill. Initial sword mastery compensation. Jae-hyuk said that she has thought acceleration. Anne was very surprised and lowered her hand. The protagonist calmly said that it seemed to slow down time and speed up the user's thought process. Usually this skill is used to make quick decisions. It shows itself most effectively in analyzing an opponent. Jae-hyuk smiled and asked, is he really wrong? Anne said in confusion. Where is he from? The protagonist quickly put his hand on the table, getting up from his chair and interrupting her, said that he will not be able to take her with him. Apparently Anne is just looking for an opportunity to take advantage of him. Jae-hyuk, with a stern look, told her not to think that the people around her think so badly. Anne quickly got up from her chair and loudly asked him to stop. She sadly looked at the protagonist, putting her hands on his body and loudly asking for forgiveness, said that she was sorry, and he was right, and loudly asked him not to leave her, otherwise she would die. Jae-hyuk calmly looked at her and asked why he should trust her. Anne said loudly, frightened that she would prove her words. The protagonist grinned maliciously and said that then they would sign a contract. Han looked at him in confusion. After some time, she looked at the system window in surprise. The system window notified that this was a contract. Anne has no right to harm. Jae-hyuk, she is obliged to obey. The protagonist orders. Jae-hyuk guarantees her safety until the Neverland-themed dungeon is cleared, and must keep all conversations with him strictly confidential. She tensely placed her hands on her head, squeezing her hair. The protagonist calmly thought that submission was a subspecies of the brainwashing skill with the help of a contract he would retain. Power over her? Juk smiled and thought that this was the best way to keep her in his power. And frustratedly extended her finger to the system window and said that she understood everything. Energy chains appeared on her neck and arms. The system window notifies that a Hyan has been put into a state of subordination. It will not be removed even after clearing the dungeon since it is connected to the contract. Jae-hyuk looked at her with a sly smile and told her to stop. These are normal conditions he did not take her. Soul after all. Ayen angrily raised her hand and said that no one would want someone to climb into their head. The protagonist sternly told her to terminate the contract, then he is not forcing her to do anything. In this case, she will have to cope alone. Ayan confidently raised her clenched palms into fists and loudly promised not to spare any effort. Jae-hyuk sighed and thought that she was very simple at the same time. In the Temple of Hell, she put her hand on her beak and said that it looks like their friend is trying hard. Once the AC's looks became even more evil. Hell smiled. Sitting on Garm, she said, that if she left her place, they would definitely make a noise. What should she do anyway? Hell, smiling, looked at Garm. She asked Hell to become her eyes. Hell, putting her hand on her cheek, said that she would have to stall for time until the child was ready. Sometime later in the park, the protagonist sternly looks away walking through the park. Ayan seriously asked where they were going. Jae, here holding his hands in his pockets, said that they were going to a ghost house. He wants to look there. She shook in fear and asked, Is it really? A haunted house? The protagonist looking at her asked. Is she really afraid and clenching her hand into a fist, asked loudly. Why she tensely raised her hand, smiling and said, that where would he find a schoolgirl who would be scared? JHK interrupted her with a SL. My smile and said that one of them was right in front of him. Ayen said loudly that she said she wasn't afraid. The protagonist said that. As she says, Ayen puffed out her cheeks with resentment. Jae-hoo confidently stood by the house shrouded in dark mana and told her to get ready, because they were going in. Ayen opened her mouth wide. Very scared, she loudly asked him to wait and said that she hadn't had time to take a deep breath yet. The system window notified that the raid was starting. They instantly moved to another location. A huge castle stood surrounded by dark mana. The system window notified that they had arrived at a haunted house. They needed to leave this location without breaking the 3 rules. The use of some skills is limited. Jae-hyuk looked at A-in and asked what her role was. She held a camera in her hand and said that her role was a cameraman. And what is the role of the main character? He looked to the side and said that his role was a horror streamer. Alfred, holding his hands behind his back, said that they had not had guests for a long time. He stood ominously behind them and greeted them loudly. Alfred, having given his name, said that he was the butler of CTIS Flander. The lady ordered him to meet them. The system window notifies that the second mission of the Flander Mansion has been received. This is a thematic quest of the Flander Mansion. They need to uncover the secret of the old mansion, capture the whole truth on camera and find a way out. The reward is the active skill illusion. The conditions for failure are exceeding the limited time and the unsolved secrets of the mansion. The penalty for failure is death. The butler squeezed the door handle. With his hand opening it, he pointed to the entrance and said that you can go through. The main character tensed up from what was happening. Alfred said that the Countess ordered to provide them with everything they needed. He raised his hand as he entered the castle and asked to be allowed to lead them to the dining room. They were probably hungry from the journey. Jae-hoo turned his attention to something. There was a tag hanging on a vase of flowers. The protagonist calmly looked at it and turned his attention to Anne, she said, was surprised that it was a very nice painting. There was a portrait of the Countess with a dog hanging on the wall. The butler said that in front of them was a portrait of the Countess with her beloved dog, Sean Jae-hyuk. Thought that she looked about 12 years old, he said with a serious expression that it was obvious that his mistress cherished her childhood very much since she had hung. This painting. Alfred seriously said that this was true. He looked ominously to the side and said that the lady had many memories of her childhood. Very happy memories. They tensed up greatly because of the butler's voice. Alfred standing surrounded by dark. Mana said that it was time to go. They looked at the butler. Leaving Huck thought sternly that he needed to concentrate in the previous mission. The system explained the situation, but not. This time he would have to find out everything himself. Ian was very scared, looking away and shaking. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked if everything was okay. She said that she was not afraid. Did she lie to him again? Ian looked at him angrily and said that she was just not used to it yet. She needed some time. They followed the butler down the hallway. Alfred stopped with an ominous look and said that they were there. They looked at the table with several dishes on it and candles. The butler, standing by the open door, said that the Countess had prepared treats for them. He wished them a bon appétit with a terrifying look and said that he would be back as soon as they finished their meal. They looked towards the closed door. Ian turned her head to the side and said that anyone would understand that it was better not to eat this. Jehu put his hand on his hip and said that they should sneak into another place. While Alfred was distracted, she held a camera in her hand and loudly asked him to wait. Ian raised her hand and said that first they should gather information. Here she instantly closed her eyes. The system window notified that the active skill accelerated. Thinking was activated. Ian raised her hands, enveloping her body with energy, and opened her eyes. She quickly began to read information about the objects in the room. Ian opened her eyes in surprise coming out of her. Thoughts, she smiled, raised her clenched palms into fists, and said that she managed to find out something about this mansion. Huck put his fist on his chin and thought that it was fast after all. A unique skill is serious. He asked her to tell him everything. Ion said that it seemed that the owner here was a little girl. The protagonist asked with a serious look. Why did she decide that? Hi, and pointed at the chair with her hands and asked him to take a closer look. She put her hand on the chair and said that the Countess's chair was much higher than the others. This indicates that the Countess has a small build. The shelves in the lobby are very low, and the dirt on the handles can only be seen from below. Huck thoughtfully held his hand on his chin and said that she was right. Many things in the mansion are quite unique. Now they can go further. She looked at the camera in her hands with admiration and said loudly that it was very expensive. She would like to take it with her. Yan looked at him in surprise without finishing and asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist tensely said that now was not the time to be happy about some camera, all because they were locked here 2 hours after the appearance of the themed dungeon. Reporter held a microphone in her hand and said that according to witness testimony, there was a raider from the Lotus Guild inside, still a middle school student, Taeyeon. It is still unknown whether they will be able to get out alive. Jiz, tensely clutching his neck with his hand, said that his promotion is coming soon, and then some strange things happen again. Kyung-hun, squatting, sighed and agreed with the boss. He said that who knew that a themed dungeon would appear in an amusement park. Jiz put his hand behind his back, lowered his head and said that if their assessment goes down at the Civilian Council despite that incident with the goblins, Kyung-hun will still be lowered back, and he is generally silent about himself. Kyung-hun mockingly said that his words give hope. The boss, lighting a cigarette in his mouth, said loudly that all the garbage will be dumped on them again. He asked to check the profiles of those teenagers. And the assistant agreed with him. Kang-hun looked down in surprise on a piece of paper. There is a photo of the main character with his name and class. Kang-hun wondered in amazement. Is this guy really in a Lotus? He heard that Juk entered Millis Academy. Did the guild really hire him that quickly, the boss? Tensed up and dropped the cigarette from his mouth and asked loudly, "What's going on?" An assistant shouldn't just say that there's someone else in the dungeon. Kang-gun didn't confirm it and said that it wasn't. That he smiled and said that there was a chance that the dungeon could be cleared. Ain looked at the locked door with fear and raised her hand. Jae-hyuk looked down and thought, did they really decide to act the same way? It's very difficult. Ian shook with tears running down her face and asked loudly, what if they stay here until they die? The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and looked at her and asked her. To calm down, he said that it was a dungeon, which meant it had an exit. Ian smiled and said loudly that that was right. Any dungeon should have an exit. She quickly turned to the side and said loudly that she would go and look around. Jae-hyuk looked away seriously and thought about what they had. It was obvious that the lady of the house was not happy with him. He could easily open this door. He was glad that even An managed to get out of here. The requirements for strength here, as the protagonist understands, are simple. In that case, there must be some kind of turn of events, and loudly called out to him and asked him to go there. He looked at her and asked what happened. She looked at him in fear, holding a camera in her hand, and loudly said that there was something wrong with this camera. Jae-hyuk looked at the camera irritably and said that she was making a big deal out of nothing again. He was very surprised by what he saw. The camera showed photos of an empty chair, a dead viewer, and bloodstains on the dining table. And sadly said but was Alfred back then? Jae externally looked down and interrupted her and said that the butler was not real. The system window notified that they had solved the first mystery of the mansion, the secret of Alfred, by 70%. The protagonist looked away with a serious expression and thought, is this really just the beginning? He looked at the camera and said that it looks like it is, since the camera shows things that are inaccessible to the human eye. Ayan looked at him in surprise and asked, does this mean that the cameraman also has a role in the quest? Their camera is the key to understanding what is happening. Jae-hyuk smiled confidently and praised her and said that she was right. He thought with a serious expression that until this moment, he did not understand how she cleared the dungeon. It seems that Anne calms down during the thought process. The protagonist put his hand on the camera and said that now the question is what exactly the camera shows. Jae-hyuk, looking at the camera screen, said that Alfred is not real. Therefore, the screen shows either the past or the present. One of the two, Ayan confidently hit her fist on her palm and said that he is right. There is logic in this. The theme of the dungeon represents the secrets of the mansion. There is no reason to show them the future, which means it is the past. The screen captured the past, which hides the secrets of the house, she cried, unable to contain her emotions. Ayan raised her hand and said that there was food on the table. Then the protagonist looked at her and interrupted her and said that it was true, it was not for eating. Jae-hyuk thought sternly about the butler's dead body. He turned to Ayan and raised his hand and told her to return the camera. Ayan threw the camera in his direction. The protagonist loudly told her to be more careful. Jae-hyuk looked sternly to the side and thought that he had recently begun to feel a weak flow of mana, so this was all a vision, in other words, an illusion. One of the common mana traps, he extended his hand covered in mana to the table. He put 2 fingers on it, spreading the energy, and thought that he should do it. Then the system window notifies that the active skill absolute counting has been activated. The activation could not be completed. The use of this skill is prohibited. The protagonist irritably removed his hand from the table and asked, so that means Jae-hyuk put his hand on his wrist and asked what she was doing there. Anne looked up in surprise and said that apparently there was a device for unlocking doors. She shook the dust off her feet and said that the camera only showed that the food on the table represented Alfred's corpse. Most likely there should be something like a key in this room, Jae-hyuk thought, and put his hand on his chin. He smirked and said that if that's the case, then he knows what to do. The system window notifies that the mana locator skill has been activated. His eye glowed with light. Mana, the protagonist, quickly looked at the jelly standing on the table. He confidently thought that he knew it. The blocking spell is usually associated with some objects or formulas. Therefore, in order to remove it, you need to get rid of them. Jae-hyuk said that there is a key inside the jelly. Ayan was very surprised by what she heard. She asked in fears, there really a jelly inside? Ayan remembered the butler's corpse. The protagonist looked at her with a sly smile and asked, is she really scared? Ayan lowered her head with tears in her eyes and did not confirm it loudly. She raised her hand, rolled up her sleeve, and loudly said that she just needed to get the key. It's easy. Ayan raised her hand to the jelly in disgust. She made sounds from the unpleasant sensation. Ayan was very surprised by what she saw. She held the key in her hand and said loudly that she got it. The system window notified that they had successfully destroyed the illusionary blocking spell. After clearing the dungeon, they would be given an additional reward. At the same time Alfred was standing in the dark space, he looked into the magic ball and said that it seemed like the guests didn't like the food. The butler said with a terrifying look that they couldn't allow negligence because it was impolite. He couldn't disappoint the hostess. After a while, they walked towards the door. Yan looked at the camera with interest. The camera showed a bloody room. Jae-hyuk looked at the door and said that it seemed like the guest room was in front of them. And seriously said that it was definitely that, usually after dinner. Guests are escorted to their bedrooms. The traces of blood LED in that direction. They definitely needed to go there. The protagonist said that they needed to go into the room and search everything there. She looked at him with fear and asked loudly, should she really go into the room? Jay calmly looked away and asked, did she really forget they need to clear the dungeon right, or does she want to stay here until she gets old? Ian lowered her head resignedly and said that of course she didn't want that. The protagonist told her to shut up then and follow him. She should tell him. If something happened, Ian sadly lowered the camera and agreed with him. Jae-hyuk walked into the room with a serious look. He looked away and said that they needed to look for some more clues. A light cloth appeared behind the protagonist. Elle looked away. There was a ghost standing behind him. Flander pointed her finger in his direction. There was a butler with a terrifying look standing behind Juk. After a while, in a dark room, a red ghost with a terrifying look appeared near the wall. The protagonist was very scared and quickly opened his eyes. Ian looks at him with fear, loudly addressing him by status. She asked him if he was feeling better while sitting on his knees. Jae-hyuk put his hand on his head and said that his ears were ringing. She shouldn't be screaming like that. He thought with a serious expression that although he expected this, he couldn't even react. Could this really be part of the dungeon? Ian clenched her hand into a fist and looking at him said that while the protagonist was unconscious, she used accelerated thinking and looked around. You can tell by the moss and dampness that this is an underground prison. There are even traces of torture here. She gritted her teeth sternly and looked to the side and asked, where did such a place come from in the mansion of a young Countess Jae-hyuk looked at the bars with interest, squeezing part of it in his hand. He quickly raised his hand back, concentrating energy in it, and said that it means there should be a key. Somewhere around here, the system window notifies that the silence skill has been activated. He quickly clenched his hand into a fist, filling it with energy. Jae-hyuk hit the grate with great force, raising dark smoke around. Ion, frightened, instantly shook the wall, immediately began to collapse. The grate broke into pieces. The protagonist raised his hand while passing through the hole and said that they needed to move as quietly as possible. It would be very bad if Alfred or anyone else noticed them, Ian asked with confusion. Was it for these reasons that he had destroyed the great Jae-hyuk asked her to be quiet. He turned in her direction and said that instead of just talking like that, it would be better for her to think about how they could get out. Something quickly flew behind the protagonist. He looked up in surprise. Sean headed towards Jae-hoo's chest with great speed. The protagonist looked down with confusion and asked, what is this? Is this really a dog? Sean is holding a key in his teeth. Ian raised her hand and loudly ordered him to let go of that dog right now. The protagonist lifted Sean up and asked what's wrong, judging by the mana. That Jock senses it's an ordinary dog. That key in his teeth, it looks like it's stuck here too. Ayang raised her hand and said that he knew that keys weren't found in a dungeon that easily. If that dog was a trap, Sean got really angry, not letting her finish. Tensely clenched her teeth, raising her hand. The system window notified that they had received a new quest, Flanders' diary. They needed to get into the Countess's room on the 4th floor and read her diary. The difficulty was B, and the reward was removing restrictions on skills in a themed dungeon. Failure conditions were death, or the quest time had expired. There was 1 hour and 59 minutes and 59 seconds left. Jae-hyuk thought with a serious expression that this was a good reward. This quest must be related to the secrets of the estate after some time. The door opened slightly. They looked around in surprise. The protagonist said that they had reached the 3rd floor. The mansion was so big that he had no idea where to go next. Ayan gritted her teeth and sighed heavily, saying that the camera had also been taken away, so all they could do was look around. Juk was surprised to see something. Intensely turned her head to the side and asked, what is it? She suddenly felt somehow anxious. The ghost of Flander was standing in front of them. The protagonist sternly said that it was her. Intensely grabbed his hand and said that they just needed to leave now. Was not the time to talk to a ghost. Jae-hoo calmly pushed her hand away and asked, why is Flander still here? Does she really need something in this mansion? The ghost didn't answer him. The protagonist asked, then is she here to help him? The ghost of Flander smiled, answering his question. Juk asked where is Countess Flanders' private quarters. The ghost pointed to the side. The protagonist thought that it looked like she was pointing to the end of that flight of stairs. He thanked her for her help. Jae-hoo turned to the side and said that if there was a chance he would send her to heaven. The protagonist promised her that he told him that it was time to go. They quickly disappeared from the corridor at the same time outside the park. Jisuk was sitting at the table with his arms folded. He asked with a serious expression if he really meant that the Low Guild would take responsibility for that incident in the dungeon. Sanjay sternly said that it was true they would be able to avoid the wrath of the public and the civil council directed towards the Raider Association by using the Lotus Guild's responsibility as a shield. In return, he wanted them to keep information about Jae-Huk. Secret, this was what the Lotus Guild master had asked. For Juk crossed his arms and told Lotus to act for the sake of some newbie who was still studying at Millis Academy. It's hard to believe, Sunj said he couldn't tell him the reason. Jiz squeezed his neck with his hand and said that it was even better for their side, they would go along with Lotus's conditions. However, if the dungeon raid failed, Sunj interrupted him and said that he didn't have to worry about it. If the protagonist wasn't capable of handling something like that, Lotus wouldn't have stepped in and helped him. After a while, the knight's head quickly flew off his shoulders, Ayen said in surprise that it was impossible as far as she knew. The living armor was a rank monster. Jae-Huk said that this is the shortest way, and he can deal with such. They looked into the room. Opening the door, the system window notifies that they have entered Flanders's room. Ayen said that it looks creepy. She smiled and said that she will start from the table. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder. He seriously said that it is obvious that the diary should be there. She should check around, and maybe there will be clues. Ayen scratched her head and said loudly that she will do so. Jay walked up to the standing table. He quickly took her diary in his hand. The system window notifies that this thing is Flanders' diary, an ancient countess with daily entries. The secret of the mansion is hidden in it. The protagonist smiled maliciously, looking at the diary in his hand, and thought that he found it. The pages of the diary quickly fly through. On the piece of paper, it is written that it is May 7th, 1474. Her skin is getting paler. The doctor came to the estate several times to examine the countess, but did nothing. Was she really die without ever leaving the mansion? May 10th, 1474. Mom and Dad said that they would buy her the dolls she always wanted. Her parents are the best. Flander is really looking forward to going to the city. There are 2 days left. May 12th. The parents are dead. Someone attacked them on the road. The tears won't stop if it weren't for the doll. Would Mom and Dad still be alive? May 15th. The parents' funeral is over. Since she is the only heir to the county of Flander, the mansion has become hers. All of it. She has no joy because the countess is alone. Forever. July 4th. She caught a strange girl in the garden. The thief said that she snuck into the estate to pick lies. Flander liked her because she looks like one of her dolls, and they are the same age. She will ask her to stay in the mansion. July 20th. She has no name, and the CES calls her Sally. They play every day. Flander is happy to have a friend. She wishes it could go on like this forever. September 8th. Alfred left the estate without saying a word, Sally says. He went to town in a hurry. For some reason, the Countess is very worried. September 10th. The butler is back, but she feels like he has changed. It seems like Sally is hiding something from her. What happened to them? November 10th. Screams can be heard constantly outside the room. Selena, the mistress of the hall, kitchen, and the maid, Mel, were screaming somewhere on the first floor again. Flander is very scared. What is going on here? Sally and Alfred are knocking on her door right now. They want to kill the Countess. What should she do? Anyway, she asked her mom and dad for help. Jehu quickly closed the diary. The system window notifies that the restrictions on the use of skills have been lifted. The restrictions on using special skills have been lifted. The protagonist thought with a terrifying look that everything was clear. Ketis Flander was killed. It must have been done by a demonic beast that entered the mansion, most likely An, without giving him time to think. Said that it was a double. The double in the form of An returned to his form and said that it looked like it was done by a double. Right, a double appeared behind. Juk smiling terrifyingly. The door quickly opened. Many butlers are standing behind. The double, the system window, notifies that the first secret of the mansion, the identity of Alfred, has been revealed. The side quest, Flander's Diary, is complete. He managed to uncover all the secrets of the mansion. Now he needs to get out. The protagonist confidently clenched his palms into fists. The double quickly moved his hands made of slime. Jehu quickly headed to the side. He instantly jumped up, holding Sean in his hand. The protagonist instantly slid along the ground, leaving behind dark smoke. He said that the double had finally shown his true face. Jae-hyuk smirked and said that his patience had run out. The double said that the protagonist was quite smart for a human. Jae-hyuk asked him to stop. He remembered the moment with Ion and said that he just had brains. The double looked at him terrifyingly. The protagonist confidently said that although it was not about them, but about the duplicators. Lack of intelligence, the monster quickly split into many parts and loudly said that Jae-hyuk was a damned person. At the same time, the main gate of the mansion was shrouded in red light. The protagonist forcefully broke them, and the double quickly followed him. Jae turned his head, creating energy portals around himself. He jumped back and raised his hand, directing arrows covered in lightning from the portals. They quickly passed through the double's body. Powerful streams of smoke rose above Jae-hyuk's head. Sean tiredly took his tongue out of his mouth. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that it was a B-class monster, a doppelganger. It had a high danger level because it could copy the skills and appearance of others. This freak was nothing more than a C-class, the doppelganger said loudly while trembling that he would take Jae-hyuk's body. He loudly ordered several times to hand it over. The doppelganger tentacles quickly flew towards the protagonist. Jae-hyuk stood there unperturbed, not paying attention to them. He asked, "What was that?" The doppelganger asked. "What exactly?" Many energy arrows quickly pierced the doppelganger body. Jae-hyuk asked, "First play with children, and then accept humiliating ridicule from a human." The doppelganger screamed loudly in pain. A powerful explosion tore it apart, raising lightning upward. The protagonist calmly watched this, the doppelganger lying on the ground in the dark. Smoke said that he hated this and was jealous after all. He was also a human. A powerful explosion raised clouds of dark smoke. Jae-hyuk looked at the angry Shaw, smiling, and said that he barked very loudly. Maybe it would have been better for him to remain a dog. Sean raised his head in anger and bowed loudly. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and said that the dog did a good job with the key, so he would count it to him. Jae-hyuk pointed his hand towards the gate, illuminating it. With light, he put his hand on it, looking to the side. The countess is standing in her castle. She raised her hand, smiling, and waved to him. The protagonist smiled and loudly wished her all the best. The gate closed, emitting light from the room. The system window notifies that the second mission of the Flander Mansion has been completed. The hidden mission has been completed, and he will be given an additional reward. They return to the real world sometime later in the park. Jae-hyuk sits on a bench with his arms crossed. Klai looked at the system window, putting his finger on it. The protagonist thought that it was a pity that he rarely uses the support skills of the party members. Here is an illusion, not bad at all. The system window notifies that this is an active skill. Commander Cry, it increases the morale of allies and increases their physical and magical strength. An active skill called Illusion. An illusion is created that attacks enemies. Jae-hyuk thought that depending on how these two skills are used, the course of the battle can change dramatically. The protagonist turned his head to the side in surprise. Ayan, holding food in her hand, sighed with resentment and said that if he knew that she was that dog, he could have it. Least hinted somehow by the way she was scared. Jae-hyuk, leaning his hand on the bench, raised himself and said that they got out alive. "And that's good?" Ayan, looking at him loudly, said that it was still unfair. The protagonist threw a crumpled piece of paper into the trash can and told her to get up. It was time for them to go to the next destination. Ayan asked in surprise, "Really like this right away? They closed 2 quests. Maybe they should take a break." Jae-hyuk turned his head to the side and asked, "Is this really a break?" She wasn't really straining herself in the underground prison. Ayan asked, "Has he heard anything?" "About mental fatigue." Jae-hyuk smiled, pointed down with his finger, and said that he knew very well what it was. "It quickly passes when you move." He waved his finger and said loudly that they need to go. "This is submission." Ayan quickly walked forward and said loudly that she will not forgive him for this. After some time in the green space, they stopped near the fence. Ayan tiredly leaned forward and asked, "Is this really a parade?" Jae-hyuk raised his hand, creating a potion in it, and said that it is unknown what will happen next, so they will be attentive. The microphone loudly welcomed them to Neverland, been raised, his hand standing surrounded by people, and loudly said that this is his show. Bright fireworks shot into the sky, and women in masquerade masks raised their hands. Bren smiled and raised the microphone and loudly invited them to the parade. He quickly ran up to the main character and said that they were just in time. They successfully completed 2 missions. "That's good work." Jae-hook said with a serious look that he would ask directly what will be the last mission. Bryn smiled and raised his finger and said that the last mission was hide-and-seek. Ahyan was very surprised and asked, "Is it really hide-and-seek?" Bryn raised his hand and confirmed it and said that it was true. "Do they see that gate? They must hide from the monsters that will appear from there and get to their destination." Juk crossed his arms and said that he didn't think it would be that easy. Bryn happily clapped his palms together and said loudly that the protagonist was very observant. He stretched out his hand towards them and said that in this hide-and-seek, everything depends on their skills. In other words, the monster in Neverland will appear in direct proportion to the number of participants and their abilities. Jae-hook thought tensely that this was a disaster because of his skills. There was a high probability that someone stronger than the previous freak would come out fighting to protect a high-end would be hard. Bryn raised his hand and said that first of all he needed to determine their strength. He pointed his hands towards them and radiated energy from them and asked for forgiveness. Bryn pressed his lips tightly. He happily clapped his palms together and loudly congratulated them. Bin loudly said that they were S-class. They were very surprised and asked what that meant. Bryn tilted his head to the side and put his hand on his forehead and said loudly that this was the first time they had guessed. With such a high level, it was amazing. Jay tensely raised his hand and loudly asked him to stop and asked what kind of strange thing this was. Bryn smiled and emitted red mana from his eyes and looked to the side. He directed a stream of fire and loudly wished them good luck. Akin looked at the light from with fear. The protagonist tensely clenched his teeth. The system window notifies that the quest, the last festival, has been received. You need to defeat the C particle or get to the key point. Jae-hook should enjoy the last task of Neverland. The last festival he needs to defeat C or get to the key point. The difficulty of the task is C+, and the reward is Jeff's thunderous steps. The conditions for failure: death from the CT particle or from the fire of the C particle. The number of participants is 3 out of 3 hidden quests. Kill the C particle. And eliminate potential threats. The reward is not determined and you can get special privileges. Jae-hook thought hard. 3 people, this can't be something definitely went wrong. Sur stands surrounded by bright flames. C is the guardian of Muslim, the land of the fire. Giants even before the birth of AMR, the A. First giant C live with one single goal to engulf the entire world in flames. They say that the fire sword he holds in his hand is so hot that it can instantly burn the world. The protagonist tensely clenched his teeth. Looking away, he quickly grabbed Aeon's hand, preventing her from getting caught in the fiery explosion. She, frightened, began to cry and asked loudly what should they do. Jae-hook said loudly that he was working on it. If she didn't want to turn into ashes, she should close her mouth and run. The park was engulfed in fire and flames, flying down Hell's alter ego. Hela said that after all this happened because of her, she sat on the ball, licked her paw, and asked if she should help a little. Hel said that she was making fun of him. Hela had no intention of helping. At the same time, Hel smiled and told her to leave it. She put her hand on her chest and said that she was interested in finding out what the protagonist would do this time. After a while, C swung his weapon, cutting through the powerful flame. Jae-hoo gritted his teeth. Having received a wound on his cheek, he thought that fighting an enemy in open combat was dangerous if possible. It was necessary to avoid a direct attack and find a checkpoint. Ian said loudly and fearfully that it was there. It looked like that point was a carousel. Jae-hoo quickly ran and raised his hand and loudly said that it was good. There was still a little more to run the system. Window notified that the haste skill had been activated. The protagonist grabbed Aeon by the hand at great speed while running. He tensely gritted his teeth and thought that this was a simple quest where all he had to do was get to the checkpoint to distract C's attention with the help of Aeon. It is quite possible. C, enveloped in flames, raised his hand and said loudly, "What a fool dared to call him! He directs the most powerful streams of flame from his hand." Jae-hoo covered his face with his hand because of the strongest stream of air and fire. He turned his head to the side, loudly ordered her to gather herself and listened carefully. The protagonist loudly said that they need to split up and run separately from each other. Did she understand this? Aeon should head for that carousel, Akon asked. Is he really going to distract him? Jae-hook looked at her angrily and asked, "Maybe she wants to be a bait," the protagonist loudly said, "for her to run faster." He sternly looks to the side, gritting his teeth. Jay quickly turned around and looked at C, standing. In the fire, the protagonist looked up with fury and loudly addressed the fool. Said that he is here, sir, opened his mouth in anger. Jae-Huk instantly jumped to the side, not getting hit by the enemy's attack. He jumped onto the roof of the building, raising a stream of smoke under his feet. The protagonist looked at the saw enemy and said loudly that it was too slow. Does he really think he can catch him? The enemy created streams of fire in his mouth with rage. He instantly broke the building where the protagonist stood. C looked down at the running Aeon. She ran quickly and said that she was almost there before she could finish speaking. A powerful explosion formed in front of her, raising dark smoke. Akin looked at the ongoing battle with confusion, raising her hand. Jae-Hoo clenched his teeth and asked loudly, "What is this?" The system window notified that the end and checkpoints had been destroyed, the quest status with the exception of hidden. Quests would be changed to impossible to complete. Aeon looked at the powerful flames enveloping the entire space in front of her. Sir turned to the insects and loudly asked, "Who dares to oppose him?" The protagonist stood with a doomed look that since everything turned out like this, there was only one option left. He gritted his teeth and calmed down and said that this option was to kill. The fireball was rapidly flying down. Jae-Huk raised his hand up, destroying the fireball and sending a stream of energy into the sky. C raised his hand and said that during all this time, only a few people were able to block his attack. That's not bad. He raised powerful streams of fire under himself, raised his weapon up and said loudly that then Juk should try to block it. C swung his sword, creating a beam of fire. The protagonist calmly looks at this, raising his hand and direct mana from it. Ian, hiding behind the building, watches what is happening. She tensely looked up and thought that Jae-Huk would not last long like this. She needed to think quickly. There must be a way. Ian loudly called out to him by status. She smiled and said loudly that she found a way to defeat this giant. After some time, the park was engulfed in flames. The protagonist quickly runs down the street, C said loudly. In anger. How dare he run away? Ayan, running fast, said loudly. That they need to take 5 steps to the left. Jae-Hyen, sliding on the ground, jumped up. He stopped and looked at the fiery explosion. Some time ago, Ayan confidently raised her finger and said loudly that they need a water tank. The protagonist asked with confusion, "Is it really a water tank?" She raised her hand and said that there is a water tank outside the Neverland. They need to lure the monster there. If you remove the flame protecting it, then you can attack. Jian thought that no matter how mythical a giant Ser was, he can be defeated only if you can pierce the vital points in his body. Aeon said with a serious look that she will predict. Seize movements with accelerated thinking and tell Jae-Hyen the protagonist will have to dodge at the moment. Aeon loudly told him to take 3 steps to the left, and JH quickly ducked down to avoid the attack. C watches the main character leaving. He asked sternly, "Do weak people really not even think about running away?" Jae-Hoo calmly turned his head to the side and asked, "What does it mean to run?" He smiled confidently and asked, "Is it really him?" The main character heard that the gods of the Sir demoted CER. It's even funny that he tells him about weakness when he himself is an ordinary door guard. CER asked angrily, "What is he talking about?" Jae-Heat grinned sarcastically and asked, "Is the monster really afraid of him? A simple man?" Now, C filled his body with a powerful flame with rage and said loudly, "How dare the main character?" The fire was surrounded by strange of water, and C watched this in surprise. The system window notified that the illusion skill was activated. The monster raised his hands trying to stop the water. The main character said loudly, "What to do now?" He quickly jumped towards C, raising the sword shrouded in energy. Jae-Huk dealt a powerful blow to his chest, spreading lightning around. C said loudly that this was not fair, the protagonist asked with an ominous smile. "So, what the main thing is?" Victory Ser asked him, not too so arrogant, and told him his name. He said that he fought him with a small part of his power against his true appearance and power. Jae-Hoo does not stand a chance. The system window notifies that the protagonist has passed the last festival, the last mission of the Big Three. He has successfully completed the hidden missions. An additional reward will be given. Jae-Huk has accomplished and so incredible feat. The artifact, the unquenchable flame of C, has been obtained. Akin put her hand on the wall and looking at the bright light said that it was all over after a while. Hela watches what is happening. She, looking to the side, said that as she thought he did not need help. Maybe because it is a choice. Jae-hyuk is really an interesting child. He looks like he is constantly striving to become stronger. What does Hel think she said in the magic ball that even if so, the protagonist still has a lot to learn? Hela tilted her head to the side and asked, however, Hel is most interested in news about Jae-hyuk. Isn't she? She calmly looked down and thought that it is not yet possible to reveal him as an opponent of the throne of the Aesir, even if war is inevitable. It is still too early now. One of the highest among the Aesir whom the protagonist must kill, but the guy needs strength at the same time, the system. Window notifies that this is an equipment artifact. Its name is rank as J.I.'s Thunder Steps. It is said that these shoes were worn by rank S. Jelly himself, a man who achieved the position of a minor god of light, when it equipped increases strength, and agility also gives the skill tread of light, affects strength. Increases by 50 and agility by 150, the skilled tread of light. Active skill rank as light tread when used, the agility indicator doubles for 5 minutes can be used on another person. The protagonist happily smiled and thought that this is really an amazing artifact. As expected, S-class items are not simple things. Jae-ho turned his attention to Aheen extending his finger to the system window. She tensely put her hands behind her back. The protagonist calmly sighed and thought, is she really trying to do something again? She definitely won't succeed. Jae-hoo's submission on her. Anne smilingly raised her hand and said that she received the Seal of Rasa. This item increases strength by 50 and allows you to acquire the skill. Courage, the protagonist asked. What courage meant? Anne shook her hand angrily and said that it was a skill that removed the fear effect and increased strength. And agility. Jae-hyuk looked down and put his hand on his chin, and thought that he did not need immunity to the abnormal status he would prefer. Thought acceleration, it would be more useful, the protagonist will leave it like this for now. On can be called when the need arises. Bryn smiled and put his hand on his hat and asked, it seems like they like the reward. John turned in his direction and said that they had been through a lot, so it was time for them to go. Bryn calmly walked towards him. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he hoped that Jae-hyuk would get out safely. Bryn called him born with the fate of an enemy of evil. The protagonist was very surprised by his words. He turned around in fear and loudly asked him to wait. Bryn smiled and put his hand on his hat. After some time, people are watching what is happening in the park. The shield on the park instantly shattered into many pieces. The girl, smiling, brought the microphone to her mouth and loudly said for everyone to look because the survivors were coming out. They were both alive and coming out on their feet. The protagonist calmly looked away, surrounded by people. Juke quickly put his hand on the shoulder of a person in the crowd and loudly asked them to disperse. He needed to talk to the survivors according to the order. The boss was very surprised by what he saw. The people looked at the place of the survivors and loudly said that he was missing. The protagonist was just here, right? They will interview the girl first. They need to check her condition, so the people should leave. Kyung-hun, looking away, asked if Jae-hyuk really hid himself on his own. Juk, angry, said that this was definitely not the case. According to Agent Jeon's report, the protagonist is from the mage class. Kyung-hun said that if Jae-hyuk is not an assassin, then how could he hide so silently? The boss said that the protagonist is a battle mage. Kyung-hun looked at him in surprise and asked what this meant. Jiz confidently said that this guy was a battle mage. After a while, Sunan smiled and said into the phone that they had tried hard. They could go back. She agreed and said that they would see each other later. Sunan lowered the phone, turning off the call. She smiled, put her hand on her head and asked if the protagonist had really done something bad and disappeared. She had said that Jae-hyuk was unusual. There was a folder with documents on the table. Sunan smiled, opened her eyes, and said that he was not the type to speak first. She should meet him in person after a while. In the protagonist's room, Jae-hyuk looked at the computer screen with interest. He thought that there were no articles about him. Did Lotus really do this? You can't underestimate the influence of a large guild. The protagonist didn't think that there would be so many people there, but Jae-hyuk was able to feel the effect of Valley's thunderous steps. He remembered the past. Jae-hoo quickly moved his leg back and thought that when equipped, his running speed increased more than 4 times. The protagonist passed through the crowd of people. In an instant, he thought that he wondered how many times the speed would increase if he activated. Then Jae-hyuk returned from his memories. He raised his hand up and said that it was hard, but not that bad. The protagonist sitting on a chair turned to the side and said loudly that besides the loot was good. He calmly put his finger on the system window. The system window notifies that this is a consumable artifact, the unquenchable flame of C. This is a small part of C's heart when used. It strengthens the weapon to the limit and gives it the property of flame. Jae-hoo quickly clenched his hand into a fist. He thought with a stern look that this fight made him understand well that the protagonist is still weak. He needs the strength to defeat his opponent without using unfair means, the strength that will make Juk someone who cannot be touched, the power that will rid him of the past and allow him to protect his family and comrades. This is the path he must follow. Now he only needs to become stronger with every second after some time chain sitting on a chair told Instru Young ISU to try. She quickly bowed, putting her hand on her chest and said that she would not disappoint him. Young ISU will report on every step of Jae during the upcoming classes. She quickly headed for the exit. The raisin-faced director watches her. He turned to the monitors and said that in order to raise good people, it is necessary to remove unnecessary people. Chain grinned and brought his hand to his mouth. He said, smiling, that he is really looking forward to the upcoming event. The director will be able to completely get rid of the dirt that irritates him. Around him on the floor lie photographs of magicians with crosses on them. After some time, Yuang angrily put her hands on her hips and loudly asked, "Is this really true now?" It is clear why it was impossible to get through to the main character on the weekend. Jae tensely closed his eyes and said that in general. He wants to say that he did not ignore the calls. The protagonist put his hand on his head and said that he should have known when to stop. His friend crossed her arms and asked if he could even imagine how worried the eldest was. She raised her finger with a smile and said that she had not revealed him. So Jae-hyuk will repay her with something delicious. AA sadly clenched her hand into a fist and turned to the protagonist and asked if he was okay. He doesn't have any pain anywhere, right? Juk smiled and said that everything is fine. She doesn't have to worry about it. Yoo-jun put her hand on his waist and said that he had been unlucky for a long time, maybe some God hates the protagonist. Huck smiled and looked down and wondered if some god really hates him. He wouldn't say that, rather the protagonist is blessed by the gods. Swak asked what they were talking about. He felt some irritation. Could it really be the protagonist? The friends looked at him in surprise. Swak said, smiling, that if Jae-hyuk was going to do strange things again, he should be prepared. Yu-young leaned towards the protagonist and interrupted him, asking if he knew who it was. Jae-hyuk thoughtfully said that he didn't know him at all. Swak got angry and said his name loudly. Young ISU turned to the student Suyak and told them to keep quiet in the classroom. He, gritting his teeth in irritation, looking at her, Sua clenched his hand into a fist looking at the protagonist Jae-hyuk. SED calmly looking away. The instructor stood in the center of the room behind the table. She said into the microphone that she was pleased to meet them. ISU said that from now on she would teach them understanding magic. Operation 1, she would do her best to improve their abilities, so she asked them to study diligently. Jae-hoo thought that the instructor looked quite young. Although there was no better place for a teacher to gain experience than Millis Academy, Jong Is-yu raised her hand and said that her class has a fundamental understanding of magic. They will mainly be dealing with magic. Expressions, she asked with a serious expression. How much do they know about magic? Suak raised his hand with a smile and said that magic is a supernatural thing that manifests itself from the direction of, according to a magic formula. The instructor said that it is correct. Magic is the science of deriving a phenomenon from a magic expression. Now, each of them will be given one book. This book contains the basic magic formulas that can be used by D-rank magicians. This book contains all aspects of using magic. They need to master the material in it. This is the assignment for the entire semester. The student holding the book in his hand asked, "Is there really nothing written on the cover?" The comrade asked him loudly. In surprise, asking him to look and said that there was nothing inside either. Maybe something is wrong with the seal? The protagonist was handed a book. He smiled in great surprise. Jaeun Iasu became wary, looking to the side. She said that she would ask one question. The instructor turned to the student Juk and asked if he could tell her what the letters in the book were. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and said that they were runes. The instructor said that this was the correct answer. She thought early, that this book was Mag I Cal. The information could only be seen by deciphering the formula J. Huck deciphered. What would take ordinary freshmen a week? He was much more talented than Shane said. Young Yisa gritted her teeth and said that she would ask another question. Then she said with a terrifying look that the runic words written on the cover of the book, "Does J. Huck know what they mean?" The protagonist smirked irritably and wondered if this was a joke of the Norner system or was this a feature of the ear? J. Huck smiled, emitting an aura from his eye, and said that it was written about Odin's life and the basics of the runes after a while in a bright room. Ayang said loudly that it was surprisingly simple. She angrily clenched her hands around her leg and said that it was because of him that she had to go through all this. Anne gritted her teeth in resentment and asked loudly, "Does J. Huck even imagine how much she was pestered with questions when he left?" She remembered the past. The reporters asked what the theme dungeon was like. What happened there? What artifacts did she get? The protagonist said that he had an urgent matter, so he leaves the reporters to her. Jan used his skill and told her not to dare say anything about his skills. Energy chains quickly tightened her neck, and angrily clenched her palms into fists, coming out of her memories. She quickly lay down on the bed, hitting it with her fists, and loudly called the protagonist's name. Anne loudly said that when he removes the subordination from her, she instantly stopped. Aeon raised a stern gaze and loudly said that since he disappears on his own, it is enough to just come to him first. The building was enveloped in a red gloomy light at the same time in the room with books. Jae-hyuk read the book and thought that it was more interesting than he thought all magic expressions changed their characteristics depending on how they are used. For example, the super speed chain, it can be created by combining the lightning attribute and mana chain into one formula. The protagonist instantly closed the book. He thought with a serious expression that if you stick to the basics, the range of using low-rank magic becomes more diverse, just like when a person improves basic swordsmanship, and with it, the martial art skill also grows. Magic is that the better you understand the concept of the magic formula, the higher you can go. The protagonist looked up, paying attention to something. Yujong was lying tiredly on the book. Jae-hyuk smiled and said that they still managed to somehow read the cover. Yujong gritted her teeth, clenched her hand into a fist, and said that it irritated her. She clearly remembers how she taught Jae-hyuk magic from scratch. The protagonist confidently said with a smile that they say that an outstanding student will surpass the teacher, which he eventually did. AA happily looked at the book and said loudly that she did it. She loudly asked everyone to look. AA can finally read the first page. Jae-hyuk slightly smiled and said loudly that she tried and she did it. He congratulates her profusely. AA looks at him with admiration, holding the book in her hands. She quickly covered her red face with the book. The protagonist calmly thought that she had behaved strangely before. Could it really be because of the line he drew back in the dungeon? Yujong, angry, quickly put her hands on the table and loudly said that, "Why is she the only one who can't see anything?" The instructor looks at them sternly. Jae-hyuk looked to the side, closed his eyes, and said that it wasn't him. A raven watches them sitting on a branch outside the window. He quickly flew up after a while. A competition is being held to choose the best name for a potion shop. The winner's prize is 1 box of premium potion. The students watched this calmly. The protagonist sitting at the table said that it was much more difficult than he thought. AA, looking away, said that there was no store yet. Yujong asked what if they went bankrupt before they even opened H. Looking at the flask with a flower, said that survival is the most important thing for a raider. Therefore, the potion-making business cannot go bankrupt. He said with a serious look that she had tried it herself and knew everything. This is a revolution. A few days ago, the protagonist, smiling, holding a pen in his hand, said that this was very good. The test on magic theory was passed without problems, so there is no need to worry about exams anytime soon. He quickly twirled the pen in his hand and said that now there is nothing left. Jae-hyuk calmly looked away without finishing. He said that if it is possible to become stronger, the raiders are ready to spend hundreds of millions. Hard work and perseverance are good, of course, but money is an indispensable element of leveling up. Jae-hyuk smiled confidently and said, that of course the main strength of a raider is not in money, he simply cannot miss such an opportunity. Business and stocks are very good for attracting money. If he knows the future at present, the protagonist thought that the one who takes half of the world's potion making, he must get it now. Then he will be able to make a lot of money. Ian, gritting her teeth furiously, quickly opened the door to the room. She asked, and loudly, "First you need to keep the promises you make, and then leave." "Right, Jay." Huck looked at her in surprise and said, "That she was here!" Ian interrupted him furiously and loudly told him not to pretend that he did not understand. He used some strange skill and ran away. The protagonist gritted his teeth, remembering the past. The system window notifies that when using brainwashing, he and the one who is used by the skill can track each other's location. Jae-hoo came out of the memories, Yoo-jong asked. "Wiley, did the protagonist really blackmail this girl?" Jae-hook smiled furiously, raised his hand, and said that since she came, she can sit down. He will borrow her head for a while. Ayan asked with confusion, "What is he talking about after a while?" She raised her hand up. Ayan smiled loudly and asked, "How about the potion of the heavenly demon?" She heard that the heavenly demon is the best in martial arts, only choosing at this level. Jay tensely lowered his head and put his hand on a using submission. Angrily raised her hands, unable to say a word. The protagonist with rage clenched his teeth, put his hands on his head, and thought that this would not work. It's just some kind of pit. Even the dungeon monsters would have come up with better options. Yu Ying raised her hands in anger and turned to Jae-hook and asked why she wasn't being asked. The protagonist looked away and put his hand on her shoulder and said that there was no point, although it didn't matter, she had to say what she had. There Yu Ying said that it was a workshop elixir. She calmly raised her hand and asked how he liked it. An elixir was another name for the philosopher's stone created by alchemists. In the past, a mysterious elixir that was said to heal wounds and even bring people back to life. Jay sang happily, said loudly that then it seemed like a suitable name to promote the potion and increase brand value. Jae-hook smiled and put his hands on Yoo-jung's shoulders and said loudly that she just saved him. She called it unpleasant and loudly asked what he was doing. The protagonist stood up, looked at his friends, and loudly said that it was very good. He clenched his fist with a smile and said loudly that from now on, the shop will be called the Elixir Workshop. Sometime later in class, Jae-hook said that runes are the language of magic. If you explain this sentence, then the language of runes is the framework that makes up magic. It is the basis of magic as a device based on magical expressions. John ISU calmly turned to Jae-hook, said that this is very good, a very good answer. With that, they will end today's class. Everyone did good job. The students began to disperse. The protagonist turned to the instructor and said that he wanted to ask her about something. He calmly handed her the book. Yoongu looked at the book tensely and thought that this was a 4th highest rank magic book. This can't be. Even instructors have a hard time reading this book. Jae-hook. This student, who is he? Anyway, after a while in the library, the protagonist put his hand on the book and said loudly that this was a failure. He thought tensely that even after asking Yum ISU, he didn't learn any useful information. He needed to start from the basics. The protagonist headed to the side. A man watched him while sitting on a chair. He wrote, "In the book that student Jae-hook took a 4th highest rank magic book after a while in a bridegroom. There are 2 cups of tea on the table." Sunun smiled and said that he came earlier than she expected. The protagonist sitting on a chair put his hands on his legs and said that he actually wanted to come even earlier, sometimes exams, sometimes things to do. He somehow never had time. The chairwoman picked up a cup. She brought the cup to her mouth and asked if he was really asking for help in understanding the 4th highest rank magic book. JH calmly agreed with this. He said that the creation that created magic, the destruction that destroyed magic and returned everything to nothing, the enhancement that made magic stronger. There are high-level formulas and theories here. It is very difficult for the protagonist to understand. Jae-hoo thought that until now he had only relied on Odin's eye. He needed a deeper understanding of magic. Sunan drank the liquid from the cup. She smiled, picked up the cup, and said that she could not help him with this. The main character, tensely clenching his teeth, asked loudly, "What does this mean? Why can't she help?" The chairwoman leaned over, putting the cup on the table, and said that as she said the concepts that appear in the 4-rank magic books are meaningless unless Jae-hook studies them himself. The protagonist must be able to do it himself, to put himself on par with the A-rank race. Jae-hyuk recalled Hyugun thinking that he was an A-rank raider. Sunan calmly put her hand on her mouth and said that after all, since he came for advice without finishing her sentence, she emitted energy from her hand. The chairman smiled and enveloped herself in energy and said that she would at least show him the method of studying. The protagonist looked at the cloth in her hand, in surprise, and asked if there was really a method of studying. Sunan calmly confirmed this and said that it was training that would allow him to understand the enhancement. Is he interested in it? Jae-hyuk squeezed the cloth on her hand and agreed. He confidently said anything as long as it helped him become stronger. After some time in the AR battle system, the protagonist made a sound of fatigue with beads of sweat running down his face. He is looking at the created dead with a bandage on his arm. The protagonist looks at them with a confident look. The system window notifies that the magic arrow skill has been activated. Many energy arrows flew to the side. The dead are looking at the arrows flying towards them. They instantly cut off the dead man's arm. Jae-hyuk looks at them tensely, surrounded by smoke. He said that when this item is used, it uses the same magic. The system window notifies that this is a B-rank fake, Gleipnir equipment item. It is an imitation of the Gleipnir thread that sealed Fenner. The specified target stats are reduced by 50%. However, if the thread is untied or broken, the abilities will return to their original state. The thread was lying on the table some time ago. The protagonist calmly asked, "Is that all?" Sonon raised her finger with a smile and confirmed this, telling him to continue studying only one magic formula. Jae-hyuk asked in surprise, "How is the enhancement related to this training?" The chairman lowered her head and raised her hand, saying that he needs to figure it out for himself. It's hard to get an enhancement for such complex magic. She thinks that a magic arrow will do. At the moment, Jae-hyuk raised his hand and thought that his body had become heavy and slow. The system window notifies that the user stats have been temporarily reduced by 50%. The protagonist tensely raised his hand and thought that this was more difficult than he thought. After some time in the classroom, Yu Yang asked in confusion if he was okay. Jae-hoo put his hand on his head with a tired look and agreed that he was probably okay. Yu Yang said that she could smell his bandages from 100 meters away. Does the protagonist even know that he has been living in the AR test room for a week? AA, looking to the side, put her hand on her chest and said that he shouldn't strain himself so much. Jae-hyuk bowed and thanked them for worrying about him. He asked if they knew that they had a test in 2 days. Yoo-jung hasn't even finished deciphering the tasks for the upcoming exam. And AA, the protagonist heard that if she gets a failing grade, she'll have to stay and make up for lost time. Jung smiled, put her palms on top of each other and said loudly, That's right, it's time for her to go to the library." She quickly grabbed AA and said loudly that it was time to go. Her friend loudly said goodbye to Jae-hyuk. The protagonist smiled, bowed his head, and exhaled after some time in the AR room. Jae-hyuk stands tiredly among the smoke. He tensely put his hand on his cheek. The system window notifies that he has passed the 41st stage of the test. Very well understanding of magic formulas has increased significantly. The passive skill understanding of formulas has been acquired. The effectiveness of magic arrows increases the skill level, increases the skill magic. AR level 2 has been acquired. Jae-hoo gritted his teeth and thought that now it's the end. He understood the meaning of enhancement is written in the 4th magic book. Strengthening it means a leap in skill mastery. In other words, an increase in level. How deep the understanding of magic formulas. How excellent the mastery of the skill itself is. So much does the enhancement depend. The protagonist calmly raised his hand. The system window notifies that this is an active skill. The 2nd level magic arrow of the rank, it shoots an arrow with concentrated magic power. The main offensive magic. Jae-hoo clenched his hand into a fist and thought that for now it is only rank B-ta. Or somewhere in the range of rank A raiders. The protagonist said that the concepts described in the 4th rank magic books are meaningless unless you study them yourself. He thought that at first they only wanted to take advantage of each other, but now their relationship has reached another level. Jae-hyuk looked at his hand with a smile. After some time, Saki turned to Dr. Chain. The director calmly told him to come in. Saki opened the door to the room. Chain looks at the piece of paper, clutching it in his hand. The instructor tensely pressed his lips. Anbo thought that his reputation had suffered because of the incident in the Dungeon he needs to rehabilitate Saki, said that the preparation for the event is complete. The director looked up in horror and said that they finished faster than he thought. Is there anything else? The instructor confirmed this and said that this time he definitely made sure that everything was ready. Chain crossed his arms with a smile and said that this is very good. All things can be used, even if this thing is useless at the moment. Saki tensed up and gritted his teeth. After a while, the protagonist calmly looks at the phone in his hand. Juke tensed up, feeling something behind him. He began to move among the dark. Forests, he asked with a confident look. Will they show themselves, or should he approach himself? Many beams of energy were directed towards Juke. The protagonist quickly felt the presence of a person. He grinned maliciously. A raven quickly jumped towards him from above. Jae-Huk instantly glided towards him. He confidently looked down. Raising his hand, the protagonist delivered a powerful kick to the body of the crow. An explosion occurred at the site of their fight, spreading dark smoke. Jae-Hoo confidently smiled and asked, "It seems they did not hear what happened to their comrade earlier." The protagonist quickly looked up. He angrily raised his lip and thought that the guys are brainless. Is it really possible? Arrow, level 2 has been activated. Many energy beams flew towards the crows, knocking them down. A powerful explosion formed at the site of the impact. The protagonist opened his eyes, slightly, standing in the dark. Smoke, he was very scared and thought that it was dangerous. Jae-Huk was surrounded by an energy sphere. He looks at Hugin, who appeared with confusion. The protagonist asked loudly and furiously, "Why is this Jae-Huk?" Looks at him tensely. Hugin, standing surrounded by feathers, calmly addressed his son and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist's eyes filled with anger and were enveloped in lightning. Energy arrows quickly flew to the side. Hugin calmly leaned to the side, not getting hit. Jae-Huk, with a terrifying look, raised his hand, concentrating energy in it. Arrows enveloped and lightning quickly flew towards the enemy. Hugin instantly squeezed his hand with his weapon. He instantly pulled out the weapon, cutting the chains of arrows. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, jumped to the side. A wound appeared on his body from which blood gushed. Jae-Huk looked away in fear and thought that he did not even notice the sword. The protagonist, looking at the huge dent on the ground, thought what it was. He looked at his father. Hugin, surrounded by dark mana, said that he finally came to see his son. His character became even worse. Jae-Hoo clenched his teeth in anger and asked son. The protagonist asked him to shut up and said that Hugin was not his father. Hugin said that it looked like Juke was going through puberty. The protagonist asked what kind of weird things he was saying and what was he even doing here. Hugin calmly said that there was a reason he was here. He didn't finish and thought that it was weird. There had to be a limit to how strong Juke could become. Hugin headed towards him and said that he would ask one thing. The enemies, the aces, were they somehow related to the protagonist? Jae-Huk was surprised and asked what that meant. Hugin said with a doomed look that he understood everything. The beam quickly flew to the side. The protagonist looked at the many streams of dark mana. He quickly clenched his teeth. Jae-Hoo covered his face with his hands from the rapidly flying streams of mana and created a shield around himself. The sphere surrounding him instantly became covered in cracks. It shattered into many pieces with great force, flying off to the sides, the protagonist with wounds on his arms. Thought, was it really just a simple blow and it hurt him so badly? Is this the power of an Aka rank raider? Does this mean that Jae-Huk is not the only one who hides his abilities? Hugin calmly said that his son has become stronger. The protagonist smirked and wondered, how does his father know about the enemies of the aces? What else is he hiding? Jae-Huk asked. Does his father really want to kill him? Hugin did not confirm this, but said that he would take a couple of the protagonist's limbs with him. He thought that Jae-Hoo's growth rate was very high. At this rate, he would quickly become a serious obstacle for the aces and his plans. First, he needed to limit the amount of divine mana and stop the protagonist's growth. Hugin sent a powerful beam of mana to the side. Jae-Huk looked at it tensely. Hugin calmly looked to the side, emitting dark mana. He looked towards Hela, standing above Hugin, asked if the treaty between the gods of Asa and the enemies of Asa was broken. If not, how dare they disrespect the great Odin? Hela said with a smile that she did not understand what he meant at all. Jae-Huk thought hard. Did that cat just say something? Hela quickly jumped down and told him to go away. She instantly enveloped her body in mana, changing her appearance to a human, Hela said with a smile that they have plans for this child. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in confusion and thought that judging by the magical energy he felt, she was stronger than Sono. What does all this mean? Hugin asked. Was it really necessary to go so far for this? Hela quickly raised her hand and pierced her skin with her claws. Blood poured down to the ground. Many hands made of blood headed towards Hugin. He quickly pulled out his sword. Hela said with a smile that he knew very well that this was their only option. A powerful hand struck the enemy's sword with great force. Circles of mana formed around Hugin. Jahu covered his face with his hand. From the powerful streams of wind, Hugin, covering his head with his sword, said that they wanted to end the war of the gods with the help of a common man. Loki apparently had given up a lot. Hel calmly asked how this was different from Odin's attempt to kill a common man. Hugin, putting his sword in its sheath, said that today they would end with this. If next time she interfered, so unceremoniously he would hold her accountable in accordance with the treaty. With the Aesir, Hela sternly told him to do as he knew. However, if he stood in her way again before she could finish speaking, she quickly pointed her clawed hand in his direction. Hela scratched his neck and told him to remember that at any moment his head could fly off his shoulders. The treaty was concluded between the Aesir gods and the Aesir enemies. There is no claw in it that forbids Odin from killing the raven. Hugin quickly turned around and left. Hela grinned and looked away. The protagonist instantly fell to his knees. He looked down tensely and coughed up blood from his mouth. Hela greeted him and said that it was nice to meet him. She introduced self to him with a smile and said that she was the one watching over him, the enemy of evil, a guide who would take Juk through the 5 trials. Hela rose up, putting her hand on her chest. After some time in the room, the protagonist put his hand on his chest, emitting a bright light from it. Hela looked at him and said that if he wanted to ask something, he should not be shy. She would try to answer all his questions. Jehuk asked who Sono was. Hela jumped off the magic ball and said that Sono was not his father. His real name was Hugin, and he was one of the Odin ravens. Hugin is able to manipulate the human mind. He is also able to manipulate memory, thanks to the power of another raven. Munin, all this time, Hugin was next to the protagonist to restrain the enemy of evil from the prophecy. Jehuk asked in surprise, is it really not his real father? Hela raised her hand and said that it would be easier for him to understand if the protagonist saw everything with his own eyes. She instantly snapped her fingers. The system window notified that the Nora system is retrieving backup copies of the user memory. Hugin said that he is useless trash. Jehuk wondered, is this really the house he lived in? He looks at the bright light in surprise. The father said that he does not understand why the protagonist was born at all. Jehuk is small and lies on the floor with his hands on his head. Hugin asked with a terrified look. Does the protagonist really think that if he discovers the ability to use magic in himself, something will change? Jehuk thought that for sure his father hated him for being an awakened one. The violence that befell him turned his entire childhood into hell. Mom sat up and loudly ordered him to stop. She raised her hand with tears in her eyes and said loudly, why he was beating the child again. Juk watches what is happening tensely. He quickly moved somewhere. Mom turned to her son and said, that everything is okay. She hugged the little protagonist. Mom, crying, said that everything is fine. Jehuk looks at the standing photograph of his dead father in surprise. The protagonist clenched his palms into fists and thought that he was starting to suffocate. Jehuk does not think that. It is because the smoke of the incense is so thick, as if he forgot something that he should have always remembered. The real father, smiling, held the ice cream forward, covering his mouth with his finger. He scratched his head with a smile. Little Juk smiled, holding the ice cream in his hand. The father, smiling, holds the protagonist on his shoulders. Jehuk, with tears in his eyes, asked why he does not remember his father. He put his hand on the photograph of his dead father. The protagonist, surprised, falls down, holding his hand forward. The system window notifies that all backup data has been loaded. She quickly tilted his head down, coughing loudly. Hela, calmly looking at him, said that it seemed that he had finally freed himself from memory. Manipulation. The protagonist clenched his hand, clenched his teeth, and asked why this was happening. Hela, sadly looking down, said that it was because he was in ed to become the enemy of evil. Jehuk Huck, kneeling on one knee, put his hand on the floor and said that the enemy of evil and the prophecy, why is all this ruining his life? Hela calmly said that 10,000 years ago there was the first Ragnarok, it all started right then. Ragnarok, the final chapter of history, the end of everything is the apocalypse. In the last war, a coalition of the enemies of the Aesir fought fiercely ultimately. They were defeated by an army led by the Aesir and the Valkyries after the war. Odin forced the enemies of the Aesir to enter into a treaty in exchange for the lives of the gods and giants who were captured. This document states that the enemy of the Aesir has been defeated from now on. Their forces cannot harm the gods, and they must submit to the power of the great Odin. This treaty further strengthened Odin's power. Many creatures of the world suffered because of them endlessly calling for help. Then a new prophecy was given by the Noan sisters. In about 10,000 years, when the next Ragnarok will come, the weakest creature will kill Odin and create a new world. The one spoken of in the prophecy is Juk. He is their hope. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that they are going to use him to kill Odin. This is their plan. Hela pressed her foot to her face and said that everything was correct. Juk asked sternly. Then what is Odin's goal? What will he get? Hela interrupted him and said that it is the top of the 9 worlds she thought it was. Air. The protagonist shook rapidly, looking down. Hela said that Odin wants to get all 9 worlds in the human world too. Midgard at the same time in the world of gods. Aesir Odin said that it irritates him because of some prophecy they have to watch over a weak creature. Heel said that the protagonist is a simple person. It is a waste of time for nothing. Odin said that the enemies of the Aesir are getting stronger. They cannot show them even a hint of weakness. He turned to Hel with a serious look and said that he will give him strength. He understands what Odin is leading to. Right, Hel confidently smiled, squeezed the cloth in his hands and confirmed this, said that he was leaving Asgard immediately after a while in the gym. The protagonist closed his eyes tiredly while sitting on a bench. He opened his eyes slightly and looked down and remembered the past. J-Huck asked, is it really the capture of the 9 worlds? Hela, calmly looking at him, confirmed this and said that this is Odin's ultimate goal. Now he has 4 worlds in his power. Van Yenim Salame and Musim J-Huck sternly asked, is it really now that he is trying to enslave the remaining worlds? Hela bowed her head down, closed her eyes, and said that this is true. The protagonist crossed his arms, looked down and asked if this is so. Why didn't Odin kill him earlier? Hela raised her hands and said that it was because of the power of the prophecy. Even God doesn't dare to resist it. It is a great stream. J-Huck was surprised and asked, is it really even God doesn't dare? Hela calmly confirmed this and said that Juk is protected from Odin's power. There is no eternal protection when the next Ragnarok comes and all the shackles from the world fall. The forces that patronize him now will disappear. Hela put her hand on his chest and said that when that moment comes, the protagonist will die. Although no, it would be more correct to say that J-Huck was already killed once. Hela, holding her hand on his chest, felt the past of the protagonist. J-Huck smirked and thought that now everything became clear to him. His death before returning was a trick of Odin letting Hugin go ahead. They played with the protagonist from the very beginning. They killed his family and manipulated his memory. Hela removed her hand from his chest. She asked, does he really want revenge? Does he want to take revenge on them and protect what is dear to him? Hela calmly enveloped the body in mana and said that she is the conductor of the 5 trials. Hela extended her hand towards him, concentrating energy in it and addressing the enemy of evil. From the prophecy said that she would give him a test. Juk will become the killer of gods who overthrew Odin. The system window notifies that this is the main quest, the path of the killer of gods. The protagonist is destined to become the enemy of Odin and Asgard. He needs to inherit the power of the throne of the opponents of the Aesir in order to stop Odin. The difficulty is unknown, and the reward is the blessing of the throne of the opponents of the Aesir. Hela said that he should become stronger until the beginning of the end. At the present time, Ham calmly stretches his arms. He headed towards the bench, put his hand on his head, and said that lately he has been doing special training so his body hurts. Should I ask Jason for a stamina recovery potion? Holm calmly bent down, putting his hand in his bag. He took a bottle of water in his hand, thinking that thanks to the special training he managed to get an S-class skill. His body is still too weak. Juk is already at a much higher level. There is still a long way to go before winning the Millis Academy School Festival. Huang smiled and sighed. He stood up, clenched his hand into a fist, and said loudly, "That this is very good. Then he will. Practice some more." Hoang looked to the side. The microphone said that Cadet Huang was being called by Director Chain. If he heard this, he should go to his office. Ham was surprised and asked if the director was really calling him. After a while, Chain told him not to worry. The director put the phone to his ear with a terrified look and said into the microphone that if the cadets with low rating were gotten rid of, the support would naturally return to the favorites. Can't the congressman block out all the noise at the same time? The man sitting on the chair put his hand on his head, holding the phone to his ear. The director said that in the last fake dungeon, they had to decide a lot. The guys from the Raider Command headquarters will soon go into action. Yes, they are just dogs living off taxpayers. If we are talking about preparation, then everything is already ready. The man raised his hand tensely and asked preparation. Shen, with an ominous look, said that it was simple guild experience. In a few days, there will be an artificial breakthrough through the gate. The man, smiling loudly, said that this is how the director is trying to solve everything. With someone else's hands, the director put his hand behind his back, said that the man quickly understood everything and what will happen next. The man agreed with him and said that, then, as he had already suggested, they would agree on state support for Millis. Now he would like to discuss the plan with Shen in more detail. The director grinned maliciously and agreed with him. H brought his hand to the door to the director's room. Shen said how much he wanted. Huang tensed up from what he heard. He wondered in surprise, what was this? Huang remembered the past. Jae-Huk, looking down, asked maybe there were problems in the subspace. During this time, or someone specially tried. H came out of his memories and thought that he understood everything that day during the freshman hunt. Who was the one who invaded his consciousness, who caused the dungeon to appear and watched all of this? Hoon clenched his teeth in anger. He quickly put his hand on the door handle. Hen closed his eyes, looking sternly at the door. He thought that it was better not to do this. It was dangerous to interfere now. He couldn't solve this problem alone. Hong turned to the principal and said that it was him. Chain told him to come in. Hong opened the door and thought that he needed people he could trust. Sometime later in the classroom, Yuang and No were sitting on chairs. The protagonist boldly put his hand on his face, twirling a pen in his other hand. Jae-Hoo calmly remembered the past. Hela said that Odin should already know that Jae-Huk was in contact with the faction against the Aesir. This means that Ragnarok can be arranged earlier than expected. The protagonist came out of his memories. Eunice said that the lesson was over. She said with a serious expression that she had an announcement for them. First, they needed to wake up the cadets. They quickly stood up. Jae-Hyuk thought disinterestedly. Was this the start of the next event? The instructor said that, as announced earlier, the guild experience would be in 3 days. The guild experience would be a good opportunity for them to understand how a raider guild operates and how it hunts monsters. This is a unique opportunity provided by the director. The protagonist smirked and thought that this was very funny. Before returning, they went to an Arank guild and sat on a moldy-smelling sofa. Now, thanks to the achievements of the academy, they can go anywhere where, if I had to choose then, to see God or He guild before returning to see with my own eyes the guild that took first place in Korea. Yumu, without giving him time to think, said that there were several cadets who had priority in choosing a guild priority nomination and offer to practice in a guild for a specific cadet if accepted. The guild will give the cadets special points, Jae-Huk thought with a smile. This can't be right, the instructor said. That cadets Juk AA and Yujing received an offer from the Lotus Guild. Cadet Suyak received an offer from the Sea God Guild. Yujung happily stood up and loudly asked, "Is it really to loose the protagonist?" Looked away and remembered Sun's words. She raised her finger and said that knowledge of future specialists is also an important factor in the competition between guilds. Jae-Huk, coming out of his memories, said that this is not surprising. She asked who stood out from everyone else that day. Young ISU asked them to make a decision before midnight. They prepare the documents and send them to her as a file. At this point, the instructor finished the classroom, immediately became noisy. Yujun hugged AA with tears in her eyes and said loudly so that she could see the master of the Lotus Guild in real life, "This isn't a dream, is it, Jae?" Huk smiled and sighed calmly. He put his hand on the table and thought that Hoong would also be nominated. The friends quickly paid attention to something. Yuang looked at the phone in her hand and asked why the 3 of their phones rang at the same time. She looked at the message on her phone in surprise. Hoong wrote that it was urgent. They need to gather at Jason's workshop in a while at the workshop. Yu Jiang sternly asked. So Hong means that the director is plotting to kill all the low-ranking students in order to awaken the others. Hoyang calmly confirmed this and said that it was true. Jae Sing began to bite his nails tensely and said that the director's corruption schemes had been talked about for years. A.A. Klee said that it was too much to play with people's lives. Jae-Huk looked down sternly and thought that the guild experience was an event much more dangerous than he thought in the past. The protagonist heard that several students died at the event. Hung said that no one knew about it except them, so they are the only ones who can somehow resist. Chain Jae-Hu tensely crossed his arms and thought that he shouldn't rush to conclusions. They could all die if they interfered with this matter, though. Protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that he couldn't pretend for the rest of his life that he didn't know anything. Jae-Huk tensely closed his eyes and thought that caring for others was truly noble. You need to distinguish between bravery and recklessness. Yoo-jun quickly put her hands on the table and asked loudly, is it even possible to think about this? The lives of other students depend on this. Jason, looking to the side, raised his hand and said loudly that he agreed he was scared, but he was in AA. Said with a serious expression that if there was a chance to save someone's life, she would not sit idle. Hyuk, surprised, lowered his head and grinned. He thought that was right, they were raiders after all. A raider is a job related to finding treasures, hunting monsters, and protecting people. The system window notifies that the main quest of the second crossroads has been accepted automatically. The main quest of the second crossroads, he needs to thwart Chain's plans and save the students. The difficulty is a plus and the reward is a black card or a sealed magic book. The failure condition is the death of all students. The throne of the opponents of the aces is watching his decision. The protagonist tensely put his hand on the table. He said that then they will develop a plan on how to frame Chain. The friends happily reacted to his words. Jae-Hu confidently smiled and put his hand on the table. After some time in the classroom, Yisa asked with confusion, has he already mastered the 4th rank? Magic book, and she is supposed to believe it. Is that possible? The protagonist said with an ominous look that who knows. The instructor became very tense and thought that this student was dangerous. He was definitely hiding something. The director seemed to be planning to make him his subordinate. Jae-Huk is not the kind of guy to treat like that. The protagonist looked at her ominously and said that her expression was quite gloomy. Jae-Huk asked with a smile. Maybe she was going to pass on all the information about him to Chain this time too. Yoongu was very scared after his words. She asked loudly and furiously how. Did he know? The protagonist put his hand on her head, using a skill, and said that there was something he wanted to ask her. Jae-Huk smiled and emitted dark mana from his hand and asked if she would listen to him. The instructor looked at him with a clouded mind. The system window notifies that the active skill brainwashing is taking over the target's mind. Jae-Hu calmly lowered his hand and thought that he knew that he was much stronger than Yum Yizu. The protagonist smirked mischievously and thought that the most effective way to attack an enemy was to attack from the inside. Jae-Hyuk raised his finger and addressed the instructor and said that in the next few days she would be his closest comrade. Young Yisa quietly said that she was his comrade. The protagonist raised his hand and confirmed this and said that they could talk. Now he placed his hand on her shoulder and asked her to listen to him. Jae-Huk used his skill to say that the director was planning something terrible. 3 days later, the day of the guild experience, Eun clenched her hands into fists and made sounds of joy. She said loudly that who would have thought that they would have the chance to visit the Lotus Guild. SJ asked to let her greet her. He bowed and said that he was the manager of the Lotus Guild. Sunj would be accompanying them to the event today. He calmly looked to the side and told them to follow him, and the friends loudly agreed. They quickly walked down the hallway. The manager opened the door, letting them enter the room. Sunj raised his hand to the side and said that this is the last place. Sunan opened the door, smiling, and said that she was the master of the Lotus Guild. There were many dishes on the table. The master put her hand on her chest and Klaus closed her eyes and told them to sit down. Yu Yang tensely lowered her head down and began to shake. She quickly handed Sangun a piece of paper and loudly said that she really couldn't believe that she was able to see the master of the Lotus Guild up close. Yu Yang loudly said that she was her fan. Ohan asked Sanan for an autograph. The master wrote her autograph on the piece of paper, smiling, and loudly thanked her. Sanan said that. Thanks too. Fans like Yum, she is always full of energy. The protagonist thought that. Right, Yum was a big fan of San's mentor. The master said with a smile that it was surprising that Jae-Huk had so many friends and looked at him in surprise and asked if the protagonist really knew the guildmaster. Sunon smiled, put her hand on her cheek and said that Juk was her student. Yu Yang was very surprised by her words. She quickly got up from the sofa and looked at him and asked loudly if he was really a student. The master said that she already knew everything from the protagonist. That's why she called them here after the guild. Experience, in fact, Lotus and several other guilds have known about Chain's bad deeds for a long time. However, his power is so strong that it is very difficult to resist his plans. Jehu turned his head to the side and said that otherwise Chain would not have been able to act so openly. The protagonist doesn't know what's going on, but he seems to have the ability to open dungeons. Sunon Klai said that most of the director's abilities are unknown. They are kept in the strictest confidence to continue. It is necessary to weigh all possible options. Sunji, stretching out his hand towards the table, said that this is a display of the magical fields of all the guilds participating in the event. An image of the fields appeared on the table. The friends look at it in surprise. Red marks appeared on the image. Sunj said that here they are much stronger and denser than anywhere else. If the dungeon really appears, then most likely it will happen in one of these two places. Sunon looked at him and said that this is good. Let the Lotus people closely monitor to these places. If something happens, they will immediately close the area and evacuate the residents. Jehu tensely put his fist on his chin and said that this is a good plan, but Chain will be prepared if he finds out that the Lotus interfered in the matter. He will act more aggressively. Sunon asked with a smile. It seems like the protagonist has an idea. Jae-Huk agreed with this and said that they will save the students. After some time, the students walk along a dark corridor. Sunon smiled and thought that they were freaks who wrote him off. But now everything is different. The reason the principal nominated him for the main candidate is because he recognized his abilities as a raider. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and asked him to listen. Sunon looked at her in surprise and asked, "What is it? Did something happen?" The girl asked tensely. "Doesn't it seem strange to him?" Sanun asked with confusion. "What does she mean?" The girl said that if this is a raider guild, shouldn't it be equipped with all sorts of amenities? This place is like it has been abandoned or cursed. For a long time, Sunan looked tensely towards the boxes and cobwebs. The students look around with confusion. Sakai, in the form of another person, said that they have arrived. Gina put her hand on her chest in fear and asked loudly, "Is this Saki's instructor?" The instructor was engulfed in flames, returning to his real form. He raised his hand with a stern look and said that he did not expect the skill effect to end so quickly. It can't be helped. Although it is a little early. The instructor said that they will say goodbye to the students here. A magical seal instantly appeared under their feet, surrounding the students. Around with dark flame sun. Chan raised his hand in fear and said loudly that they need to run. Saki raised his hand and clenched his fist, said that this is the last lesson. He said with a terrifying look that although, who knows, maybe they will be able to return alive from this hell. Hong looked at his phone. Thoughtfully placing his hand on his chin, he said that according to the map, it is here. Sunj said into the phone that they have arrived at their destination. Yu Jong asked in surprise, "What is this? It looks like an abandoned building." The main character stands behind his friends with his arms crossed. Jae-Hyuk looked too. The sighed and asked with telepathy if he was following them at the same time. Among the trees, as Jae calmly stood behind the tree and said with telepathy that of course he was following the main character, shouldn't worry. But when did Jae-Huk learn telepathy? The main character smiled and said with telepathy that he had read a couple of magic books. Sunj said with a smile, using telepathy. That in general, the process of interfering with something in the mind using magic is quite complicated. It's amazing the main character asked to take care of himself using telepathy. SJ closed his eyes and agreed with him. At the same time, Sunan smiles and holds a cup in her hand. She said that Jae-Huk directly copies her behavior, the same shameless child. Hannah closed her eyes and said that she hoped that SJ's manager could help with something. He is quite strange, the master, smiling, asked her to treat him more leniently, although this is the beauty of the relationship between brother and sister. Sue put the cup on the table. She looked at it tensely and wondered what it was. Quite aggressive magic somewhere nearby. She quickly turned her head to the side. Sunan sternly looks out the window, putting her hands on the arms of the chair. She remembered the past. Jae-hoo calmly said that the guild that Chain will open the dungeon and will be. Kane Sunon asked in surprise, is it really Kane? As far as she knows, it is a guild founded by Chain himself. The protagonist raised his head and said that it is the master, tensely put her hand on her chin, and said that it is strange if it is Kane. Then it will happen in the center of Seoul, very close to the Lotus Guild. The director cannot act so openly. This does not look like Chain. Jae-hoo confidently said that the information was obtained from reliable sources. Perhaps the director has something else in mind. Sunon came out of the memories. She turned to Hannah and asked if she could find out anything about the Can Guild. Hannah calmly agreed with her. She said that from what she learned, the Can Guild is actually a ghost guild. The master was surprised and asked, is the guild really a ghost? Hannah calmly confirmed it and said that some guilds do not leave records of their activities. They are used to evade taxes. Sunon said that now it is clear why Chain did all this. It seems that Jae-huk was right. The master tensely lowered her head and wondered what the director was planning. She rose up, placing her hands on the table. Sunon, looking to the side, turned to Hannah and ordered her to prepare her equipment, just in case. Hannah, lowering her head, agreed with her. Sunon thought that they had developed a plan in case of unforeseen complications. She placed her hand on the mark on her neck and asked them to be careful after a while. On the street among the trees, the comrades entered a dark room. Yoon, looking to the side, asked, is it really here? The protagonist looked at her and said that they had arrived. Jae-huk smirked and said that the stream was coming from here. He looked at the streams of dark mana and said that it was a very gloomy aura. He loudly ordered them to go forward. The comrades were walking down a dark corridor. Jae-huk thought tensely that he felt unusual. Mana, it would be good to send everyone back and stay only with the manager. A bright aura went down the corridor. AA looked to the side and said that she felt a magical response. Jae-hoo crouched down and looked at the mana and said that this was correct. It seemed that high-ranking magic was activated in this area. There should be traces of a spell activation somewhere. The protagonist was very scared. He felt a huge amount of mana around Jae-huk, looked to the side in fear, and loudly ordered them to leave here right now. A magical seal appeared under the comrades surrounding them. With dark mana, Hung said tensely and loudly that he could not move. Someone told them to enter the world of the Dark Elves Fame. The system window notifies that there is a transfer to the world of Sparrow, Fame high level of danger, and the main character now needs to leave the dungeon at the same time, in the dark space in the world of elves. The king of the Dark Elves, Kanan, sitting on the throne, said that fresh meat has arrived. He smiled sarcastically and ordered them to get up. The king opened his toothy mouth, raised his hand, and said that it was time to hunt. Sofami is the world in which the Dark Elves live. Comrades look around tensely, having got into the world of elves. The main character tensely clenched his teeth. Yoo-jun, looking to the side, asked, is this really Sparrow Fame? Jae-huk thought that in Scandinavian mythology, the Dark Elves are described as warriors who possess the power of the gods. Since this place became their dungeon, their power should have weakened anyway. Chain, this is how he planned to get rid of the students. H looked away with tension, asking how the director could use such a high-level transfer magic. And who is he? Jae-huk looked down and thought that Hang was right. Chain was just a human. Could it be that a mere human was participating in a transfer ceremony between the 9 worlds? Surely the director was in contact with the Aces gods. The protagonist asked. No matter how you look at it, the situation wasn't going well. Right? The manager said that it was. He looked at them calmly. His comrades looked at him in amazement and asked loudly, could it be? Sun-jung asked in surprise, how did the manager end up here? Sun-jae pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that Jae-huk said that he needed a skilled raider, so he came. Sunon couldn't act on her own because she was being watched. Yoo-jong calmed down, put her hand on her chest, and said that thank God she thought that they would all die here. The manager, without confirming this, said that it was too early to say so. Even if he is here, the situation hasn't changed much for the better. Young asked in surprise why SJ said that. As he said before, this is the world of the Dark Elves Fame. Even A-rank raiders will have a hard time surviving here. If they act recklessly, they will all be killed. Jae-hoo thought that one thing is for sure, the strategy for attacking the world of the elves hasn't been worked out yet. The protagonist smiled confidently and crossed his arms, thinking that this is for now before returning. He saw countless attacks on Spa Fame. Juk told them not to worry, they will somehow survive. and the protagonist will do everything for this. His comrades looked at him in surprise. Huck smiled and quickly hit his fist on his palm and said that they will find survivors first after some time in the restaurant, and Nuka put his hand on the table and asked, "Is this a broken promise?" "No, he remembers how the principal promised to take care of his son." Huan Chain laughed with a smile and said that he had nothing to worry about at all. At the next event, H would easily take first place. Suka thought irritably that the principal was a bad person. He asked the student who took first place in the first year hunt who was that anyway? How could he surpass? Hill Chain drank the contents of the mug and said that Suka had seen the broadcast, so he should know the principal put the cup on the table. He said with a horrified look that Huck was a genius with a predisposition to magic of 97%. Suku was very surprised by his words. He asked loudly, "Really?" 97% Chain looked sadly at the cup and said, "How come the tea had cooled down? Should he ask to heat it up again?" Suku sternly thought, how dare someone whose name no one knows. He stood up and without thinking said that it was not worth it, he would leave. At this point, Chain watched Suku leave the director. Thought that he was a military officer. Suku was only useful because he had pretty good connections in the central government. However, Chain had no reason to interfere. The director grinned ominously. He crossed his arms, looked to the side, and said that he was not interested in obviously losing games. Ham's father. After some time, the comrades walked through a place illuminated by crystals. AA looked to the side and raised her hand with radiating energy, said that it was too dark here, she would use a flash. Hyuk looked at her and asked her to wait and said that they would use this instead. He raised his hand, creating a sparkling ball. They looked in amazement at the many flying balls of light. The system window notified that the level 3 flash skill had been activated. The bright light dispelled the darkness and illuminated everything around. The cave was illuminated by the bright light from the balls. Yujong looked up with admiration and said loudly that this light is very beautiful. The protagonist smiled and said that everything is correct. He increased the level of drank flash magic. AA said loudly in surprise that increasing the level of skill is only possible when a person becomes an rank raider. Hoon looked up in amazement and thought that this was impossible. Does this mean that Huck has already raised his skills to such a level? The protagonist turned his head back and asked why they were frozen. They are going to go right. The manager calmly said that they were going. He looked at his comrades and ordered them to go forward, and they loudly agreed with him. Sunjae wondered how this was possible. He trained many new raiders, but none of them were worth a finger too. Huck, how far can the protagonist go after some time among the bright crystals? The protagonist stopped and suggested that everyone take a rest. The manager calmly agreed and said that they had been on the road for a long time. They need to replenish their stamina. The light in the cave instantly went out. Yujong looked away in fear and asked why the light went out. Juk handed her the sphere and said that the dark elves were used to the darkness. The flash could be easily extinguished, but they needed to get used to pitch darkness. Yujong looked down and said that then there was nothing they could do. It was good that they took the potions. She was already starting to choke from the oppressive magical energy. Hung happily put his hand on the potion, opening it, and said that it was not for nothing that he asked Jason to prepare more. AA, holding the potion in her hand, thanked him. Ham, looking away, said that there should be survivors on one of these roads. The protagonist said that he had a way to find out. He instantly closed his eyes, using his ability and enveloping his body in mana. Many energy threads headed to the side. Huck said that it was in the middle. The path leads to the boss room, and the rest. The main character, without finishing speaking, instantly opened his eyes. The arrow flies through the air with lightning speed. AA looks at it in fear. Huinli grabbed the flying arrow with his hand. The system window notifies that the absolute counting skill has been activated. The arrow dissolved in Juke's hand. Everyone quickly stood in fighting stances, taking up weapons. Sunji sternly and loudly ordered everyone to stand in position. The dark elves look at them from the darkness. The comrades look around, surrounded by elves. The main character, with a serious look, loudly said that these are dark elves. They loudly said that this is a mana field. The elf quickly jumped down the system window, notifies that the mana field skill has been activated. AA confidently raised her hand with a wand in it, creating rays of magic. The system window notifies that the slowdown skill has been activated. Slowdown rays spread between the elves. AA quickly directed streams of mana using the shining holy sword the elves headed towards her, blocking the attacks. H confidently gritted his teeth. The system window notified that the Ultra Instinct skill had been activated. Hung placed a shield and sword in front of him. Blocking the attack, he loudly ordered to act now with a stern look. The manager quickly headed towards the elf, swinging his weapon. He delivered a powerful blow to the elf. The dark elf blocked his blow with a stick. Jae-hyuk smiled and said that he could not give in to them. The elves looked at the bright light in fear. The protagonist confidently smiled and created portals shrouded in lightning behind him and said that they were enemies with him. The system window notified that the level 5 super speed chain skill had been activated. Arrows on chains quickly appeared from the portals heading towards the elves. The arrows instantly pierced the dark elves. Jae-hyuk thought that thanks to the attacks on Spartofame from the past, it turned out that all the weapons of the dark elves were made with magic. This means that he will be able to kill everyone with absolute counting. The protagonist calmly looks away with an aura appearing in his eye. The elves emerged from the darkness with a terrifying look. Jae-hyuk loudly ordered everyone to listen to him carefully and told Yujong and AA to use only fire magic. Yujong looked at him in surprise and asked what this meant, although she will do as he says. AA confidently said loudly that she understood him. A beam of dark energy quickly headed towards the protagonist. Juk calmly told Hwang to do the same. The protagonist calmly raised his hand to the side and directed a bright beam of light from it. He told Hung to use the provocation cry skill to simplify the enemy's movements. Hung, attacking the elf, said that he would naturally do it. The system window notifies that the provocation cry skill has been activated. The elves, under the effect of the skill, slowed down. Jae-hyuk, turning to the manager, told him to kill the slowed elves. Sunj said sternly that he understood him. He wondered if the protagonist knew anything about the dark elves. The system window notified that the stealth skill level 5 was activated. Traces of his presence completely disappeared. The dark elf looked to the side. In surprise, the manager instantly rushed forward, striking the elf. Rays of energy quickly struck the elf. The protagonist stood surrounded by dark blood. He confidently raised his fist, concentrating the fiery mana in it. The system window notified that the fire strike skill was activated. Jae-hyuk slid along the ground, leaving a trail of smoke on it. A powerful stream of flame quickly swept by. Jae-hyuk struck the elf with his fist, creating streams of flame. The dark mana instantly dissipated after the blow. The system window notified that the protagonist killed the dark elf. The elves tensely clenched their teeth, watching what was happening. Yujang said loudly that this was an eternal flame. She confidently raised her hand, clutching a weapon with her other hand. The system window notifies that the fireball skill has been activated. The dark elf is watching her. He quickly headed towards her. A powerful explosion thundered at the scene of the battle. The elves fly through the fire at great speed. AA confidently raised the inner hand, emitting fire from it. She raised the wand up, creating several streams of flame. AA used the fire arrow ability. Many fire arrows hit the elves' bodies, causing them to scream in pain. The LA said loudly in confusion, "How do people know so much about them?" The blade pierced the elf's body. Hung calmly looks at the elf, piercing him with his sword. The elf looked ominously in his direction and loudly said, "How dare I?" Human and energy. Arrow instantly pierced his neck. The elf's body was torn apart into dark. Mana Hwang asked if it worked. The manager said it looked like it. Jae-hyuk said that it was time to move on. Because they had little time, AA asked in surprise, "Is the way to the left, really?" The protagonist calmly said that not. Everyone but he felt the mana of the survivors in that direction. If they were even a little late, their lives would be over at the same time. In the director's room, Chain loudly asked why everything turned out this way. Saki bowed tensely and apologized to the director. He said that he never thought that outsiders would dare to enter the guild building. Chan hit the table with force with his fist. The director asked, "Does he really have to listen to all this?" The instructor tensely raised his head and said that there was no need to worry. Didn't ordinary people die when they accidentally got inside the gate? The director loudly told him with great rage not to make him laugh. Saki instantly knelt down. He coughed up blood from his mouth and lowered his head. Chain said horrifyingly that the transfer ceremony would not have been activated because of people without magical abilities. This means that there is a person in the building who is telling information that can handle magic. The instructor apologized to him loudly. The director said that this matter should have been done quietly. In any case, Saki knows what will happen if even one survivor comes out of there. Chain looks at the instructor ominously after a... While Hannah looked away and asked if everything would be okay, Sonon looked at her and said that the situation was emergency. If she went alone, she would not attract attention. The master sternly thought that this was an ominous aura. At this wavelength, it means that Srank magic was used. The children and Sunj are in danger since there was no reaction from the earring. There are no casualties yet. If she is late even for a second, she needs to hurry. Sonon went outside and said that if she does not return by morning, Hannah should immediately request help from the association and send reinforcements, the master ordered. Her to check all the cameras around. Hannah agreed with her. Sunon sat on the motorcycle, putting on her helmet. Hannah called out loudly to the master and asked her to be careful. Sunon put her hand on her head and looked in her direction and asked her not to worry. She drove down the road at high speed. Sunon thought that if something happened to her people because of change, she would not let it go after some time in the world of dark elves. The girl with tears running down her face, holding her comrade with her hand, said loudly that she had had a little time left to hold on. She tripped over a stone with her foot. The girl quickly fell to the ground, making a sound of pain. She stretched out her hand forward and said loudly that this could not be. They needed to run. Tears fell to the ground. The girl looked down in disappointment and said that if she had been of any use, this would not have happened. She was very surprised and did not finish. The main character put his hand on her shoulder. The girl looked in his direction in surprise. The comrades look at the survivor. Jae Huk said that they tried hard, they will deal with the rest. The girl looks at him with admiration. Everything blurred in her eyes and she fell to the ground after some time. Yu Jang, holding the survivor with her hand, poured the potion into her mouth. The comrades give the potion to the survivor's song. Chan opened his eyes in surprise. He put his hand on his head and said, "Where did they end up?" Juk said, "The lands of the dark elves. He and his comrades came to save them." The girl looked down sadly and said, "That's how it is." The protagonist asked what happened after all. Song Chan angrily clenched his teeth and looked down and said that their comrades were captured. Everyone who came to the Cane Guild. The girl calmly said that after they got to Sartlefame, they were attacked by dark elves. They set a trap. Song, Chan, and she were able to escape. The elves poisoned them with mana. The protagonist thought that she blamed herself. She thinks that she should have died fighting together with her comrades. This is not so. This is ordinary recklessness fighting an enemy. You can't defeat. This can only be shown in movies. Jae Huk remembered his past. He clenched his teeth and ran quickly. Sighing, the protagonist closed his eyes. Coming out of his memories, Jae Huk said that it was not their fault that the others were caught. The survivors looked at him in surprise. The protagonist calmly asked, "Where they were taken some?" Chan was tense and could not say a word. Jae Huk sternly asked, "Do they really want to be killed?" The girl put her hand on the survivor's shoulder. She calmly said that the dark elves have a king. The students were taken to him. The protagonist put his hand on his chin and thought that he thought so. Is he the boss? Jae Huk asked who brought them here. Suchan angrily said that instructor Sokka. He clenched his teeth in rage and clenched his hand into a fist and said that Sokka brought them. After a while, they gathered together. The protagonist calmly asked them to wait here. Yu Jong, surprised, asked loudly, "What does this mean? Where is he going?" Jae Huk pointed his finger at the cave and said that he felt a dark, magical power and the boss was there. The student mana was also blowing from there, but it was rapidly fading. They need to save them as soon as possible. Yoon clenched her fist tightly and asked, loudly, "Is he crazy?" "It's dangerous to go there alone. The protagonist might die." AA said that her friend was right. She understood how Jae Huk felt, but it was still better to go together. H looked at him calmly. He raised his hand seriously and said that he agreed with the protagonist. Yuen glared at him and called out his name loudly. Jehu crossed his arms and said that they still couldn't defeat the Dark Elves in an open fight. Besides, someone had to stay behind to protect the wounded, so the best option was for him to go alone. Yum was scared and said that he could. Then the protagonist didn't let her finish and asked, "Is there another way?" The manager tensely closed his eyes. He clenched his fist and looked at Jae Huk and agreed with him. Sunj said that if the situation gets out of hand, the protagonist will come back. Jae Huk agreed with a smile and told the manager to take care of his friends. Hing told the protagonist not to worry about them and to go. He smiled and put his hand on his chest and said that he would manage. Somehow, Jahu closed his eyes, smiling and put his hand on Yujang's shoulder, said that it was time for him to go. They look at the protagonist leaving the girl tensely, put her hand on her chest and asked if everything would be okay. Sunj said with a serious look that everything would be okay. Jae-huk was strong after all. Yum. With tears flowing from her eyes, put her hand on her face, she looked sadly at AA. Yu Ying took her friend's hand and told her not to worry. She smiled and said that they would just do what they could. Dark energy quickly moved to the side. They instantly felt something strange. The manager seriously brought his finger to his mouth and said that the enemies were approaching. He squeezed the handle of his weapon and said that they were better before he could finish speaking. A powerful beam of energy flashed past the manager. He was seriously injured. Yujun, frightened, called out loudly to Sunj, a member of the royal family. Kel walked towards them and said that, "How dare these insects walk on their land?" The elves look at their comrades while standing opposite them. Sun-chan was very scared. By what he saw, Kel, smiling, raised his hand and said that this is where the people were hiding. At the same time, Jae-huk is standing near the huge gate. He thought with a serious expression that something could happen in his absence. He needs to figure everything out as soon as possible. The protagonist put his hand on the door, opening it. A bright light illuminated the dark room. The king sitting on the throne said that Jae-huk had finally arrived. He was warned that there would be guests. So, Kanan prepared something special. The protagonist, surprised, asked what it was. The earring in his ear instantly lit up. Jae-huk was very scared because of this and thought that the manager's energy was fading. The door slammed shut instantly. The protagonist quickly looked away. The king asked if he liked it. Jae-huk won't be able to get out of here, although there is one way if the protagonist can survive. Of course, Jae-hoo tensely clenched his teeth and thought that the others are in danger. He has to save them. What should he do? The protagonist remembered the past. Hung smilingly put his hand on his chest and said that he can protect them. JH, coming out of the memories, thought that he has to believe nothing remains but faith. Kanan smilingly raised his hand and asked what the protagonist will do. Jae-huk said that the king needs to understand something. He instantly surrounded himself with a powerful flame. The protagonist, with a terrifying look, said that they will all die here today. After a while, the elves look at the lying manager. Hong, frightened, ran to Sun Jae and loudly called out to him. By status, he tensely clenched his teeth and thought that things are bad. This is probably poison monsters. Know all the weaknesses of the raider killer. The manager closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Kel said that now that they got rid of the annoying guy, only weak people were left. He quickly raised his sword, which was shrouded in dark. Manahayan thought sternly that they decided to attack them at the very moment when the protagonist was not around. AA, looking sternly to the side, said that since the manager was hurt, Master Sunon should have already felt it some time ago. The master told him to take this. She put an earring in the protagonist's hand. Jae-huk said in surprise what it was. Sonon closed her eyes and said that it was an Ivaldi earring. If any of them were in danger, the earring should give a signal and she would immediately rush to them. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that they were leaving. At the present time, Jae-huk raised his hand with a terrifying look with the intention of attacking, concentrating fire in it. The elves were surrounded by beams of powerful flames. The protagonist quickly jumped to a side before the fiery explosion. He ominously headed towards the flames. The elves raised their weapons with a smile. The elfsa smirked and licked his lips. Juk said with an ominous look that he would have to pull out everything the elf had eaten some time ago. The protagonist thoughtfully put his hand on his chin and said that there was little time. There would be about 10 minutes left. Hoyoung asked if 10 minutes would really be enough. Jae-huk looked at him in surprise and thought that this was approval. The face of a man who had already decided everything. The protagonist had seen him many times in the past. You can't help but believe. Those eyes. Hoyoung put his hand on his shoulder and told the protagonist to go. Juk must kill the king and save the others. Hoen will protect them until then. At the present time, Yujong confidently raised her hand and directed the mana loudly used. The skill Mana Field AA confidently waved her wand, surrounding herself with energy swords. The survivors quickly got into fighting stances. Chan sternly said that if he escaped this time, he could no longer look the guys in the eye. The elf smiled and pointed his weapon and said that it was a pity that all their actions were meaningless. He quickly jumped towards Huan and loudly said that they would be served for dinner. To the king! AA tensely looked up and thought that the elf was very fast. Han calmly looked at the enemy's flying weapon. He instantly jumped to the side, not getting hit by the attack. The elf confidently grinned. Looking at him, Huan calmly blocked the attack with his shield. The system window notified that the skill Extreme Nothingness was activated. Han swung his sword, directing a stream of energy towards the elf. Kel grinned and asked, "Do they really want to show that they are needed?" Huan thought that they are strong and different from other elves. He looked at Kel and asked, "Who is he?" He smiled and raised his sword and said that he was a member of the royal family of noble dark elves. The captain of the royal guard. Yujun fearfully clutched the weapon in her hands and thought that he was from the royal family, he was a rank, and maybe even stronger. Han lowered his head and thought that this was an aspiration he couldn't forget. His back at the moment of their first meeting. The appearance of the protagonist. He showed him what a real raider should be. Juk walking on a difficult path, the embodiment of his dream that he wants to achieve. Confidently thought that he couldn't stop. Now he had to get to the protagonist. Han clenched his hand into a fist, removing his shield. He quickly threw it aside. The shield fell to the ground with force, raising smoke around it. The friends were very surprised by what they saw. Yujun fearfully extended her hand forward and loudly addressed Huan and said what he was doing. He walked forward, not paying attention to her. Huan stopped with a serious expression, lowering his sword. He closed his eyes and, enveloping himself in mana, said that he should have done this from the very beginning. Huan remembered the words of the protagonist that raiders have completely different points of feeling. He thought, with lightning emitting from his eye, that this was the upper, middle, and lower release. Huan calmly looked forward, raising his sword enveloped in powerful mana. Kale was very surprised, raising his hand. He asked loudly, "What is this? Is this really magic?" A powerful light from the energy spread throughout the cave. A bright light illuminated Kale's face. Huan calmly looked down, spreading his mana everywhere. Beams of mana quickly headed towards Kale. They instantly flew past his body. He asked, "Where did such power come from?" The system window notifies that the Divine Sword Fusion skill has been activated. Ho tensed up with blood dripping from his mouth. He bowed his head, coughing up blood from his mouth. AA, frightened, loudly told him to stop right now. H clutched the hilt of his sword with his hand. The system window notifies that the skill level has critically exceeded his level. All the blood in his body is flowing in the opposite direction. This is a warning he needs to stop using the skill. Now if the warning is ignored, Hoon will die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Kale raised his hand and loudly ordered the elves to run forward. They can cut off the limbs, but they must take them alive. Hung tensely raised his sword with the intention of attacking a bright light from the powerful mana rose around him. After a while, he gritted his teeth with blood dripping from his mouth. Hai thought that thanks to the special training he managed to obtain an S-class skill, as he thought the strain on the body is still too great. The union of divine swords when you reach the highest level of sword mastery and become one with it. Hong quickly rose into the air, creating a vortex of mana. He sent a very powerful stream of mana towards the elf with a terrifying look, intending to attack. Hoyang thought hard that despite his limits, he still couldn't defeat Kale. All that was left was to stall for time. But even so, if it helped, Kale did not let him finish speaking. Quickly struck with his sword, blocking the enemy's attack. Hong quickly flew to the side, cutting through the air. Kale confidently clenched his teeth and headed towards him. Hung clenched his sword in his hand, raising a stream of smoke. He struck the enemy's sword. Kale angrily said that it was funny to see Hung trying. Did he really think that the captain would not understand what state he was in? Hoyang thought that he would protect them. He must protect them. No one else but him. H said, smiling, that even if Kale died and was reborn, he would not understand the reason why he was doing this. Hoang raised his sword with a bright aura in his eyes. He sent a beam of light mana towards the captain. The arrow quickly flew to the side. Kale grinned and instantly appeared behind Hung. He instantly directed the tip towards him. Hung jumped to the side with great speed, not getting hit by the attack. The captain lowered his sword, smiling, and insulted the enemy. Hung confidently raised the sword covered in mana smoke. instantly appeared in the air. He jumped up, cutting the air with the intention of attacking. They struck each other with their swords, creating a stream of mana, and Smoketail watched this tensely. Hung instantly jumped to the side, swinging his sword. He was surprised to feel a strange feeling. The sword instantly slid along the ground, raising smoke. The system window notified that Honk's body was being destroyed. This is dangerous. He should stop using the skill now. His muscle fibers are torn, and blood vessels burst. A stream of dark mana quickly headed his way. Hoon tensely clenched his teeth and looked in his direction. Kel, smiling, swung his sword, cutting through the air and leaving a trail of mana. A beam of mana with great force hit the stones, destroying the ceiling. Han confidently raised his sword in front of him without receiving injuries. He clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and thought that his body could not withstand it anymore. Huan squeezed the hilt of the sword with his hands, enveloping it with mana. He confidently raised the sword, enveloping himself in light energy. Huan thought was with a terrifying look that this was the last time a powerful beam of energy headed to the side, creating an explosion of dark smoke. The elf clenched his teeth with blood flowing from his mouth onto the floor. Kel covered himself with his comrade. The elf fearfully turned to the leader. Kel, smiling maliciously, told him not to worry. The captain raised his hand and said that the elf was very useful. Huan, coughing up blood from his mouth, said that it was unfair. Kel instantly pierced his body with a sword. He looks at Huan with a malicious smile. The sword quickly fell to the ground. Yun covered her mouth with her hands. In fear, she loudly called out her friend's name. After a while, the column quickly began to collapse. Streams of fire headed towards the elves. The protagonists sigh with a terrifying look. The cages are near the columns, surrounded by crystals. The surviving students are sitting in the cage. Huck remembered the past, Huan asked with a smile. Will 10 minutes be enough? The protagonist can go. He must kill the king and save the others. Huan, we'll protect the others. Until that moment, the protagonist coming out of the memories filled his eye with a bright aura. The elf quickly pointed the weapon towards him and loudly ordered to die. Huck filled his hand with fiery energy. He quickly slid to the side. The protagonist jumped back from the elf's attack and raised his hand with the intention of attacking. He hit the elf with a terrifying look, with a fist shrouded in fire. The king smiles maliciously. Watching what was happening, he said that this was very reckless. Does Huck really think that he can handle this alone? The protagonist, standing, surrounded by flames, turned his head and said that he can do absolutely anything. Kanan, smiling, said that this was very arrogant from a useless person. The protagonist, remembering Hugin's words, put his hand on his neck and said that he had heard enough of this. In childhood, Huck, with a serious look, said that he was tired of this. The elves quickly felt the terrifying power. A powerful explosion formed at the place where the protagonist stands. He said with an ominous look that he was going to feel bad. Now the king, getting up from the throne, loudly ordered to do something already and kill the protagonist. The elves look at Huck standing inside the explosion. The system window notifies that the fire chain skill has been activated. The protagonist's body was enveloped in fiery chains. The elves made a loud sound with rage. The chains quickly headed to the side. The elves gathered together and looked at the chains flying through the air. The protagonist jumped up with great speed. He instantly appeared next to the elf with rage. A powerful explosion formed at the place where they were standing. Huck slid backwards on the ground, leaving smoke under his feet. He said that he just needed test subjects for magical practice. The protagonist thanked them for volunteering themselves. Kanan looked at what was happening in fear and clenched his palms into fists. The elves screamed loudly in pain, standing in the fire. The king said loudly that the protagonist dared to think that he would survive after what he did. Huck looked at him, devastated. He walked over corpses and blood and asked, "Is the king really serious now?" The protagonist looks at him horrified. Kanan was frightened and thought that this was impossible, and this is the power that an ordinary person can have. The protagonist's body was enveloped in ominous, fiery aura. The king thought that he could not win. Kanan clenched his teeth and said loudly that the protagonist would regret this even if Jehu kills him. Here, the other 7 kings are definitely his. The main character, with a stern look, quickly headed towards him and without letting him finish speaking, delivered a powerful punch to the king's face. A huge, bright explosion formed at the sight of the blow. Huck said that he did not need this information at all. he said with a stern look that Kanan should tell these freaks that if they wanted to take a risk, they should come at the same time. Kel pierced Hen's body. Blood splashed onto the floor. I, looking at what was happening with resignation, thought that she could not do anything. This is not true. She could not notice this movement even after her comrade fell. Is it because she is weak? AA is losing someone again. The captain, smiling, said that. Only I... Unnecessary garbage remained. Further, AA looks at Kel in fear. He smiled slightly, squeezed her neck with his hand, and said that he could taste at least one AA. Sadly clenched her teeth and loudly told him not to do this. She said with a tear running down her cheek that they couldn't lose. Yujung looked at the very bright light that appeared and surprised. Kel turned his head to the side in confusion and said loudly that it was magic. Sunon didn't let him finish and asked, was it he who hurt these people like that? The master, shrouded in light, told him to answer carefully. If that's the case, then Kel will die. Sunon closed his eyes and stood surrounded by light. Hong opened his eyes and smiled, thinking that he had succeeded. Sunon opened her eyes with an expression and said that she would ask again. Kel instantly fell to his knees. The master asked seriously, was it he who did all this to these people? The captain tensed up and clenched his teeth. The manager and the apprentice were lying on the ground in the blood. AA tensely lowered her head, placing her hand on her neck. Kel smiled and thought that judging by her magic, he would not be able to win. By taking these children hostage, he would have a chance. Kel smiled and said that it was true, these people were his masterpiece. Sunon looked at him with a terrifyingly calm expression. She calmly said that. As she thought the captain admitted it, the master raised her hand and radiated light from it, saying that in any case she was not going to deal with the monster. The system window notified that the sacrifice skill had been activated. A bright light healed the injured students. The system window notifies that multiple targets are being healed at the same time. Her life force is being absorbed. Kel thought hard. Did Sunon really use healing magic so quickly? The master said that a healer will do her job even if there is an enemy in front of them. She walked up to the captain and said that, however, she hates it when someone harms her people. Kel, frightened loudly, asked her to wait. Sunon raised her hand with a smile. The reflection of the master can be seen in Kel's eyes. Sunon instantly waved her hand, striking the enemy with a beam of light. Yujun watches what is happening in admiration. Bright ash rose up from the remaining half of Kel's body. Yun thought that this was not a skill. This is the most ordinary shot of concentrated mana, but she has such power. Sunon crouched over the manager's body and said that first they need to check the condition of these two. She calmly raised her hand, directing light from it. Streams of healing power were directed towards Sunj. A sadly raised her hand and looking at the master asked, how is the manager? He is okay, right? Sonnen said that she can breathe a sigh of relief regarding him, but Hung's condition is worse than she thought. The master raised both hands and directed light from them into the student body. The system window notifies that the target's wounds are too serious. The treatment will require a significant amount of time. Sunon thought with a serious expression that this was an excessive use of force beyond the critical point. All the blood vessels were twisted. The nerves that control magic were severely damaged. If she had been even a little late, he would not have been able to use magic for the rest of his life. The system window notifies that the target's treatment is complete. Sand's vitality is permanently reduced by 2%. The master closed her eyes and sighed heavily and thought that, as expected, this skill is too costly for the body. If it were not for the protagonist, she would have died long ago. Yu Yong leaned over and looked at her and asked if Hong would be able to recover. Sunon turned her head and smiled and said, of course. He would regain consciousness in a few days. There was no need to worry about him. Yu Yong put her hand on her chest and sighed with relief. Sunon looked at them and asked where Jae-Huk was. They tensely lowered their heads. As Chan looked down sadly and said that Jae-Huk went to the boss's room alone. The master was surprised by his words. She smiled and said that's how it was. Sonon leaned forward and said that they didn't have to worry. He would definitely be okay. Yuen said loudly that the main character went on the raid against the boss. Alone, would everything really be okay? Sonon closed her eyes and said that Jae-Huk wasn't someone who could be easily killed. She guaranteed it. Dark elves are magical monsters and fight enemies with magic. They aren't even close to him. At the same time, the king is sitting on the ground, having received a powerful blow. He tensed up and thought that he, the king of the dark elves, was losing too. Some human know. Now is not the time to try to save his pride. I need to tell my brothers about what happened here. Kanan quickly jumped to the side, running away. A hand moved towards him with great speed. Jae-Huk, wrapped in magical chains, jumped down above the king's head. He quickly hit Kanan's head with his hand. Hitting him on the ground, the protagonist sternly asked where he was going. He pressed his hand on his head. Kanan asked if Juke really thought he would die here alone. The king would make him his companion to Helheim. Kanan thought that this was a secret skill that was passed on only to the king of the Dark Elves' frozen ground. The king, smiling, enveloped the space in ice and said loudly so that the protagonist would feel. What fear was, JH must know what death is. The protagonist smiled and asked, Is this really an unexpected gift? Kanan thought, is he laughing? Jae-Huk raised his hand, taking out an empty card from his inventory and said that it was good that he saved one skill for last. He never thought that he would use it in such a place. The system window notifies that the protagonist can obtain a new skill. Does he want to register Frozen Ground in the empty card? Jae-Huk said that he wants to register the system window. Notifies that the S-rank skill Frozen Ground is registered in the empty sea. The skill Absolute Count is activated. The effect of Frozen Ground is destroyed. The ice instantly cracked, the king said loudly in confusion. How could this even happen, Jae? Hu put his hand on Kanan's crown with a stern look. He said that, before attacking, you need to know who your opponent is. The protagonist set the kink. Head on fire, the system window notifies that he has killed the Dark Elf. King Kanan Juk has accomplished an amazing fay. The title of Dark Elf King Assassin has been obtained. The protagonist said with a stern look that they were completely different. The king's body was smoldering with a bright flame. The system window notifies that the ingredient Dark Elf King Essence has been obtained. The item of equipment, Dark Elf King Shoulders, has been obtained. The second crossroads quest has been completed. An empty map and a sealed magic book have been obtained. The active skill of creating magic tools has been obtained. The protagonist ran quickly, raising dust under his feet. He instantly put his hands on the cage. Jae-Huk tore it apart with force. The students were sitting unconscious on the ground. The protagonist put the student on the ground, placing his hand on him. He seriously thought that this one was still breathing. Jae-Huk looked to the side at the students lying in the cages. The system window notifies that the sacrifice skill is being activated. The target is being healed. The protagonist brought his hand to the student, emitting a bright light from it. A second hand appeared near his hand, directing the light. Jae-Huk looked at Sengun in surprise. He calmly turned to the instructor. She calmly said that healing is a harsh job. The true happiness for a healer is when no one needs treatment, only after when he manages to save someone's life. Moon holds her hand on his hand, directing the healing light. Bright rays of light filled the room. After some time, Saki hit the steering wheel with his fists. With force, he made a loud, dissatisfied sound while sitting in the car. The instructor clenched his teeth in rage and asked loudly, "What kind of fools are these?" He angrily clenched his hand into a fist and quickly moved it forward. Saki was very angry about what was happening. He hit the steering wheel with his fists. The instructor looked down with a terrified look. He said that in any case, even if they could get out of there alive, it did not matter. They would kill them all. Jae-Huk raised his fist to the car window with a terrified look. Saki looked at him in fear. The protagonist instantly broke the glass, grabbing the instructor by the throat. Jae-Huk asked with an ominous smile. So it was Saki. He called the instructor a freak an hour ago at the entrance to the Can Guild. Chan bowed and thanked them for today. Sonon smiled and said that since they were so grateful, they should join their guild. Yujun happily raised her clenched hand into a fist and said loudly that she could do it right now. The protagonist said that they first needed to assess the situation his friend hit him hard on the leg. Yujang angrily said that she had already told him not to make any more sounds. Jae-Huk knelt down, put his hand on his leg, and thought, he has high stats. Why does it hurt so much? Yujang said loudly that the protagonist made them all worry. AA calmly looked away without saying anything. Jae-Huk stood up from his knee and put his hand on his head. Sonon looked to the side and said that she had finally arrived. The car stopped quickly and Hannah got out. She turned to the chairman with a serious expression. Hannah walked towards her and loudly asked if Sonon was okay. She was in such a hurry because she hadn't been able to contact her for several hours. The master apologized and said that she would explain everything in detail later. First of all, they had to take the wounded and children to the guild. They turned to the chairman. Sunon put her hand on her chest and said that she still had some business to finish. The master raised her hand with a smile and said that it was business with her. Student Hannah closed her eyes, sighed, and agreed with her. She opened the car door, turned to Sanjay and told him to get in. The manager looked at her and loudly agreed. The main character turned to the manager and said that it was his hand. Some Jay interrupted him and asked him to use telepathy. Not to talk about his hand, Huck asked. Using telepathy, if Sanjay was okay, could he really use telepathy already? The manager tensely turned his head from side to side and said, using telepathy, that he was not okay at all if his sister found out. It would only get worse. Hannah looked at this in surprise. She turned towards the door and said that if Sanjay was going to stand there like that, he would have to get there himself. The manager quickly ran towards her and loudly said that he was coming. Hannah, sitting in the car, looked at the master and said that they were leaving. Sunon smilingly asked her to take care of the children. They are watching the car. Leaving, the protagonist asked, did she also feel it? Sunon calmly turned her head and, looking in his direction, agreed with him. Dark mana is rapidly spreading across the sky. Sunon said that this is a dirty emission of enormous energy. At this time, the instructor fell to the ground with force. He looks at them in fear, leaning his hands on the floor. Sunon, with a stern look, turned to Saki and said that she no longer knows why he is here. The instructor clenched his teeth, not understanding what is happening. He quickly ran to the side. Saki raised his hand, creating energy in it, and loudly asked, do they really think that he would give up so easily? The instructor created magic portals around himself, thought that this was a magic tool from the director. Maybe it was not needed for this, but the situation is. Emergency. The portal instantly moved him behind San's back. Saki loudly said for her to die. The master, with a calm look, instantly turned in his direction. She jumped to the side. Not getting hit by his attack, Sunon asked, is this really a magic tool that allows you to use teleportation? Its efficiency is not very good. It only moves a few dozen meters. It will be impossible to escape with it at the same time. The director looks at the photo of instructor Saka-san. Noon raised her hand and, directing energy from it, asked why he sent the students to a deadly place. She ordered him to tell who was behind him. Saka, gritting his teeth, said that he was not going to say it. They will test how strong a mage she is. Right? The instructor raised his hands, creating an energy ball. The master calmly looked down, surrounded herself with light, and asked, is this really choking out mana? This is quite pathetic, Chain Rose. From his chair, he said that he thought he had used this person enough. The instructor looked at Sunon, surrounded by light and fear. She asked, smiling, did he really think that he could resist her with this? The director left his room. The instructor asked with confusion, what did this mean? Huck looked down tensely, crossed his arms, and thought, that's what he thought because of this? It was impossible to read the movement formula. The protagonist said that it was very reckless. Sun raised her hand and wrapped it around Saki and said that she didn't have to tell who was behind this. She calmly looked down and said that it was obvious that it was Chain. The master didn't expect an answer. The instructor was very scared by her words. Sunon said, that you'll choke now. It will splash out magic that the device won't be able to withstand. This means that Saki will die here. A dark portal, spreading light, opened above his head. The instructor looks up in surprise. A powerful surge of energy spread around. Lightning quickly struck Saki, causing him to scream in pain. Huck looked up in amazement and thought that this magic was an active summoning of lightning. An A-rank skill, the magic is directly connected to the brain. The strength of the skill varies up to 1,000 degrees depending on the user abilities. Although the skill rank with his super speed chain is the same, they are on different levels. The ball is lying on the ground, split into many pieces. Sunon calmly looks at her reflection in the ball. Sometime later in the room, AA is sitting on the bed with a red face, hugging a pillow. She remembered the past. The protagonist instantly stopped the arrow in front of her face. AA looks at it with admiration. She came out of her memories and thought that Jae-hoo protected her. He reversed the magic so quickly. AA said that she was still far from him. She smiled with happiness and hugged the pillow tighter. AA said that she will definitely need to thank him later. Sometime later. The buildings are surrounded by a shield. A man holding a microphone to his mouth loudly asked, what does Millis Academy think about the current situation they are asking for? Director Chain's comment. A crowd of people stands in front of the shield surrounding the academy. Yoonga said that for this reason, public opinion about the academy is currently negative. There is even an assumption that the director created a ghost guild and abandoned the students. There, Chain hit the table with his fist. Hard, he clenched his teeth in. Anger Chain lipped down and thought, what was going on here? A tablet with huge Dan from blows was lying on the table. The instructor calmly said that a whole camp of reporters had deployed near the academy. Various media outlets were also contacting them. The director tensely put his hand on his head and asked what she thought. He loudly ordered her to close the academy. The instructor should avoid any interviews and comments. She should do it right now. Jong Isu bowed and agreed with the director. She quickly left the office. Chain clenched his teeth in anger and thought that there was someone who knew his plan. A man appeared. Inside Millis, who was telling everything. Information is leaking in a very serious matter. Perhaps Saki is dead, otherwise this greedy freak would not have disappeared without getting in touch. The director took his phone in his hand. He said with a sly smile that an information war should be resolved with. An information war. Chain put the phone to his ear and said that it was him. The director wants to request a few articles. The question is, the price, how much is needed? He really hopes for them after. After some time, the bright sun illuminates the street where the students are walking. Hung is calmly standing under the rays of the sun. The protagonist pushed him in the back and asked if he is okay. Han closed his eyes with a smile and asked if it was really Jae-hyuk. He scratched his head and said that it was all thanks to him and the chairman. If it weren't for the two of them, he wouldn't have gotten out of. They're alive. The protagonist looks at his friend tensely. He asked with a serious look, why Hing did that? The friend looked at him with confusion. He put his finger to his face and Jae-hyuk smiled at his reaction. The protagonist told Hwang to continue moving in the same direction. The friend asked in surprise what he was. Talking about Jae-hyuk said that he could think about the reason later. He could just do whatever he wanted. In any case, Ham was going to do it anyway. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would go. His audience was that way. Jae-hyuk raised his hand to say goodbye to his friend. He quickly leaned over and pointed his finger at H and said that he should still take care of his body. For now, the others were very worried. Jae-hyuk headed towards his office. Hung looked down. Sadly, he smiled and looked at his fist and said that he could do whatever he wanted. Hwang looked out the large window and smiled after a while. In the room, the system window notifies that this is the title of Dark Demon Kingslayer. Rank, it is an honorary title given only to those who have killed the Dark Elf King. It adds 30% to mana and 10% to attack when facing monsters. With the Dark attribute, the moment this title is used, the protagonist incurs the wrath of all the Dark Elves and becomes their target. Jae-hyuk thoughtfully put his hand on his chin and said that the power rank is A and also additional attack power when facing monsters with the Dark attribute. How long have such original effects been around? The protagonist sitting on the bed put his hand on his head and said that after the Can Guild he had a lot of things to do. They needed to be taken care of, so he was out of his mind. If Juki knew, he would have checked everything in advance a long time ago. He quickly brought his finger to the system window. The system window notifies that this material is the essence of the Dark Elf King of Rank. A with a plus, the essence of magic owned by Kanan the Eighth. King of the Dark Elves, if well prepared, it becomes an elixir. When ingested, magical characteristics constantly increase, depending on the degree of preparation equipment item. Pauldron of the King of Ranks, the best Pauldron of the Dark. King adds 25 to strength and mana adds 500 to stamina. The protagonist thought that this was not bad because strength and mana are always in short supply. He will need to ask John to deal with the essence. He smirked confidently after reading this. Hugh crossed his arms and said that Jason would probably be very excited. He really likes working with new materials. The protagonist extended his finger to the system window and asked, is this the latest? The system window notified that this is an active skill for creating first-level magic tools, a skill that uses mana to create weapons needed for battle. The higher the rank, the higher ranking weapons that can be created. The created weapon will disappear if Jae-hyuk does not constantly feed it with mana. This skill creates magic weapons. The effect options and rank are randomly issued according to the level currently. The minimum rank is C. If the weapon's level is too high, it will drop according to the user's level. The protagonist was very surprised. He stared tensely at the system window. Jae-hyuk said that this is a weapon that is needed for every battle. Is it really possible to create a weapon? The system window instantly disappeared in his hand. The protagonist looks at the created weapon in surprise while holding it in his hand. The system window notifies that the equipment item has been successfully created. Jae-hyuk smiled loudly. said that this is just an unfair privilege. He thought that this is not about the rank. At all, the real value of this skill lies in something completely different. This is the benefit on the black market C-rank equipment will build for tens of millions of won. Jae-Huk smiled, turned the sword in the air, and said that now he can constantly create such things. The protagonist looks at the sparkling weapon, he asks loudly in amazement. What is this? The system window notifies that the mistletoe equipment item has entered into a reaction. Jae-Huk fulfilled all the conditions. Some mistletoe effects are unlocked. The protagonist received the passive skill genius in equip creation. The weapon was surrounded by bright rays of light. The system window notifies that all equipment created by him will be upgraded to the next rank. Jae-Huk smiled, looking up and said that this is simply incredible. After some time, he looks at the weapon in surprise. The protagonist grinned maliciously and said that he wants to try it now he remembered the past. A ribbon quickly wrapped around his hand. The system window notifies that this is an item of mistletoe equipment. Only some effects are enabled since Jae-Huk did not fulfill all the conditions for full unlocking. He came out of the memories. The protagonist waved his hand, enveloping it in light, and said that he was wondering why the bracelet belongs to the category of weapons. Now it is clear why the protagonist raised his hand and directed the weapon to the sides with the help of magic. He smiled and said that if it is going to give him all these advantages, he has no choice but to use them. It's time to start training the next morning. The exams at Millis Academy are known to everyone for their incredible difficulty. Students often call them their own grave. The competition here is so fierce. The exams at the academy are divided into two categories: theory and practice. The theoretical exams are conducted in accordance with the curriculum, while the practice involves making potions and a raid into a specially created dungeon. The entire country is watching its progress. Yu Zhang squeezed her friend's shoulder with her hand and loudly called out to Huan. She sternly clenched her hand into a fist and loudly told him to wake up or she would have to hit him. Huan clenched his hands into fists and quickly woke up screaming. He smiled, put his hand on his head, and asked for forgiveness. Huan said that he involuntarily falls asleep when he looks at a book. Yu Zhang asked angrily, "So, what now? Does he even know how many days are left until the midterm exams?" If Hung fails at least one of them, she promises that he will read so much that books will become his nightmare. He will not sleep at all. AA tensely hides behind a book. The protagonist thought with a smile that it was hopeless. These two will fail. The entire theory Jae-Huk was ready to study with them. If they pulled themselves together, he would only benefit from it. Hoyoung resignedly put his fist on his head and said that it was over for him. AA tiredly lowered her head and said that they would meet for the retake. The stick hit the table with force. Yu Zhang loudly addressed it too, and told them to stop saying incomprehensible things and stand up. The next subject saw the basics of magical wavelengths and raider behavior. Jehu calmly looked up with his arms crossed. A few days later, students are walking down the street discussing something. The guy put his hands behind his head and asked what he thought. Did he pass or not? The white-haired boy clenched his teeth and loudly asked him to shut up. He said it was so hard that he almost died. The boy was surprised and asked them to look over there. AA tensely put her fist to her head. The boy asked, "Is that her? One of the best rookies on the hunt?" Raised her hand up and loudly called out to her friend. The boy said that Jae-Huk and Yuang were there after the hunt. They made the news as the most talented first years. The boy thinks that all the popular people will end up together one way or another. The student raised his hand and asked, "Isn't Huang with them?" The boy said that he doesn't care. They are all geniuses, and he bets that each of them will get the highest scores on the exams. The student said that he envies them. They must have solved the test questions with their eyes closed. The MM character lowered his head inside, thinking that this is a big responsibility. However, Jae-Huk thinks that envy is better than hatred. Yujun smiled, then loudly turned to AA and asked how the test went. She is tired and cannot say a word. Yuying looked at the protagonist with a smile. She asked, judging by Aya's appearance, she did her best. Right, Jehu calmly said that it was. Not so she looks like that only because she is not aimable to any training. Just like Hyan. Actually, AA is watching their conversation. She puffed out her cheeks, offended. AA said loudly that she heard everything. Yu Yong said that she just needed to put in more effort. That's all. Suyak and his friend are watching them. He angrily said that the protagonist is an arrogant freak. This time Suyak will win him. The student smiled, put his hand behind his head, and thought that he was at it again. The student hopes that Swak will not look for a fight with Juk again. Sometime later in the lab, Yoon, pouring the potion, said that now if he adds this, the potion instantly changed its color. A powerful stream of smoke rose up from it. The comrades laughed and pointed at her. The main character, smiling, pointed at his potion and asked to look, saying that his came out much better. Jae-hyuk looked at his friend and asked, "Is he right, John?" Tensely put his fingers together and agreed with him. He looked to the side and put his finger to his cheek, unable to say a word. Jan, asking for forgiveness, said that they both failed. Yoo-jung raised her hand, looking at him in confusion. Jan, closing his eyes, said loudly that they had absolutely no talent for alchemy. Jae-hoo tensely put his hand on his head and thought that this was bad. After all, he had been practicing potion making for quite a long time. He needed to get at least a satisfactory grade. John sadly apologized and said that it was a bit rude. The main character asked, "Do they have any chance of passing?" Alchemy Jason thoughtfully looked to the side and, putting his hand on his chin, said that perhaps there was. If they use a special ingredient, the friends looked at each other in surprise and asked what special ingredient. After a while, among the flight of stairs, the protagonist is walking along the corridor leading to the offices. He quickly entered the office. Jae-hyuk remembered the past. Jae-sang raised his finger and said that they are called moonlight fireflies. They live only in very clean places. No more than 100 of them are sold on the black market every year. If their shell is made into powder and add it to a potion, they can enhance the effects of the potion on the exam. The protagonist, coming out of his memories, asked, "Is she Soil?" Jae-hyuk smilingly said that a lot of time had passed. She was holding a book in her hand, looked at him and asked, "What does he need, Soil?" Looked at them irritably, put her hand on the chair and asked, "Is it really? Jae-hyuk and Yoon, what do they need here?" The protagonist smilingly put his hand on the table and said that they wanted to ask her for something. Soil crossed her arms and said that she wasn't going to listen to their request. "They had to leave right now," Jae-hyuk asked smilingly. Wouldn't she even ask what she could get in return? Would she really refuse right away? She said irritably that they wanted to share points or something. The protagonist interrupted her and said that he was giving her 30 million won. Soil was very surprised by his offer. Jae-hyuk raised his hand, opened the system window, and said that he would give it to her in cash, and of course they would sign a contract. Soil clenched her teeth tensely. She stood up quickly with a smile, and clenching her fists said loudly, "What for?" She naturally agreed. "What does the main character want?" After some time in Mugan Kalyaga Bakdo, in the area of Mount Doju, Yoo-jung said, loudly smiling happily, that there was a very beautiful view. Jae-hyuk asked, smiling, "Did she really come here for a walk?" Yoo-jun looked at him angrily and asked, "Why is he pestering her again?" John smiles, listening to them. "An hour ago." Sol thoughtfully looked to the side, put her hand on her chin and said that she thought it was possible, no matter how good her search skills were, she needed traces. Have they already thought of a way? Jae-hyuk looked down with a smile and said that she didn't have to worry about it. "They will take a good alchemist with them?" she asked in surprise. "Who is it?" They instantly looked to the side. Jen looked out from behind the door. He quickly stood in the passageway with a tense look. So he asked in confusion, "Isn't it Jae-an? Did he really mean him by a good alchemist?" The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked if they really knew each other. Soil confirmed this and said that they were on the same team during the first hunt. Jason scratched his head with a smile. "At the present time," she said, smiling, "that he is an alchemist." Then Soy was very surprised by this. During the first hunt of freshmen, she thought that Jason was a fool who was forcibly added to the world of the martial arts. He looked to the side with a smile and put a finger to his neck and said that he wasn't very useful back then. Jae-hyuk raised his hand and loudly said that they had to go. Soil turned her head to the side with a smile and said that he was giving off a different energy. Now it is clear that the alchemist is enjoying this. Jan quickly ran towards them and said loudly that they will go together after some time. Jason said that the moonlight fireflies, although they are monsters, still belong to the freaks of nature. He put his hand to the bush, pushing it aside. The alchemist, looking to the side, said that there are many opinions about the principle of the creation and appearance of monsters. Most of the theory is that the mana left in the air and earth after the invasion turned ordinary animals and plants into all sorts of freaks. Jan, smiling, turned towards the main character and said that he thinks that the choice of location was optimal. It will be easiest to find fireflies there. Soil, sternly looking to the side, said that, however, the road is gradually getting lost. Yun calmly said that it seems that John likes it here. The alchemist looks down with interest, leaning down. Jae-hyuk turned his head to the side and said that before entering the portal, Jason said that he liked all kinds of bugs. Yan asked in fear, did he really like bugs? Jason smiled happily. He raised his hand and said loudly that he found it. The alchemist showed the liquid on the tree and said that it was a trace of moonlight. Firefly Soy quickly looked at the protagonist. She brought her hand into the liquid and asked if she would try to work off the money. Soil directed Mana towards the liquid. The system window notifies that the search skill has been activated. A trace of a moonlight firefly has been found. The route's destination is a moonlight. Firefly Soy, directing a thread of mana from her finger, said that this is good. She thinks she found it. Ying asked in surprise. Has it really already? Jason bent down, brought his finger to his mouth, and said that loud voices can scare away the firefly. Yu Yong instantly covered her mouth with her hands, asked for forgiveness, and agreed. After a while, they stopped instantly. Jae-hyuk looked to the side seriously and asked, what is this? It doesn't look like. This is the road. They came here by. Yoon looked to the side in fear and agreed that it is kind of creepy here. Soil, standing surrounded by Mana, said that her skill leads exactly here. Jae looked at something tensely. The protagonist crouched down and said, that still something is wrong here. He looked at the sparkling waterfall in amazement. Yoo-jung watched this with surprise on her face. The alchemist raised his hand, smiling, and said loudly that there are moonlight fireflies. Yuen was very scared, raising her hand. Jae-hoo calmly said that they are bigger than ordinary bugs. Yuen covered her face with her hand and said that they are much bigger. The protagonist looked up and wondered if it is because they underwent monster fishiation. They are quite fast. First you need to slow them down. Jae-hoo quickly raised his hand using his skill. The system window notifies that the gravity skill has been activated. The fireflies fly among the dust, slowing down. Soy calmly said that they are holding up well for bugs. She turned to Juke and asked if he could strengthen the control of magic. He tensely refused and said that he did not have enough skills to do it more skillfully. Jae-sing sadly said that then they would miss everyone. What will they do? Jae-heat grinned and disagreed with him and said that they would catch everyone. The protagonist smiled and raised his hands and concentrated mana between them. He quickly sent threads from his fingers. The mana rays instantly stuck to the trees. A huge cube of mana collected the fireflies inside itself, Soy said, was surprised that this was a Manar room. The protagonist calmly pointed his finger at the room and asked why they were frozen. Are they really not going to catch them? Soy asked if he really created a mana room. Now she smiled and said loudly that it was just like Juk had said. A monster fireflies were crawling on the wall of the room. Jang happily raised his hands, clenching his fists, and said loudly that it was amazing. How come he hadn't thought of that before? Yoon looked at the alchemist running towards the room. In fear, she raised her hand and said loudly that she couldn't. Jae-hyuk, pushing her in the back, said that now was not the time. She had to go catch them. Young resignedly put her hand on the wall and said that she really hated it. Jang, smiling, raised his hand towards the firefly. The bug quickly got into the box. Soy calmly held the box in her hand. She looked away with a serious expression. Soil wondered if there was at least one student in the academy who could create something like that. Even third-year students weren't capable of that. Where did this guy even come from? The protagonist calmly turned his attention to her. Crossing his arms, Soil quickly turned around, hearing screams. Yu Ying said loudly with disgust that it is sticky. It smells very bad. Jae-hyuk smiled and put his hand on his head and sighed. Sometime later in Jason's lab, Yu-yun and the protagonist are looking at the potions tensely. The alchemist smiled and crossed his arms. Watching them, the friends confidently said that this should be added later. Jae-hyuk hit the potion with a spoon. The liquid immediately stopped hissing. H was surprised and asked loudly, "What is this?" AA put her hand on her face in confusion and said seriously, "What is this?" Jason smiled and said that he worked hard on it. It is still in the process of being refined. He confidently raised his finger and said that they can probably achieve 70% purity. Jason was very surprised when he opened his eyes. The friends happily looked at the potions and loudly said that everything worked out. The protagonist smiled and looked back and loudly addressed Jace and said that the potion turned out to be of very good quality. Yu Yong raised her hands and said loudly, jumping that she had done it too. She could do it. The alchemist looked away with a tense smile and thought that it was impossible. What Juk brewed was 51% pure and Wai Jiang's was 47%. Well, everything be okay. A few days later in the classroom, the protagonists and Yang were sitting on their chairs in despair. Hung said, smiling, that they had no talent at all. It was more like some kind of alchemical summoning of monsters. Yun closed her eyes in resignation and said that even with rare ingredients, they had only managed to take 42nd place the protagonists had. 31st place Hang took 29th place and Ira had first place. Hoang raised his hand, smiling, and said that after all, thanks to Jason's help, everything was not so bad. They were definitely great, Jae-Huk asked angrily. Was his friend really comforting him like that? H looked away, raised his finger, and said loudly that it was time for him to go to the lecture. He quickly left, raised his hand, and said loudly that they would see each other later. The main character calmed down, sighed, and put his hand behind his head, thinking that there were still practical classes left, so this was not the end. Yu Zhong furiously put her hands on the table and stood up loudly, said that since this happened, it would be necessary to compensate for this in the remaining exams. Jehu calmly thought that the difficulty level of the second stage was high. This is a freshman hunt, an AR test, and a dungeon simulation. The conditions for passing are difficult because these exams test all the knowledge gained at the academy. In addition, there is another factor that increases the difficulty of the second stage exponentially. This is the order of team formation. AA turned to Yu Jiang with interest and asked what value she got. Her friend put her hands on her head and said that her value was 14. She needs to form a team correctly. It will be difficult. Jae-Huk thought that depending on the student academic performance, each is assigned a certain value. The students must form a team of 4 at the same time. Their total value should not exceed 50. Huang with a value of 17, AA with a value of 15, and Y, Jiang with a value of 14. The protagonist calmly looked at his hand and thought that who could have thought that he alone would get so many points. Previously, he only had 6. Jae-Huk was happy about this since he was able to get into a good team. The result then was very bad. The protagonist with a stern look thought that this was a terrible method. Does a high-ranking person really choose low-ranking ones? What right do they have? Jae-Huk tensely sits at his desk with his hands folded. Chu Han-sung, smiling, greeted him loudly. The protagonist looked at him calmly. He clenched his fist in anger. Hansen asked, "Isn't he Jae?" The protagonist remembered the past. Han-sung, smiling, said the lowest rank should remain the lowest. Jae-Hu came out of the memories. He raised his hand and said that the main character was a genius student who took first place in the freshman hunt. He also played a leading role in the dungeon simulation. Jae-Huk remembered the past. He sits on the ground looking at the student. Han-sung laughingly asked, "He doesn't understand how the protagonist can be so bad?" He smirked sarcastically, looking at Jae-Huk. The protagonist came out of the memories. Han-sung smilingly said his name and said that it was nice to meet you. Jae-Huk asked indifferently, "And what is this?" Han-sung smilingly raised his finger and wondered why the protagonist is so hostile. He said that he will say it directly. Does Jae-Huk want to team up with him? He has little value compared to his skills. The protagonist must have around 20. It will be hard to find people for the team. Han-sung will help him with this. Jae-Huk stood up from his chair with a stern look. He gritted his teeth and thought that such people are everywhere, among the strong and among the weak. There is trash. Jae-Huk said that, unfortunately, he is not going to team up with someone like Han-sung. The protagonist will choose someone else. Han-sung put his hand on his chest in confusion and asked him to listen. His value is small, but he has skills. Jae-Huk interrupted him with a terrifying look and said that he knows this, but he does not care. He can pass this exam alone. Han-sung is absolutely useless to him because he is too weak. Han-sung angrily asked loudly, "What did the protagonist say?" Jae-Huk smilingly asked if Sunyu thought about what he said. They loudly confirmed it. Han-sung gritted his teeth in rage as he watched them. Sunu said, smiling, that he and Gina decided to agree. Hansen thought with rage that those two left Juk back then in the dungeon and just ran away. The protagonist smiled and put his hand on his hip and said that he was glad to hear it. To be honest, he was afraid that they would refuse. Jae-Huk looked away with a serious expression, watching Han-sung. The student got very angry and thought that the protagonist preferred those freaks to him. He quickly walked through the classroom, forcing the students to look at him. Han Sung thought that Jae-hyuk would regret it sometime later in a cafe. The protagonist is sitting at a table with his comrades. Gina clenched her hands into fists and, surprised, and asked if he was sure that he needed them both. Of them didn't really help him in the dungeon. They abandoned him there and ran. Away themselves, Sunu looked down guiltily and said that as the protagonist remembers that incident with the Cane Guild, they were abandoned because they were useless. Jae-hyuk asked them not to worry. With a smile, he confidently folded his hands and said that he would not have asked them to. Work together, if he had the intention of losing, he would not have lied about it either. The comrades looked at each other sadly. Jae-hyuk brought the cup to his mouth and thought that Jin and Sunyu assessment did not match their abilities. It was because they finished the dungeon very quickly that day they were worth much more than handsome son. Wu said that he was calm. Then Gina, surprised, holding her hand on the cup, asked who would be the fourth in the team. The protagonist looked away and asked, "Didn't he tell them?" The door to the cafe quickly opened. Ying asked why Jae-hyuk was sitting with those two. They looked at her in surprise. The protagonist grinned maliciously and said that she would be the fourth. Yu Ying stood by the door with a confident look. She remembered the past Yu-jun tries to break free from the instructor's grip with fury and tears. The students looked down. Sadly, she came out of her memories with a serious expression and asked loudly, did he really invite her to join them? At the same time, Chain is looking at many screens. One of them says that Millis' reputation is in jeopardy. It is losing its status as the best academy in Korea. The student death could remove Chain from his presidency. The director clenched his teeth in rage. He quickly swung his hand, breaking the screen, and said loudly that this is very bad. The shards of the screen are lying on the floor. Chain, looking down, called them the children of bad women, the director asked loudly with a terrifying expression. Did he give these freaks a fortune, and they continued to print their bad headlines? The ring on his hand sparkled brightly. Chain exhaled and threw his head back. He put his hands behind his back and thought that the media was against him to him. The mighty Chain, there is only one organization that could do such a thing. The director ominously thought that this was the Lotus Guild. Chain tensely squeezed his wrist. With his hand, he said with a serious expression that it was Sunon. The director was sure that this fool had a hand in this matter. He put his hand to the glass and said that he had no choice but to be quiet. Chain clenched his hand into a fist and said that even if he lost something, he would lose something. The director tensed up and thought that now he should worry until the media calmed down. Only then could he return to his plans. This is all in the name of the aces. Yui tensely crossed her arms while sitting. On her chair, the students looked sadly to the sides without saying anything. Yoon looked at the main character and said that she could speak in such a way that she would be able to ignore them. Her friend asked her to tell the truth. Jae-hyuk brought them here only because he communicates well with them. Right, the protagonist calmly turned his head and said that yes, even if he said that he asked them to escape himself, it would still not suit her. Yu Yang must trust him and understand that their escape was the best decision. Yu Ying angrily addressed him loudly. Jae-hyuk looked at her calmly. His friend closed her eyes and loudly said that she believed him. Why did he take them into the team? The protagonist could easily get the highest score without help. Jae-hyuk smiled and thought that this was very straightforward. There are several conditions that must be met when forming a team. First, hatred for Chain. Second, someone who will not tell about what happened in the dungeon. The protagonist said that he had a plan. He confidently raised his hand and said that it was the principal. Jae-hyuk would use the upcoming exam to get rid of him. Yu Ying was very surprised and loudly asked what he was talking about. The students looked at him in amazement. Gina wondered in surprise. Was the protagonist really serious? Jae-hyuk smiled confidently. He tensed up and thought that they would see how well Chain would manage to escape with the help of connections. This time on the day of the practical exam, the protagonist and Yu Yang were standing. In the crowd of students, Park Hun, the instructor of the academy, greeted them loudly. He said into the microphone that he would be in charge of conducting the second round of the practical exam. Jae-hoo calmly thought that Hun was another puppet of Chain. This was not surprising at all. The instructor became the assistant director after Saka H-jun, standing at the table, said that the practical exam would be broadcast in real time to the entire country. The second round of the practical exam is an opportunity to show the world everything that a person is capable of. This also means that the students will have to act out their roles in front of the public. The instructor seriously asked them to do their best and wished them good luck. A bright light illuminated the students. The comrades looked sternly to the sides. Jae-hyuk smiled and said that they were moving out. Then they confidently prepared for the second stage. After some time, the volcanoes erupted with lava. The system window notified that the users had been successfully transferred to the dungeon. The protagonist walked out of the portal with a serious expression. The system window notified that this was Team D. It consisted of Jae-hyuk, Yoo-jong, Jina, and Sunu. They had to complete all the stages of the dungeon, obtain the boss core, and return to the surface. The first stage's task is to eliminate all the monsters and find the exit to the second stage. The students look around in surprise. Sunu said in amazement that this is a place. The protagonist, looking away, interrupted him and said that this is Musim. Jae-hyuk thinks that this dungeon wood was created in the likeness of Musim Yoon, waving her hand, said that she was sure that this was so. They should look at all these pillars of fire around the protagonist. Looking at his comrades, raised his hand and suggested creating a map of the area. He put his hand on the system window and said that they need to collect as much information as possible in order to act competently in the future. In addition, there is something here that he would like to take. Gina, surprised, looked away and asked what something meant. Jang said that they were going to find ice grass. Long-term exposure to heat will slow them down, and this can be very dangerous. Sunwoo, smiling, put his hand behind his head and said that the two of them understand such things. This is very good. Jae-hyuk raised his hand with a serious look and said that this is the basic knowledge of passing dungeon survival is a priority task for any renderer. The system window notifies that the mana detector skill is activated. The protagonist raised his hand, directing mana beams around. They quickly headed to the sides. The beam instantly found the grass. Jae-hyuk looked up with a smile and said that he found it. Jung asked in surprise, did he really find it already? The protagonist smiled confidently and turned his head to the side and said that it was time to go. They have very little time after. Sometime a lot of grass grows on the ground. Gina looked at the grass in surprise and asked, is this really the ice grass? The protagonist raised his hand near the grass and, looking to the side, said that they will take with them as much as they can carry. Juk turned to Sun and asked, didn't he say that he has good grades in alchemy? Sunu smiled while kneeling and said, that was an exaggeration. His were pretty good. The protagonist said that in that case he would leave the potion making to him. Su stood up, looked at him, and said that he would do it without any problems. Jae-hyuk thought with a serious expression that this was about to happen. The system window notified that the viewers had entered the viewing room. They should watch what they said and did. The protagonist calmly looked at the flying drone. Jae-hyuk thought that the students should play their roles in front of the audience. In other words, they were now streamers who should entertain the people. Well, he didn't like this concept, but it could still be useful. The protagonist said that 4C rank monsters were approaching the students, instantly prepared for battle. Jae-hyuk said that they were acting according to Plan B. They quickly got into fighting stances. The lava slugs were descending down. Sonu confidently raised his weapon, holding a shield in his hand. This system window notifies that the provocation skill has been activated. The protagonist told them to fight using their artifacts. They must remember to keep an eye on their distance. The monsters might explode if they hit the wrong places on their bodies. Yoo-jun quickly pulled back a water arrow using her water spirit skill. The comrades stand in front of the slugs. Walking towards them, Yugen loudly called out to Jae-hyuk. He stood among the flying drones and loudly said that it was too early. The comrades stood motionless. The system window notifies that the channel has been successfully created and viewers have connected. Anonymous 3 asked if this is really a stream of the C students who took first place in the hunt. Who even knows them? Anonymous 4 wrote that it is. He just looked it up on the website. Jae-hyuk loudly ordered them to act now. The system window notifies that the water shot skill has been activated. Yoo-jong instantly released the arrow. It quickly hit the slug's body and created a hole in it. Gina held her sword and headed towards the slime. With the intention of attacking, she forcefully sent air currents towards them. The protagonist thought sternly that there was no better place to use. The frozen ground drones were filming what was happening. Jae, he grinned confidently, raised his hand, creating ice crystals from above. The protagonist thought that he still shouldn't do all the epic stuff now. When the atmosphere gets heated up enough, then he'll put on a real performance. The system window notified that the freezing rain skill had been activated. Ice crystals flew down rapidly. A powerful ice explosion formed at the site of the fall. Anonymous asked, what was that? Anonymous 7 asked, how did the protagonist do that? Anonymous 28 wrote that it wasn't real. Anonymous 4 asked, how did he use a rank? A skill the protagonist, standing surrounded by smoke, thought that everything was just. Beginning these fools at the monitors would be a serious weapon against Chain at the same time. In a dimly lit room, the monitor broadcasts. What is happening in the dungeon? Juk put his hands in his pockets. He watched what was happening with a toothpick in his mouth and said that the protagonist did not even sweat. Although he used a rank magic based on what Agent Gon reported, this guy did not have a good relationship with the director. Jae-Huk is acting together with the Lotus Guild. The boss grinned, squeezed the toothpick with his fingers, and said that if he uses it, then exposing Chain will not be difficult at. All Juk broke the toothpick with his fingers. He smiled, clenched his hand into a fist, and asked the antagonist to show him what he is going to do next. The comrades watch what is happening in surprise. The slugs instantly melted. Yujong raised her hand and said that for some reason she is not even surprised. Gina put her hand on her head and asked, don't they think it's getting too hot? Jae-Hoo calmly looked to the side, raised his hands and said that he thinks they have dealt with all the monsters they should drink. A potion, Yujong agreed and said that it was very hot here. She calmly looked away and suggested finding a place where it would be cooler. Sunu, looking away, said that they needed a place where it was cooler. He pointed towards the stones and asked, maybe there was less energy from underground in that place? Jae-Hoo crossed his arms and said that his comrade was right. He raised his hand, smiling, and asked maybe. They should set up camp here after a while. AA waved her wand with a stern look, emitting mana from it. She quickly jumped back, directing many arrows towards the slugs. They hit the slugs' bodies with force, and confidently looks at what was happening. Hung ran along the ground at great speed, jumping. He confidently raised his blade with the intention of attacking. Hung swung his weapon, cutting the slug. They instantly dissolved. He asked in surprise, is that all? AA calmly looked up, put her hand on her head and asked, isn't this too easy? Hoyong rubbed his nose with his finger and said that he expected the monsters to be stronger. This is too easy for an artificial dungeon. The student was surprised and thought, what is Hung talking about? They would have failed if they made even one mistake. Besides, he fought the lava slimes in close combat. It's good that Hong didn't take any damage. Hung calmly looked at In and said that he was betting that Jae-Huk had already dealt with the monsters. She agreed and said that it was time to hurry. The students looked at each other in amazement and thought that if these two are saying this, how strong is the protagonist after some time among the lava? The tent is on the ground. Sunu looked at the brewing saint and said that he thought that it would take about an hour to brew the potions. Jae-Huk looked at him, smiling, and said that that would be enough. Sun Woo closed his eyes and said that he would try to brew them as quickly as possible. Yujun leaned her hands on the ground, threw her head back, and closed her eyes, saying that she thought this place was really created in the likeness of Musim. The main character grinned maliciously, looked at her and said that she was the real Yujun, as if hinting to him to brew potions faster. The girlfriend angrily stood up and said, loud lie, that she did not mean that Gina, with a smile on her face, clenched her hand into a fist and said that they were very close. Yun quickly turned her head to the side, crossed her arms, and said loudly that this was not entirely true. Jae-Huk, with disheveled hair, thought that he was sure that they understood that what happened then in the dungeon was not their mistake. Fear dulls the mind and kills all intelligence. The main character quickly raised his hand. He smiled and said that he wanted to talk to them about the plan. After some time, you looked at Jae-Huk standing on the street and asked, is this even possible? He looked at her smiling and said that, of course it was possible. Drones were flying around them, filming what was happening. Jae-Huk seriously thought that now would be the best time to make some noise. He quickly raised his hand, emitting beams of energy with inscriptions from it. The system window notifies that the connection is unstable. Voice transmission is limited and transmission is cancelled. Anonymous 32 asked, is the protagonist up to something? Again, Anonymous 71 wrote that they are sticking together because he thinks that the students are starting a raid. Anonymous 3 asked, why are there only 2 of them? Where are the others now? Anonymous 5 asked, maybe they have already failed. Jae-Huk looked up with a smile and said that his team members are fine. The viewers can rest easy. Anonymous 5 wrote that he heard the protagonist's voice. Anonymous 3 asked in agreement, what's going on? Anonymous 1 wrote that he thought they couldn't hear the students' conversations. Anonymous 9 asked, is it the same on other streams? Anonymous 47 wrote that it is only here J, who calmly looked away and thought that such a reaction was expected. He looked at the camera with a smile and said that he had done some magic with the formula for the artificial dungeon. Protagonist was happy to greet each of them. Now the real stream was starting at the same time. The director was watching what was happening through the monitor. Jae-hook asked what was the point of broadcasting if they couldn't hear him. The instructor turned to Chain in fear and asked if he was sure he was okay. The director raised his hand and said that everything was fine, he said with a terrified look that he just had a headache. Chan thought that this couldn't be. Did Jae-hook really change the formula for the artificial dungeon? This area was created by dozens of raider mages and academy instructors led by him. How did the protagonist manage to fix everything for himself? Hanjun raised his hand in fear and turned to the director and said, that Chain should deal with Jae-hook. The director said that he would be glad to, but they can't. Chain turned to him with a smile and said that there were no rules that they could follow to resolve this situation. The principal, with Vin showing on his face from anger, said that who would have thought that a single student could change the formula of a dungeon created by the best instructors? Hanjun doesn't have to worry because students can't reveal confidential information about Millis Academy if this rule is broken. The punishment will be expulsion from the academy. Chain calmly looked away and said that as long as Jae-hoo's signature is on the enrollment documents, he can't do anything. The protagonist turned to the principal and asked, aren't many people only talking about him? Well, the viewers know how things are. As for the guild experience incident, there are a lot of things. Chain watched the broadcast with a terrified look. Jae-hook asked if he was worried about being expelled. He raised his hand with a smile and said that they shouldn't worry about it. Do the viewers want Jae-hook to say the principal's favorite phrase? He raised his hand with a sinister smile and said that the strongest survive. He who has power is the law in Millis Academy. The protagonist grinned maliciously, looked at the drone, and asked if the viewers really thought the director would expel him. Chain smiled sinisterly, tilted his head, and put his hands on it. He covered his eye with his hand and said that it was true. The protagonist was a freak from the very beginning. Why did the director realize this? Only now. Chain put his hands on the table and turned to the instructor. He dug his nails into the table and said loudly that, as soon as the exams, we're over. Hajun should kick this freak out from the academy. When the media calm down, we need to hire a couple of A-rank raiders with combat experience they would get rid of. Jae-hook. The instructor bowed and accepted his order. Chain thought tensely that he would make the protagonist pay. Jae-hook smiled and said that the director would not have kept his word if he expelled him with good grades. Is he capable of such a thing? Anonymous 23 wrote that chaining doesn't care at all. Anonymous 2 wrote that if a student says something like that, then they really do have a problem. He thinks that's why Jae-hook rebelled. Anonymous 3 wrote that it makes sense the principal was accused of many things, but there was never an investigation. The protagonist thought with an ominous look that the media had already left Chain in. Did the principal really think he could escape this time earlier at the camp? Jae-hook raised his finger and said that he was going to edit the dungeon formula. They had to make sure the viewers could hear them. Sunwoo asked in surprise, the dungeon formula. The protagonist said that the first step in the plan to overthrow the principal was communication. They would be able to sway the viewers to their side by fulfilling their wishes. Yu-yoon asked tensely if he was sure that it would work if Shannon tried to do something. Jae-hook stood up and said that she shouldn't worry because they have viewers. He smiled and said that there are no rules that would prevent them from changing the formulas of artificial dungeons. Currently, the protagonist said that they were starting a real raid stream. Jae-hook raised his hands to the sides in front of the screen and said that this was a show that they prepared especially for the viewers. They should enjoy it. Anonymous 76 wrote that the protagonist was very good and was up to par with a pro. Streamer Anonymous 43 wrote that it sounded promising. Yuong approached the protagonist and addressed him by name. She tensely put her hand to her mouth and said that she was a little scared of all these people. Anonymous 22 asked if it was really Yoon. He heard that she was a good fighter, but you couldn't tell by her appearance. Anonymous 77 wrote that she should stay away from the protagonist. Yu-yoon was very scared seeing so many messages. She angrily extended the remote control towards the screen. Yoon crossed her arms, put them on her shoulders, and said that it was as if she was being seen through. It was very unpleasant. Jae-hoo calmly looked at her and asked her to be patient and said that they needed to go through this for the sake of the plan. Her friend closed her eyes, sighed, and agreed, saying that she knew it. The protagonist thought that he understood her feelings before the regression. He couldn't even count how many times he wanted to die because of all the hatred that fell on him. Jae-huk, with a stern look, ordered them to go forward. He calmly looked at her and said that they had a lot of work. After some time among the lava, they calmly looked up. Anonymous 3 asked where they were going, he thought. They had killed all the monsters, Anonymous 82 asked. Is there anything else here? The protagonist looked at the screen and said that they still had things to do here. Here he raised a finger with a smile and said that they were planning to show them something interesting. They would find a hidden part of the dungeon. Anonymous 90 wrote that he already likes just looking at Jae-hoo's face. Anonymous 91 asked what other hidden part. Anonymous 21 asked, will that location really be there? The protagonist said with a smile on his face that it was time to begin. Yoo-jun confidently swung her weapon, the system window. Notifies that the acceleration and wind acceleration skills have been activated. Aided Jae-huk enveloped his body in streams of mana. The system window notifies that the gravity skill has been activated. The protagonist seriously thought that it was time to show them how a regressor clears a dungeon outside of Millis. Academy Gon put her fingers on the earphone in her ear. She calmly looked away and said into the earphone that she would establish contact with Jae-huk right after the exams. Is the boss sure about this after all? The Lotus itself is standing behind the protagonist at the same time Juke looking at the tablet put his hand to his ear. He seriously said that this was a problem, so she needs to contact him as soon as possible and get Juke on their side. They will let him make any conditions he wants. Gon said she understood. She quickly walked to the side. June thought with a serious expression that if the Raider management could get the protagonists, it would be a serious advantage in the long run. The problem was that Shinen was also behind him. She confidently walked down the street and thought that would have to keep an eye on the situation after a while in the dungeon. Jae-hoo quickly slid across the ground. He put his hand on Y. Jang's waist and loudly said that it was time to move forward. She looked to the side, embarrassedly, and loudly said that it was. The protagonist smiled and jumped forward at great speed, and Yu Yang screamed loudly. Anonymous 87 wrote that she performed a headlock. They quickly jumped towards the lava. Anonymous 9 asked where they were jumping to. The protagonist's foot landed on an invisible plate. Anonymous 23 asked, did Jae-huk just step on air? Yoo-jung smiled happily and said loudly that everything was, as the main character said, the hidden plate is here. Jae-huk, smiling, asked her to hold on tighter and cast the spell. She must not make a mistake in timing. Yu-yang seriously told him to just not let her go, otherwise she would be finished. Jae-hoo quickly jumps up, stepping on invisible slabs. He thought with a serious expression that the one who first discovered this place really deserves respect. Chain, who carefully hid this with the support of the state, deserves it too. Apparently the director did not want any student to discover his secret. They instantly moved to another place. The protagonist quickly slides, holding his girlfriend with his hand. They stopped and looked at the sea of lava. Yang asked in surprise, is this really what Jae-huk was talking about? Beads are shining among the lava. The protagonist, smilingly looking at this, said that it is these balls will be the key to clearing the dungeon some time ago. Chain, watching what was happening, asked in fear, how is it? A stream of lava is pouring down. Jae-huk jumped up quickly, raising smoke under his feet. Anonymous 17 asked how the protagonist knew where the slabs were. They were invisible. Anonymous 61 asked, and did Chiang really create this for the students so that they would have something to explore currently? Jae-huk said with a smile that he found out about this item through reconnaissance of the area. He did not expect the item to be hidden so well. The protagonist calmly looked away and thought that he already knew where and what was in this dungeon. The system window notified that the freezing rain skill had been activated. Many ice fragments quickly flew down. Jae-huk looked at his friend and said that they could go down. He walked along the invisible slabs, looking down. Yoo-jun carefully went down. They looked at the balls lying on the lava. The protagonist took the ball in his hand, looked up and asked if the audience knew what this was. Anonymous 1 asked what this was. Was it really some kind of artifact? Jae-Huk looked at the screen and said that this is the essence of fire. He smiled and said that he was lucky. The protagonist calmly said that it will be the main artifact needed to clear the dungeon. The system window notifies that this is information about the received item. This is a one-time item. The essence of fire of rank. B exponentially increases resistance to fire. Resistance can reach 300%. Resistance effects are not applied twice. Jae-Huk thought that creating an environment that would be similar to a real dungeon and then motivating students with proportionate rewards that is the essence of hiding such artifacts. Normal students would never be able to get them. Anonymous 3 wrote that he saw something similar for sale. They cost about 30 or 40 million each. Anonymous 19 wrote that Millis Academy wants too much. Are they investing more than 100 million in just one team so that they can pass the exams? Anonymous 17 asked, however, who could find this artifact here? The protagonist smirked as he looked away. He confidently said that they were ready to move on since they had everything they needed. Jae-Huk thought that there was one less task he imagined Chain's face. Now the protagonist hoped that the principal would be pleased with just this Jae-Hoo. Covered his mouth with his hands and said that he still had many gifts that Chain should receive the first night of midterms. The second round of practical training. A loud sound came from the tent. Yong, sitting on the ground, lowered her head and holding a plate in her hand, said loudly that it was very bitter. The main character, with a serious look holding a plate in his hand, said that he knew it didn't taste so-so, but she needed to eat it. Clearing the dungeon would become easier. Yu-Jong angrily said that she understood this, but it was impossible to swallow. Sunwoo, smiling, raised his hands and said that he heard that all healthy food tasted bitter. Yu-Jong gritted her teeth in disgust. Looking at the plate, she quickly drank the contents and said loudly that she didn't care. She instantly fell to the around. Jae-Huk looked at his comrade and asked if he had really slipped poison. Into her, Sunwoo said that he would never have done that. The protagonist calmly said that, since they were almost done with the first stage, it was time to move on to the second. They needed to hurry up with the preparations. After some time in the control room, the instructor was looking at many screens gone turn 2. Hanjun and asked how things were going. He calmly turned his head to the side and looked at her and said that it was Instructor Gon. He put his hand on the table and laughingly said that he was in charge of everything here. Now, what brought her here? Hanjun asked with an arrogant look, if she really didn't believe that he could handle his responsibilities on his own. Gon smiled and said, that who knows? It was possible. He tensed up at her words. The instructor calmly thought that he was a fool with Sokka. Gon, all the power to administer the second internship rightfully belongs to him. Hun managed to take it away from Gon. He said with a smile that they were hired under the same conditions. But he was slightly higher. Hun apologized to her for this. June closed her eyes and said that she was sorry, but she did not care about such things. The instructor smiled sarcastically and asked what she meant. He raised his hands to the side and asked who would not be such a position. Hun loudly asked her. To be honest, she put her hands on the table and looked at the screens. Not paying attention to him, Henin clenched his hand into a fist and thought that Director Chain favored him. She might have been better than him a couple of years ago, but now things are completely different. Gon turned to the instructor and turned her head and asked to let him tell him only one thing. She calmly told him to keep an eye on everything. Otherwise, one day this will end. Kyun smiled as she passed by him and said that they would see each other again, quickly walked out of the room. Hanjun tensed up and gritted his teeth. He said loudly that she was still the same arrogant fool. The instructor lowered his head and thought that the director would soon restore his reputation and that obstacles were nothing. The system window notified that they had moved to the second stage. The task of the second stage, they must hunt, delete monsters, and find a hidden treasure. They can be automatically transferred to the third floor of the dungeon if they complete all the tasks at the same time. Hall raised his hand and asked, what Hugin thought, does he look like a creature? From a lower realm, Hugin calmly asked, is Hall really on his way to the enemy of evil? Hall put his hand on his head and said that Hugin was very boring. Why such a rush? The protagonist is nothing more than a human. It won't take him long to get rid of him, but what will happen after he is destroyed? Dark feathers flew. Swiftly across the sky, Heel turned around with rage and stretched out his hand and said that he would be chained to Beast again and would do the work of a gatekeeper. Does Hungin understand this? He will personally take care of the enemy of evil. So Hugin does not need to worry about it. Jae-hyuk is nothing more than just a weak person, huh? Yen, dissolving into ravens, called him a fool. He raised his wings behind his back and said that gods and people, the girl, without letting him finish, said something in her own language. Hungan, looking up, agreed with her and said that nothing had changed and would not change. Very soon he would show this to Munan. The students instantly appeared in another place. Gina, covering her face with her hand, said that it was much hotter here than on the first level. I wonder what awaits them. Yujun thoughtfully put her fist on Hurricane and said that the task was not easy. The task of the first stage was to clear the territory and move on to the next one. They will look at this, the main character, looking to the side, thought that he knew all the paths. An hour earlier, they look inside the cave. Jae-hyuk said that they need to come here after some time. Gina looked around in surprise and said that she didn't expect the stairs to be here. Soo put his hand on his head and said that he was wondering where the exit was, but he ended up underground. Young raised her hand and said that finding the passage to the next level in this type of dungeon is very difficult. She thought hard about how the protagonist found it so quickly. Had he really been here before? Yu-young was very scared when she saw a centipede on the wall. She instantly climbed on Jean and screamed loudly. Anonymous 5 wrote that he was very scared. Anonymous 2 asked if this was a horror stream. How loudly can Ying scream? Jae-hoo closed the centipede in a ball of mana and said that he found it. Anonymous 3 asked if anyone would warn about this. The protagonist smiles and looks at the centipede in his hand. He looked at the screen and said that it would come in handy. Jae-hyuk looked away seriously and said that in any case he needed to prepare something before they went further. He quickly picked up the balls. Yuang asked with disgust. Did they really need to eat them? Sunwoo said tensely that he had only seen this at the circus. It was a trick with eating fire. Jae-hyuk smiled and put his hand on his hip and told them not to be so afraid, he ordered them to eat the balls with a terrifying look until he got angry. His comrades looked at him tensely and agreed. Jae-hyuk thought that there were only 3 levels the boss was on. The last one, Chan, would deal with other problems while the protagonist was here. He looked at the screen and said that they needed to find the boss to clear the 2nd level. Jae-hyuk smiled and raised his finger and said that he had several thoughts about where the treasure was hidden. Are viewers interested in this? Anonymous 13 asked who would ever refuse wealth. Anonymous 97 wrote that he also had an idea. They are usually hidden behind waterfalls or in mines. The protagonist smiled and thought that this was good. They were already expecting a lot, and a small hint would only make it more interesting, although his goal is different. One of the treasures in the dungeon. Jae-hyuk raised his finger and said that it was a salamander. They are drawn to shiny things just like crows. Because of this, their nests contain a lot of useful things. Anonymous 1 wrote that the protagonist is telling the truth and he confirms it. Anonymous N9 wrote that he just found out that salamanders are animals that can clean damaged items. How Jae-hyuk knows that they hide treasures in their nests. He doesn't know. The protagonist calmly raised his hand and said that he is looking into the matter. He thought that the second hidden gift was a replica of Bam, a sword mentioned in the Song of the Ney, belongs from 12th century Germany. It is said to have been forged to slay dragons, and is like the thunderous steps of Taji. This artifact has immense strength and destructive power. The original is said to belong to a German raider named Valak. If the real sword is strength, then the replica should be accordingly. Gina asked in amazement. What is the weakness of the salamander? Yu-jong raised her finger and looked too. The sea and said that it is the stomach. They have strong scales. It is very difficult to injure them. Their belly is much softer if you concentrate attacks on this area. They are easy to kill. The easiest way to deal with them is to use a lot of ice. Gina looked at her with admiration and said, that Yuang knows a lot? What is her level in theory? Yuang covered her mouth with her hand inside and said that it is best to attack when their belly is full. They will be much slower. Jae-hyuk looked at them with a serious expression and said that Yujong is right and they need to prepare. It would be good to find more treasures. Along the way, they are currently walking on the sand. Sanu tiredly brought his hand to his face and said that it is hotter here than in all other areas. If they did not have the essence of fire, they would have all died by now. The protagonist instantly raised his hand. He seriously looked to the side and thought that he would pretend to be busy. Jae-hyuk asked them to stop and said that he could feel the mana flowing. Anonymous 22 wrote that he thought he knew what the protagonist would find this time. Anonymous 93 asked what they were talking about. Anonymous 52 asked if that was the sword. It was an old sword in the rock. There were many swords around the protagonist. Yu Yang looked away in surprise and asked if those swords weren't really hidden, were they? Gina agreed and said that they looked like unregistered treasures. Huck thought that those were hundreds of swords stuck in the rocks. Those were the main. Treasures of the second level chain did a really good job. The students wouldn't be able to find them. Just like that, the protagonist was emitting a light. Aura from his eye. The system window notified that the absolute counting skill had been activated. Unregistered. Treasures were being counted. Anonymous 23 asked what Huck was doing. Anon 77 wrote that the protagonist was directing mana to his eyes. Huck smiled and said that he found it. The sword shrouded in bright mana stands in the stone. The protagonist calmly squeezed the hilt of the sword with his hand, taking it out. The system window notifies that the item defiled. Ba Mong replica of rank A has been found. This is the favorite sword of Seed Free, the Dragon Slayer. The effects are sealed. 70 is added to strength and 30 to agility. Passive skill Dragon Slayer. It cannot be activated by defiled passive skill Dragon Slayer. Rank S. The hero's physical abilities will be increased in. The battle with the dragon Anonymous 1 asked how the protagonist knew that this particular sword was a hidden treasure. Anonymous 6 wrote that he has his own tactics. Huck smiled and swung the sword and told them not to worry because he has a plan. He smiled and said that it would be boring if he told everything at all. Once the protagonist calmly looked at his reflection on the sword and thought that, of course, the replica can only be used here without fulfilling all the conditions. It is useless, however, it is more valuable to him than anything else because he will be able to take it out of here after some time. Yujun looked away tensely and said that she thought it was somewhere nearby. Huck agreed and said that they had to wait. The king of the salamanders eats only once a day and only at night. Yujong asked tensely, do they really have time? She said that salamanders are sensitive to smells. They can be attacked if they linger in one. Place the protagonist quickly stood up and said that this option must be excluded. Yujong asked in confusion how she was very scared when she saw this. Huck looked at the centipede in his hand with a smile and said that they would use this. He pointed his hand with the stipe towards his friend Yujang, very scared, raised her hand and screamed. The protagonist grabbed her hand and asked, "Where is she going?" He said with a stern look that Yang is the most important here. She looked at him with confusion. Yang asked with a tear in her eye. Is it really her? Huck said that the nasty thing they caught when they came here is called an explosive centipede. If it feels threatened, it secretes a secretion. This secretion smells so bad that it turns you inside out. This will help them in hunting. After some time, the salamander walks on the ground. The students watch it in surprise, hiding behind the rocks. Jiang stands. Confidently holding a stick in her hand, she looked at the protagonist with a terrifying look and said that they promised. Jehu crossed his arms with a smile and agreed and asked who she takes him for. The protagonist tensely thought that he was finished some time ago. Yu Ying said in fear that this could not be. She cried in disgust. Juk brought his hand to his mouth and moved closer to Yuzhang's ear and said that he had Sun's favorite staff, he would give it to her. Once this is over currently, the protagonist smiled tensely and thought that he wanted to give her anything but this staff. She would definitely kill him. If she found out he would need to prepare something, Anonymous 1 asked if this was possible. Huck smiled and told the audience not to worry. They have an air magic specialist here. Yun confidently clenched the staff in her hand and slammed it on the ground. She raised her hands and directed the scent. To the side, Anonymous 1 asked if Yu Yang was directing the centipede's scent to the nest. Anonymous 2 asked if this was even possible, if there was no higher control over mana. The salamander raised its head and sniffed the scent. It instantly started crying because of the unpleasant smell the ceiling of the cave. Shook rapidly. Soon said tensely that it seemed to have worked. The salamander hit the wall with its tail. With force, it opened its mouth wide with tears flowing from its eyes. The protagonist confidently slid to the side. He asked if they remembered the plan. The students seriously bowed their heads, confirming. This some who said that they were waiting here and would go for Huck on signal. The protagonist looked to the side and said that this was good. He calmly raised his hand, creating crystals. the system window notified that the second-level Ice Spear skill had been activated. Jae-Huk threw the spear. With great force cutting through the air, it instantly hit the salamander's body, and it screamed loudly in pain. The salamander stuck out its tongue and fell to the ground. The protagonist quickly lowered his hand. The salamander spread flames from its nose. Jae-Huk thought that all that was left was to wait for its fiery breath. He confidently held the sword in his hand with the intention of attacking. The protagonist began to count down. Smiling, he quickly threw the sword to the side. The weapon instantly flew into the open mouth with fire. Salamander, it looked up in great surprise. Yujong tensely clenched her teeth, crossing her arms. Anonymous 10 asked what the main character was doing. Salamander closed her mouth, enveloping her body in fire. Jae-Huk looked at the screen and said that the most interesting is yet to come. He raised his finger, smiling, and said that they should not swim, which at the same time, the screen showed what was happening in the dungeon chain, was very surprised and slammed his hands on the table and said loudly that this was it, he thought, with beads of sweat running down his face from the tension that none of the newbies could have known about this. The director deliberately removed the information from the public domain. The salamander quickly turned around. Jae-Huk loudly ordered to act. Now the salamander opened its mouth, spewing flames, and the sword quickly flew out of it. The students instantly covered the protagonist with shields, stopping the sword. The sparkling weapon fell to the ground. Anonymous to asked, "Why is this thing glowing?" Jae-Huk looked at the sparkling sword in his hand with a smile. He instantly stuck its tip into the ground. The protagonist stretched out his hand towards the system window. The system window notifies that the defiled object has been purified. Jae-Huk confidently smiled and wondered, "What are the spectators there?" Anonymous 61 asked, "Is this sword really here?" Anonymous 95 asked, "Doesn't Wallach from Germany have exactly the same sword?" The protagonist thought that this was what he had been waiting for. He smiled and squeezed the hilt of the sword and said that this was the power of the salamander. It could be used to purify objects. The fire of purification would only work if the salamander was alive. Jahu clenched his hand into a fist and thought that the awareness of a magical artifact, taking all this into account, such a test seemed simple. Anonymous 7 asked the protagonist, "Is a beginner. Where did he get so much experience from?" Anonymous 75 wrote that Jae-Huk seemed like an expert. The protagonist confidently dragged the sword along the ground, holding it in his hand. Anonymous 9 asked, "Why would a mage need a sword?" Anonymous 1 wrote that for sure the protagonist is a mage. With a sword, Jae-Huk stood surrounded by fire with a terrifying look. The salamander stuck out its tongue and looked at him. The protagonist, with mana radiating from its eye, thought that it was too late. The system window notified that the passive skill, dexterous step, and flexible movements help movement the skill wind. Enhancement was activated. Jay quickly slid on the ground, raising smoke under his feet, and holding a sword in his hand, thought that he needed to run. The salamander, enveloped in fire, stepped on the ground with force. The protagonist swung his sword with a terrifying look, cutting through the air. He instantly cut the salamander's paw. The sword slid along the ground at great speed. Jay confidently holds onto the sword with his hand, raising his legs and sliding to the side. He instantly lowered his foot to the ground. Stopping, the system window notifies that the Ice Spear skill has been activated. Ice instantly appeared around him. The salamander stood on 2 legs, revealing its belly. Sonu said loudly that its belly was open. The protagonist clenched the weapon in his hand. He quickly jumped up, raising the sword with the intention of attacking Jay, plunged the tip of the weapon into the salamander's belly. His comrades watch in amazement. An anonymous person asked, "What did he just see?" The protagonist is standing on the belly of a fallen salamander. Jae-Huk smiled while looking at his comrades. Anonymous wrote that it seems that a mage with a sword is not a concept but a class of the protagonist. After some time in the room, Aeon presses the keyboard. She is sitting on a chair, put her foot on the table, and eating chips. She loudly said that the loading is complete. And why make her do this now? It's time for her to enjoy the attention. The message says that it is a mustra. Jae-Hoo's real identity. Aeon under the hidden. Nickname S. He wrote that he is a fan of Raiders. Jae-Hoo's student is becoming more and more popular and successful, right? He decided to find out who he is. He asked to look at the articles below about thematic dungeons in a recent case. 2 students were involved in Neverland. The public's attention is riveted on them. One of the students Yes, that same main character. The second hero, Aeon. A beautiful and smart girl. There are also photos. Will they recognize him? That's right, it's Jae-hook. Many people think that his actions are just a deception, as didn't share this information after he heard something about the Neverland. Incident realized that it was worth talking about it during the stream, so he wrote a post. He will continue watching it and will not respond to comments at the same time. Sunon is smiling and looking at the computer screen. She happily put her hand on her cheek and asked why the protagonist proposed to her. Jae-hook is something else. A little earlier, the protagonist said with a smile that something interesting will happen during the mid-semester stream. The mentor calmly crossed her arms and said that the whole guild needs to be involved in this and the risk is too great. Jae-hoo confidently said that they will do. So then, Sunon will watch what he does, and when she realizes that she needs to intervene, she can do whatever she deems necessary. So does she agree to this at the moment? Sunon stood up and turned to Sunjae and said that this was interference in the subspace. That's why the protagonist was so confident that she wouldn't refuse him, the manager asked. In surprise, is that really true? The manager ordered him to contact the reporters right away. Sunjae tensed up and asked, is it really now? Sunon turned her head to the side with a smile and said that she thought that chain would soon end up like Juk had planned. Aeon laughingly said that the views were still growing. She said that she was glad that it was bringing her popularity while eating chips. Why did the protagonist ask her specifically before the second round of exams? A, lying on the table, looked at the book and asked why Jan was doing this. He casually held the book in his hand and looked away. The protagonist quickly closed it and smiled and said that it was because he was going to take revenge on Chin and Aeon. Leaning her face on her hand, asked how he was going to do it. John put his hand on the table and said that she would see it. He was a bit busy to explain. Everything right now in the present. Ian closed her eyes in anger and said that she was now really interested. The protagonist should explain everything since he made her work for him. She was surprised and turned her attention to the computer. Anonymous 31 asked if it was really Ian. She seemed very smart during the interview, but Anonymous doesn't know about her appearance. Ian put her hands on the keyboard. She wrote, under the nickname S, that she once saw her in person. He has no words. Seon is a goddess. The longer he looked, the more beautiful she seemed. Ian smiled sarcastically and said that it was for him. She said angrily that she wasn't going to comment. Ian will get something to eat at the same time in the dungeon. The protagonist shook the sword, taking it out. Jun smiled and said loudly that he found it. Yuong looked at him in surprise and asked, what is this? The protagonist, holding a shiny ring in his hand, said that it was a transcendent ring. The system window notified that an item had been received. The name of the item was a Transcendence Ring, unfinished rank B. It instantly increased the mana level, and the user gained the active skill Overdrive. The rank was lowered due to the lack of a Transcendent Stone. The Overdrive state was unstable due to the incomplete composition of the item. The active skill was called Overdrive Rank. A, it increased the mana level by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. The protagonist would not be able to use mana for 5 minutes after activating the skill due to the lack of a transcendent. Stonegen thought that this item was a reward from the academy for completing the midterms. Even though he didn't have a stone, the item wasn't that bad. The protagonist raised his hand and said that there was only one ring. Can he play it using the game? Gina raised her hands in surprise and said loudly in disagreement that whoever had the highest percentage of participation would take it. Sue smiled and agreed and said that they couldn't take it. Yun crossed her arms and said that Jan did all the hard work. When they got out of here, he would treat them to something delicious. John smiled and put the ring on his finger and said that he would do as they said. The system window notifies that he received the reward. The team looks at the light that appeared. The system window notifies that it is transferring the participants to the next level. They arrived at the 3rd level. The system window notifies that the protective barrier will disappear in a minute. They need to prepare for the boss fight. They look at a very large blue glass in front of them. Yuong looked at her hand in surprise, clenching her palm into a fist, and said that it looked like glass. It seems like it will be very easy to break it. She looked up with a puzzled expression. A huge fist quickly hit the glass from behind. Yujun raised her hand. Very scared, June calmly did not move a finger. Yujung stumbled and fell to the ground, leaning on it with her hands and trembling. The lava. Golan boss clenched his palms into fists and looked at Yujong. sitting on the ground, the gagiti. Protagonist looked at her and asked what she was doing. Yun closed her eyes and covered her mouth with her fist, saying that the boss was definitely strong, and Sunwoo agreed with her. Gina turned to Jae-hyuk in surprise and looked at him and asked if he had a plan. The protagonist calmly turned around and said that he didn't have a plan. Yu-young leaned forward in confusion and asked what he was talking about. Jae-hyuk smiled and put his hand in his pocket and said that they didn't need it. He could handle him himself. The system window notified that the Lava Golan boss had appeared. Anonymous 9 asked what he was doing. Anon 10 watched the events and asked if he didn't know that he needed to gather information while the entire group was together. What would the rest of them do? Anonymous 22 wrote that he thought he knew what to do. It was easy for Anonymous 10 to judge. Jae-hyuk looked up sternly and thought that there were differences from year to year. About 70% of all students failed here. A new monster appeared every year, and they were all SC to be rank. The system window notifies that he needs to kill the lava golem and get the core, the golem with the cracks, with lava that appeared destroyed the glass into many fragments. The protagonist thought with a serious look that he hoped that they got rid of everything for the convenience of the audience. Because of this, the entire location is. Baron Jae-hyuk said that it makes no difference. The flow of earth quickly rose up. The Golan made a loud sound with anger, the protagonist concentrated energy in his hand with great speed, clenching his palm into a fist with the intention of attacking Gina. Looking scared, loudly addressed Jae and said that it was dangerous. Sunwoo angrily asked him to stop. Loudly Yu-young, standing between them, said that everything was fine. Sunwoo asked in surprise what she was talking about. Yun confidently crossed her arms and said that the protagonist is very strong. Jae-hyuk will definitely not lose to such a monster. The protagonist hit the golem's fist with great force, cutting the air. The golem quickly moved back under the force of the attack. Gina thought tensely that the lava golem was a banked monster. Jae-hyuk would have a very hard time, but Yujin had a reason to believe in him. The golem raised its fist in anger with the intention of attacking the protagonist, instantly created a shield around itself. It quickly slid along the ground, raising dust under its feet. The system window notifies that the level 4 wind enhancement skill has been activated. Jae-hyuk, with a calm look radiating an aura from himself, thought that he could handle this. The system window notifies that the ice spear skill has been activated. A very large ice wall quickly moved forward from under the protagonist's foot. The golem looked at the block of ice that appeared in surprise. It quickly stepped on the ice block with its foot. The system window notifies that the mana detector skill has been activated. Jae-hyuk, surprised, jumped back, not getting hit by the golem's attack. The boss pointed his hand to the side, raising streams of smoke around it with the intention of attacking the protagonist, stuck, not getting hit. Anonymous 3 wrote that Jae-hyuk dodged every attack as if he knew everything in advance. Anonymous 8 asked where the guy who left the clues was. Anonymous 31 asked, can he handle it? Anonymous 9 wrote that he probably doesn't know. The protagonist calmly thought that the lava golems were strong and had a heavy hand, but there was a method to fight them. Jae quickly raised his hand to the side, concentrating energy in it and enveloping it with a chain. The system window notified that the chain skill was activated. The chains grabbed the boss's arms and let legs with great speed. The system window notified that the freezing rain skill was activated. Jae-hyuk pointed his hand forward, moving his fingers and creating crystals from them. They quickly headed towards the golem's body. The protagonist thought that the chains were only active for a couple of seconds, however. That was enough. The chains instantly dissolved and the golem began to move, breaking the crystals. Jae-hyuk smiled slightly. The system window notified that the water ball skill had been activated. He sent streams of light energy towards the boss. They quickly hit the golem's body, creating smoke. The boss instantly collapsed and fell to the floor. The system window notified that Jae-hyuk had successfully defeated the dungeon boss. The protagonist raised his hands with a smile and turned to the side, saying that they had done it. Anonymous 51 asked if this was really a boss battle. Anonymous 5 wrote that the poor students would all be compared to Juke. His comrades looked at him in surprise. Yu-jung said in surprise that the protagonist was a fool. She thought that he was getting stronger. It seemed as if Jae-hyuk was far ahead of her. The system window notified that they had cleared all the levels. They had obtained the golem's core. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that the test was not over yet. There was still work to do. Chain would fall today. The system window notified whether they would return to the real world. The protagonist did not agree to return and rejected it. The system window notified whether they would reject returning to the real world. JH calmly agreed with it. Anonymous 56 asked why he was not returning. Anonymous 49 asked if there was anything left. The protagonist asked if the audience was upset that the battle was so short. J. Hugh raised his hand smiling and said that he was only glad because he wanted to show them something. He would fight a secret boss after a while. Lava flows began to flow around. Anonymous 78 asked what they were doing here. Anonymous 42 agreed and wrote that it was interesting the team was standing on a rock. Surrounded by lava, J-Huck looked at the drone smiling and said that he could feel a strong magical field inside. He turned and looked at his comrades who froze in anticipation. The protagonist sternly turned his head to the side. Yoon asked with a menacing look, "What does this mean, and is this even normal, Juk?" Smiled, closed his eyes, and told her not to worry. They will not die, and pain does not matter. They tensely closed their eyes and thought that this must be so. They made a mistake. After some time, a bright ball of light is between the tall pillars of stones. The protagonist calmly looked at the ball of light in his hand and said that he found it. The system window notifies that a secret level has been opened. A special quest has been activated. They need to defeat the boss of the secret level. J-Huck thought with a stern look that ordinary students cannot even sense the presence of a secret level, even if they are lucky enough to find it. They will not go that far. Chain probably knew this. That's why he left part of the item here, but the protagonist is different and he knows everything about this dungeon. Chain is probably surprised and does not look away from the screen. J-Huck smiled and pointed his finger back and turned to the audience and asked if they thought there was something cooler there. Anonymous 3 asked how the protagonist found this place. Anonymous 8 wrote that he couldn't believe it. Who the hell is J? Huck. Anonymous 91 wrote that the others were still on the second floor. The protagonist thought indifferently that he knew what was needed to summon the boss. Maybe he should pretend he didn't know anything and put on a show, Jung asked in surprise. What was this? Jay grinned and thought that it was a good time. Gina asked with a surprised look. Was this really an altar? It seemed similar to this. Sunu looked at the depression inside the altar with confusion and agreed with her. The comrades looked at the protagonist in surprise. He smiled and asked them to think carefully and asked if they didn't remember anything at all. Yoojun quickly made a sound and said that she understood what it was. She remembered the core and said that this form, the protagonist holding out the ball in his hand, interrupted her and said that this was the golem's core. Maybe this was the key. Yuang turned her head to the side, looked at the main character and asked, otherwise, why would it fit here so well? Jae-Huck seriously extended his hand with the core to the depression and said that then they could begin. He quickly released the core into the depression and a bright light began to emit under it. Bright threads appeared at the place where the comrades were standing. The protagonist seriously said loudly for everyone to step back. A boss shrouded in fire quickly appeared from the altar. The system window notifies that this is the secret boss of the dungeon. The red dragon. They need to defeat the red dragon and get his heart upon completion of the quest. They will receive a special reward. The red dragon opened its mouth wide, standing surrounded by flames. Anonymous 1 wrote that this is not allowed. Anonymous 81 wrote that this is not funny anymore. It's a dragon. Even the best raiders can barely handle it. Anonymous 71 wrote that this is such bad management. If the game was that hard, it would have failed. Anonymous 4 wrote that this is too much. Who even created the A rank space? J-Hook smirked, clenched his fists, and thought that this was good. The negative reaction appeared very quickly. The dragon attacks will be a problem. Absolute counting won't work on it. But the main character will cope. Jin was very scared and said loudly that the dragon was here. Sonu asked loudly in fear what was going on here. Yoojung sighed, closed her eyes, and put her hand on her head, thinking that this was such a bad game. It was immediately obvious that none of these people had cheated their parents in middle school as if they had spent all their pocket money on books. She turned around quickly in confusion and loudly ordered them to step back. Jae-Huck was surprised to think that Yoojung was holding up. Well, he didn't know that she had such talents. Then maybe he should become more serious too. The protagonist grinned, creating a new space around himself. The system window notified that the A-rank space connection was unstable. The red dragon went berserk. At the same time, Chain looked at the screen showing the dragon. The principal clenched his teeth in rage, thinking that he had hoped that the exams would go quietly. Why is everything turning out this way? He wanted to separate the audience anywhere else, just not here. Chain got very angry and said loudly that it was Jae-hyuk. It was all his fault. He interacted with the Ianke space again. Hajan said tensely that this time the protagonist broke into the entire space. It can't be that an ordinary student is capable of such a thing. The director looked at him with a terrifying look and said that there were no other options. He clenched his teeth with great rage and said that it was definitely Jae-hyuk, and pursed his lips and thought that if he supported the director, he would definitely get a promotion. He quickly put his hand on his chest and loudly said that the director should not worry. Everything will be fine, Chain agreed and said that they were lucky that it was that person the instructor asked for forgiveness in. Surprised, the director closed his eyes and asked that if Jae-hoo's goal was an artifact, then there wouldn't be any special problems, right? It's better to give it up than to have the honor of the academy. Broken Chain calmly looked at the screen, put his hand on the table and thought that if the protagonist was simply clearing dungeons, he would minimize the criticism towards him if there was anything that worried him. It was the reason for the dragon's fury. It was probably a mistake. Due to PO management, the director smiled and said that in any case, they could only hope that Jae-hyuk would defeat the dragon quickly. Shane was very surprised by what he saw. The protagonist put his hand on Yoo-jung's body and loudly told her to hold on. He ordered Jin and Sunwoo to take care of her, and they loudly agreed with him. Yuen, with a drop of blood dripping from her mouth, said that she was completely fine. Jae-hyuk, holding her hand, loudly asked her to stop. He loudly asked how she even planned to move forward in this state. Sunwoo loudly said that the bleeding was too severe. The space defense system was broken, and they needed to get out. Chain was very tensed by what he saw. He thought that everything was not going according to plan at all. It seems like he's missing something. What kind of feeling is this? Anonymous 91 asked. Shouldn't this area be safe? There's definitely blood there. Anonymous 7 wrote that they said the connection was unstable. Maybe that's why Anonymous 2 wrote that. The situation is really bad. The health bar in the upper right corner has disappeared. The system window notifies that the health bar of the comrades has disappeared. Anonymous 68 asked if this means they might die. Hajun, looking scared, loudly turned to the director and asked what they should do. Chain, with great anger, slammed his fist on the table and loudly said that Juk is an impudent freak at the same time in the dungeon. The protagonist smiled and wondered, Chain, how does it feel to be a puppet? Anonymous 19 wrote that the other A rank. Spaces are fine, only this is the problem. How does the director monitor the dungeons of his academy? Anonymous 91 asked if this was planned. Jae-hyuk didn't speak very well of Chain. Anonymous 37 asked, how many times has this happened already? Is this academy aimed at exterminating students? The protagonist looked away and asked into the earpiece in his ear, is she okay? She wasn't hurt that badly. Right, Yu Ying, said into the microphone in her ear. That of course everything was okay, she smirked and asked. Her acting was convincing, right? Jae-hyuk smiled and thought that Hwa-yoon had dodged the dragon's attacks. She pretended to be injured with the bleeding spell. The audience wouldn't suspect anything. Even the protagonist almost believed in her injury, and it was better this way. Jae-hyuk looked down and remembered the past. An injured Yong was lying on his arm. The main character put his hand on his bestie. Bloody body. Jae-hyuk looked at her with tears in his eyes. The protagonist from the past said that he should have taken up theater arts. Going to school was a thoughtless waste of his appearance. Jae-hoo came out of his memories and looked down, holding back his laughter, and asked him not to make him laugh. The protagonist needs to keep a sad expression on his face. I asked into the microphone with a puzzled look, did he say something? What's so funny? Jae-hyuk said into the microphone that it didn't matter. He would deal with the lizard himself. They had to make sure that no harm came to them. Them, Yuong asked into the microphone. Shouldn't she be more patient? The protagonist asked her to stop saying such things. He looked at the boss engulfed in fire and thought that he could have finished everything much faster, but he wouldn't have been able to have fun. The dragon raised its paw, covering its mouth with a fiery flame in it. A stream of fire quickly moved along the ground, lifting stones up. Jae-hyuk slid to the side. At great speed, he jumped up, not getting hit by the attack. The system window notified that the weapon skill had been activated. The the protagonist calmly enveloped his body in streams of energy. He sternly ordered his comrades to concentrate on defense. Jae-hyuk looked to the side, stretching out his hand to the space that appeared. He pulled out his sword from his inventory. Anonymous asked, "Is this the same sword that the protagonist received earlier?" Anonymous 90 wrote that if it is him, then Jae-hyuk will win. The viewer asked the protagonist to win. Juk squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hands and enveloping it with energy. He thought with a calm look that life is one continuous temptation. Freak lizard. The dragon opened its mouth wide, spewing a stream of fire from it. The protagonist raised his hand, enveloping his body with energy. The system window notifies that the special skill Bombong has been activated, the passive skill Dragon Slayer has been activated, the power of all attacks has been increased by 300%. Juk quickly swung his sword, directing streams of energy. The dragon let out a loud roar due to the blows received. His tail headed towards Sunwoo, who was standing on the ground with great speed, breaking the stones. Underneath him, Sunwoo, gritting his teeth, raised his shield in front of him, blocking the blow. The protagonist, lowering his sword, thought that there were two targets. He remembered the past. Hyam, holding a book in his hands, asked incomprehensibly why. Was the dragon weak point at the back of his heel? A.A. Klai said that it was strange him hitting Hang on the head with his hand. Asked, is now the best time to ask such a question? They should not say incomprehensible things, and just remember this. The protagonist came out of his memories and squeezed the sword. In his hand lifting it, he quickly headed towards the boss with a serious look. The dragon spewed streams of fire from its mouth. Jae-hyuk calmly opened his mouth. He slid down at great speed, cutting through the air. The protagonist raised his hand, sliding down and raising smoke behind him. He swung his sword, leaving a stream of energy behind him. Jae-hyuk smiled and thought that it was probably time to move on to the last act. The ring on his hand sparkled with red light. The system window notifies that the overdrive skill has been activated within 5 minutes. The user's skill power is increased by 1.5 times. The protagonist slid backwards while standing under streams of powerful air. He was very surprised looking at something. The system window notifies that the frozen ground skill has been activated. A creature appeared behind him, enveloping everything around with ice streams. Ice shards quickly flew down. Anonymous 3 asked, "What's going on?" "What kind of skill is this?" Anonymous 54 asked. "Does Ranka have such a thing?" Anonymous 67 asked. "Are they crazy? This is already rank S." Jae-hyuk, with a terrifying aura in his eyes, raised his hand while standing under the ice shards. He lowered his head, sighed, and said that this is the end. Ice enveloped the dragon's body, freezing it. The mountain of ice began to split rapidly. The comrades watched. In surprise, the system window announced that the protagonist had defeated the red dragon. He received a special reward. Jae-hyuk leaned forward, leaning his hand on the sword. He smirked, covered his mouth with his hand, and thought that he hoped that Chain would like it. After a while, loud screams were heard in the director's office. Park said loudly into the phone that this was not so. He addressed Chain and said loudly that he had no intentions. This time, the director, holding the phone in his hand, loudly addressed Mr. Park and asked, "What is he doing? Does he really want to say that the director is to blame for this incident?" Park, disagreeing, said loudly that he means that it is not only his fault. Chain slammed his hand on the table. He looked down in fear and thought that no one believed his words. This is bad because this has never happened. Before the director, leaning his hands on the table, turned to the instructor and asked if the reporters were stopped. Hao Yu-in fearfully picked up the phone and, without confirming this, said that he tried to contact them. They all refused them, citing distrust of the academy. It seems that someone deliberately set this up. Chain, with fear on his face, quickly turned to the side. He thought with great rage that it was Jae-an. There is no chance that the main character could do all this alone. Someone is behind him. Someone is definitely helping him. The director asked with confusion. Is this possible? The assistant quickly entered. The room interrupted him and loudly addressed Chain, saying that it was important. The director looked away in fear. The assistant, holding the documents in his hand with a fearful expression, said that they had received an official letter from the Lotus Guild. Chain quickly took the documents from his hands. The assistant said that it was personally signed by Miss Sonon. The director looked at the piece of paper in fear. It said that this was an official letter regarding disciplinary measures regarding Millis Academy and the arrest of Director Chain. The incident that occurred during the second practical exam at Millis Academy deserves special attention. In short, in a situation that theoretically put the students' lives in danger, the director once again upset the audience. As before, he did not keep his promise and once again put the students at risk of death. In addition, Chain had accepted bribes from high-ranking political figures. The president must be immediately arrested for violating the following 17 laws of the Raiders Code. In what follows, the authenticity of this document is guaranteed by the honor and name of the loaded guild and its master. Sunun Chain squeezed the piece of paper in his hand with great anger. He looked at the document in his hands with great anger and said loudly that Lotus should not care about him at all. Only the Raider Control Center is capable of such a thing. The president looks at something in fear. The piece of paper says that the person's entitled to disciplinary action against Millis Academy and punish Chain. 29 guilds, not counting the 4 main ones. This appeal was personally certified by the National R Control Center. The refusal is not subject to discussion. The director thought hopelessly that even the control center, they blocked it absolutely everywhere if they find out about this information. Without having time to think, he asked if there was an enemy somewhere inside. The man quickly opened the door to the director's room. He turned to Chain and said that the director was arrested for corruption schemes and violating the Raider Code. After a while, Park Yu from NBC asked if they could comment on the recent events. The protagonist, holding Yoom, walks through the crowd of people with his comrades. J.N. Chan asked, "Is it true that Jae-Huk signed a preferential negotiation agreement with the Lotus Guild?" The protagonist smiled and thought that it seemed like the teacher did a good job. The reporter held the recorder up to Jae-Huk and loudly asked him to answer one question. He walked behind the protagonist and loudly said that Jae-Huk expressed a negative attitude towards Principal Chain on the live broadcast. He was the one who planned his arrest. The protagonist said that, according to the Millis Academy confidentiality regulations, he cannot divulge information. However, this is already the 3rd time Jae-Huk hopes that his friends and other students will not have to face death again. The reporters instantly began to whisper among themselves. They surrounded the protagonist and loudly asked him to stop. The reporter loudly asked, "Is it really that Jae-Hyu said it for the 3rd time? What is he talking about? Is it really related to the guild experience incident?" The reporter loudly asked him to say a few words. Jae-Hyu, squeezing Yu Jang's hand, said that his partners were injured and the journalists should step aside. They stepped aside with tense faces. The protagonist thought that Lotus had agreed to help with the treatment. If other doctors checked her, everyone would understand that Yu Ying was completely fine. Jae-Heap grinned, looking down. He turned his head to the side and said that he hoped that they understood that what happened was not an accident. The journalists looked in his direction in surprise. They looked at the arrested director and loudly said that it was Chain. An egg quickly flew into the director's head. People angrily, loudly ordered to put him on his knees. Many eggs quickly flew towards Chain. The seat director, with handcuffs on his hands, looked down. The people raised their hands in anger with the intention of attacking and loudly ordered that Chain be brought to his knees. Many eggs flew towards the director, hitting his head, the protagonist standing next to the bed. Yujin wondered if Chain thought that all this was an accident or just bad luck. Jay, he grinned and covered his mouth with his hand, said that it was definitely not an accident. After some time, his comrades were sitting in the ambulance looking at the Betty. Jang, she opened her mouth and loud sounds immediately came from the car. Yujin, smiling, rose from the bed and, turning to June, said that he was a bad actor. The protagonist asked, "Is it really that bad?" She raised her hands, paired him, and loudly asked if she was okay. Sanon, smiling, said that incident with the guild was loud. What were they thinking about now? They pounced on him. That time, Jae-Hoo crossed his arms and said that he learned something from that incident for himself. Even if his safety is important, saving other lives is more important. The main character thought with a serious expression that, of course, this was a fictitious reason. Chaene would definitely return. After all, he had a connection with the gods of the Asur Yu. Jong looked at Jae-Hookin, surprised, and asked what was wrong with him. Did he really eat something? The main character looked at her sternly and asked her to stop talking. Sunon closed her eyes and thought that after all they were still children. She said that there would be a press conference in 3 days. Sunon smiled, ominously put her hand on her neck, and said that they would finish all of this there with Chain, of course. After some time in the Raider Control Center, Jinuk smiled, clenched his fist, and said loudly that it seemed like the time had come for the president to fall. He crossed his arms with a serious expression and looked at Kyung-hoon and asked what was wrong with Ayant. Gong Kong-hoon raised his hand and said that a decision had been made to join the team as soon as possible. Junuk looked out the window and said that everything was fine and everything was going according to plan. He put the phone to his ear and asked if he really meant planning to take over Chain. The man agreed and said that it was all right. Lotus would do the rest. Jinia calmly said that he understood everything. But she was asking him. The man interrupted him and said that they would prepare everything. Jint said into the phone that he understood everything. He sighed and put the phone on the table. Jaini externally looked at the monitor with his arms crossed. The screen said that Director Chain was arrested on charges of corruption 3 days later at the official press conference of the Lotus Guild. The protagonist is standing near the door to the room. Jae-huk looked away. Sonon asked if he was worried. The protagonist said that he just doesn't like crowds of people. He sighed and closed his eyes and thought that there was not much left to do. It was as if the academy was completely following him. Besides, they had united with the Raider Control Center, so there would be no obstacles in the future. Sunon put her hand on his shoulder and said that the time had come. She smiled and stood near the exit and looked to the side and said that it was time to go. Many people were standing in the room. The guy said loudly in surprise that here they are. Sunon and the protagonist entered the room. Jinak looked sternly at what was happening. Sunon put her hand on the microphone and greeted everyone and thanked them for attending the press conference. She introduced herself and said that she was a representative of the Lotus Guild. Gainyank and introduced himself with a serious look and said that he was the head of the Raider Control Center. Jehu calmly raised his head and introduced himself. The journalists immediately started taking pictures of them. The journalist thought that he had a chance to write an article about Lot, who signed a contract with the guild. He can't miss it, the protagonist can use A and S rank skills. It will definitely be a sensation. There are also rumors that Sunun personally trained Jayan. I wish I could find confirmation of this. The protagonist, looking tired, thought that they all came here for him. Sonon said that they were ready to answer their questions. If they have a question, they should raise their hand and listen to Manager Sun's instructions. The girl raised her hand and asked if it was true that the former principal killed the students on purpose but made it look like an accident. Sonon closed her eyes, tilted her head, and confirmed that it was true. Moreover, they had collected all the necessary evidence to prove Chain's guilt. The protagonist smiled and thought that they had obtained evidence of the bribes through instructor Young Yizu, who had been brainwashed. They would never be able to stop. Jae-huk Sonon placed her hand on the table and said that, by the way, that was not his only crime before that incident. The director had committed similar crimes dozens of times every year. Millis Academy receives a lot of funding. Perhaps there are other reasons, but it has not yet been proven. The man raised his hand and asked who else was involved in the corruption. Scandal. Sonon, without opening her eyes, said that the investigation was currently investigating. After a while, Sonon calmly said that they were now ready to answer questions regarding the incident. Who else wants to ask a question? The girl raised her hand and asked, isn't Jun a member of the Lotus Guild? Is it true that he is being personally trained by her, the master of the Lotus Guild? The protagonist smiled and said that it was true. He put his hands on the table and said that it was thanks to Sengun that he was able to stand where he was. Now the man raised his hand and turned to Jayun and said that there had not been a single article about him in the media so far. Did the protagonist really hide his skills on purpose? Jae-huk said that he simply did not want to be the center of attention. The man asked loudly with a serious look. When exactly the protagonist signed a contract with the Lotus Guild? Jae-huk smiled and said that it had been several months since then. He thought that he was very lucky. The reporters raised their cameras and loudly asked how the protagonist was training. What was his relationship with his family? Was he in a relationship with anyone? 1. Jae-huk angrily thought that he should not lose his composure. Now he would be the focus of even more attention from the media. Suwon raised her hand and said that the protagonist was going through a difficult period in his life, so they shouldn't ask him too many questions. She smiled and looked at Jae-huk a few days later in the room of the inauguration ceremony of the acting. Director Yu Jung sighed heavily and put her hands behind her head and said that so much had happened. Huang smiled and said that it was good. Good that she was safe. A sadly said that if Yujin got hurt, she would be angry. The protagonist calmly said that he was just saying this, just in case. It's not the end yet. They know about this? Right, A. Confirming this, said that Chinan couldn't give up so easily. Yujong looked away in surprise and said that Jae-huk needs to become stronger. Even the Lotus Guild and the Raider Control Center agreed to help him. Hung raised his clenched hand into a fist and said that he would also improve. His skills from the guild's experience, he realized how weak he still was. AA raised her hand and said that she would do it too. Yu Young thought with a serious expression that she might not be able to catch up right away, but she wouldn't lose the protagonist's thought with a calm expression that it would be good for them to become stronger together with him. Jae-hyuk doesn't want to drag them into incidents that will happen in the future, because that's something that only he is responsible for. In order to fight the aces, the protagonist must become stronger. He clenched his hand into a fist. A bright light illuminated the place where the instructor was standing. The students looked at each other in surprise. Yang asked, "In surprise, why is the instructor there?" Jae-hoo looked away with a smile and said that it was her. The friend asked, "What is he talking about?" The protagonist said with a confident smile that gone is the new director. Everyone looked at her in surprise. I asked loudly in amazement, "Is she really so young and already the director?" Huang asked in confusion. "Who is this anyway?" Jae-hyuk looked away with a smile and said that this is the new magic instructor, also a spy from the Raider Control Center. Gon confidently stood near the podium and put her hand on it some time ago in the Raider Control Center. Sunon put her hands on her legs with a serious look and asked who he was thinking of appointing as the director. Jinak smiled and told her not to worry because he had already thought everything through. The headmaster looked away and said that she should come in. The protagonist was very surprised to see her and asked if this was really the teacher. Gon opened the door with a serious look. In the present, Jae-hyuk stands with his arms crossed. He thought that if Lotus took control of the academy, it would definitely cause a negative reaction. It is always better to use someone than to get into trouble yourself. Hoang said was surprised that the director, who is not even 30 yet, is surprising the other instructors can be replaced. Gon is the only one with whom this will not work. Besides, she is a member of the center and this already inspired trust. The director put her hand on the microphone. She greeted them and introduced herself and said that from now on, she is the director of Millis Academy. Gon, calmly holding her hand on the microphone, greeted them after some time. The screen says that she has 89 points. The protagonist tiredly thought that how did they get to this point? Yu Young holds the microphone in his hand. Jae-hyuk, sitting on the couch, thought that he hoped to rest a few hours earlier. The comrades loudly said for the protagonist to open the door quickly. Jae-hoo, clutching his clothes with his hand, asked them to wait and said that he was getting dressed. The protagonist opened the door behind which his comrades were standing. Yu Jung, holding her hands on her waist, said loudly that they were going to karaoke after the exams. Did Juke really forget about this? The protagonist, scratching the back of his head with his hands, said that there is such a thing. Hoyang raised his hand with a smile and said loudly that they managed to book the best room in the best karaoke bar, so it's time for them to go. Jae-hyuk asked with confusion, really? Now at the present time, the protagonist sits at a table next to his cheerful friends with a tired look. He sighed heavily and thought that this is how Young dragged him here. Jae-hyuk stood up, clutching a microphone in his hand, and asked, "Since they're here, will they show us what they're capable of?" He brought the microphone to his mouth. The protagonist closed his eyes and began to sing out of tune. His friends watched him with a doomed look. The man behind the door loudly asked, "Whose hing such freak should be banned?" AA, sitting on the couch, said that Jan is also a human hung. Smiled, then brought his hand to his face and said that there are no perfect people. The world is still worth loving. The protagonist brought his hand to his face tiredly. Yoon closed her eyes and thought that she shouldn't offer Jae on the microphone anymore so that she would ask him to sing again. The protagonist, holding the microphone in his hand, asked who was next. AA, raising her hand, said that she wanted to. Jae-hyuk handed her the microphone and told her to take it. AA looked down with a red face. The protagonist quickly caught the falling microphone. He calmly looked at her and asked what was wrong. She was shaking all over. Jae-hyuk, holding her hand, put the microphone on it. AA anxiously clenched her hand into a fist. The protagonist asked if something really hurt AA, squeezing the microphone in her. Hands did not confirm this and said that everything was fine. She thanked him for catching the microphone. I know, looking at the microphone told them not to expect too much. Yu Ying smilingly pointed her finger at the protagonist and loudly told AA to stop after Jae-hyuk. She would definitely sing like a singer. The protagonist angrily crossed his arms and asked if her speaking was too bad. He doesn't sing that badly. Yu Yong asked if he had no shyness at all. Jae-hook calmly thought, what kind of voice does AA have? Even if it's bad, he'll have to praise her. AA closed her eyes, brought the microphone to her mouth and sang the main character was surprised and thought that he didn't understand anything. Why does she sing so well at the same time on a city street during the day? Hall is walking down the street covering his face with a cap. Hela is watching him from the roof of a tall building. He quickly turned his head to the side. She instantly disappeared from the roof. Shdal instantly turned to the side and walked down the street. He is walking towards a construction site where there are no people. Hel put his hand on his cap, closed his eyes and asked how she dares to follow him. He smiled, took off his cap, and holding it in his hand asked, Hela, to show herself, she smiled, squeezed her dress with her hands, lowering it to the ground, and asked what other pursuit. Why is he so rude right away? Hela said, smiling that she had come to greet him. And that was all? Was he enjoying the walk? Hall said with a serious expression that they, the enemies of the Aesir, had. Done something interesting? Hela asked with a sly grin. Maybe only Odin and the Aesir, Hall asked with a smile. Did Hel still have this vain hope that the enemy of evil from the prophecy would appear and free them? Hela said calmly that he could not know. That Hall raised his hand to his hair and asked which of the Hel people was capable of crushing the Aesir. He confidently smiled and headed towards her and said loudly that it was not true. Hela stopped him by raising her hand to the side. Hendal sternly ordered her to get out of the way. She closed her eyes and said that if he was going to meet the enemy of evil, she could not let him go. Ich got angry and clenched his teeth and asked if she had really decided to die. Hela said with a serious expression that he would not be able to use his power in Midgard anyway. She had an advantage here. Hela instantly clenched her hand and raised it. Himmel smiled and said that if she wanted to kill him, she should be ready to die herself. Hela smiled and said that it was not she who needed to prepare for this, that was her role right now. Buying time to rest would be good too. AA held a microphone in her hands and sang into it, and the protagonist watched her with admiration. She lowered the microphone and stopped singing. AA turned her head to the side in embarrassment and asked how they liked it. Yujung asked loudly. In surprise, what was it? Why didn't she tell them that she sings so well? Hung said in amazement that she hid it from them. Jehu turned to AA with a surprised look and asked if she really took singing lessons. She didn't confirm it with confusion. Ying asked loudly in confusion, really? No lessons and she can sing the notes like that, so that's what talent means? AA asked in surprise. Was it really that good? The friend sitting on the couch loudly confirmed it. Yuyong, smiling, picked up the microphone and, loudly, addressed AA and asked her to sing her favorite song. Hung happily asked, maybe this song? AA blushed in great surprise. She smiled, clutched the microphone in her hands, and thanked them, saying that it was the second time she sang in public. The protagonist watched her with a calm look. He threw his head back and thought that it was very calm. Jae-hook smiled, closed his eyes, and thought that sometimes it was good to rest. A few days later at the protagonist house, Jehu put the wallet on the table and said that it was a gift. Mom looked at the gift in surprise, bringing her hand to it. She opened it with a smile and thought, what is the occasion? Mom was very surprised, looking down and asked, is this really a bank book? The protagonist smiled and agreed and said that it was savings. Mom smiled and thought that her son had grown up so much. She opened the bank book and thought that at his age, they usually have carefree fun, and he thought about her. Mom was very surprised and looked at the bank book. She loudly turned to Jae-hook and asked, did he really earn this himself? The protagonist agreed and said that this money was for her, he thought with a serious look that he would finally say everything. Jae-hook wants to hug her and say that he did it before. He was too busy to take care of her. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he had changed a lot after the regression. His goal is to protect his family and friends and to kill Odin. Jae-hook won't let him take away his newfound life. The protagonist stood up from his chair, smiling, putting his hand on it, and said that now his mother will be able to live in comfort. And without financial worries, she stood up from her chair, leaning her hand on the table. The mother put her hands on Jehu's body and quickly hugged him. She said that it must have been hard for him. The protagonist smiled with tears in his eyes and confirmed this. The mother, smiling, said that she knew everything. Jae-hook, with a tear running down his cheek, pressed his lips together, holding back the urge to cry. There was an instant knock on the door. The protagonist, wiping the tears from his eyes with his hand, said that he would go and see who it was. He opened the door with a tired look and asked, "Who was there?" AA looked at him calmly. She raised her hand with a red face and greeted him. "Why?" Young asked how AA knew where he lived. She, smiling, put her hands on A's body and asked. So the protagonist thought. "Right, Jae-hook?" asked with a serious expression. "What is it this time?" Yu-yoon raised her finger and said that her family was having a barbecue picnic, so she came to call him the main character. Asked with a tired look. "Sure her parents came back today, right?" Yum confirmed it with a smile and said that her mother told her to invite him since he always helps them. Jae-hoo closed his eyes with a smile and crossed his arms and said that, "That's right, she still irritates him." Yang said that she hears from the irritating AA watches them with confusion. The protagonist tensely put his hand on his chin and thought that it was already that time of year. 2 months had passed since they entered the academy and a lot had happened. Why, Young asked if he would come over. His parents wanted to see him. Jae-hook agreed with a calm expression. She happily smiled and said that, then he should come at 6. The protagonist, closing the door, said that they would see each other. AA turned to Jae-hook seriously and asked if he had really been crying. The protagonist, looking tensely at the door handle, did not confirm this and said that he had simply gotten all wet while washing the dishes. AA, looking down, said that she had realized this. They tensely looked down, standing opposite each other. Jae-hook said that they would see each other. He was watching his friends leave. The protagonist raised his hand and, looking at her, said that Ano was attentive after some time in Ijung's house. Jae-hook, calmly looking away, thought that she was very rich. AA, getting up from the sofa, asked if he had already arrived. The protagonist, heading towards her, confirmed this and said that he was interested in this. What was AA doing here? Did Ying really drag her here? AA, fiddling with her hands, said that she had nowhere to go. Jae-hook, looking tensely at her, asked for forgiveness. He thought that for sure she didn't have a family. Yu-young loudly asked his dad to bring him some meat. The protagonist smiled and thought that this was why she called AA over. Yoon can be caring when needed. Yu-jang's dad said loudly that they hadn't seen each other with Jae-hook for a long time. Yu-jang's mom looked at him smiling and asked if he had already arrived. The protagonist greeted his friend's parents. He thought that they had been kind to him when he had lost his mother before the regression. Dad quickly squeezed Jae-hoo's neck with his hands. Smiling, he closed his eyes and, laughing loudly, told the protagonist to look at himself. Has he really grown up? The protagonist closed his eyes and thought, is cruelty in their family? Dad raised his hand, let him go, and asked if Yu Yang still makes fun of Jae-hook. She always hit him, and the protagonist ran to him to tell him about it. Jae-hook smiled, put his hand on his head, and laughing said that it had been a long time ago. Dad quickly pressed his foot on his leg. Ying sternly called out to Dad and asked him to help Mom. He smiled, scratched the back of his head, and agreed. Dad asked how she was going to find a boyfriend with such a character. He smiled, hit the protagonist's body with his elbow, and asked what he thought about it. Would he be a volunteer? The girlfriends looked at him embarrassedly. Jae-hook pointed at himself in surprise and asked if it was really him. He said that Yuang was of course stubborn, but at the same time smart kind, and she angrily lowered her head, holding the plates in her hand. Yoon, looking terrified, squeezed her dad's t-shirt with her hand and interrupted the protagonist loudly, said that they should stop talking about such things. She loudly said that he should help Mom in the kitchen, and Juke too? Dad, with tears in his eyes, closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and said that it was creepy. After a while, there was food on. The table outside the main character said that they cook very well. Dad laughed, smiling, and said loudly that he used to be a chef. Yu Young, holding chopsticks with meat in her hand, said that she wished Hang and Jan were here too. Jae-hoo's mom is not here either. The main character said that they are all busy. There is nothing to do. They will meet with them sometime later. AA put her hand with chopsticks on the table and agreed with him. Dad looked at him and turned to Juke and said that he was really surprised. He smiled and put his hand on the chair and thanked him for helping Yoon with the exams. The main character smiled tensely and said that there was nothing special about it. He smirked and thought that this was all a setup. He even felt a little ashamed. Yoon was surprised by his words. She smiled and showed 2 fingers on her hand. Jae-hook sighed, smiling. Mom said that she was glad that everything was getting better. For him to be honest, she was surprised that the main character decided to go to the magic class Mom thought he just wanted to stay with Yu-yun. Jae-hyuk thanked her and said that it wasn't the reason AA calmly looked away and put her chopsticks in her mouth, licking the remains of food from them. Mom smiled, put her hand on the table and said that every day the main character is getting more mature and courageous. She put her hand on her face and said that if only Yu-yong would bring home a guy like Juk. Yu-yong turned to her mom embarrassedly and asked loudly, "Is she really doing this again? What are she and Dad even talking about? They have to eat the food, will get cold." AA put her chopsticks on the table. The main character looked at the tents. AA, he asked, "What happened? Is everything okay with her?" AA looked at him in surprise and said that nothing happened. Jae-hyuk thought that, judging by the expression on her face, she was definitely unhappy. Maybe he imagined it at the same time. Suku loudly asked, "Does H even understand what he did? Did he really save the poor students?" Dad raised his hands loudly and called his son a freak. Suka thought that if he was even a little late, he would have ended up in the same cell with Chain. He clenched his teeth in rage and thought that it was all because of his only son. Dad angrily called him a piece of trash. Hoang turned to Dad. Suku interrupted him loudly and told him to shut up. He quickly pointed his finger at his son and loudly said that Hang should become the best raider in South Korea. Everyone, one should bow their heads before him. Suku loudly ordered him to leave. This Juk, Hen ordered him to stop with a serious look. Dad was very surprised by his words. The son confidently thought that no matter how many times he told Dad it didn't matter, Suku always to step over others and become stronger. Hoang turned around and introduced his friends. He clenched his fist and said that he did not want to live the life that his dad was forcing on him. Son confidently said that it was his, and only his dad quickly put his hand on his shoulder and loudly asked, "Does Hoon even understand what he is talking about?" The son quickly moved his hand to the side, removing his dad's hand from his shoulder. Hoong stully told Suku to leave him alone. To be honest, Dad got angry and loudly called out to his son and ordered him to come back right now. Hoong slammed the door hard and left the room. He thought with a serious expression that he did not want to deceive the main character. Hyeon clenched his fists and thought that he would become better. But only honestly after some time in the house of Yoon standing under the night sky, the main character looked away, smiling, and said that her parents still have a good relationship. They go to the movies, like on a date. Yoo-young raised her hand and said that they got married. It seemed many years ago, but they act like they are on their honeymoon. Jae-hyuk got up from the couch and said that it was time for him to go. Yu-ying looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is it really already?" The protagonist looked at her and asked, "What do you mean already? It's almost midnight," the friend asked when he started caring about the time. She asked him to stay with them a little longer. Juk, looking away, scratched the back of his head and said that her father would be angry if he stayed. Yuong, surprised, asked, "Why not the protagonist?" Putting his hand on his hip, said that he didn't think they were happy about the fact that he was here so late while they were gone. What if he got a reprimand? The friend, looking confused, said that he could just not do anything bad. She turned to AA and asked, "Is everything right?" AA sadly raised her head and agreed with her. Jahu crossed his arms and said that then he would leave exactly at midnight. Yoon called him rude and said that AA was also here. The main character asked her to shut up. AA, leaning her hands on the sofa, said that she was curious about something. "Can I ask about it?" Yuong, smiling, looked away and asked what was wrong. AA asked if they were really dating. Jae-hyuk looked at her with confusion. He put his hand on his face and raised his other hand and said that he didn't even know why she thought so. Yoon blushed and asked loudly if she was really with him. This couldn't be. AA seriously said that they just seemed very close to each other and their parents seemed to be friends. They looked at each other in surprise and asked if they were really Yoon. Said that they were definitely not enemies but just friends. That's all. AA blushed, looked down and exhaled and asked for forgiveness. Juk picked up the phone and said that it was already past midnight. He got up from the sofa and said that he was already leaving. Yuong, waving her hand, agreed and told him to leave. AA looked at him and said goodbye. The protagonist raised his hand and said that they would see each other and that his friend should write to him after. Sometime on the street under the night sky. Jae-hyuk, holding his hands in his pockets, is walking down the street. Hela enveloped in a light. Aura sank to the ground. He turned in her direction and asked what was going on. It was already very late. Hela, smiling, said that he was not surprised. Did the protagonist really know that she would appear? Jae-hook said that last time he felt a huge magical energy that was beyond human control. Hela said that then they would decide everything quickly. The protagonist needs to pass the second test as soon as possible. There is no longer any room for delay because Odin has already begun to act at the same time. Odin is sitting on the throne among his assistants. He sternly said that all this irritates him. Is there any news from Heimdall? Thor, smiling, put his cheek on his hand and turning to his father said that he was too worried about him. The prophecy may be true, but he is only a man. What can a weak man do against the gods? The man agreed with a serious expression. He said that although they cannot fully use their powers in Midgard, a man is nothing against a god that is true, certainly for that freak in prison, Odin said seriously, that prophecies are never wrong. The woman smiled, put her hand on her face, and asked if he really thought that people would harm him. Odin, the leader of the gods, is afraid of people. He thinks too much. Odin said that people can grow and develop infinitely, at least those he has seen. Knowledge is sometimes given to the weak. Right now, they cannot kill the enemy of evil, the power of the Hall. Prophecy will protect him for another 10 years. They should not turn a blind eye to the fact that the protagonist can become invincible during that time. The man asked with a serious expression, if that is why the leader sent HD Doll there, the task of crippling a person should not take much divine power. That will definitely stop him. The woman put her fingers on her mouth with a smile and agreed, saying that besides the power of the prophecy to protect the enemy of evil was quickly weakening, the woman held her dress with her hand and said that maybe they wouldn't have to wait 10 years. She put her hand on the chief's shoulder with a smile and said that there was a chance that they would kill him faster. One of them said sternly that all plans must be carried out. Fate had never been kind to them. The man addressed the chief and said that everything would go as planned. Jae-hook raised his hand and said that it meant that the power that protected him from the evil of the prophecy was weakening. He thoughtfully put his hand on his chin and asked if that was what she wanted to say. Hela smiled, lowered her head, and confirmed it. The protagonist asked with a serious look, why in his past life when he was 27, that person, or rather human, came to kill him on Hugin's orders. So why is the power that protects him weakening? Hela said that the reason is simple. Most of the power of the prophecy was used when Juke traveled through time. You can't go against the flow of time even for gods. It's surprising that the power stayed with the protagonist and didn't disappear completely. I wonder who paid for this? Juke squinted, hearing unknown sounds. He wondered what are those strange sounds he hears. The protagonist tensely put his hand on his head and said that he understands it. His time is coming to an end, and in order to become stronger, he needs to pass the second test. Hela, smiling, put her hand on her chest and said that Jae-hook understands everything quickly. Wouldn't it be better for them to move to another place? She extended her hand to him and said that they would talk about the upcoming task and the enemy that the protagonist would meet. After some time in Jehu's house, the protagonist asked in surprise, is it really Heimdall, the white god who sees the future with a bighorn? Hel, smiling, confirmed this and asked if he knows him. Jae-hook, sitting on the couch, said that he had studied it. Hela, sitting on a magic ball of mana, said that it was good. The main character looked at her and asked, in any case, if the god was already here in Midgard, did they have time left for the test? Hela, smiling, put her hand on her cheek and said that he didn't have to worry about that. She was stalling at the same time. Heimdall, with his eyes closed, clenched his teeth and said loudly that how dare she imprison him, a great god in the darkness. He raised his hands in anger in the darkness and said loudly that she shouldn't think that she could hold him back for long. Hela said that it took a lot of effort. Jae-hook, folding his hands, asked where the test would take place. Hel Cle said that here it was on TV. The presenter said that there was urgent news. It's hard to admit, but the 11th raid on the Great Ruins was a failure. Valak from the European Association, who joined the raid, gave them hope. The proof of skills test was still not passed. The association expressed uncertainty about the next attempts. Hel said with a smile on her face that Iceland is the center of mythology, the place where the secret of the Great Ruins is hidden. Hela calmly said that the Great Ruins were created for the protagonist so that he would become the one who would defeat Odin. Again, Jae-hook asked with confusion, really again? What do you mean? Hela was very surprised and asked, it's strange, and why did she say that? The protagonist looked down sternly and said, how could he know that? Hela smiled and said that if it weren't for the proof of skills, Jae-hyuk wouldn't have been able to join the protagonist calmly asked proof of skills. What does that mean? She confirmed it and said that he was the only one who could complete this quest. It would open the way to the Great Ruins for Jae-hyuk. At the same time Valik was looking at the TV, it said that the proof of skills test had never been passed. The association expressed uncertainty about the next attempts. Valik angrily slammed his fist on the seed arm and asked loudly, what kind of ruins were these that they couldn't get into? He turned his head to the side with a terrifying look and called out to Camilla and asked loudly if she was sure that the mages were doing their best. Camilla raised her hand and said that she had already told him to stop underestimating others. He needed to stop being so nervous. She put her hand behind her head, tensely, and said that these are the only great ruins in the entire world. Camilla wants to clear them out herself. Valet put his hand on his face ominously and asked, prove that she really wants to go there. How will they manage to do that? Camilla crossed her arms with a smile and asked, she doesn't even... No, maybe there's some kind of key. Valak gritted his teeth in horror and turned his head to the side. She said that it was a joke and he shouldn't look at her. Like that, a few days later, before leaving for Iceland to the Great Ruins, the protagonist lowered the mask from his face with his hand and held the phone to his ear, asking her into the microphone to come up with a reason for his friends. He doesn't want them to worry. Jae-hyuk thought that the preparations were quite successful. First, he used mana stones to upgrade all of his artifact backs, and then slowly raised his level above 30. He agreed and thanked Director Gon. The protagonist holds the phone in his hand, ending the call. He looked at Hel in the form of a cat in his hood with a smile and asked, can they go already on the screen? VX said that the European Raiders Association will do everything to clear the Great Ruins of Iceland. They will not allow outside interference. Jae-hyuk said with a serious expression, that the Great Ruins are under the protection of Allah. He will fight an S-rank raider for the first time in his life, that means, with the real Dragon Slayer sword Bama Hela, in the form of a cat, thought that now she will be able to observe the enemy of evil. This will show whether Loki made the right choice. Ruins, mysterious burial mounds that suddenly appeared in different parts of the world. After the raiders began to explore them, it became clear that artifacts were hidden inside them due to the fact that high-rank items can be found in the ruins. The competition among the raiders has become tougher. That is why the burial mounds are now under control. After some time, Hel smilingly said that the bracelet that is on his wrist was hidden by them. She hopes that the protagonist does not consider it a simple coincidence that in the process of studying the ruins, Hel, closing her eyes, asked, did he get Melange? Huck remembered the past. He runs quickly through the crowd of people with a serious look. The protagonist, coming out of his memories, wondered, is she really talking about that strange light? If you think about it, then everything started with him. Looks at the smiling Juke in surprise. She narrows her eyes and asks, why is he looking at her like that? The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that there is nothing like that. He wanted to ask, weren't the ruins created by a giant? Hel, confirming this, said that they were built by the leader of the giants and Thor's enemy named Grunner. 10,000 years ago, he is the counter-fighter from the prophecy who created the ruins for people so that they could fight the army of Odin. Jae-hyuk said with a serious expression that now it was clear why there were so many puzzles and brain teasers. He thought that any giants were described as wise creatures. They did not give up even before the gods themselves. The Aesir. However, the outcome was very bad. The main character smiled, put his hand on his leg, and said that they would probably arrive soon. He was really looking forward to it. Jae-hyuk decided to book a more expensive hotel on this occasion, the best place from where the ruins would be visible. Hela said loudly that they should not relax. This was the second test. The main character said that he had not relaxed. Jae-hyuk had prepared everything he could. He put his hand on his chest and said that he had checked if the system translation function was in order and had received a very useful thing. Time until departure. Jae-hyuk holds a crystal surrounded by an aura in his hand. The system window notifies that this is an A-ranked Shadowstone enhancement item, a stone that improves shadow equipment when applied. One is added to the rank with the help of the Shadowstone. The shadow armor can be strengthened. The protagonist smiled with a dark aura covering his body and said that after he defeated Shadow and received the shadow armor, he had to try very hard to find this thing. The system window notifies that the Shadowstone has been applied. The shadow armor is being strengthened. It is upgraded to rank a joke. looks at his clawed hand covered in dark mana in surprise. The system window notifies that, due to the effect of Milan, the passive skill Genius of Weapon Creation has been activated. The Shadow Armor has been upgraded to rank S. The Shadow Armor has transformed into the bottomless armor the protagonist's body is covered in. Chains. The system window notifies that the system is displaying data about the SU. Bottomless armor, an item of equipment called Shrank. Bottomless armor created in the abyss of Junga Gap. Physical or magical defense increases by 350, gaining the active skill concealment level, 3 gaining the passive skill. Shadow Assimilation, a rank passive skill. It assimilates the user with the shadow. Creating an image of 2 objects superimposed on each other has a certain probability of reflecting an enemy's attack. The skill reflects 20% of the enemy's damage from the first attack is reflected by 100%. This skill does not work on light strikes at present. Hela looked away with resentment and said that he lied. Jae-hyuk asked, does she really mean the key? They are in no position to choose which method to use. There is no time at all anyway. A few hours later, the protagonist smiled and said that, here they are. He thought that this hotel was exceptional and that only awakened ones can stay there despite. These rules, 1 night here costs 50 million won, and no one wants to stay in a hotel that is located next to the ruins. The only exceptions are archaeologists obsessed with excavations. Jae-hyuk was surprised when he noticed Wallach walking by. He thought as he passed by that there were also members of the European Union who carry out raids on large ruins. The protagonist looked away and thought that he did not expect to meet them. Now Wallach sternly called out to Jae-hyuk. He turned his head to the side with a terrifying look and asked who the protagonist was. Jae-hoo thought that Wallach was the true owner of Belong and the leader of the European Union of Raiders. He looked away with a smile and asked what was the matter. Camilla asked him to wait and surprise Wall sternly looked into the eyes of the protagonist. He looked at Jae-hoo ominously and asked how old he was. Where was he a member? Camilla loudly called out to Wallach. She angrily told him loudly to behave like a human being. Camilla stood between them, put her hand on Wall's chest and loudly asked what he was doing here. She lowered her head, put her hand on the protagonist's back and pushing him aside, asked for forgiveness. Camilla said that he could go, because this uncle didn't have a very good character. Even his wife divorced him. Wallach, gritting his teeth in rage, ordered her to stop talking, Camilla waving her hand. Jae-hyuk said, LLY, that she was asking for forgiveness for this fool. She loudly asked for forgiveness again and said goodbye to him. Camilla sighed heavily, turned to Wallach with rage, and loudly said that she had told him to be careful. Will he take full responsibility if the alliance's reputation suffers? Camilla understands that he is nervous because of the failed raid, but why be angry at others? Wallach interrupted her with a stern look and disagreed, saying that it wasn't that guy didn't make a sound when he walked. The protagonist knows how to deliberately hide his presence. At the same time, in the principal's office of Milas Academy, someone standing outside the door loudly asked, what does this mean? Yuang angrily leaned her hands on the table and loudly asked, really abroad? Where is this Jae-hyuk? Anyway, first the incident at the amusement park. Now he's gone abroad. H closed his eyes with a smile and said that the protagonist is a master at getting into trouble. This time it's the same. Yujin thoughtfully disagreed and said that a person can't just attract trouble. Anna calmly looks down without saying anything. Sometime later in the ruins of Iceland, the men are standing near the ruins under the heavily falling snow. They exhaled a stream of air from their mouths. The man turned his attention to the protagonist walking towards them. He asked why Jae-hyuk was here. The man loudly ordered him to say his name. He said loudly that the ruins were guarded by the European Raider Union. The protagonist smiled in dark clothes and asked, so they won't let him in? What a problem with him? Jae-hoo quickly put his clawed hand on the man's face. The system window notifies that the brainwashing skill has been activated. The men's eyes were instantly enveloped in a purple aura. The protagonist smilingly took off his dark hood and, asking for forgiveness, said that he felt like a tomb raider. But these were his ruins some time ago in the protagonist's house. Hela, putting her hand on her leg, said that in order to get into the Great Ruins first, you need to match the Norner system. The protagonist sighed and asked, really? First, does that mean second and third too? Hela asked him not to interrupt and said that there were 2 conditions. She closed her eyes, put her hand on her chin, and said that secondly, his strength and agility indicators must be higher than 150. Hela raised her finger with a smile and said that, to put it simply, he must be an S-rank raider. Jae-hyuk tensely closed his eyes. Hela smiled hopefully and asked, "What rank is he?" The protagonist smiled and said that he was not in rank yet. Hela angrily, quickly, stood up on the floor and said loudly that this could not be. She saw how Jae-hyuk defeated part of C. The protagonist angrily folded his arms and asked, "So she was the third?" Hela looked away tensely and said that it did not matter now. They need to think about how to fulfill the second condition. Jae-hyuk said that there was one way he remembered the past. The system window notifies that the protagonist has completed the Flander Mansion mission, he has completed the hidden storyline, and receives an additional reward. Jae-hyuk, coming out of the memories, picked up the key and said that he got it in the mansion. He never had a chance to use it. The system window notifies that this is an unspecified item. A rank key, an old rusty key. It has lost its original appearance. The protagonist's eyes are enveloped in a fiery aura. The system window notifies that the recognition skill has been activated. This is a special item, the A rank Loki key. It can open any door, or chest. The key was made by a fool who wanted to steal an item from a treasure chest. The fool was shamed and his friend received a gift. The recharge takes 2 hours. Hela was very surprised and asked where he got the key from at the present time. Jae-hyuk, standing at the gate to the ruins, asked, "This is strange, isn't it?" He said calmly. It was as if someone had prepared all of this for him in advance. Knowing what would happen, the protagonist brought the key to the door. The key instantly passed into the bright space in the door. A bright light quickly enveloped the space bursting out of the door. Jae-hyuk looked at the card in his hand with a smile and said that it seemed like he would soon find a use for this empty card. He thought that Ayan's accelerated thinking and Sue's radar were very useful skills. The protagonist felt that he would lose a lot if he spent the card on them. Besides, if John continued to copy the skills of the people around him, others might realize something bad. The protagonist smiled confidently with Hela, who was sitting in the hood, and said that since they were giving him an empty card, it was false to give him the skill to copy as well. After some time, torches were burning in the corridor. Jae-hyuk stopped in the corridor of the ruins. He looked up sternly. Grunger asked, "Is the protagonist the enemy of evil?" He sits sternly on the throne with his hands on his legs. Smur opened his eyes and said his name, and said that he guards the great ruins by order of his father. Groomer Hela looks at him in surprise, leaning her paws on Jae-hyuk's body. She quickly jumped down, heading towards Smur. He said that she is Hel, although no, she is a clone. Hela returned to human form. She confirmed his words, said her name, and said that she must lead the enemy of evil through 5 trials. Hela, calmly looking at Smur, addressed him by name and said that the sweetness of the prophecy that protects the enemy of evil is weakening. They need to prepare so that the enemy can begin the second trial as soon as possible. Smur refused her with a serious look. Hela, surprised, asked loudly, "Why is that?" That Smur, sternly looking at her, said that she should know this. The enemy opened this door by deception with his real preparation. The protagonist will not be able to pass the second trial, that is, Acer! Gods will take up their cause again. Smur lowered his head, closed his eyes, and turned to the clone. Hela said that rules are rules. AGK not sure about that. Jotun, which Smur so wanted to protect, is already covered in ash. The giants have no place left to call home. It's too late. What difference does it make if they try again? Hela looks up at him with a doomed look. She turned to Smur and said that he was in despair. Jae-hyuk clenched his teeth in anger and asked, "What does this mean?" Hela turned her head in surprise and looked at him. The protagonist asked terrifyingly, "Are they laughing or something?" Smur clenched his teeth in anger and said loudly, "How dare Juk!" The protagonist lowered his head and told them to listen carefully. He is not a charity organization. Juk wrapped his body in bright lightning and walked towards Smur. He said that it was not so easy to use it and it was not so easy to get rid of it. The protagonist created energy arrows behind his back. Jae-hyuk said that the reason why he gives them control over his actions is because he will win more with him. The system window notifies that the skill Ultra Speed Chain Level 5 has been activated. Jae-hyuk quickly sent the arrows towards Smur, creating a powerful explosion. He looked up in surprise while standing surrounded by bright light and said that he needs to move on. After some time under the starry sky, Valet gritted his teeth in horror, standing between the men, and asked, "Is one of them really trying to say that no one has ever gotten there?" The man agreed and said that no one has. Past that point, Valak sternly put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that it was impossible. There is definitely someone there, and he will go and check. Valak thought with a serious expression that he was sure of it. The mystical power in mana. He just felt only appears when the ruins open. Valak has never been there, so he won't let anyone in until he explores everything himself. If the gate is open, he's sure they'll let him in too after a while at the gate to the ruins. Smur said that Valak is not qualified. He clenched his teeth in anger and made loud sounds after hearing that. At the same time, in the room, Camilla put her hand on the phone that was glowing. She, lying on the pillow, turned to Valak and asked into the phone why he was calling so late. He said that someone broke into the ruins. Camilla looked away in surprise after hearing that and said she'd be there soon after a while. Lightning struck near the ceiling, Hela asked in fear. What was the protagonist doing? Smur clenched his teeth, covering his eyes from the lightning with his hand. He slammed his hand hard, rising from the throne. Smur loudly said that J-Huck was an idiot. He sternly clenched his palms into fists. Smur, angry, asked loudly, "Is it really possible that only a human dares to challenge him?" He raised his hands with a red aura in his eyes and let out a loud roar, cutting through the air. Stones from the ceiling quickly flew down. Hela looked at him in fear. Raising her hand, the protagonist, smiling maliciously, asked, "Is it really possible that he has run out of phrases he is tired of listening to?" The same thing J-Huck thought, with a serious expression that he can give up on this test. Go back and die at the hands of Hachal or end everything. Here he does not see a difference. The protagonist has no choice. He must do everything in his power. J-Huck was very surprised by what he saw. He thought that he did not want to die, corroding himself with regrets like before. Regression Smur, slamming his palms against each other loudly, addressed the opponent and said that his compassion for him ends here. A portal appeared above the protagonist's head from which an arrow began to emerge. It headed downwards at great speed. J-Huck, feeling the flying arrow, enveloped his eye in a light aura. The system window notifies that the absolute counting skill has been activated. The arrow instantly began to dissolve. Smur watches what is happening with interest. The system window notifies that the wind enhancement skill has been activated. The protagonist quickly crouched, enveloping the space around him with beams of energy. He raised his hand with a terrifying look and quickly jumped with the intention of attacking a bright energy illuminated Smur chest. He gritted his teeth in fear and wondered if J-Huck was really going to defeat him and move on. Smur gritted his teeth and asked loudly if the protagonist knew what he would have to face in the future. A powerful explosion thundered near Juk. He quickly crossed his arms, covering his face from the streams of smoke. The protagonist looks at what was happening with a stern look. Smirk quickly raised his hand and loudly asked, what was making Juk move on? The protagonist looked at him seriously. He thought it was an oppressive feeling, similar to the one he felt when he fought Hugin. His opponent could not be defeated now. However, J-Huck did not want to just do nothing. An energy arrow came out of the portal behind him. It quickly hit the floor, raising a stream of smoke. The protagonist instantly grabbed the energy chain from the arrow with his hand. Jehu crouched, holding the chain. He placed his foot near the stuck arrows. Protagonist Klee raised his hand. He lowered his head and sighed heavily. The system window notified that the frozen ground skill had been activated. A creature appeared behind Jay, creating ice blocks. Smur looked sternly at the ice and asked, "Is this really the secret weapon of the Dark Elves?" He raised his fist enveloped in light with a terrifying look, with the intention of attacking, and said loudly that he did not know how the protagonist got it. But this was enough. Smur struck the blocks with great force. They instantly shattered into many pieces. J-Huck looked up in surprise at the fallen shards of ice. He grinned terrifyingly and asked, "Is Smur really that stupid?" The protagonist raised his hand, smiling, emitting fiery rays of energy from it. J-Huck said that Smur does whatever he wants. The flames of fire rose up, melting the ice. The system window notifies that the level 5 Fire Strike skill has been activated. The level 5 Airflow skill has been activated. Airflows raising flames of fire. The protagonist stands surrounded by flames. Rays of fire quickly headed towards the ice on the ceiling. Smur raised his hand to cover his face from the powerful flow of wind. The system window notifies that the Level 3 concealment skill has been activated. Jae-Huk disappeared into the dark smoke. Smur looked away and asked loudly, "Does the protagonist really think that his tactics will work?" He quickly pressed his foot on the floor, raising smoke underneath it. Smur leaned his hand on the wall and looked at the smoke. Flow. Jae-Huk is not visible from the ice flows and smoke. Smur looks at the room from which the protagonist disappeared with confusion. He wondered, where did Jae-He go? Hela, in the form of a cat, is hiding behind a rock. Smur looks around in search of the protagonist. He quickly stopped near the footprint left on the ground. Smur clenched his teeth and quickly turned around. Jae-Huk was heading towards him at a high speed. He quickly swung his weapon with the intention of hitting Smur at the same time. In San's office, June asked, with a smile. Jae-Huk was her student. Sonon, holding a cup of tea, confirmed it and said that she must have watched the interview. June Klai said that she would speak right away. She wanted to take it for herself, the chairman asked. Wasn't June the one who said that resourcefulness was important in trading? Was there any point in repeating this meaningless dialogue? June said that there was no need to be angry. Of course, she would pay a corresponding price. Sanon closed her eyes and said that Jae-Huk was not a thing. June said that it was a fong of Nidhogg. What about this? Sunun thought that she certainly heard that the supervisor had taken possession of it. She never expected June to offer an S-class item. Does she really want him that badly? Sunun smiled and said that it seemed like June was serious. June smiled and said that they don't joke around with customers. The chairwoman smiled and asked if she refused, they would try to take Jae-Huk themselves. June turned to the chairwoman and said that she could go straight to trading. She smiled ominously and said that Sangun understood everything well. The chairwoman calmly said that she should go straight to Juk then, and not to her. June closed her eyes and said that she would like to solve their problem in the traditional way. She stood up and extended her hand forward and said that she hoped Sangun would make the right decision. The chairwoman didn't extend her hand to her, and June pulled her hand back. Bending it, June confidently walked out of the room and said that she had to go because she still had things to do. Suan sat calmly on the chair. She smiled and asked if June was really going to take the main character. The chairman opened her eyes ominously and said that he was her student. Ju's weapon instantly broke into pieces, flying to the side. He sternly clenched his teeth and lowered his hand. There was not a scratch left on Smirk's body after the attack. The protagonist slid backwards at great speed, raising dark smoke. Underneath him, Smur put his hand on his neck. He asked, "So this is how Juk decided to act. One is as strong as the aces of the gods. No matter how hard the protagonist tries, there is no guarantee that his efforts will pay off." Smur asked with a sad look. "Does Jae-Huk still believe that he can handle it?" The protagonist said that, "At least it is better than sitting still." The system window notifies that a mana sword is being created using the materialization skill of magical items. The passive skill genius for creating weapons is activated. The item class has been increased. Jehu confidently quickly stretched out his hand forward, holding the weapon in it. Smur, with tears in his eyes, loudly said that the protagonist does not understand anything. He extended his hand towards him and said loudly that all of Jehu's actions were meaningless. Did he understand it? The protagonist seriously said that it was up to him to decide whether his actions made sense or not. Smur was very surprised by his answer. He remembered his past. The man put his hands on little Smirk's shoulders. He said that only Smur could decide whether his actions made sense or not. Little Smirk cried after. Hearing that he returned from his memories, lowered his head and closed his eyes. Jae-Huk, with a terrifying look, quickly raised his weapon with the intention of attacking. He struck with great force, raising streams of smoke. Smur asked if the protagonist was ready to take responsibility for his words. A powerful stream of mana was directed from the sword. Jehu coughed loudly. Tired, he strained himself greatly, unable to move. Smur, with an ominous look, stood in front of him and said that he would ask again, "Is the protagonist ready to answer for his words?" Jae-Huk, with a bloody mouth, clenched his teeth and thought about what to do. He has to think. How can the protagonist defeat this monster? How can he kill it? Jae-Huk was very surprised and sat up and thought that the pressure was gone. Smear said that the protagonist said that he gives meaning to his actions. He crossed his arms and said loudly that only those with strength could say that Smear would give him a chance to prove that Jehu's words were not said in vain. He said with rage that this was the only way he would allow the protagonist to move on. Hela watched what was happening in surprise. Jae-hyuk wiped the blood from his mouth with his finger with a serious expression. He asked, "Does he really need to prove it?" Then he has a proposal. The protagonist wants to try to withstand a blow that Smear's full power was put into Jehu. Confidently raised his hand, showing one finger, he asked, "What will Smear say to this?" Hela jumped up in fear. She instantly changed her appearance and loudly asked if he was in his right mind. Smur possessed sacred power, and the protagonist would not succeed. Smur interrupted him and agreed to this. He raised his hand with a terrifying look, directing sacred energy from it. Smur took a weapon out of the ground and said that they could check how well founded the protagonist's statements were, and whether he could resist the great destiny. Smur quickly clenched the weapon shrouded in energy in his hand. Hela angrily clenched her palms into fists and loudly ordered him to stop. She loudly said that, otherwise it was their last hope. Smur sternly extended his hand, interrupted her, and told the protagonist to take his blow. He threw his weapon with great force, cutting through the air. Jae-hyuk stands under the bright light and flying pieces of stones. A huge hole formed in the wall. After the attack, Smur looks at the hole in the wall, shrouded in dark smoke. The protagonist asked if this would be proof. He appears from a dark stream of mana on the ground. The system window notifies that the passive skill Shadow Assimilation has been activated. The probability of the next activation is 20%. Smur looks at Juke, who has appeared in amazement. He grinned and instantly slapped his palms together. A door appeared in the smoke. Smur, standing by it, told the protagonist to go forward. Everything is prepared for him. Jae-hyuk, smiling, asked if Smur was sure he was very lucky twice. Smur crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said that chance does not happen twice, especially 3 times. It just doesn't happen. Smur ordered him to go. Hela watches Jae-hyuk walking. She puts her fist on her chest in great surprise and says that the protagonist is really weird. Smur said that Jae-hyuk will face 3 trials of wisdom, the protagonist said with an unperturbed expression that he understood it. Smur opened his eyes and asked if he was scared. Jae-hyuk, walking forward, said that he was scared. Smur asked, "Is that so?" He calmly looked down and thought that his role was over. The rest depends only on the protagonist. Hela quickly ran after Jae-hyuk. After a while, they walk along the corridor. Hela looks away tensely. She asked what the protagonist did after all. Jehu calmly said that it was a good question because he was not sure about it. Hela said that Smur retreated. Jae-hyuk had somehow changed him. The protagonist entered a room with a bright light coming from it. He is standing in a room illuminated by torches. Hela looks at him calmly. Norns greeted the enemy. They crossed their arms and said that they were the keepers of the first trial of the mind. The protagonist was finally here. Hela sternly addressed Juk and said that she was afraid that she could no longer help him from now on. She asked him to act carefully. The protagonist looked at her and said that he understood everything. He thought that he was sorry, but nothing could be done. This was his second trial. The No smiled slightly and said that one of them was an angel and the other was a demon. The first one was telling the truth and the second one was not. One door would lead to heaven and the other would lead to hell. Hela quietly asked what was wrong with Jehu's face. It looked like he was disappointed. The protagonist looked at her in confusion and quietly disagreed and said that he just didn't expect this. The Norn said that any of the doors would lead him to the next goal if Jehu chose incorrectly. There would be crowds of undead waiting for him along the way. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard. Norn, smiling, said that he only had a chance. Jae-hyuk should use it wisely and find the right answer. The protagonist thought, is it really possible to find the right path by asking just one question? This is a very well-known topic. He put his hand on his chin and thought, they said that both doors would lead to the next point, right? Jae-hyuk grinned sarcastically and thought it was funny. He raised his hand and said that he was ready. Norn, smiling, raised her finger and said that there was no need to rush. He had time to think. Jae-hyuk, heading in their direction, said that there was no need for that. Nor asked, then who would he ask the question to? The protagonist, holding out his finger, asked, which door led to where she came from? Norm smiled when she heard the question. She stood up from her seat, heading towards the door. Norn, standing near the door, crossed her arms and said, That here it was Huck looking at her, thought that this puzzle is called Angel and Demon. It has other names, and the answer is also known to everyone. If you ask an angel a question, he will, of course, honestly show the way to heaven. However, the demon will also point to heaven since he is telling a lie. Norn asked. Smiling, the main character chooses this door. June closed his eyes, smiled, and did not agree with this. He looked at the second Norn, smiling. The main character said that he was thinking about going through that door. Will they open it? Hela was very surprised by his decision. After some time, they walk along a snowy path, Hela asked with offense. Has he really gone crazy? Why complicate your life? Jehu calmly said that work makes a person better. Hela told him not to speak so strangely. The main character thought that he chose this door consciously. Said that according to Norn, the dead will be waiting for him here. Hela said was surprised that he just shouldn't say that. Before he could finish speaking, the hand of the undead quickly emerged from under the ground. A multitude of dead people appeared from the ground, enveloping the space in a dark aura. Huck smiled confidently, lowering his head. The system window notified that the sacrifice skill had been activated. The protagonist with wings appearing behind his back raised his hand, concentrating energy in it. The system window notified that the system had recorded the dead creatures. The sacrifice skill changed to a strike skill. The Judgment of Light skill was activated. Rays of light quickly illuminated the dead people. Bright rays of light hit the dead people, dissolving them. The system window notified several times that the level had been increased. Huck said that these were his favorite experience points, he said, loudly smiling happily, that this was what he called paradise. Hela looked at him casually. She said that the guy was very smart. Hela was not sure which of them was more of a demon at the same time in a room with open doors. Norin, smiling, said that the main character made the worse, but at the same time the wisest choice. They looked at each other. Norn, looking away, said that everything was as Moore predicted. After some time, a bright portal illuminated the room. The main character stuck his leg out of the portal. He raised his hand, smiling, and said that it was a pity that everything was all ready. Over there was such a chance to level up, Hela loudly said in confusion. For Juk to concentrate because nothing was over yet. The portal behind them quickly closed. They calmly turned towards him. The main character narrowed his eyes, looking around the room. He thought that this was an activation spell and a very difficult one at that. Jehu calmly asked if this time he really needed to escape by fulfilling some conditions. Muir, the creator of the Nora system, turning to the opponent, loudly said that everything was exactly like that. The main character asked if he was the next guard. Memmer said that he didn't like all these formalities, you could say, that it was. Hela looked at him and said that it was that voice. Huck asked if he was familiar to her. Hela said in surprise, "What is he doing here?" Mimer interrupted her and said that he should introduce himself. The creator introduced himself and said that he was the creator of the protagonist's destiny. Huck was very surprised after his words and wondered if Mum was the creator of his destiny. He remembered his past. The system window notifies that a new control system has been installed. Does the protagonist want to download it? Launching the Norner system? Jehu came out of his memories. He asked with a puzzled look. In what sense? Emmer said that in the most direct sense. One day, Loki came to him and asked for advice on how to free himself from Odin's power, raise a fighter which would be their last hope for salvation. The answer was nothing other than the Norner system. The protagonist, lowering his head, said that it means Mamer created the system. He raised his head and asked why the creator didn't explain everything from the beginning. Muir said that because of the agreement with the Aesir gods, he couldn't even get close to Juk at first. In addition, he was hindered by the Aker system which the protagonist, or rather, which all awakened ones use. Hela turned to the creator in surprise and said that she was hearing for the first time that he was responsible for the second test. Memmer addressed her by name and said that she knew how difficult the situation was if they accidentally accelerated the onset of the apocalypse. Hela said that she knew this and then Jehu's life would be in danger. The protagonist said how calmly they disposed of other people's lives. Numer said that one way or another, the reason for his intervention is simple. It is a confirmation of strength. Huck must prove that he is worthy of being considered the opponent from the prophecy. The protagonist asked, very angry, and they are only telling him this. Now the creator said that there were too many eyes around to tell the truth. Even their dialogue is only possible because they are inside the great ruins. Huck thought that it turns out that Moore is relatively free from the Aesir gods since this place is abandoned. The creator said loudly that the protagonist is really a smart guy. Jae-hyuk sternly said that he has a question. Numer said that he can ask it. The protagonist said that if the fate of the opponent is predetermined, then his own will, as he understands, is not important. Why did they care about his opinion? Then, at that very desperate moment before his death, at the same time in the room, Yu Jong, lying on the table, asked what the protagonist is doing abroad at all. He does not even answer the phone. AA, looking down, sadly agreed with her, hoeing. Smiling, said that he is sure that Jae-hyuk will return when the time comes. They know him after all. Ayen, holding a book in her hands, asked why the protagonist went abroad. Yu Jong loudly said that she does not know this because he did not say a word to them. Hoyoung looked away, smiling, and said that it was time to discuss the upcoming plans. He wanted them to all be on the same team. AA smiled, looking down and remembering the main character. She calmly agreed with her friend. Ayen happily raised her head and said loudly that that's it. That's why Jae-sing mentioned some bribe in the form of potions. Are they doing this? Because of Jae-hoo's privileges, Yu Jong asked who she took them for. She sadly said that she just wanted to be together. Yeon quickly raised her head with a red face. She said loudly and shamefully that it was all because of the protagonist's personality who, if not them, would accept such a bad person. Yeon, remembering the past with fear, said that Yang was right about that. Huyong raised his hand and said that in his opinion it would be good to be on the same team with Jae-hyuk, since they were friends. If you think about it, there are many advantages to it, for example, good financial assistance, also free use of the large training hall. Young looked at Ayan and said that she wasn't a student at the academy yet. How did she know so much? Ayan threw her head back with a smile and said loudly that she would also start studying here soon. That's why she knew some things in advance. Huang happily smiled and asked, what if Ayan doesn't pass the entrance? Exams! She looked down resignedly, clutching her legs with her hands. Yu Ying smiled and turned her head. She said that Huyang was a bad guy. He was very surprised by her words. AA looked down and said that she wished the protagonist would come back soon. Yu Jung looked down, smiling, and said that AA was right. Moomer said that he didn't want to trust the worldly fate to someone who wasn't able to survive on his own. Jae-hyuk asked what fate meant. The creator agreed with this and said that he only gave him a choice. The protagonist decided to change fate, so now he is here. Jae grinned angrily and said that this was not a simple reason. He himself simply wanted to kill the hated father. Numer said that since the protagonist had such a goal, they would support it. Not all goals are filled with high meaning. Jae-hyuk raised his head, smiling, and said that he wanted to ask a lot, as he understands it. The creator will not answer everything, Emmer said. That unfortunately this is true, but he can make an exception if the protagonist passes his test. The creator will help him get closer to the truth. Jae-hyuk looked at him and said that this is not bad. Then Mur should explain what the essence of the second test is. The creator agreed and asked if the protagonist sees objects around him. Jae confirmed this and said that there are all sorts of things here. Numer said that his task is to put something on the altar. The protagonist must remember two things first. His actions are related to wisdom. Second, there is only one chance, and there will be no more opportunities. Jae-hoo Klai wondered if he really needs to examine everything here. Numer said that this was an expected reaction. The protagonist said with incomprehension that it was quite pleasant when his thoughts were read. The creator laughed and asked for forgiveness and said that in return he would give two useful hints. First, Jae-hyuk already knows the wisdom that the altar is endowed with. Second, the protagonist got here 2 days earlier than planned. Today is Monday after all, that's all, and Juk must now show his wisdom. Mamir almost forgot that if the protagonist fails, he will meet his death here. Jae-hyuk, gritting his teeth in rage, thought that he was speaking on purpose so that the creator would hear the protagonist thought insultingly. Has M completely gone crazy? The creator laughed loudly and said that these human curses, Juk has an hour for all this. The hints have been given, so he is eagerly awaiting an answer. The protagonist looks at the clock that appeared in the air. Jae-hyuk tilted his head and thought that the wisdom he already has in the hint Mummer mentioned is Wednesday. How is this connected with the test he is returning to the very beginning? What should be on the altar? He can try a couple more options. Everything around was illuminated by a bright aura. The system window notifies that the mana detector skill has been activated. Mana beams were directed to the sides. Jae-hyuk, with his eyes closed, thought that there is nothing, so this method is not suitable. He sternly opened his eyes and thought that he needs to think better. The protagonist cannot just give up. He already has wisdom and the environment. He thoughtfully put his hand on his chin, looking at his watch. Juke lowered his hand without taking his eyes off the hourglass. He sighed and thought that it turns out that this is it. The main character picked up the spear lying on the floor. He wondered what Minner expected from him. After a while, the system window appeared in front of Jay. Huck, the system window notifies that what should lie on the altar. He seriously looks at the system window holding the spear in his hand. The main character said that this is the sacrifice the system window notifies. That there is only one try is... Jay Huck sure of his choice. The main character confidently smiled and confirmed this. The magic circle on the floor instantly lit up. Jehu calmly looks at the rising objects. The altar quickly began to split. Numer loudly said that this was the correct answer. Jehu calmly looks at the room falling apart into fragments. He thought that the first clue was already known. Wisdom here we are talking about Odin's lost eye. In other words, the knowledge of the ruins. The second clue is Wednesday, and it was the decisive one. They say that in English the word Wednesday comes from the name Wotan. It, in turn, is a variation of the name of the god Odin. According to legend, Odin sacrificed himself in order to gain knowledge of the earthly and afterlife. If this legend is connected with the altar, there can only be one answer, and that is Jay Huck, the creator, said that it was amazing the protagonist flies through space towards a huge stream of light. The creator, turned to the young man with a great destiny and asked if he knew the meaning behind his choice. Jayhuk asked, smiling, pierced by a spear. Odin hung upside down on Eigil for 9 days and 9 nights. Right, he quickly swung his spear. The protagonist raised his spear with an ominous look and said that in order to get what he wanted, Odin was ready to put even his own life on the line. The space behind him began to glow red. Hela looked at what was happening in surprise, clenching her fists. She loudly asked him to stop and asked what Juk was going to do. The protagonist, turning to said that this was exactly it. He did not finish speaking and quickly thrust the spear into his body. Jay-Huck, gritting his teeth with rage, asked the creator, wanted to test, right? He thought that this was sacrificing himself in order to resist death. The next test would be many times more difficult and painful. Jay confidently said that he would not waste time, and he suggested speeding up a little. The system window notified that the materialization of magical items skill was activated. The protagonist extended his hand towards the spear that appeared. He clenched the spear in his hand with a terrifying look. Raising it, Jay-Huck instantly thrust the weapon into his body. Hela, watching this loudly, ordered him to stop. The protagonist, with a doomed look and a bloody face, looks down. He quickly raised his hand, clutching the spear that appeared in it. Memmer told Jay-Huck to stop. A bright light illuminated the protagonist, revealing a room after. Sometime Jay-Huck raised his hand up. He opened his eyes in confusion. The creator said that the protagonist had changed a lot. Moomer thought that his advice was no longer needed. Jay-Huck put his hand on his stomach where the wounds had disappeared. The creator said that this was the end of the test. Surprisingly, the protagonist was beyond his expectation. Now it was his turn to fulfill the promise. Jay-Huck said, with a confident look, that he had been waiting for this. He thought that finally he had a chance to get closer to the truth hidden by the gods. Numer said that there were 3 words becoming one coherent sentence. They would show the way to the truth. The protagonist, leaning his hand on the floor, said that the creator's puzzles were difficult. Numer said that this was all. So as not to get caught by the aces gods, the creator turned to Hela and said that even she doesn't know. Hela put her hands on her knees in surprise and asked, even what? Does she not know? Memster confirmed and said that it was because the truth was too deep. 3 words appeared in the bright light. The protagonist looked at them in surprise and wondered, is this really Raider Eye and brighter? There is too little information. What does this even mean? Numer said that he would give. One instruction: Jay-Huck should be suspicious of the system. Each time the creator believes that the protagonist will definitely find out the truth. Will wait for their next meeting. He turned to Hela and said that he also wishes her luck. She turned her head to the side with a sad look and looked at the protagonist. Jehu sternly looked down and thought that if you look at it like that, all 3 words apply to him. Raider is his profession. I is the lost, I won in the last. His present shines brighter than the past. much brighter than when Jae-hyuk, in complete ignorance, ended his life as a human shield. Why did Muir give the word brighter? Why does the protagonist have to question the system? Hela put her hand on his shoulder. She said tensely that they could think about the meaning of Mun's words together. They can go now after some time. The protagonist looks at his reflection. Smur said that Jae-hyuk had passed almost all the tests and there was only one left. The protagonist looked at the mirror and asked, "Does it lead to him?" Smirk confirmed this with a calm look. He said that this is the mirror of word, the first of the 3 norns of fate. It is the source of karmic memory. Jae-hyuk will see the memories of Jotun after that. He must return and offer his answer. Then the test will be completed. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "Does this task have a correct answer?" Smur did not confirm this and said that no matter what answer Jute gave, he is not the judge here. The protagonist must find his own answer. This is the giant's last task if he is ready. He can put his hand to the mirror. It will show him the past. She put his hand to the mirror and it instantly lit up. The protagonist was very surprised by what he saw. ER said in her reflection that he was finally here. She was really waiting for him. John looked at her in surprise and was about to say something. The girl said that he should say her name again. He continued to look at her with the same expression and called her. Her, she said with a smile that he was right. It was her. She took his hand and said that this was such a fateful meeting and an inevitable reunion, had waited for a long time, keeping the broken past in her heart. For him, these were fragments of the past sent by an ancient being for posterity. He should let her show him first. They passed through the portal. John began to look around and asked where they were. Hela said that this was Jotun, the land of giants. She called his name and asked if he had seen Nerd before. John looked confused and said that he was not sure Bird stood next to them and said that the past they would look at was not in his head but right in front of him. He had to see it, but he could not change anything. History had already met its end. These are just echoes of the past, transmitted by the great Jotun Grunner. Her approached him. The space around them began to change quickly, and she said that he needed to hear his story. They saw Grunner, who asked Smur with a smile, what in his opinion should a real ruler be like? He looked at him with a thoughtful look and asked, should he be strong? Otherwise it would not be possible to protect the people. Greer closed his eyes and said that he was right. Strength was certainly important. However, a good ruler is one who knows how to care for others and admit his shortcomings. He would like to become just such a Jotun. Smur looked away and said that however he was weak, timid, and afraid of Thor's hammer, what good is he? He does not think there is any Grunner called him by name, and said that he should never put a cross on himself. Only he can determine his worth. Hela and June looked at each other with slightly surprised faces. She smiled and said, that was why he opened up to him. Suddenly, someone else ran up to them and said that something bad had happened. Thor and the Valkyries attacked them. Grunner took his weapon in his hand and said that they should stop panicking. He would protect their people no matter what. Word stood next to Jan and said that it was a sad scene. However, the severity of this scene did not end there. She would show the second shard right after that. They moved to a space engulfed in flames. Jun was very surprised by what he saw and asked what it was. He looked around and thought that there were only dead bodies and a sea of blood around. Hela looked at it and said that this was the so-called Ragnarok, the day of the final battle, the moment before the treaty was concluded, and the man in front, the lightning god. Thor John looked at him and thought that the thunderclaps that shake the heavens and the earth and the well-known hammer in his hand. He is strong. Such an opponent is not yet within his power. Even with an S rank, this monster cannot be defeated. He asked what he needs to do to become as strong. Hela said that he must pass all 5 trials. This will put him on the right path. Thor said that he likes giants. He is surprised that they still do not give up. Honorable warriors should be respected. He loudly called the king of the giants and said that he must fight him one-on-one, then no one else will die. How does he like this offer? Grunger asked. That is, he will let the others go if he sacrifices himself. Thor agreed and said that he swears on his name. Grunner put his weapon on the ground and said that he agrees. Thor created many powerful lightning bolts and said that, then they will see each other soon. Grunner looked at him with a calm expression and said that he would not die so easily. Thor flew away immediately after that, and said that his whim and Grunger sacrifice. The battle between Yennam and Asgard ended in victory. For the latter, the final fragment remained. After that, they found themselves in another place again. Greer calmly used magic on his weapon. Smur stood behind him, called his father, and said that he should not go there because it was a trap. Grunner calmly said that he knew about it, but he had to do it. Smur burst into tears and asked if he could answer what this was all about. He was the only one close to him. Left Hela came up to them and said that they were in Asgard. This is the world where the Aesir live, whom he must kill, including Odin. Groner turned around, called his son by name, and asked he remembers those words that he once told him. Right, he doesn't have to worry, he can do just fine without him. Smur started crying and was about to tell him something. Groner calmly said that one day he will meet the opponent from the prophecy. He looked at him and asked, did he say opponent? He agreed and said that he will free all the races, including them, from the Aesir. That's why he must protect his grave. John looked at the crying Smur and thought, this is how the ruins were created. Was done for the ascension of the fallen giants and plans for the future. Grunner called the opponent and said that he knows that he sees these memories. He asked him to help his son. Word said that he prepared himself for death. Grunger entered the arena and approached Thor, who was already standing there. He turned around and said with a smile that, here he is. Bird said that for the sake of her son, who will remain an orphan, and the last hope that will appear in the future for his sake. Thor asked with a smile. Is he ready to begin? He wanted to challenge him from the beginning. Grunger with a calm expression asked, is he satisfied? Now. Thor with a very serious expression looked at him and refused. He raised his hand and called down a very powerful lightning. A powerful aura emanated from him, and he took his hammer in his hand. He said with a smile that it will not happen until he kills him. He released a very powerful lightning, and Grunger blocked this attack with his weapon. He swung his weapon and asked what he is trying to achieve. Thor with a calm expression looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Greer asked why he takes the life of innocents time and time again. Thor with a calm expression asked, is that what he means? This is the will of the great Lord Odin. Even he does not know the real reason. He does not really care, as long as there is a chance to fight a strong opponent. Now he must answer his question. Why did he accept the challenge, knowing that in the end he will die? Groner placed his weapon on the ground and said that it was because he had something he wanted to protect. Thor smiled and placed his hammer on the ground and asked if he had anything left. Most of his race had already turned to ashes. Grunger said with a serious expression that their souls were still alive. Asgard would definitely fall, Some? Thor asked with a displeased expression. If he also believed in the prophecy of the three sisters, this was so boring they should stop this conversation. He started spinning his hammer with a serious expression and said that it was time to send him to the others. June stood to the side and watched this with a serious expression. Grunger stood in place with a calm expression while Thor emitted a very powerful aura. He asked the opponent with a calm voice if he could hear him. If so, he must remember. He must only follow his own path and must not stray from the course. June thought about his words and clenched his fist tightly. Thor started to attack and Grunner said loudly that he also had to tell Smur that his worthless father was asking for forgiveness. He dealt a strong blow with his hammer and destroyed the weapon that Grunner was trying to block this blow with. Thor continued this attack and dealt a very strong blow to his head. Smur looked at this with tears in his eyes and loudly called out for his father. June said with a dissatisfied look that this was a disgusting end. He took out a blank card. Helen noticed this and was about to say something about it. He looked at the arena with a dissatisfied look and asked, it seems that they will calm down only after they take revenge on Thor. Right? The system notified that a blank card was available for use. With this blow, he killed Grunner and he fell to the ground. He looked around with a calm expression. A small stone fell next to his foot. Thor's attention was drawn to the fact that this stone began to emit a bright glow. He lowered his head and saw the runes that Grunger had placed on his weapon before the fight. He looked at the runes that appeared around him with a displeased expression and called him a damn freak. All these runes continued to move and created feds that bound him. Thor, with a serious expression, said that. He was impressed by this planned counterattack at the cost of his own life. He began to emit very powerful energy and said that, however, this was not enough to kill him. John looked at this with a serious expression, and the system warned that the skill was too high for his level. Full use of the skill is not available until the level is increased. Thor continued to emit many powerful lightning bolts, which destroyed the stones that were flying at him. he noticed that another stone was flying at him and turned around sharply. He struck with a hammer with a serious expression and broke that big rock. He was very surprised when he saw that a smaller rock was flying at him quickly because of the shards that rock hit Thor's forehead at high speed. What happened caught Jen's attention and he looked at it with a serious expression. Thor was able to stay on his feet after that attack and stood up again. He was very surprised by what happened and blood was running down his face. That rock was stuck in his forehead and he said that. So that was his goal, an item that could contain his power. He takes back his words after all. There is something interesting about him. Smur continued to cry with a sad expression and said that it is impossible to say for sure that the opponent will appear. He doesn't even know who he is if his father's sacrifice turns out to be in vain. What will he do? Then John let go of the card and the system window said, does he want to register the passive skill, Lightning Gods? Power into the empty card. Hela looked at this in surprise and asked, how is this possible? Is it really possible to use a blank card? On the hero of me memories bird said that if this were all an ordinary vision then, no, it was impossible, however. Didn't she say that in front of them were fragments of the past preserved especially for posterity? Hela looked at her and was about to say something but immediately stopped. Beer said with a small smile that Grunger's sacrifice was not in vain. The system notified that the passive skill power of the god of lightning was registered. Information about the skill is displayed on the screen. The system notified that the rank of this skill is mystical, contains the thunder and lightning of the Godor, greatly increasing the power of skills related to lightning. First, the damage from lightning skills is increased by 300%. Second, the effectiveness of lightning skills is improved by 50%. Third, independent activation and deactivation is possible. Warning, prolonged use of the skill is not recommended due to the low level. If this point is violated, the body will suffer severe damage. Hela approached him and asked if he was sure about this. She was afraid that he would not be able to cope. With such power, Jan turned to her and asked what the problem was. He would just work even harder and she would help him. Hela looked at him with a displeased expression and agreed with him. ER stood to the side and looked at them with a small smile. She said that, unfortunately, their time was up. This was not their first breakup, but it was still painful for her. Jaehyun looked at her with a serious expression and asked if he had forgotten something. Bayar said with a smile that did not matter anymore. She called him an opponent and said that he should just move forward. His task was to step over the sad past and live with everyone in the present, drawing a new future. She took off the mask, covering her eyes, and said that she would pray for him. There probably won't be a place for her in his destiny, but she wants him to always be happy. The bright energy she admitted made John close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the ruins and saw a broken mirror in front of him. Smur stood behind him and asked if he had looked at his memories. June touched the mirror again and agreed. Hela stood next to him and looked at him with a sad expression. Smur calmly said that there was one last test left. He would ask him a question. Was he ready? He knelt down, called him an opponent, and asked if he would be able to remain steadfast if he had to lose something dear to him. June thought about it and remembered all the people dear to him. He refused and said that he knew that he would give in to his feelings, grieve and struggle and agony just like it was with him, but in the end, he will have to pull himself together because he needs to move on. Smur smiled with a slightly sad look and said that he understood him. He congratulates the opponent. He proved that he has all the necessary qualities. The system notified that the tests were passed. The level was increased by 4 points. The nickname of the one who overcame the second ordeal was acquired. The gift from Grunner was accepted. This system window disappeared, and Jayen said that it seemed that this was all. Smur looked at him with a calm look and asked, "Is he leaving already?" He agreed and said that his business here was over, right? He almost forgot. Smur looked at him with a calm look and asked, "What is he talking about?" June started to leave and said that his father asked me to tell him that he was very sorry now. It is definitely time for him to go. Right after that, he started to leave these ruins. Smur, with a kind smile, told his father that he was never angry with him after that. John came to the exit, opened the door slightly, and saw a crowd of people who had gathered in front of the door. He looked at it and wondered, were there already so many people there? Hela said that they were all ability holders. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave quietly. He thought that it would be a shame if he was perceived as a tomb robber. But on the other hand, there was some truth in it. The Union's position was also quite clear. They spent a lot of money on this raid. It seemed that now he couldn't handle two S-rank people at once. Juntian said that she should cover him and he would try to stall for time. Hela agreed and said that she would give a signal. He should find the right moment to distract the enemies. She sat down on the ground and began to emit dark energy, and John began to open the door. He went out to the crowd of people who were standing in front of him, and this attracted their attention. One of the guys was about to say something but stopped because Balik walked by and said that they should get out of the way. He walked up to him and asked with a serious voice, "Was it him who cleared the dungeon?" Jen asked with a smile. "What if that was really the case?" Big immediately took out his sword with a serious expression and pointed it at him. He looked at the entrance with a serious expression and thought that the mana inside no longer felt like it was. This guy told the truth. However, how did he do it alone? John looked at him with a calm expression and thought that Bamong was the ghost sword of the Nellums. This was not some replica but a real S-rank artifact. He smiled and said that only he could clear this dungeon. No matter how many times they tried, they would not succeed. Bike looked at him with a very serious and dissatisfied expression and asked, "Is he saying that the Alliance's strength is not enough?" June smiled and started to put his sword blade away from himself and said that, "Who knows, they couldn't even step foot in the dungeon. It's all because they didn't meet the conditions." Balik got really angry about this and called him names. He calmed down a bit, put his sword away, and said that he initially thought about taking him to them but changed his mind. He won't kill him, he still wants to learn a lot from him. Besides the dungeon. John looked at him with a serious expression and thought that he couldn't believe that he fell for such a cheap provocation. It turns out that he was considered aggressive for a reason. He started to use a spell and said that he could try if he could. Of course, he thought that no matter what he was, the one who came out on top, Bike ran to him and said that his tricks wouldn't work on him. He slashed hard with his sword and was surprised when June recreated his sword and blocked his strike. The system announced that it was an equipment item. The name was Bomben Class S. Siegfried's favorite weapon. The first effect was strength increased by 100 points, agility by 50 points. The second effect was passive. Skill Dragon Slayer rank S, John said with a smile that it didn't say anywhere that there couldn't be two of these swords at once. He swung his sword and pushed Bick away. He looked at him with a very serious expression and immediately slashed again with his sword. John, with a confident smile, began to concentrate energy in his legs, and the system notified that the skill dexterous step was activated. He began to dodge the many blows that his opponent ded very quickly. John, with a calm expression, looked at him and said that he was slower than he thought. Bick was very angry because of this. Took a deep breath and thought that among the few S-rank raiders, there were few who could dodge his sword. Who the hell is this guy? Everyone looked at them in surprise. Camilla flew to them and called Bick. He immediately turned to her and said nothing. She landed next to him and said with a serious look that he should be more careful because this sword is not just visually similar. Its power is very similar to Bam's. Bick turned around and with a serious look said that now he only has more questions for him. As he said before, he will not kill him, but his arms and legs. John put the sword on the ground and said that he should wait. He heard him with his words. Bick continued to look at him with a serious expression and asked what he meant. June said with a serious expression that he was thinking for a long time. He said this to make him shut up. He was reading an article about his divorce. It was because of he didn't have time to finish because Camilla called him as a guy in black clothes and said that she found him too talkative. The reason for his divorce was because he was disgusting and boring. Balik got really angry because of this and asked loudly whose side was she even on. He started channeling energy into the sword and said loudly that they would continue this conversation in the meeting room. Hela turned into a small cat, came up to him, and said that everything was ready. It was time for them to finish. Jen apologized and said that however she should wait a little longer. She looked at him in surprise and was about to ask something but stopped. John also began to channel energy into the sword and said that the chance to cross swords with an S-rank raider is rare. The system notified that the overdrive skill was activated. The item used name is Crown Ring Rank B. The ring instantly imposes magical effects that enhance skills, requires the overdrive skill due to the lack of a transcendental stone. The item's rank is lowered. The overdrive skill is unstable due to the incompleteness of the item. temporary skill enhancement attention after the item's effect wears off. He will be deprived of the ability to use magic for some time. Camilla looked at him in surprise and her attention was drawn to the magical power she loudly called Bike and said that he should retreat for a while. He did not listen to her and ran to June to attack. Camilla snapped her fingers with a displeased look, called him an idiot, and said that his wife divorced him because of his character. The system notified that the skill force mana field was activated. John looked at Bick with a serious expression, used the skill and destroyed this barrier. Camilla was very surprised by this and said that it was impossible. Jaehan remembered what he saw earlier and thought that the Thor from the Memories Grunger was incredibly strong. Surely Hall will be the same. The only way to become stronger in a short time is to constantly put yourself to the test. Bai ran up to him and dealt a strong blow with his sword. Jones struck back with his sword and thought that he needed to repeat, imposing difficulties on himself because of what happened. They released a very powerful energy which surprised everyone present. Camilla was very surprised when she saw Balak flying out of the smoke cloud at high speed and called out loudly for him. She used magic to slow his fall and gently placed him on the ground. She ran towards him and asked, "How could this happen?" She ran towards him and wondered how he could do this to the leader of the European Union. They can't let such a monster walk freely in this world. Jae Hyan turned around and started to walk away from her. Camilla looked at him with a serious expression and asked him if he really thought she would let him go that easily. She created 2 magic circles and the system announced that the skills Hellfire and Windhound were activated. June turned towards her about to use the skill, but his energy immediately disappeared. The system announced that the use of magic was suspended due to the use of the skill overdrive. He was unhappy about it, and Hela used magic and said that it should be enough because of the spells that Camille used. There was a powerful magical explosion. She thought that the magic disappeared before the attack did any damage. She asked, "Did that mean he escaped? They need to find his tracks and finish him off." Balak stood up, wiped the blood from his face, refused, and said that she should stop. Camille turned to him and asked why he refused. He said that she should listen to him. Chasing after him was too dangerous. They should return to headquarters. She asked why he said that so suddenly. He hated this place. "Is he that strong?" Bake agreed. And Camille asked, "Is he acting so strange because something happened? Does his wife want to get back together with him?" He was very unhappy with what she said, but he calmed down, took a deep breath, and said that he did not kill him on purpose. Sending other people after him would only bring more problems and losses. Camille said that she understood him. She would contact headquarters herself. Balak looked away, thanked her, and said that he needed to rest. He thought that whoever this guy was, the day would come when he would fight him again. He would not lose that time. At the same time, Hela, looking very unhappy, said that he was the same as usual. Jan laughed and said that their mission was over. They should go home the next day at the airport. He was walking down the hallway and texted someone on his phone that he was back. He was about to call, but he got a call and asked what was going on. He answered the call and asked what happened. AA called his name and asked what he thought about joining the circle. Jun continued walking and thought that it seemed like a good time after all. About a month had passed. The circle is one of the main centers of the raider size in the whole country. In other words, a hobby group for raiders, usually second and third years, create such clubs to receive the leadership of those who have just entered, but mainly they solve the requests of government agencies. In this case, the Mimi receives a commission from the intermediary, and the leader increases his awareness and a small profit before joining the guild. This is a gain in experience through training, and this is not bad. However, this only works if he joins a prestigious club that has at least some name. Otherwise, everyone goes into the minus before the regression. He was only in a low-class club and was there until his death. It is because of the one person, one circle rule. He has no good memories left. He was pushed there against his will from the very beginning. He wanted to get into the same circle with the guys, but if it is so easily accelerated, he will be bored. June said with a smile that he does not know until he thought about it. He needs to find out where it is possible and worth going. AA said that they were all just sitting here together and thinking about it. Would he like to join? June thought about it, refused, and said that it would be better for him to find a circle for himself. This surprised everyone, and he thought, was it too much? Yoon grabbed the phone and called his name very loudly. Everyone was sitting with sad faces, and she asked with a displeased look. He said that he would find a circle for himself, and he decided to leave them like that. John covered his ear with his hand and said that it was not so. After all, they did not even agree that they would be in the same circle. Yoon said loudly that since he had assembled a team, he should go with them until the end. June said that if they wanted to be first in their class so much, they should just say so. Yoon asked why he said that he should wait. H wanted to talk to him. He was surprised by this and asked why she said that. She spoke as if she could convince him he was about to say something, but Jun beat him to it and said that it wasn't that hard to get into the same circle themselves. H was a little surprised and asked, "Is that true?" He was walking through the airport and thought that his personality was perfect for manipulation. I hope the scammers on the phone don't trick him. He said that he had a condition. However, Hyen called him by name and said that they were all friends. This was too much. June said that since they didn't want to, there was nothing he could do. Hung immediately said that, in fact, it was very fair. Even if they were friends, there had to be conditions. June made some of them unhappy by saying that that was why he was acting like that. He would tell them the conditions later. It was time for him to go to the portal. Hong agreed, and Jan said that they would see each other at the academy. Hella was sitting in his hood and asked if he had finished talking. Yet he thought that since everyone was talking about the circle, it meant that it was approaching a training camp that would be held at the same time as the circle events and other activities. This time, everything would be held in the mega restricted zone. Melis Academy is only a part of the restricted zone, and everything outside is still teeming with monsters. Melis cleans out the outer territories every year at this event. John went through the portal, and the girl who works there noticed him and pointed to the side. He left the building and left after some time. He sat down on the couch, took a deep breath, and said that it seemed like he hadn't been here for that long, but it felt like he hadn't been here for an eternity. Hella said that it was understandable. He had been through a lot. After all, by the way, about the gift from Grunner, she didn't finish the sentence. Because she felt something strange. June noticed it and asked what happened. Hella called his name and asked if he remembered her ever saying that they didn't have enough time. He looked surprised by this and was about to say something. She said with a serious expression that Hell had freed himself. At that very moment, he destroyed space and climbed back out through the hole he had made. He started falling from a very great height, and a dragon nearby noticed this. He landed and said with a displeased expression that he couldn't believe that they had humiliated him. He looked around and said that the place was nothing but ruins. They wanted to keep him away from people. Hall wiped his face with his hand and asked with a very serious expression, how dare they cause him such trouble? At that very moment, a dragon flew towards him, and landed next to him. They stood quietly in place, and Hall didn't pay any attention. To this monster! The dragon opened its mouth, leaned towards him, and was about to bite him, but he stood still and said, "What does that mean?" That's how it is. He destroyed the head of that dragon and said that he had a pretty good idea. Well, he needs to have some fun some more. The opponent should wait. He will show him what he is capable of at the same time. Hella said that this is strange. What is he doing there? June asked, "Where is going?" She looked at him and said that he is going towards Melis Academy to the closed area. Judging by his face, he knows something doesn't. June said with a worried look that there will be a training camp for the Academy's newcomers there. Hella said with a worried look that she seemed to understand what he was planning. He can see the near future, and it seems that he has already seen his future. June said that not only him, but also his friends can be caught. Hella called him and was about to say something, but he beat her to it and said that this was an expected situation. He started walking and thought with a serious expression that he should be fully prepared to face the enemy. Face to face. June saw the system window that appeared in front of him and said that it would be nice if Grunger prepared a good gift. The system notified that he received the item. Giant's blood is a gift. It is a consumable. The name is Dragon's Blood. Rank S+. It is the blood of a giant that stores wisdom and strength when consumed. The wisdom and strength indicators increase by 30 points, cannot be used without reaching the minimum requirements. The minimum requirements are strength and wisdom indicators above 150 points. Jae-hun took the bottle in his hand and thought, does this mean that he had to have an S rank to pass the test? It is impossible to have stats in both indicators above 150 without having an S rank. The system notified that the passive skill Grunger Wrath had been acquired. He could view information about the new skill. Passive skill Grunger Wrath EX level. All damage dealt to the Acer gods and Valkyries is doubled. Hela approached him and asked with a smile, how was he feeling? That's why she said that the second trial needed to be completed faster. June smiled and said that she was right. He was grateful to her. He started to stroke her head, and Hela asked him to stop. She jumped a few meters away from him and asked what he was doing. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds and said nothing. Hela changed her appearance and said that he didn't have to worry. She stood in front of him and said with a smile that she had a way to help him. The next day, June used his skill, but it was so hard for him that he started bleeding and felt a lot of pain. He stopped using the skill and said that it was very hard. Hela was sitting on a tree nearby and said that this was to be expected, a power that can't even be compared to the S rank or other high rank that he has. Right now, it's a mythic rank. If he doesn't gain control of this power, his body simply won't be able to bear it and will collapse. Remembered the system window he saw, and thought that the mythic rank skill he obtained in the Great Ruins he needs to reach a new rank as soon as possible. After some time, Jun walked through the city and thought that he knew how to increase the rank. The system notified that there was a special quest, the Crow Hunter, eliminate all the crows when that are putting pressure on him and Ace's opponents. Target 1 in 5 difficulty. The reward for killing 1 crow is 1 blank card. The reward for completing the entire mission is rank up. June thought that there was only 1 kill so far. Time is running out. Even the most meaningless methods are fine. He can solve this with sacrifice skill, but it won't get rid of the problem itself, he asked. Is there no other way? Hela looked around and was about to say something, but she didn't finish because she heard a loud car sound. She asked, it seems like they have guests. Right? June looked away and said that he didn't know if they were guests or not. There was someone invisible standing around the corner next to him, and he said that it looked like he would have to find out for himself. The window of the car that stopped next to him opened, and Jian said with a smile that it was an amazing meeting. She said his name and said that it was such a luck to meet him in such a place. John looked at her with a serious expression and thought that this girl was the head of the Merchant Guild, the curator Ji-hun. She said with a smile that she heard that he signed a contract with the Lotus Guild. Are they not offending him? Jae-hun thought that he understood where she was. Leading, he called her by name and said that he was glad to meet her. But isn't she too busy to meet someone randomly? Like that? Ji-hun asked if it wasn't luck. Then could it be fate? Jae-yoon was very unhappy when he heard that word. He leaned towards her and said with a serious expression that he hated that word the most. She was following him, right? She was surprised because of that, and Hela said that it seemed like it was personal, so she would go. She said goodbye to him and said that she had somewhere to go anyway. After that, Sunj stopped using the invisibility skill he called the chairman and said that the curator had contacted Jan. He remembered how he looked at him with a serious expression and said that he seemed to have noticed him after a while. June sat on the sofa and asked, so can he find out what she wants to offer him? June asked, did he decide to get straight to the point? She likes it. They want him to be part of their guild. June said that he is in another guild. Now it seems that she knows it herself. June said with a smile that they would give him Nidhogg's Fong. He was surprised by this and wondered, is she really saying what he thinks? She just wants to give him an S-class artifact that has an astronomical value. At the same time, in Hell's temple, she was sitting next to her wolf and said that she still came to her will. She regretted it. Hela called her with a smile and said that she is asking for strength. Hel asked, does that mean she already knows that she is part of her? In some way, there is a significant difference between their powers, and even if she lends her a little of hers, Hela said with a calm look that there is a chance that she will not be able to use it properly and will die. However, even if she survives, she won't be able to think about the future because her normal body will have an incredible amount of great power. Hel looked at her with a serious expression and asked, then why would she do this? Hela said with a serious expression that this was her mission from the beginning. She is the one who led the opponent through the 5 trials. She is the one who became his compass that shows him the way she wanted to be. His support from the beginning. Hel said that, however, this is not a reason to sacrifice herself. Hela said that, in fact, this is only part of the whole story. She was just wondering if John would remember this as he moves forward. He doesn't stop trying even in the face of despair, Hela asked, even if she won't be there at the end of this story. Hela agreed, and she looked at her with a serious expression for a few seconds. Without saying anything, she sighed and said that it seems like she's already made her decision. She began to concentrate her energy in her hand and said that she would give her her powers. Whatever she decides to do, she has to be happy. She directed this energy at Hela, and she stood there with a happy smile. At the same time, SJ agreed and said that from what he saw, guild leader Jihoon was trying to convince Jan herself. Of course he wouldn't fall for that. Sonon nervously tapped the table and said that. However, he could have been offered something more than just money. She took a deep breath and said that it meant that she valued Jen's potential more highly. Sanjay asked with a slightly worried expression, "Is she going to leave it like this? It may sound presumptuous of him, but he is the star of the raider world at the moment. They have to keep him at all costs." Sonon smiled and said that he has changed so much. She made a very serious face and asked if she has ever had something she wants taken away from her. At the same time, June said that it seemed like they would get along well. "Is that true?" June said with a smile that, "This was just the first meeting. Aren't they touching on the future too much?" She laughed and said that it seemed like he wasn't aware of how people negotiate. The fact that he was already sitting here meant that negotiations had begun since they were both here. It meant that they both wanted something. Jen asked if she said it like that right away. Not bad, he liked it. Jihoon raised her hand with a smile and said that she should bring it. Yeonju agreed to it and left the office. A few minutes later, she came back and brought a dagger in a protective case which gave off an ominous aura. June looked at it in surprise and thought, that Nidhogg's fond in his past life, it was a famous dagger that was valued second only to the Bomlung sword in the raider market, so they have such powerful and valuable artifacts. June said with a smile that it looked like it was quite an expensive thing. Why did she want to give it to him? June said with a smile that she hated it when guys kept a lot of secrets. She looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "From now on, they should be honest." "Okay." Jan agreed to it with a calm expression. He suddenly became very serious and asked, "So what's the matter?" She was very surprised because of the aura he was giving off, and wondered what kind of magic is this? She bit her lip and was about to think of something, but she didn't finish her thought because June asked, "Does she think the main thing is not to be afraid?" Jihoon was very surprised because of this and looked at him silently. He smiled and asked, "It seems she is not particularly used to negotiating with raiders." Right after a while, he said that to sum it up, she wants to see him in the Curator Guild for this. He gets the fun of Nidhogg, right? Jihoon looked at him with a worried look, agreed and asked, "It is unlikely that he is treated like this." "Somewhere right." June looked away with a thoughtful look and thought that, of course it is. So what other guild would bet so much on a 17-year-old boy? He said that what is strange, as far as he knows, she rarely takes battle raiders, so he understands that the policy has changed. Jian said that if there is no change, they can be eliminated. June asked, "Does that mean he will be the first?" She agreed, and he said that he didn't think that was it. She said with a displeased look that she admitted it. They will have an advantage from bringing in a disciple from the Lotus Guild, considering that he can directly contact the Raider Control Center. His price is Nide Hogs F. John looked at the item in front of him with a thoughtful look and didn't say anything. For a few seconds, Jihoon said with a smile that he seemed like the type that would immediately break free from the leash. If she made a mistake, he asked with a smile, that by saying that was she trying to call him a dog. She asked, "Since the leash is an S-rank artifact, maybe that's for the best." Besides, in the contract, the profit ratio is almost entirely on his side. They are only looking at the possibilities for now. June said with a sly smile that so be it then. However, this is the weapon that he will end up using. She should let him touch this weapon at least once. Nothing will happen, right? A system window appeared in front of him, saying he wants to use the active skill magic tool. Form Jihoon extended her hand to the Fong and said, "It's worth it. He deserves it. He can touch it." She looked at Yanu, and she immediately bowed in agreement. She walked over and started to take out a dagger from the protective cube. Jun took the dagger in his hand and said with a smile, "So this is the Nidhogg Fong." He held it in his hand and returned it back. He stood up with a smile and said, "It seems this isn't really his style." He is grateful to her for the good offer. He started to leave and said goodbye to her. June was shocked by this and asked, "Did he just not like this artifact?" June turned to her and said with a calm look, "That's okay, that's true." She stood up with a very displeased look. Her face turned red with anger and asked loudly, "Who even sorts through S-rank artifacts? Does he even know what kind of chance this is? He won't find it later for any amount of money." June calmly said that he had nothing more to say to her. He asked with a kind smile if he could go. June looked at him with a shocked look and asked what he said. He left her office after, which sat down on the sofa and put her hand on her head. Yanji leaned over to her and asked if she was okay. June remembered his look and said that a student and a teacher are the same. She clenched her hands with a displeased look and said that he would regret this. After some time, Jan sat in his room and looked at the energy that covered his hand. The system notified that the skill magic tool form was activated. The item Nidhogg's FS rank was acquired. John looked at it with a smile and said that he never thought he would get it like this. He thought that Nidhogg was the name of a huge, dangerous monster from ancient myths. It itself rests deep in Niam. He heard that during the winter solstice in her Gelmer it constantly gnaws at the depths of Anil. He never imagined that she would let him touch the Fong. He also never thought that he would ever be able to copy the weapon. Things are different now. He needs to be much more careful. Wonder how strong Hdal is? Will he be as strong as Thor? John put his hand on his head with a serious expression. Looking at the ceiling and said that it was interesting. He stood up and wondered if he had just gone crazy because of all this madness. However, he wants to know more. He wants to know how much longer he can fight them. That fate Edward showed him in the mirror. Will he be able to change this at the same time? At Millis Academy, the conference room of the circle leaders, a girl with a camera stood in the room and thought that the strongest students of the academy, and all of them are incredibly strong, so much so that she is not surprised when she found out that each of them is already a veteran raider. However, they all gathered here for one person. The guy with a calm look said that Jan will join Soho so they can continue to dream. The girl looked at him with a surprised look and thought that this is the circle. Leader Su. The girl looked at him and said that it is not so. He will go to Sunon. They lost all the talented freshmen last year too, didn't they? You shouldn't do such a thing with Jayan. As they say, magic and martial arts do not interfere in each other's affairs. Isn't that an established rule? If so, then being a magician will go to them. The girl took a picture of it and thought that it was a circle created in honor of Sunun and became a support for the raiders of the magicians. Their leader, Hanian, the second guy, said that what nonsense she was talking about. She should shut up. Does she even know what they say about them in the news? It's funny to even think that he will get into them just because he is a magician. The girl looked at him with a happy look and thought that here is Kong Jiab. He raised his Kuram circle to second place solely due to his strength. How incredible they all are. The leader, Soho, with a calm look, said that he can continue to dream. Jan will join him. Joe, up with a displeased look, said that this is nonsense. He would get into his circle. Jen said that then they should just do it. Honestly, the decision will still be up to Jan, right? In that case, won't he go to the one who offers him more? Jupe chuckled and asked, does she think it's that simple? How stupid she forgot why they gathered here? Jian was IND at what he said and said loudly that it was a guy with muscles instead of a brain who told her that the girl watched their quarrel from the side and thought that the situation was tense, but no one was going to back down. The reason is clear, Jan. He is a very important person. The circles in the academy are the most important groups. They are watched by countless guilds, and active students will then definitely get into good guilds. Therefore, the heads of the circle secretly keep a close eye on each other. However, Jan is very dangerous. The balance between the circles was extremely precarious, and now it was as if it never happened. It's amazing they want him for themselves so much that their eyes turned red with anger. The head of another circle stood up from the table and said that she wanted to propose one option. Everyone immediately stopped arguing and turned to her. She said with a calm expression that everyone would propose to Jan, and if at least one of them accepted, the circle would gather everyone here and announce it in advance. In exchange, the other circles would not touch the circle that got it. However, the circle would refrain from at least 2 academy events. The girl took a photo of her and thought that it was the leader of the Third Eye Circle, Chai Jun. It was the least known circle right now, but it was growing quickly due to the personal qualities of its leader. Jupe said with a thoughtful expression that it sounded good. He stood up from his chair and said that the circle that Jan got would suffer some losses in favor of the overall balance. He agreed to it. Jian also stood up and said that she agreed. Jian said with a smile that they would do so. Then the girl looked at her and thought that she had changed the course of the entire conversation. In a second, how amazing is she? The article promises to be interesting after some time. June answered. Eyes call and asked what she said again. Where does she want to go with him after they finished? She was lying on her bed with an embarrassed look, she remembered. that she called him and asked if he wanted to go to the International Raider Festival together. June asked again, where did she say? IA walked around the room and said that there were a lot of interesting things there, and if he was an active raider, they said he should definitely go, she said with an embarrassed look that Yoon told her so. June laughed and said that she liked such events. At least that's what he thought. He took out clothes from the closet and asked if they were going with the guys. AA looked away with a confused look and said that they didn't have time. June calmly said that he understood. Then they would go together. He thought that the size of the black market increased during the festival. Thinking back to before the regression, it would be nice to go there once. Maybe he would find something there that would help him defeat hell. He asked. When they would go there, AA said with an embarrassed face. That the day after tomorrow, on the 25th of April, they would meet at 9:00 at the entrance to the festival. She thought that she was really glad that she hadn't stuttered this time. John looked at the calendar and agreed to this proposal. He said that he hadn't rested for a long time, so it was time it seemed like it. Would be fun. I know, agreed with him with a red face. He remembered something and said that he seemed to have forgotten something on campus. He needed to go, he would call later. He ended the call, right after that. AA looked at her phone with a reddened face from embarrassment and said that she hoped they would have a good time. After a while, June picked up his things and walked down the hallway. He noticed Ying standing in the hallway. She blushed when she heard him ask what she was doing here. This is the boys' floor, so she's making fun of him and now she's here herself. Yu-Yoon turned to him with a displeased look, was about to insult him but immediately stopped. She looked away with a red face and said that she just wanted to ask something, so she came. John was a little surprised because of this and asked, is she asking him about his studies? Yang refused and said that lately there have been a lot of events. Soon there will be an international raider festival after some time. AA stood in the square with an embarrassed look and asked, did she come too early? Jan also came here, waved his hand at her and asked, has she been here for a long time? She also waved her hand at him and did not say anything. He said that he woke up early, so he decided to come here for a walk, and she was already here. AA agreed. He pointed to the side and said that they should go quickly. He walked in the direction he pointed, and she remained standing there. Her face turned really red from embarrassment, and she covered her face with her hands after a while. Other people noticed them and asked, isn't that Jan? It seems so. He's cool in real life, isn't that? I know with him she was really worried because they were attracting a lot of attention and everyone was looking at them. She was really worried about it and Jan took her hand. She was surprised by it and he asked with a smile, maybe they should speed up. They went to another place and he said that they were lucky to meet such a crowd of people. AA apologized and said that she still didn't seem to get used to so many people. John asked, has she been here since this morning? Did she at least have breakfast? There are a lot of KF is around and there is her favorite one with toast. AA became even more embarrassed and thought that he remembered that she liked it. June walked on with a smile and said that they should go after that. They walked further down the street together earlier when Yang mentioned the International Raider Festival. June looked at her and remembered that AA told him that the others didn't have time. She said with a smile that he would probably be home all weekend again. Besides, it would probably cheer him up. John patted her head, apologized and said that he was already busy, so another time he continued to pet her for a few seconds and said that they would go together next time at the present time. June walked along the street with AA, looking at the many stalls and the food they bought. After that, it started to rain very heavily, and she was sitting at the bus stop. June came out of the store with an umbrella, walked towards her and said that such a downpour had started. That's why he doesn't trust weather forecasts. AA looked at him with a calm expression and agreed. Jan turned and looked at something nearby. He pointed to a place across the street and asked if they should go take a photo. Anna felt embarrassed by this and her face turned red. He said that he didn't know. Usually they say that when they walk, they often go to such photo studios and take pictures as a souvenir. They could just walk by if she didn't want to. AA gently grabbed his clothes. She blushed very much when she realized what she had done and apologized. She coughed and, looking very embarrassed, agreed to go take a photo after that. They entered the photo studio and were greeted by an employee. He looked at them with a happy smile and said that they were such a cute couple. Jim looked at him and thought that he looked familiar. He said that they would like to take a photo. AA felt embarrassed by what he said and thought, do they really look like a couple? The guy showed a shelf with accessories and said that they can choose whatever they want. He wished them a good time. AA happily picked up an item from the shelf, showed it to Jan, called him over and said he should take a look. There were some bunny ears. He was confused by this and asked if she wanted to try them all on. Right, she picked up another item from the shelf and he asked if she needed to. AA was confused by this and asked if she couldn't. After that, they put on different ears, started taking pictures, and discussed something. They went back out. June apologized and said that the last picture didn't go through. The guy said with a smile that he told the technician to fix the problem, but he must have forgotten about it. He apologized and said that the photo would be free for them. June calmly said that he could still pay the guy. Kindly said that he could just pretend that it was a photo for their future together. AA blushed because of this and wondered if Jaehyun would be there. He chuckled and thought that it was very optimistic. The guy suddenly became serious and said that only if they could protect the present after that. The two of them walked out of the photo studio. John looked at the photo studio with a slightly worried look and wondered what was that. He started to walk away and thought that he was definitely suspicious, but he didn't feel his mana. AA looked at him with a slightly worried look and thought about something. She stopped and called his name. Jan immediately stopped and turned to her. She decided to confess and said that she lied to him. He looked at her calmly and asked what she meant. AA said that she didn't ask the guys if they would go with them. John looked at her calmly and asked what she meant. She said that she was greedy with the times she could have spent alone with him. John looked at her silently for a few seconds and remembered all the trials he had gone through before and the gods he had seen. He smiled and said that he was glad that she had a good time. AA was confused. By this, looking in different directions and saying nothing, she gathered her resolve and was about to tell him something she did not have time to finish because a very powerful explosion occurred behind her. They were very surprised by this and both looked towards the explosion at the same moment. A loudspeaker announced that attention was to all visitors to the International Raider Festival. This was not a training alert. They were being attacked. Everyone should proceed to a safe place in the place where the incident occurred. Many people were running away from there, and the raiders were helping ordinary people escape. John was very surprised by this and thought that this level of mana definitely didn't come from the dungeon. Also, there was a disgusting smell of blood in the air. One of the raiders said loudly that they seemed to understand, but they should quickly run from here. It's dangerous here, so they should leave. Here, AA said with a worried look that it seemed like something bad happened and they should leave here. Jaehyun used the mana detector skill with a serious expression and refused to leave. He said that either way, the chances of them dying were high. He remembered a certain person and said that all of this was because of that damn freak. The guy laughed with a crazy smile and said that it would be fun. After a while, he said that he was more attentive than he thought. Is it because he is the opponent from the prophecy? John was surprised by this and said that it was dangerous here. He turned to her and with a very serious expression on his face said loudly that she should run away from here. He noticed the guy who was already standing in front of AA. She looked at him with a shocked look and could not do anything. The guy quickly swung his fist and struck while she could not do anything. June ran up to him at the last moment, grabbed his hand and asked what he wanted. The guy called him the opponent of the Great Asso with a smile and said that for such a loud name he was nothing special. Jaehyun, with a very serious expression on his face, looked at him and said that he would ask him again. He released a powerful energy and asked what he wanted. The guy bounced away from him a long distance and said that he belonged to the Asur, one of the 5 ravens of Odin, and even if he was not given a name, if he sacrificed it, then he would grant it to him. June remembered Hugin clenched his hand into a fist out of anger and said that, so he was the I. Same as this freak. AA looked at him with a worried look and called out his name in confusion. Jan turned to her and said that it would probably be difficult to escape. She should follow him. She looked at him with a worried look and agreed. The guy asked with a smile, "It seems like this girl is dear to him, right?" Jaehyun looked at him with a serious look and asked if that was the case. Then so what? The guy got into a fighting stance and said with a serious look that he would make him taste despair. He would beat him up so hard that he would not be able to get up anymore. June used the Skill Force mana field and said that he was quite a monster. He asked with a calm look, however, how would he do it? He took out his sword bamong and said with a serious look that only he would be beaten here. Immediately after that, they ran towards each other at the same time. He began to strike, and the guy said with a wide smile that this would clearly not be enough. They struck at the same time, and a cloud of dust rose up. AA covered her face with her hands and wondered what was going on right now. Who was this person? She remembered what the guy said earlier and thought that more importantly, he addressed June. Strangely, now was not the time to be distracted. She needed to help him. June struck with his sword with a serious expression, and the Nameless One pulled out a chain from his body and blocked the strike. He asked with a serious expression how he was related to Hugin. The Nameless One's clothes changed, and he said that he was related to life. Why was he so interested? In this, if he wanted to, he could tell Hugin along with Munin are the strongest ravens of Odin. They are second only to the Aesir gods themselves in power. John looked at him and asked, would such a powerful person be sent to watch over such an insignificant person like him? The Nameless One said that it was a prophecy of the gods, an undeniable, irreversible prophecy. John said with a serious expression that he should spare him from this nonsense. He started to create ice under his feet and said that they allow themselves to do such things just because of some guess about the future. The system announced that the skill Frozen Ground was activated. The Nameless One jumped to dodge this attack and June jumped towards him. Very quickly, he delivered a strong blow with his sword and he blocked this attack with his chain. He said that the prophecies destined for Assam always came true. He delivered several counterattacks with his chain and G unblocked these attacks. AA looked at this with a worried expression and thought that this man, although she does not know if he is even a man, is insanely strong. She will not help Jan. Considering her level of strength, she took out a small item from her inventory, threw it to him, and loudly said that he should catch it. He turned around to face her abruptly and caught what she threw. He thought that it was a magic transmission. Crystal, an item that could transfer magical power to whoever received the stone. He looked at In and saw that she was concentrating energy in her hands with a serious look. June picked up the crystal and thanked her for it. He looked at the Nameless One standing in front of him and thought that he shouldn't worry because this is all he wanted. He needed to think calmly and rationally. As always, where was his weak point? How should he deal with this situation? The Nameless One stabbed with his chain and Jay used a skill and released many chains from his energy. The Nameless One pulled out a knife from his sleeve and blocked all of his attacks. He jumped back from his chain and stared at Jan intently. He looked at him with a calm look and thought that he was using daggers and chains. Although his magical power is not that strong, he can't go far from In. If he lets his guard down, there will definitely be trouble. He jumped on his chain and quickly flew towards him with a sword in his hands. He tried to attack, but the Nameless One dodged and attacked him back. Jin used the sacrifice skill too. Heal the wound on his shoulder and thought that it was very fast, despite activating. It is still difficult to keep track of the skill, the Nameless One said. That he heard that there are many interesting things here, but the reality exceeded expectations. He landed and said that everything is, as Lord Hell said, he is interfering with their god's rule. J. Hyun stood in front of him and said that he will consider it a compliment. The Nameless One said that he should believe him. He will die in this place. John looked at him with a serious expression and thought, is he bluffing the gods of Aesir? Can't kill him now because he is protected by the power of prophecy. He just cannot use his sword now. Right after that, he quickly ran towards him. The Nameless Man raised his hand with a dagger and asked, so he wants to become a victim of his blades. He thought that the swing speed of his sword was ridiculously slow. John quickly ran towards him, swung his sword, and he blocked it in advance. He turned around sharply and struck with his fist from the other side. He looked at him with a smile and said that, unfortunately, he is not that cool. The Nameless Man cried out in pain and was thrown back a few meters. He was shaking after this blow and began to cough loudly. He ran towards him very quickly and asked loudly, how dare he do this, being only a human? He struck with a dagger and June calmly blocked this blow with his sword and said that he still can't seem to understand. He dodged the next blow and the system notified that the magic tool form skill was activated. The magic tool form skill has been activated again. The NIT Hog F artifact has been successfully recreated. John looked at him with a serious expression and said that he didn't want to start with this. The Nameless Man's attention was drawn to the weapon he pulled out and he asked what it was. He had never heard of such a blade, and what kind of energy was this? John calmly thought that judging by his reaction, he had tensed up so much that he had shown his weaknesses. He released the chain of his energy, which grabbed his hand immediately after that. He ran up to him very quickly and delivered several quick blows with the dagger. The system notified that the effect of the Nidhogg Fong artifact was activating the enemy is inflicted with damage from the artifact's poison. This effect is cumulative with other artifacts. Jun turned around with a smile and thought that everything was much simpler than he thought. Here he is, a real S-rank. The Nameless One broke his chain and loudly asked where he got so much power from. He jumped up to him, delivered a flying strike, and Jan reflected his attack. He struck back and immediately used spells. He released several magic chains. And the Nameless One reflected it with the swing of his chain. June looked at him and said that it seemed like the poison was hindering his movement. Well, now it was completely the opposite. The Nameless One refused to believe it and said that he would serve the ASA. Gods, Jun said with a smile that he still couldn't kill him. The Nameless One ran past him very quickly and asked when he said that he would kill him. June turned around and saw that he was running very quickly towards AA, who was standing nearby. She put her hands in front of her and created a magic barrier. The Nameless One easily destroyed. The barrier ran close to her, and his whole body began to emit powerful energy. Jan, looking worried, threw a dagger at him and loudly said that she should be careful because of this. A powerful explosion of purple energy occurred. The system notified that he killed the crow. 1 special quest. Progress 2 out of 5 his level. Increased by 1. June, looking tired, stood in place and clenched his teeth tightly. AA quickly ran to him and loudly called his name. Sweat was running down his face and he thought that it seemed like he used too much mana. He lost consciousness and began to fall. But AA ran to him and caught him. She gently lowered him to the ground and called his name. She remembered the past with a sad look and thought that it happened again. Just like that time she could do anything a few hours earlier. Yuong walked around her room with a dissatisfied look and said that she had plucked up the courage to invite him. But he pretended to be busy. Out of anger, she started hitting her pillow and said that she should have gone with AA after taking out her anger. She sat on her bed and said that Jan was incredibly annoying. She picked up her phone and texted AA if she wanted to go to the Raider Festival. Now she sent the message right away and was answered. Within seconds, she apologized and wrote that she was busy and couldn't. Right now, Yu Yang fixed her hair and asked what she was doing. After all, she usually stayed at home all day. She sighed with dissatisfaction, looked away and said that apparently people are busy. She wrote that it was okay they could go to the Academy cafeteria. Next time she heard that, they started selling delicious cakes there. AA agreed and wrote that they could go there tomorrow. Ying said with a thoughtful look that it was an amazing coincidence they rarely go out. And now they are both busy, she asked with a surprised look if they were at the festival together. She remembered how AA acts and how shy she is. Ying said with a thoughtful look that it can't be. She lay down on the bed and said that she hopes that it is not like that. At the moment AA sat June, who had passed out next to her, and waited for him to come to his senses. She looked at him and remembered the past and thought that when he was in danger at the dungeon exam, she was unable to help him. He tried so hard to protect her, and she couldn't do anything. She looked at his face and thought that it was fortunate that he was not injured this time. However, who was it? Jan seemed to know him. Also, his magic was exactly the same as the one she saw that time. Are these two events somehow related? AA reached out her hand and was about to touch his head, but she stopped and couldn't do it suddenly. At that very moment, John woke up. He looked at her, and because of this, AA blushed from embarrassment. He smiled and said that he was grateful to her for taking care of him. She looked down with an embarrassed look and said that she should have done it. They sat next to each other for a few seconds and didn't say anything. John calmly called her and said that he actually knew what she wanted to say back then. Aino was very surprised by what he just said. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that he knew that it might sound strange if she could. She shouldn't take it to heart. She just needed to listen to him. He had a mission. AA touched his lips with her finger to silence him and asked him to stop. She asked if they could not bring this up. Again, Jae-han looked at her with a serious expression and called her name. AA apologized and said that she was still not ready to hear those words. Whatever he answered, she asked him to leave it for later. Tears streamed down her face, and she said that she would wait until he finished what he had to do. She smiled and asked, "So they will talk about it later." "Okay." John looked at her silently with a sad expression and did not say anything. He ran his hand over her face and wiped away her tears. After a while, John was attacked by one of the many huge monsters, but he jumped back and dodged the attack. He used a spell and attacked several monsters at once. He recalled the conversation with AA with a serious expression and wondered why he couldn't respond to her words. He knows that she is in love with him, but why didn't he do anything? Then he understands how hard it is to suffer with barely alive hopes. A monster ran towards him, swung its weapon, and screamed loudly. June took a step aside with a calm expression and theised him and announced that as the quest progressed, his level would increase. He concentrated the energy in his fist and struck out, releasing it. All the system announced that he would feel a wall that was blocking his progress. June asked, calmly so he would feel a wall. He didn't quite understand what that was supposed to mean. He turned around and saw Hela standing next to him. She agreed with a calm expression and said that he didn't understand what she was talking about. Yet she walked up to him and said that however he would understand everything. Soon she believed that he could handle it. June smiled and asked, what were those sudden words of encouragement? It was as if she was saying goodbye. He wouldn't let that happen, Hela thought with a small smile that she believed that he would definitely need her less and less in the future. After some time, he was walking to the academy, but he met a guy who asked, is he Jan? He looked at him with a calm expression and asked, who is he? The guy with a calm expression said that he is a third-year Jong-yoon, the head of Su Circle. John looked at him with a calm expression and thought that he'd definitely heard of him. Soho, this is the best martial arts circle in the academy. Being in their circle is very respectful, but they are ridiculously weak compared to the others. June extended his hand to him and said that they have a good proposal for him. Jen ran up to them and loudly said that he should stop right now. Who makes a business proposal? Like that in the middle of nowhere, she said that he would go to Sanjian Circle. Jiop came up to them and rudely told her that she should shut up. This guy will be with him in Kuram. June noticed that there was a crowd of students gathered there and said that they should behave more decently because everyone was only looking at them. He was about to say something else, but stopped when June, who came out of the crowd of people, apologized and asked if she could pass. She looked at him, said her name, and said that she was from the Third Eye Circle. Jae Hyan was surprised when he noticed her and thought, who is this? The rest of the guys were raiders even before the regression he heard about them. June came up to him and said that she did not come to recruit him, but to get to know him. June looked around and said that she should have come while it was quieter. She said with a sly and sinister grin that it would be dangerous then. Jiop loudly said that she should stop. He repeats again, he will go to his circle. June apologized and said that he thought he should address them all. He said calmly that he doesn't plan on joining anyone's circle. This surprised everyone standing there. Jong-yoon asked, then what does he plan on doing? They know, no, that he is a member of the Lotus Guild. However, a raider without a circle can have a lot of trouble due to his low ranking. June said with a smile that he never said he wouldn't be in a circle. Jiop walked up to him, grabbed his clothes, and loudly asked what he was even saying. Does he really not understand anything? John looked at him with a scary look and said that he was advising him not to make rash mistakes. Jiop was very scared by his gaze and immediately pulled his hand away. June calmly brushed off his clothes and said that he would create a circle himself. Jian stood to the side and looked at him. With an ominous smile sometime later in the office, Juop said that he doesn't understand anything at all. Is he completely crazy? How can you even say something like that? A freshman decided to create a circle on his own. Gian looked at him with displeasure and said that he should stop speaking so rudely. Jong-yun said with a thoughtful look that he didn't understand it either. A freshman is going to create a circle on his own. It is not prohibited by the rules of but it is close to impossible. Creating a circle requires a complete understanding of how things work. Jian said that it would also be extremely difficult for him without the help of his seniors and professors. Jong-yoon agreed with her and said that, however, the biggest problem is that, as he said, they don't know if it is possible for a freshman to create a circle. Jupe said loudly with a displeased look that they recently said that it is impossible. Jong-yoon looked at him and asked, what is the most important thing for creating a circle? Jen said with a thoughtful look, that first of all, it is power and importance in the academy. Someone from a rich family can definitely create a circle, but don't forget about skills. Jong-yoon said that. They should remember John's colleagues, the beautiful and famous Master Hang, the guy who is good at potions, Jan, the leader who is great at fire magic AA, and the support maid Jae Jong-gyeon had a guess and looked at him. Jong-yoon calmly said that she understood everything correctly. He didn't need them in the first place. Ji upset with a dissatisfied look that he was going to go crazy. Jong-yoon tapped his finger on the table and said that they need to focus. Jun is a guy who can upset the balance of the academy just by bringing his friends. They need to find a way to survive if necessary. They can provide support like Soo-jap asked with a dissatisfied look. Because of one newbie, everyone is willing to do this. Jong-yoon stood up from his chair, called his name, and asked if he was confident that he could defeat him alone. He walked towards the exit and said that they were in touch, they shouldn't drag it out. He walked down the hallway, remembered what Jan said to Jui up earlier and thought that he shouldn't wake up this monster. This was the second time he had met someone like this after John at the same time in another room. Ying asked loudly in a surprised voice, "What did he say? Is he seriously suggesting to create?" Their own Circle Jun calmly agreed and said that, however, there was no need to worry about how others would react to it. Hung said that it was different. They were still freshmen after all. If other circles decided to test them, it would be hard. Jae-sing agreed and said that he was scared of fighting with the guys from other circles. Soyeol calmly said that she was wondering why they called so suddenly. What would be the benefit of this? Jan looked away and said that if another circle challenges them to a fight, they should be strong if only to survive. She looked at him with a displeased look and thought that he didn't answer her question. He said that it will happen anyway. He looked away with a thoughtful look and thought that this outcome is much better. No one will really keep an eye on him. AA said calmly that she was fine with it. Jing said with a little worry that if he was sure about it, then he didn't mind. Soy asked, "So what about the benefit if there are no points? They will die of hunger." Jan smiled and said that points are awarded to the best students in the class. If you also consider the bonuses from the Lotus Guild and a few others, then they have about 10 million points. She looked at him with a displeased look and called him crazy. Yu Yong looked at him with a shocked expression and asked if he was really that rich, but didn't buy them anything delicious. Their discussion was interrupted by Ayen, who walked in and loudly said that there would be a party today. Jian looked at her, calmly called her by name and asked what she was doing here. She asked with a slightly displeased expression. What was wrong with that? She would also be entering Millis next year. She had nowhere else to go because of the abilities he left her. Jae Hyen looked at her with a serious expression and used the submission skill right after that. Ayan said loudly with a happy expression that, since all the members of the squad could be controlled, she thought it would be a good idea to join them. She was very surprised by this and immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Jing said with a disappointed expression that he didn't think she thought that way. AA sighed in displeasure and said that it was not nice to say such things to the elders. Ayan was very angry about this and silently looked at Jan, who looked away with a smile. He weakly slapped his palm on the table and said that, overall, the situation wasn't that bad. They were all confident in their abilities. He walked up to Huan, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked what would happen if they succeeded. He gave a scary thumbs up and said that then they would be able to bypass all the restrictions that stood in their way. He looked at Huan with a sly smile, who said with a happy look that he swears to serve faithfully. AA was still worried about what happened earlier and thought that next time she would save Jen herself and nothing else. She said with a small smile that she swears to. Yu Yang leaned over and quietly asked, "Something was wrong, right?" Sul also quietly told her that her skin was crawling from his smile. John looked at them with a very serious expression and asked what they were saying. They both got very scared because of his gaze and flinched. He said with a calm expression that in order to become stronger, they will have to put in a lot of effort. "It is quite natural, so there is no need to worry about it," he asked, with a slight smile. "So, will they join his circle sometime later in the Millis Academy gym?" Jin thought that there was a fitness center on the academy grounds. It was a place with many different exercise machines and artifacts that were only available to the very top of the academy. At best, the leaders of the circles, Yoon, was lying on the floor with a very tired expression and insulting him. Ayan was lying next to her and said that she was not going to the party. Her attention was drawn to Jae Sang, who approached her. He handed her a potion with a nervous smile and said that he brought them a recovery potion. Huang said that all his muscles were sore. "Maybe that's enough for today." John stood there calmly and said that if they hurt, it means they're growing. He took some potions and said with a smile that they should drink this. Soyeol pointed at him with a tired expression, called him by name, and said that he was a traitor. Jang hid behind him, apologized, and said that he didn't want to hurt them. June calmly asked why they were so angry at him. They had to do 2 more sets. Hen continued to train and thought that this place looked like a normal gym, but there was something special about it. The gravity here was increased, which made the students basic. Physical strength training, more effective. Jaehyun calmly thought that the gravity here was much stronger than in other gyms. Anna was lifting weights and breathing heavily with a very tired expression. John looked at her, remembered that they had been attacked earlier, and thought that something like this could happen at any moment. There is only one way to prevent this. He clenched his fist and thought that the guys need to gain strength very quickly. In the worst case, they need to be able to retreat quickly. That is the most important thing. Sometime later in the Lotus Raiders Guild, John and Sangun sat opposite each other and smiled and were silent for a few seconds. She asked calmly, "So is he thinking of transferring to another guild?" He was surprised by this and asked what she was talking about. Saenon coughed and said with a smile that she knew about him. Receiving an invitation from the Curator Guild, her face became more serious, and she said that they also offered him NIDD hogs. Jun smiled calmly and said that it looks like he was caught if he was going to leave for another guild. Would she let him go? Sangun said with a calm expression that she resolutely refused. She remembered Jun and said that even more so she won't let him go to the Curator Guild. Jun asked with a small smile. Then what's the point of this conversation? She walked up to him with a serious expression and said that she wanted to say that she won't let them take him away. She's not stupid enough to give her student to a competitor. She leaned towards him, turned his face towards her, and said that besides, he has no reason to give up everything he has. Jun asked with a calm expression. Even if it's an S-class artifact, Sunon said with a smile. That of course it is. If he asks for anything in return, she will fulfill his request immediately, and she doesn't think it will make things worse for them. John pulled away, agreed with her, and said that although he wasn't thinking about leaving the Lotus Guild, besides, how will he cope without her? Son asked calmly, where he learned to flatter. Like that, she almost believed him. Jun said he was really sorry with a big smile. After that, they both laughed. He thought Hall was going to attack him at the training camp. He needed to come up with all sorts of escape plans. Sometime later, when the day of the training camp arrived, many students walked through the portal. After that, they walked a little more and got on the bus. Jan turned to his friends with a calm look and said he wished them luck at the event. They would tell everyone that they had created their circle. Hoyang said with a smile that they would try their best. Soil hit Jang and said that he should stop shaking already. He said with a worried look that there was one problem. It was the last stop and he was scared. Jun looked at him, agreed, and said that they would have to face real demons. He heard that some raiders had already been to the closed area and fought monsters, but that didn't mean the camp was safe. Yun turned to Jason and asked with a smile, was this how they supported their comrades? Maybe, at least for now, they wouldn't think about the upcoming difficulties. He tried to smile, agreed, and said that he would try AA, called Jan, and said that she wanted to ask him something. Why did he decide to call them the Circle of Nine Young? Also looked at him and said that she was also interested. What is the meaning of this number? AA asked. Is there some kind of magic in it, or does he just like it? Jun Klai said that he just hates this number. He thought that in the mythology of Northern Europe, the number 9 has a special meaning. For example, there is a belief that Thor, poisoned by Jaimangander, could not even take 9 steps if he often sees 9. Then there is definitely some connection between the events that are happening. He smiled and said that he hates this number. That's why he chose it. The girls looked at each other with a puzzled look and said nothing. Jun calmly said that when he is with them, he quickly loses his grip. He should not do that after some time. The driver stopped the bus and said that they have arrived. This is the entrance to TU, a closed city, where all the competitions and tests are held. Jun stood up from his seat and said that this is where the easy life ends. After that, they got off the bus, and he thought that they all have to survive sometime later in the depths of the closed city of Tua. Deserted area. Dahl was sitting on the edge of the roof of a building and Hugin came up to him. Dark energy surrounded him and he said with a calm expression that another raven had fallen. A wide smile appeared on Hell's face and he said that what an interesting opponent he had.